Like your father, would a dentist try to master all surgeries and become a general physician? Braun's words made Hermione pause, her expression thoughtful. The question lingered in her mind as she considered her own path. She knew how valuable the Charms Club could be. Not only would she learn more powerful spells, but she would also receive direct guidance from Professor Flitwick, an opportunity most students didn't get until their 5th year. And yet, here she was, only in her 3rd year, already standing out. It was clear that Professor Flitwick saw potential in her. "I'll think about it," Hermione finally said, her voice resolute. Over the next few days, Braun continued working on the Marauders map, though his focus on it had significantly decreased. There were too many other things demanding his attention. With the Plantagenet shipment from France finally arriving, orders from the Ministry of Magic had surged. Some requests, like Eternal Memories, were straightforward and handled by the school. But the ministry required a fresh batch of alchemy items, including enchanted cloaks, something that required careful craftsmanship. On top of that, reporters from the Daily Prophet and various magazines kept reaching out, eager to feature his recent achievements. Many of these requests came through professors who had supported his work, making them difficult to refuse. With so much on his plate, Braun found himself constantly pressed for time. One evening, as Ron sat in the Great Hall, he frowned, watching Hermione finish her meal in record time before hurrying off. "Harry, have you noticed Hermione acting a bit different lately?" Ron asked, hesitating. Harry, barely looking up, shrugged. "Hermione's been practicing spells a lot," Neville chimed in, carefully tending to his potted plant. "Spells?" Ron and Harry exchanged puzzled looks. "Yeah. Braun told me, Hermione's paper was published in Magic today. She's been attending Professor Flitwick's Charms Club every week." That revelation stunned everyone at the table. Ron was at a loss for words, and Harry found himself feeling small. He had grown so used to the title of the boy who lived that hearing about Hermione's achievements made him realize how much he still had to learn. The thought weighed on him heavily. "I'm going ahead, Ron. I need to meet Professor Lupin and continue practicing the Patronus charm," Harry said abruptly, standing up. Ron waved him off. "Go ahead, mate. Hope you manage to summon your Patronus soon." As Harry made his way to the 4th floor, he caught sight of Hermione walking into a classroom with Braun. Curiosity got the better of him. Peeking through the slightly open door, he expected to see Hermione practicing spells. And she was. But what truly shocked him was Braun. A chill ran down Harry's spine as he took in the disturbing sight, ***, a dismembered rat laid on the table ***, its limbs replaced with those of a frog. Even its head had been swapped, and Braun was meticulously stitching it back together with a needle and thread. Under the flickering light, the scene looked like something straight out of a horror film. Heart pounding, Harry clamped a hand over his mouth to keep from gasping. Then, careful not to make a sound, he backed away from the door and hurried down the hall. By the time he reached the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, his nerves were still rattled. "Harry!" The room suddenly lit up, revealing Professor Lupin, sitting casually on a stool. "Oh, Professor!" Harry jumped, stepping back instinctively. Lupin chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry about that. I kept the lights off, ***, boggats like the dark ***. Harry forced a nod, momentarily distracted. "A new boggart?" he asked, eyeing the suitcase at Lupin's feet. Lupin smirked. "Found this one in Filch's cupboard. Took quite the effort." Harry grimaced, recalling his last attempt at casting a Patronus. He had completely obliterated the last boggart. Lupin noticed his hesitation and teased, "Try not to blow this one up, alright? If you do, I'll have to buy another from Hogsmeade, and trust me, I'm not covering the cost." Despite himself, Harry let out a small laugh. "Alright, let's get started," Lupin said. "Remember, only use the Patronus charm." Taking a deep breath, Harry nodded. Lupin unlatched the suitcase, and a dark shadow shot out. The room seemed to drop in temperature as the boggart twisted and morphed, taking the form of a Dementor. The moment it fully materialized, the whispering voices began. "Let Harry go. Please ***. Get away from him. No. Avada Kedavra. Harry's chest tightened. His mother's screams echoed in his head. But this time, he was ready. Without hesitation, he raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A blinding silver mist erupted from his wand, but something was different this time. The swirling mist solidified, taking a distinct shape. A majestic silver stag emerged. Harry stared wide-eyed, as the stag charged forward, banishing the Dementor-like Boggart back into the suitcase. As the echoes of his mother's voice faded, Harry felt warmth wash over him, as if he had just stepped into a hot spring.
"James,"
Lupin whispered, staring at the glowing stag with a mixture of shock and nostalgia.
His voice trembled. "Professor." Harry frowned.
Snapping out of his daze, Lupin cleared his throat and forced a small smile. "Sorry, just remembered something," he said, quickly handing Harry a piece of chocolate. "You did exceptionally well, Harry. Summoning a fully formed Patronus at your age is nothing short of remarkable." Harry beamed, glancing at his Patronus, a stag, just like his father's animagus form. "It feels connected to me," he murmured. "Can I try again, Professor?"
Lupin shook his head. "Not today.
You've taken a big step, but mastery isn't something that happens overnight."
He patted Harry's shoulder.
"Go back and reflect on the feeling you had when you cast it. That's the key." Harry sighed but nodded obediently, finally dispelling the stag and leaving the classroom. As Harry's footsteps faded, Lupin let out a long breath. He reached into his robe, pulling out a small, yellowed photograph. It was an old picture of 4 boys, laughing and leaning on each other. Lupin ran a finger over James' face, his expression melancholic.
"James," he whispered.
"Your son is just like you. A born seeker, and now he even has your Patronus." His grip on the photo tightened as tears welled in his eyes. Lifting a bottle of fire whiskey, he took a long burning sip. If only you could see him now. But some things could never be undone. And the past would never return. The yellowed photograph remained unchanged, 4 boys, forever frozen in time, their laughter echoing in a world long gone. "He's dangerous, Hermione. You shouldn't trust him." Harry's voice echoed down the 4th-floor corridor as he rushed after Hermione. Hermione stopped, turning to face him with an exasperated sigh. "Harry?" she asked, raising an eyebrow at his pale expression. She wasn't particularly surprised to see him. After all, they still spoke occasionally. But ever since Braun entered the picture, the old golden trio had shifted. Now, Hogwarts had the duo of Harry and Ron, while Hermione followed her own academic pursuits. "What's wrong?" she asked, folding her arms. Harry took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "You shouldn't be spending time with Braun. You didn't see what I saw. He was experimenting on mice and frogs, stitching them together. It was disturbing." Hermione's expression didn't waver. "It's none of your business, Potter," she replied coolly. "And for your information, Braun's research is approved by the Ministry of Magic." "But, isn't it cruel?" Harry insisted, his voice growing desperate. "Experimenting on living creatures." Hermione cut him off with a wave of her hand. "And what about potions class? Didn't we dissect crocodiles and bats? Not to mention the beetles we experimented on in Transfiguration." Harry opened his mouth but couldn't come up with a response. "Go back to the common room, Harry," Hermione said, her tone dismissive. Without waiting for his reply, she turned and headed toward the Gryffindor Tower. Harry stood there, fists clenched, frustration boiling in his chest. "I was only trying to help." Maybe it was the stress of everything going on, or the pride from his recent Patronus success, but before he could stop himself, he called out to her again. "Braun's a Slytherin, Hermione. You should be careful, he's probably lying to you." Hermione froze mid-step. Slowly she turned back, and when she spoke, her voice was icy. "Mind your own business, Harry. Braun is 10,000 times better than you."
Harry flinched.
"At least he focuses on something meaningful, instead of constantly losing house points and running into danger." Without another word, she walked away, leaving Harry standing there, his expression dark with frustration. The Slytherin common room, a celebration in full swing. "Those Ravenclaws really thought they could beat me?" Draco Malfoy smirked, holding up a butterbeer as he boasted to the Slytherin crowd. The common room buzzed with excitement. Tonight was a celebration. Earlier that afternoon, Slytherin had narrowly defeated Ravenclaw in their latest Quidditch match, lifting the spirits of the house after their recent house point deductions. The younger Slytherins cheered loudly, conveniently forgetting how frustrated they had been with Malfoy just days ago. Across the room, Braun sat at a corner table, flipping through a book. "Put that down, Braun." Daphne Greengrass swayed over, her cheeks flushed from too much butterbeer. "Come dance with us."
"Ah."
Braun started, but before he could finish, she grabbed his hand and pulled him up. The enchanted piano in the common room started playing a lively tune, and soon, the Slytherins were laughing, twirling, and clapping to the rhythm. By the time the song ended, Braun sank into a chair, slightly breathless but amused. Daphne plopped down beside him, still grinning.
See? Even you need to relax sometimes, she teased. The firebolt problem.
The celebration didn't last long. Slytherin's Quidditch team had a much bigger challenge ahead. Potter has a firebolt, Blaise Zabini whispered dramatically, leaning in toward the group. Daphne furrowed her brows.
And?
Doesn't our house have one too?
It's different, Theodore not chimed in.
Harry's already better than Malfoy on a normal broom. With a firebolt, he might completely outclass him. Braun nodded in agreement. Even though Harry's Nimbus 2000 had been destroyed, the firebolt he received as a replacement would give him a serious edge. This was bad news for Malfoy. Marcus Flint, the Slytherin team captain, had clearly realized the danger as well. For the next several days, Braun noticed Slytherin's Quidditch players dragging themselves to early morning practices, yawning from exhaustion. Flint's instructions echoed across the field every morning.
Stay focused.
Malfoy, don't let Potter bait you. We can't afford to be careless. Even outside of practice, Slytherin students kept their voices down in the common room so the team could get enough rest. Everyone was taking this match seriously. The Alchemy workshop, priorities over Quidditch. Saturday morning arrived. Today was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, and most of the school was heading to the Quidditch pitch.
Not Braun.
Unlike the other students rushing to find good seats, he had more important things to do. After grabbing a quick breakfast from the Great Hall, he made his way to the Alchemy lab. His protective cloak design had finally been approved by the Ministry of Magic, and now it was time for production to begin. For Braun, this wasn't just about money anymore. Trelawney's prophecy, and the warning from his mentor Nicholas Flamel, had planted a deep sense of unease in him. Even though there had been no major activity from the Void Order, he knew better than to let his guard down. The Ministry of Magic was corrupt, but it still had resources and influence. Strengthening their defenses could mean strengthening his own safety in the long run. His uncle had even sent him a letter, subtly hinting that this round of magical equipment upgrades was particularly important. Something was happening. Braun wasn't about to be caught unprepared. Hermione's unexpected visit. As he pushed open the workshop door, he was surprised to find Hermione already inside, practicing spells. She looked up at him, slightly breathless.
Braun.
You're here, she said with a small smile.
Braun arched an eyebrow.
You're early. Hermione brushed a stray curl behind her ear, determination shining in her eyes. I need to get better. And if that means more practice, then so be it. Braun smirked, closing the door behind him. All right then, he said, rolling up his sleeves. Let's get to work.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Hermione yawned. He also took the pie handed over by Braun and ate it. I woke up early this morning, and my roommates all went to cheer for the academy. And so I got up by the way. Kindness. This pie tastes good. Eat slowly. Braun handed over a bottle of heated milk. Then he turned his attention to the black scorched figure on the wall. Flame spell? It feels more powerful. It's the new spell taught by Professor Flitwick. Hermione said with a little smugness. My learning speed is much faster than those seniors. This spell they haven't learned that yet. Braun laughed dumbly. As he spoke, an owl flew in. There was still a letter in his mouth. Give, little one, eat it. Feed the owl a little nut. Braun opened the letter and looked at it. Then he casually threw it into the trash. Why did you throw it? Hermione couldn't help but ask curiously. A guy who doesn't know much and has the same personality as Lockhart. Said he invited me to join his tour. The same guy as Lockhart? Also a liar? 890, that's not true. Braun looked up and explained. I saw a French singer at the Plantagenet ceremony. Kindness. The medal of this guy was bought. It shouldn't be Lockhart's kind of liar. I mean, this guy is as messy as Lockhart. It's no different than a turkey dressed up. Braun's words made Hermione laugh out loud. For two people, this is just a small episode. Not long after, the two men began their own experiments. Braun went on to design new alchemical items. Hermione focused on the study of charms. Perhaps the reason for the return of the Time Turner to Professor McGonagall and the reduction in the number of lessons. The smile on Hermione's face was noticeably much more during this time. No longer always that sad look. The whole person also looks a lot more relaxed. Ding dong, ding dong, the wall clock began to ring again. Seeing that the time had reached 12, the two did not continue to stay in the alchemy laboratory. Together we went to the auditorium. Just as soon as I arrived at the auditorium, I found that the atmosphere became a little strange. The Gryffindor table was bustling. Slytherin, on the other hand, looked bleak. The three of Malfoy, in particular, sat alone in the corner as if they were isolated. What's going on? Braun asked quietly. Sabini sighed and glared angrily at Malfoy in the corner. Only then did he explain in a low voice. Which Malfoy guy dressed up as a Dementor with Crabbe and Goyle to scare Harry during the game just now? Who knew that he was not scared, but he was knocked to the ground by Harry Potter with a Patronus spell. At this time, the sub-academy was deducted another 150 points. Braun subconsciously looked towards the scorer in the center of the auditorium. I saw that Slytherin, who had returned to the first place under his unremitting efforts during this time, fell again. It was even said that it fell to third place. Below is Graph Finder, which still has few scores. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. Instead, the Badgers became second. It's no wonder that those guys who are usually Buddhists seem so excited. What did Marcus say? Braun asked. Not waiting for Sabini to speak. Marcus, who had just been mentioned by Braun, came over. Braun, we need your help. We lost another 150 points because of Malfoy, and we couldn't lose any more Quidditch cups. Otherwise, our 9-year championship this year would be completely gone. Abe. Saying that, he glared at Malfoy who was probing this way as if puzzled, causing the other party to bow his head honestly. Meeting the expectant gazes of the other little wizards and Marcus, Braun sighed heavily. To be honest, he didn't really want to participate in any Quidditch tournaments anymore. However, it is difficult to refuse the expectant gaze of other little snakes. Okay, I promised. Without waiting for Marcus to cheer, Braun continued. First of all, I don't have much time to participate in training. There are other things, if you don't agree. Agreed? We all agree? Before Marcus could speak, the rest of the team agreed with Braun's statement. Compared to Malfoy's unreliable, Braun was much more sedated. And the strength is not comparable to Malfoy. If they hadn't all seen that Braun really had little interest in Quidditch, they couldn't resist choosing Braun as captain of the Quidditch team. With Braun's consent, the little snakes, who were originally worried, were obviously much more relaxed. The mood is also much better, and this change naturally attracted the attention of the Gryffindors. Harry, lately we've had to train more. Looking at the Slytherin appearance, he planned to have Braun compete in place of Malfoy. Wood's face didn't have the initial joy. The last match against Braun still sticks in his mind. Especially Braun's easy look when he grabbed the golden snitch also made him uneasy. Now we still have a certain gap with Slytherin. If you want to win, you have to play steadily. Strive for more goals in the following games. Wood began to emphasize to the crowd on the team. Everyone's expressions were extremely serious. But soon, as Dumbledore walked into the Great Hall, everyone also fell silent. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. Hello, boy. Nice to meet you guys. The middle-aged man waved his hands at everyone in an extremely complaining manner. But the response was very flat. None of the people seemed to have any interest in this person. On the contrary, it brought back memories to many little wizards. How do I feel like this guy is so much like Lockhart? Sabini whispered. I feel that way too. Theodore's face was a little strange. And Braun's face is even more bizarre. He didn't expect that this guy would come to school. It's not Neville's fault again? That Cadogan Knight has to change his password once a day. I think the one who deserves the most punishment should be that guy. Simon, who was Neville's roommate, couldn't help but complain. The Cadogan Knight has been sent away. He was sent back to the Nobody's Tower. Hermione added. He also sighed for Neville. Neville was punished more than the portrait. For example, Professor McGonagall sternly told Neville in the common room yesterday that he would not be allowed to go to Hogsmeade this semester. At the same time, no one else was allowed to tell him the password. If he wanted to go back to his bedroom, he could only wait until someone else took him back. You say, what the hell is that Sirius for? Why not kill Ron? Meet everyone's somewhat strange gaze. 920. Simon busily added. I mean, he's so vicious. Maybe he's afraid of getting someone's attention. After all, he definitely can't run in the castle. Harry voiced his speculation. At the same time, I can't help but feel palpitations. If Sirius had been bold yesterday, maybe he would have died yesterday. Sirius is friends with your father, and they are inseparable at school. The thought of his father being betrayed by Sirius made his heart feel hatred. In the days that followed, the school became significantly more stringent. Patrols patrolled the school every day. It was even said that Dumbledore had once again held a great search. It's just a pity that the results are still not very good. Still no trace of Sirius found. So much so that the little wizards became a little suspicious. It always felt like Sirius would pop out of nowhere. That flower peacock told you to drink tea again. Hermione saw Braun come in, without lifting her head, and continued to focus on the tome in front of her. Alas, who knows what wind this guy smokes? Braun muttered. During this time, he was invited by Diggs almost every day. Go to his lounge covered with posters. It is known as the exchange of Plantagenet winners. In fact, he was pulled by Diggs to brag. Listen to him brag about the competitions he has participated in, and those trophies that were earned. Even though Braun found a reason to refuse several times, the other party still invited him as before. So that sometimes it is really shirked, but it can only go. My only hope now is for that guy to finish his show before it's too early and get out to other countries. Braun said hatefully. I thought you would never express such a strong dislike for a person. Hermione covered her mouth and snickered. I'm also an ordinary person. It's not normal to vent some emotions. While chatting, the door was opened. An old bat with a gloomy face walked in. Braun, you come to help me. It didn't seem to think that Hermione was here too. Snape looked hesitant. Professor, Granger-san is here to practice magic spells. Snape nodded. After hesitating for a while, he said slowly, Miss Granger, come with you? After saying that, he left without looking back. Gone? Why are you stunned? A smile appeared on Braun's lips and he pulled Hermione towards the outside. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. What are we going to do? Hermione asked in a low voice, glancing at Snape in front of her from time to time looking very cautious. Help Professor Snape refine potions. Wolf poison potion, I think you must be interested. After speaking, he no longer explained, and took Hermione's small hand to follow Snape's side faster. More than 2 years of life can be regarded as having made him explore the character of this guy Snape. He is not good at words, and he does not like others to waste his time. Sure enough, see Braun keep up. Snape's face, which was still tense, relaxed a lot. Without further ado, he came to his office with 2 people 0. Braun was already familiar with the furnishings in front of him. I didn't feel much when I saw those specimens. I washed my hands very skillfully. Then the herbs were processed. Instead, Hermione was stunned by the dense crowd of specimens in the room, standing motionless like a piece of wood. Don't be in a daze, Miss Granger. I'm here to help, and I'm not here to let you check out my office. Snape said with a stinking mouth. Hermione was embarrassed and quickly ran to Braun's side. Some rusty wash hands. He also handled the medicinal herbs under Braun's guidance. Snape's face was a little better. Also began to warm up the crucible, ready to start refining potions. Sir, Mr. A pale-faced boy ran in. Malfoy, what are you looking for me for? Snape's expression subconsciously became a lot more serious. Malfoy deducted a lot of points during this time. If not for his father's annual donation of galleons to himself as a fund for the experiment, he had already followed McGonagall's example and locked up Malfoy. The first impression of seeing the other party at this moment is that the other party has broken into trouble again. Sir, I see Harry Potter, right in Hogsmeade? He sneaked out. 3.9 Regardless of the mud all over his body, Malfoy said with excitement as fast as he could. Harry Potter sneaked out. Snape's brow furrowed. Are you sure you saw him at Hogsmeade? Malfoy was a little embarrassed at the moment. After all, he didn't think that there was someone else in Snape's office. But soon he pressed this emotion to the bottom of his heart. Instead, he nodded affirmatively at Snape. True, Dean. He also hit my head with mud. I ran back as soon as possible. I dare say he certainly hasn't come back yet. Good. I know. After saying that, he didn't care about the potion that had not yet been refined, and hurriedly left here with Malfoy. Looks like he went to catch Harry Potter. In the dark tunnel, Harry gasped and ran towards the end of the tunnel. Just now, because he couldn't get angry with Malfoy's words, he smashed a large piece of mud on the other party's head. The anger is sprinkled, but it also exposes itself. He now had to get back to the common room before Malfoy went back to school. Otherwise, his end will inevitably be another deduction of points. Thinking of the feeling of being isolated some time ago, he subconsciously shivered. Thinking of this, his running speed became faster. Especially when I saw the trapdoor in front of me, I was even more relieved in my heart. The invisibility cloak on his body was hidden in a corner of the secret passage and covered with stones. After making sure nothing goes wrong, he hurriedly opened the door, climbed out of the statue of the one-eyed hunchbacked witch. Fortunately, no one found out. Looking at the empty hallway, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. I don't care about collecting the cobwebs on 09. Carrying the toy he bought from Hogsmeade, he ran towards the stairs. It's just not going far yet. I saw Snape who was rushing over angrily and Malfoy with a muddy head. Professor, you see, Harry Potter? Malfoy shouted excitedly. The eyes were filled with excitement and pride. He knew Harry Potter would be punished later. Snape certainly saw Harry Potter too. Look at the package in the other person's hand and the cobwebs all over his body. It was instant clear that Malfoy wasn't lying. What are you doing, Mr. Potter? Snape asked coldly. I didn't do anything, Professor. Harry said stiffly. Subconsciously, he lowered his head to avoid looking at Snape's eyes that seemed to be able to see through other people's thoughts. Professor, look at his bag. It's all those joke props? Malfoy opened Harry Potter's bag, a dogleg invitation. Snape's gaze lingered on those joke props for a few minutes. Then it was taken back. So, Harry Potter, should you explain to me what this stuff is all about? Professor, this was brought to me by Ron last time. I just went out to play these things today while no one was around. As he spoke, Harry's voice became quieter. Such an excuse simply could not fool himself. Not to mention Snape. Not to mention. Professor, look at this. Here is today's receipt. Malfoy took something new out of his pocket. This made Harry feel more and more resentful in his heart about Malfoy. I was also annoyed why I didn't throw the receipt slip. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much going on at the moment. Deceive the professor. Leave the school in violation of school rules. It seems that our famous Mr. Savior is still so arrogant. Everyone is thinking about how to keep you safe. And you, as the party concerned, don't care at all. Snape said lightly, but his voice revealed coldness. This made Harry a little ashamed. He would rather let Snape scold him than be ridiculed like this. This made a deep sense of guilt welling up in his heart. Follow me to the office. I think Professor McGonagall will have a fair punishment for you. Harry walked dejectedly towards Snape's office under Snape's emotionless gaze. Beside him was a smug Malfoy carrying a package. Harry glared at Malfoy viciously. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. He can't wait to use the magic wand in his hand to give this guy who loves to play small reports a big melon avida nibbles. Snape's office was opened again. The sound of the door opening attracted Braun, who was working on the material. Turning his head, in addition to Snape and Malfoy, there was also a dejected Harry Potter. Harry groaned in pain. He didn't think that Hermione and Braun were also here. And what could be better than being ugly in front of your classmates? Although his relationship with both of them is not good, but this feeling made him more self-contained. Professor. Harry looked at Snape with some pleading in his gaze. It's just that Snape didn't mean to do Harry strongly at the moment. He picked up the spoon on the fireplace and sprinkled a spoonful of silvery white powder into the flames. Professor McGonagall, I have something to talk to you about here. It didn't take long for the green flame in the fireplace to change. A figure came out of the flames. Severus, what are you looking for me for? Harry, are you here too? Professor McGonagall suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Professor McGonagall, Harry Potter left Hogwarts in serious violation of school rules, and also vainly trying to deceive the professor. With that, he placed the bag of joke props in front of Professor McGonagall. Is it, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. The look looked particularly ugly. Professor McGonagall, I'm 137. Just wanted to explain. Snape's office was once again pushed away. Professor Snape, those joke props were brought to Harry last time. Ron gasped and thought of saying something more. But looking at Professor McGonagall's angry gaze in the office, she still lowered her head honestly. See no, Professor McGonagall. They seem to be planning to partner to deceive me. Snape's grey eyes glanced at Ron seriously, and then he looked away. Mr. Potter, I think you should give me an explanation for this. And also, Gryffindor deducts 20 points. With that, he pulled the two of them out of Snape's office. It could be seen that Professor McGonagall was not in a good mood. You go back too, Malfoy. Remember to wash your hair. Seeing that Harry and Ron were taken away by Professor McGonagall, Snape didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked at Malfoy on the side. Seeing Harry Potter who was punished, Malfoy naturally no longer wanted to continue staring at the mud. After gladly agreeing, he left with excitement. Okay, go ahead and make potions. Give me aconitum first. Inside Professor McGonagall's office, Harry and Ron stood there without saying a word. You shouldn't be like this, Harry. You should know that Sirius is looking for you everywhere. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. Sorry, Professor. Harry replied sheepishly. But Harry's apology apparently did not satisfy Professor McGonagall. There's no need for you to apologize to me, Mr. Potter. What you're sorry for is your parents. They sacrificed their lives to keep you alive. And you put yourself at risk for these toys. Think more about what you should do, Mr. Potter. Don't do this kind of thing again. After speaking, Professor McGonagall waved her hand. Although, Professor McGonagall didn't punish him for anything. But that didn't make Harry happy. On the contrary, it became worse in my heart. It was as if he remembered his mother's hoarse screams again. And Voldemort's unbridled laughter. He felt more and more sad that he had left school for Hogsmeade. The two of them walked down the stairs with loss in one after the other. They all looked a little frustrated. I'm sorry, Harry. I shouldn't have encouraged you to come to Hogsmeade. Nothing, Ron. It's my own reason. Harry soothed. While sad, he remembered his invisibility cloak. It seems that he should have no chance to take it. You can only wait until the end of the semester. Ron saw Harry hanging his head and thought he was in a bad mood, and didn't say anything more. The two of them returned to the lounge with their own thoughts. Done. This time the effect is better than the last time. It seems that your confirmation really studied the manual I gave you. Snape glanced at Braun in admiration. Then he looked at Hermione. Miss Granger, you obviously still have a lot of deficiencies in some basic herbal treatments. For example, aconitum, as I once said, is obviously better cut into small pieces than whole in them. There are also bat wings, steamed to make the medicinal effects exert. Usually, you also have to strengthen your practice, and your medicinal material handling techniques and potion refining are very rusty. Compared to Braun's amiability, it seemed a little ruthless to Hermione. Of course, Snape didn't always belittle with a bad mouth, but more of a point to Hermione. This also made Hermione very grateful. The two men left Snape's office. They all seemed very happy. After refining the potion, perhaps because of Harry's punishment, Snape was in a good mood. He then instructed them in refining potions. There aren't many opportunities for a potions master to open a small stove like this. Braun was fine, although his potions level could not be compared to Snape. But the foundation is very solid. Some of Snape's points were just a little inspired. On the contrary, Hermione benefited more. So much so that the little girl didn't care about Snape's poisonous tongue at all. An owl flew towards the two men. I'm looking for you. Hermione looked up in disbelief. That flower peacock is looking for you for tea again. During this time, she could often see Braun being dragged to tea by the singer who was temporarily staying at Hogwarts. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. I've long been used to it. Only this time she guessed wrong. The owl suddenly turned a corner as it passed by Braun. Instead, it flew towards her. Throwing the parchment in his mouth into Hermione's hand, he flew away without looking back. Sorry, Braun. It was Hagrid who invited me to his cabin. I can't accompany you to practice spells. Hermione put down the parchment and said with an apologetic face. Is it? It's nothing. I'll be on my own. Braun said understandingly. You hurry up, don't let Hagrid wait. Hermione saw that Braun was not angry, so she nodded. I don't care about changing my clothes. He hurried out of the tower. It seems that it should be Buckbeak's business. In time, Hagrid should have lost the case. He didn't care much about a winged beast with a hippogriff. But if Hermione was really for it, he wouldn't mind writing a letter to his uncle asking for help. After all, as the director of the Magical Creatures Disposal Office, he still has some face. Take a winged beast that should be executed secretly, and basically no one will say anything. Isn't this how the Braun house elves and griffins came? The wizarding world is a society of personal feelings. Everyone has more or less relationships. No one will say anything about such a trifle. As winter passed, the weather at Hogwarts was no longer always gloomy. The sky began to clear and the little wizards all took off their heavy clothes. I changed into a much lighter spring dress. And with the arrival of spring, Easter is approaching. The school also gave the little wizards a 3-day Easter break. It's just that most of the people didn't leave school. They didn't run around the school, but they all stayed in the dormitory with tacit understanding. Why so many homework? Obviously it's a holiday. And it's still a long time before the exam? Sabinai cried out in pain. It's just a pity that no one was able to give him an answer. The little wizards were all writing their homework. Even the players on the Quidditch teams were no exception. Don't complain, this year is shorter than last year. And there are many courses this year. The professors were afraid that we would not adapt to so many courses for the first time, so they entered the review in advance. Braun rolled his eyes. Hand over a bottle of refreshment. Don't give me a drink of it. I want to vomit now when I smell the refreshing potion. Sabinai pushed the potion away in disgust. He really didn't want to drink this thing. Well, if only this year could be the same as last year. No exams, no electives. I remember running by the lake last year, when I was still so happy. After writing the last stroke, Braun let out a long breath. After drying the ink, carefully roll the parchment. Unless there is another monster in the secret room, of course, you can also expect the Dementors to invade the school system. Braun said teasingly. Sabinai apparently knew this was unlikely, so he grumbled again. That's why I focused on my homework. Soon the lounge was quiet again. Until nightfall. The little wizards had just finished their homework one after another. The lounge is also no longer so dull. Braun, then we must be more than 150 points ahead of Gryffindor. So you'll have to wait until our score is more than 20 points above Gryffindor to catch the golden snitch in time. A corner of the lounge. Braun was sitting with the other Quidditch players listening to Marcus discuss strategy. Now the difference between Gryffindor and Slytherin can be won even if Braun directly catches the golden snitch. The reason for the huge score gap is entirely for the House Cup. Because Malfoy's multiple deductions made Slytherin's score very low, even with Braun's relentless points. Now it's just the second. Although the Eaglets are usually Buddhist, it is also because they do not see the hope of winning the Academy Cup. Now there is a chance to win. The Eaglets also 477 became serious. Start actively answering questions to help the college gain points. Some mischievous Eaglets were warned not to discredit the Academy House Cup that influenced Ravenclaw. This also led to a large gap between the scores of the current Slytherin and Ravenclaws. I want to make up for it except for getting a big advantage on Quidditch. Then according to the Quidditch Cup Plus principle, there is no way to overtake Ravenclaw in one fell swoop. I see, there won't be a problem then. Braun replied lightly, his expression revealing casualness. But people didn't think Braun was bragging. On the contrary, it is a matter of course. After all, Braun's strength is obvious to all, and no one will think that Braun does not have the strength to complete the task assigned by Marcus. After the holidays. Perhaps this is why the Quidditch game is getting closer. The relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor also began to become somewhat confrontational. It started out in class, but later after a senior lion teased the snake with an ajseeb, the battle officially began. The two sides began to fight in the corridor. Or it's a secret tripper. Dung eggs, flea powder, cakes adulterated with medicinal agents. All kinds of means come out in unison. So much so that every day a small snake or a small lion cub is brought into the infirmary. However, for the sake of the college cup, everyone is sure that it is a misunderstanding. So much so that even the professor can't do anything. All petrified. Another guy who tried to attack himself into a statue. Braun sighed bitterly. This is already the fourth wave of the week. Because many little snakes have targeted their revenge on Harry Potter. This also led many young lions to target Braun, who was also a chaser. Sometimes he wondered, didn't this group of Gryffindors have brains? 4 sneak attacks, 4 were petrified and then taken to the infirmary. Still come over again and again. I really don't understand what this group of people thinks. Although Braun didn't care much about it. After all, he was not threatened in the slightest. But this still made the little snakes dissatisfied. They began to take more and more blatant revenge on Harry Potter. Apply superglue to his chair. Class sneaks up on him. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Or give him a facial cleansing with a cake in the cafeteria. This while making Harry Potter miserable. It also made the little lions angry. Naturally, they couldn't let the seekers of their house get bullied by Slytherin. So he began to spontaneously protect Harry. So much so that now Harry Potter even goes to the bathroom there will be a large group of onlookers. It was as if I was afraid that he would not be able to pee. Fortunately, this atmosphere of saber rattling did not last long, because the time for the game has finally arrived. Early in the morning, Braun and the other players dressed up and went to the Quidditch arena, and accompanied by the whistle blowing. Both sides did not let go of the air. A fierce confrontation began. Perhaps both sides have suppressed too many emotions during this time, so much so that the game became extraordinarily intense at the beginning. It's not so much a fight as a fight. The bat is no longer used to play ball, but has become a hit on the head. Free throws one after another. Madam Hooch's whistle never stopped from beginning to end. Strategy that? It's a ball? Discreetly dodging the Weasley brothers' grip, Braun's eyes were about to start searching for the golden snitch. No way. Marcus couldn't count on it anymore. At the moment, he is playing real PK with wood. Now the scores of the two sides, although relying on the dirty hands of Slytherin, are temporarily ahead. But as the players were sent off one by one, if Braun doesn't catch the golden snitch soon, the final result of the match will be very bad for Slytherin. Ignore the outraged audience. Braun's expression also became serious. A small golden ball at the Gryffindor goal was rapidly flapping its wings. Perhaps the reason why the corner is too hidden. No one has found out yet. Seeing this, Braun did not hesitate, controlled the broom and flew over quickly. At the same time, do not forget to shout to avoid attracting the attention of others. Get out of the way, Marcus. Let wood taste my awesomeness. While speaking, Braun waved his fist and rushed over. So much so that many Gryffindors were a little confused. It is not understood why Braun also participated in the battle. That's the golden snitch. A sharp-eyed little lion stood in the audience and shouted. His shouts attracted Lee Jordan, who was narrating. Look, Slytherin player Braun Roar is chasing the golden snitch. He gushed with vile means to attract the attention of others. The biased explanation naturally made many little snakes look angrily. Professor McGonagall immediately revoked his explanatory qualifications. After all, this is equivalent to informing the Gryffindor team, which is a serious violation of the Quidditch game rules. The Gryffindors who had been prompted also reacted. Harry began to control the broom and flew in the direction of Braun. It's just that the other little snakes are naturally not vegetarian. Slytherin was now 50 points ahead of Gryffindor. Naturally, they will not give up the upcoming champion so easily. One by one, they controlled the broomsticks as if they were dead, and they crashed towards the Gryffindors. The two female players were immediately hit and almost fell off their brooms. What are you doing? You guys are violating the law? Wood shouted angrily. But that didn't stop Marcus. On the contrary, his expression was particularly gloomy. You asked for it. Who let that black race break the rules first? Braun's expression was also not very good. His means of avoiding conflict are relatively peaceful. Neither did he learn from other little snakes to fight, nor did he make any radical measures. Unexpectedly, that Lee Jordan took the initiative to expose his actions. But, even if he is exposed, looking at Harry Braun, who was chasing after him, he showed a meaningful smile. Just as Braun was about to raise his hands, the broom actually began to shake uncontrollably. It seems to be controlled by someone. The little wizards also discovered this change and exclaimed, "All curses are over." Braun drew his wand and disappeared into his broom with a flash of light. The broom, which was still shaking, instantly stabilized. However, Braun did not relax in the slightest, but scanned the crowd with a gloomy face. Is he? Look at the wizard who left in a hurry. Braun thought thoughtfully. A sharp whistle sounded. Everyone was surprised to see a small golden ball lying quietly in Braun's hand. Race, it's over? The little snakes cheered and celebrated their victory. Many people held silver-green flags and waved. So much so that the entire arena turned into a sea of green. The little lions roared incompetently, but even then there was no way to change the result. He could only accept the Slytherin victory with his head down. Lounge. Another huge banquet. Whenever the little snakes have something happy, banquets will be held here as scheduled. As the one who turned the tide and caught the golden snitch, Braun was naturally the focus of everyone's attention. It's just that he doesn't have the heart to celebrate at the moment. Instead, all I think about is what just happened on the field. Don't worry, Braun, I told the others. The black breed that broke the rules of the game. We will punish him, guaranteed to give him an unforgettable lesson. Marcus thought Braun was still unhappy about today's events. I couldn't help but comfort me. The other little snakes agreed. That's really troublesome for everyone. Braun gave a smile just in time. It's just that no one knows what is really going on in his heart. For the next few days, Braun wondered if the guy who left that day was Diggs. I just haven't got an answer all the time. However, there was one thing that distracted Braun a little. That's what happened when Lee Jordan was revenged by the little snakes. After being knocked unconscious, the big black man was changed into women's clothes and was drugged with witch potions. Or was it discovered by a little male witch who went to the toilet? After that, it instantly became the laughingstock of the whole school. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Although Lee Jordan knew that the Slytherins must have done this, there was no way to retaliate without evidence. After all, this matter was indeed his violation of the rules. It's just that he didn't think that the vengeance of this group of little snakes was so strong. He actually let him die in public. The girl he originally liked even proposed to match his sister. So much so that until the effect of the medicine disappeared, the grief and indignation in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. After this episode of Lee Jordan, the school gradually calmed down. No more Quidditch matches. The little snakes and the little lions did not have the initial saber rattling. The time has come to June. The weather gradually becomes warm and cozy. Every little wizard thinks about rolling in those grasses or going to the lake to bask in the sun. But when I think about the upcoming exams, the little wizards gave up anyway. Start staying in the lounge to review. There is no difference between parents all over the world. If you don't get a good grade, you may not only be mixed doubles, but also be nagged by relatives and friends. So for the holidays to be able to have fun, all the little wizards worked extra hard. Even Braun is no exception. After the last Quidditch match, he felt that things should be inseparable from Diggs. Only later did I learn that the other party had already left school to start a tour of England. So much so that he has no goal. However, thinking about the upcoming exam, he still suppressed the doubts in his heart. Start thinking about how to get a good grade. Exam week has officially begun. The castle, which used to be noisy and full of laughter, has become quiet. Apart from the bell for the end of the exam, no sound was emitted. With the end of breakfast, the little wizards each ran to different classrooms. It's different from the first or second-year-old exams, because the third-year students took different courses. So it also led to the fact that the exam was conducted in different classrooms. Greeted a few people, Braun hurried to the classroom where the Runavan exam was. Professor Bobolink has been waiting here for a long time. Seeing that several students had arrived without delay, the exam officially began. 20 minutes. Complete a simple alchemy matrix composition. Professor Bobolink said the topic of their exam. But no one was surprised. Everyone started writing on paper after getting the title. Runavan is inextricably linked to alchemy. The content of the exam will naturally be linked to alchemy. As for the simple investigation of silent writing Runavan, there are not a few students who take this course with this idea. It's just that Professor Bobolink clearly shows the learning content and emphasizes that once he does not pass, not only will there be no makeup exam, but he will also fail the course. These little wizards changed their courses from the good to the flow. In the end, the remaining 10 people don't care what the level is. There is definitely no mess around. After all, no one jokes about their achievements. The construction of Runavan is very exquisite. You can see that you have made progress in alchemy again. After seeing Braun's test paper, Bobolink said with undisguised admiration, "There are some new ideas." Braun smiled and nodded. Bidding farewell to Professor Bobolink, Braun came to the 4th floor non-stop to test Transfiguration. "Over here, Braun," Shinobi shouted from the crowd. Not only him, Daphne is also here. "Theodore still has 2 classes, we will come first after the exam." Sabani opening belt. "How did you do in the test, Braun?" Daphne asked curiously. "It's okay, Professor Bobolink told me, it's a perfect score." The 3 didn't talk for long. Braun heard his name shouted from inside the house. "I went to the exam first. See you later, see you later." Entered the classroom. The previous student who finished the exam had just left. "Hello, Professor," Braun said politely to Professor McGonagall. "Hello to you, Mr. Roll. Now get ready to start the exam." Professor McGonagall's expression was serious. After getting an affirmative answer from Braun, a teapot was placed on the table. "The topic is simple, turn the teapot in front of you into a mouse in 3 minutes. The final test score is judged based on whether there are patterns on the final mice or not." Professor McGonagall spoke up again. "Now you have a minute to observe the teapot of 317, and when the countdown ends, the exam will officially begin." Braun nodded. No time was wasted, although the transfiguration was not difficult for him. But he remains meticulous in his inspections. Wait until the end of the minute. The exam has also officially begun. Quick transformation. Braun's wand waved, but it took only a few seconds. The appearance of the teapot began to gradually distort. Finally, the teapot disappeared. A fat mouse appeared in place. The rat looked around warily, while carefully running a few steps on the table. Finally, under Braun's control, it was once again transformed into a teapot. Very exciting. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but push her glasses. There was amazement in his eyes. "I can see that, Mr. Braun, you have almost mastered Transfiguration. I dare say you can officially try Animagus next semester." As a master immersed in Transfiguration for many years, Professor McGonagall could say that she had lived so many years and had not seen a child like Braun. However, it is only the 3rd year, and his mastery of Transfiguration is no weaker than that of some 5th-year students who have taken the ordinary wizarding exam. Even some ordinary wizards with average grades may not be able to perform such exquisite Transfiguration. "I'll try it next semester. We will need your help then." "Of course, I would love to." Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded. It is a recognition of Braun's statement. "Get out of the classroom." Didn't wait for Braun to say anything. I ran into Hermione, who came out of other subjects. "How's the test going, Braun?" "It's okay. You that? I see you coming out of the astrological exam." "No problem," Hermione replied confidently. The 2 people just said hello simply. After all, there are many exams today, and you have to rush to the next exam room non-stop. It wasn't until lunchtime that the little wizards were finally less anxious. One by one, they poured into the auditorium, either happy or sad. It's as noisy as thousands of flies buzzing around the head. "What's wrong?" picked up a glass of pumpkin juice and drank it, looking at Sabini and Daphne who did not say a word, a little strange. It was fine in the morning. How did it become like this now? Transfiguration didn't do well. Theodore sat on the side and munched on the apple pie. A morning exam can exhaust him. Alas. My mouse sprays steam. Not only that, but it can also spit tea out of its mouth. I dare say that my score will definitely be deducted quite a bit, Daphne said with a stunned look. Before Braun could comfort him, he heard another resentful voice next to him. I'm much worse than you. My mouse even has a teapot pattern on it, and what is even more unfortunate is that the tail is a teapot handle. Professor McGonagall's face was scary dark. I'm finished. It was Shinobi who spoke, compared to Daphne's sad face. He looked even sadder. There are quite a few young wizards similar to Shinobi. Many little snakes are frowning over their exams. Whose rat still has a pattern on it? Whose rat did not completely become, on the contrary, there are traces of teapots. That's all about the things discussed. And this may have to continue until the end of the exam. I dare say that no exam is simpler than this. Don't worry about failure, don't worry about being scolded by professors. It gives me confidence in magic again, Shinobi sighed while feeding the leaves to the Flober caterpillar in his hand. Watch out for Sabini. Your caterpillar is dying. Braun rolled his eyes. Although the requirement of the exam is to keep the caterpillar alive for an hour without dying, it can be said that it is very simple. But like Sabini keeps stuffing leaves into the caterpillar's mouth, it may not take half an hour for the brainless caterpillar to be held to death. I feel the same way. Daphne nodded in agreement. If only all exams could be so easy. Yesterday's exam was a nightmare for her. Morning transfiguration, deformation error. The laughing spell in the afternoon was not well controlled and hit Professor Flitwick's head directly. If Braun hadn't solved the spell in time, perhaps Professor Flitwick would have laughed. Comparatively, today's Fantastic Beasts conservation class just feeding the bugs was just perfect. She couldn't wait to keep going like this. Hagrid. Potter walked over with Ron. Looking at the gloomy Hagrid, he didn't know what to comfort. Buckbeak may have been locked up for too long during this time. It's not always very happy. Things will get better, Hagrid. Harry spoke. It's just that even he himself does not believe such words. In 3 days, Buckbeak would be executed. I just hope he can be comfortable then. Hagrid sighed deeply. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. Apparently, he has no hope that Buckbeak will be rescued. In the conversation of several people, Hagrid's exam was quickly over. Undoubtedly, no one fed the caterpillars to death, so everyone got a passing grade. The smile on each young wizard's face could tell that they were satisfied with the result. But good luck doesn't last forever. The afternoon exams once again pulled them from heaven to hell. Because of the afternoon exam, it belongs to Snape. Potions classroom. The little wizards trembled and handled the potion, afraid that they would be noticed by Snape, who was patrolling. But they obviously overthought it. Snape's attention was more on Harry Potter. He stood motionless behind Harry Potter, his grey eyes staring at his every move for a moment. Any slightest mistake would invite him to ridicule and roar. Look at those viper teeth. Did I teach you that? Steam slugs instead of slices? This way you will let the blood inside splash everywhere? Can't your brain, which is not much bigger than a walnut kernel, think about it? Something went wrong again. Looking at Harry Potter who was refining potions, the other little wizards looked sympathetic. But more attention is paid to his own potions. It seems that he intends to take advantage of this time to finish refining the potion faster. Don't give Snape any time to pick a prick. However, sometimes the more anxious you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. Accompanied by the first explosion, there seems to be a chain reaction in the back. The potions in front of more than a dozen small wizards exploded continuously. Unpleasant green gas filled the classroom. Clean up. With a strong wind, the green smoke was blown away in an instant, so that there was no worse ending. But even so, Snape's face was still not very good looking. Can't you just use your brains? And you Longbottom? Why are you every time? A dozen small wizards with water packets lined up pitifully in the middle of the classroom. After drinking Snape's potion, before the blisters on his body dissipated, he was once again driven back to refine the potion. How miserable and miserable it looks. After dealing with these little wizards, Snape ran back to Harry Potter again, and then he didn't finish his taunting words just now, until the end of the potions exam. Everyone couldn't wait to run out of the classroom, for fear of being stopped by Snape. The afternoon divination class was even more unsurprising in comparison. Aunt and grandmother. Braun walked into the divination professor and said respectfully. Trelawney nodded. After chatting with Braun for a while, he motioned for Braun to use the crystal ball to make predictions. This wasn't that hard for Braun. With the magic in the body surging, the crystal ball also began to gradually appear some intermittent pictures. Just as Braun was about to finish, a loud roar smashed heavily into Braun's mind. It was a huge black dragon that broke through the flames. Countless creatures wailed, many of them classmates from school. Wait until he wants to take a closer look at what happened, only to find that those images have long disappeared. Himself still stands in the office of Representative Trelawney. The palm of the hand is still placed on the crystal ball. Very nice kid. Undoubtedly full marks. There seems to be no anomaly in Braun. Trelawney was very satisfied with his score. Huh? Thank you, Aunt, Grandmother, I went first? Braun forced a smile. Trelawney left here with some strange eyes. How do I feel that your face is a little ugly? Daphne, who was waiting outside, asked a little strangely. Sabini and Theodore also nodded. The consumption is a bit big. After all, making a prophecy is still quite magical. Braun smiled and said, "New prophecy? What is that?" Sabini's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask. "Well, I've got another prize. This time in Germany." The little wizards around who were originally interested turned their heads expressionlessly. The gap between wizards and wizards is indeed greater than the gap between wizards and trolls. They won't dare to listen. Laughing and laughing, several people walked towards the auditorium. Divination is the last exam. Sabini, their exam has long since ended with 3.7. It can be said that from now on, they have a week to play. They can go to Hogsmeade at school or after consulting with the professor. During the week, all little wizards can relax. Where are we going? How is the lake? Sabini asked excitedly. Let's eat first, it's still noon. Glancing at the time, Braun suggested. After thinking about it, several people did not refuse. It's really time to eat. If you play, there is time in the afternoon. Several people walked while not forgetting to talk about some things during the exam. It didn't stop until in front of the steps of the tower. There stood a fat man in a dress. As if it was the reason for the heat too hot, the fat wizard had been wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Go over and say hello. Braun whispered to several people. Everyone did not refute either. Apparently they all recognized the identity of the person. Minister of the Ministry of Magic, Fudge. Good day, Your Excellency, Minister. Fudge, who originally stood in place and looked a little impatient. Several students greeted him. I was a little surprised. However, when he saw the person at the head, the surprise on his face instantly turned into a smile. Braun? And a few little guys from the Sabini family, Theo, and the Greengrass family. Did you finish the exam? Fudge asked kindly. As a minister, some of England's more famous pure-blood families naturally need to be recognized. After all, the Minister of Magic who does not maintain a pure-blood family well will not last long. Yes, Minister Fudge. Just finished divination. Where are you? Is there something wrong with coming here? Braun asked with some doubt. There is a wounded eagle-headed horse with winged beasts, and I am here to be a witness today. As he spoke, 2 more people came down from his upstairs. A strong man with a tall figure and an axe pinned to his waist. A small old man who does not smile. Uncle Dorfin. Braun hurriedly greeted the strong man. It's Braun? I can see the photo of you receiving the award some time ago. Those Frenchmen shot you well? Dorfin patted Braun's shoulder cheerfully. It can be seen that he is still in a good mood to meet Braun here. Well, I can't talk to you anymore. We'll have other things to do later. Yes, Uncle Dorfin. Watching Fudge and the 3 walk towards the hunting ground. Braun and several others also went to the auditorium. Maybe the school was also until the little wizards were hungry. The long table in the auditorium has long been filled with 09 delicious food. There were already many young wizards who had finished the exam, sitting there and eating happily. After eating, Braun and Sabini spent some time in the sun on the grass and hurried back to their bedroom. He had to think about the prophecy he had just seen in the exam. Ron, how's the test going? Outside the divination classroom, Harry asked in a low voice. Generally. Oh my god, he asked me to make a prediction for her with tarot cards. Who would have thought that I had drawn a Grim Reaper? Trelawney's face is simply dark and ugly. I dare say she certainly won't give me a good score. Ron's face looked extremely ugly. Before Harry could properly comfort his friend, he heard shouts coming from inside the classroom. I had to wave his hand with Ron helplessly and walked in. Sit down, kid. Trelawney said in an ethereal voice. At the same time, do not forget to take out a crystal ball and place it on the table. Come on, see what you can see in it. Harry Potter, who had long known that he did not have a little talent for divination, even though his eyes widened. There is also no way to see anything from it. But meeting Trelawney's gaze is hard to say. His brain is a bit of a mess. In his head, Hagrid's words from yesterday's exam were in his head. There are also concerns about several other exams. What children did you see? Trelawney spoke up again. A winged beast with a hippogriff? Professor? As soon as he finished speaking, Harry regretted it a little. He could only keep his head down and pretend that nothing had happened. Hopefully, Trelawney will stop there. Winged beast. Trelawney looked a little surprised. Alive or dead? Or have you seen anything else? Blood? Or a crying Hagrid? Nope. Harry replied seriously. This winged beast of the hippogrimmage is happy, and it soars freely in the sky in search of his partner. But that answer didn't quite satisfy Trelawney. But she didn't say anything more, just nodded expressionlessly. Okay, you can go. Scores will be announced later. Heard Trelawney let him go. Harry let out a long breath. He fled immediately and left here. I don't know why so many mixed thoughts appear in my head. I just felt a little uneasy in my heart, as if something big was about to happen. At this moment, he couldn't care about his grades, and just wanted to leave here quickly and go back to his bedroom to get a good night's sleep. Maybe it's all over when it's night. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Harry. As soon as he ran out the door, he saw Ron anxiously greeting him. His expression revealed panic. What's wrong, Ron? Harry couldn't help but ask, but the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. Look at this. Ron handed over a piece of parchment. We lost the case. The Ministry of Magic decided to execute Buckbeak at sunset. I'm going to take this kid around and maybe never get the chance to see school again. Also, don't come here. This is too cruel for you. Look at the note. Harry's heart finally understood where this uneasiness came from. We can't leave Hagrid alone with some of them. We have to get by. Harry took a deep breath and said seriously. But we couldn't get out, Harry, and now it's almost sunset. Filch was already waiting downstairs. He will take us back to the tower according to the list. Then seal the castle, Ron said with some embarrassment. With the cloak of invisibility, Harry said seriously. We can't keep Hagrid there by himself anyway. On the other side, Braun, who was still in the dormitory with the slightest prophecy, suddenly heard a sharp knock on the door. Braun, someone is looking for you to be Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, Marcus said outside the door with a loud voice. Braun couldn't help but frown. Hermione looking for me. He suddenly thought about meeting Fudge today. The other party 247 is all ready for that winged beast with the body of the eagle-head horse. He had forgotten to tell Hermione just thinking about the prophecy. I'll come, shouted outside the door. Outside the Slytherin common room, Hermione waited anxiously until Braun came out of the lounge. His expression was obviously relaxed. Braun, Buckbeak. Braun raised his hand and shook it. His gaze glanced behind him. I saw Malfoy looking this way in the lounge. Hermione closed her mouth in amusement. Let's go to the alchemy lab, Braun whispered. Seeing the door of the laboratory closed, Hermione, who had been impatient for a long time, finally couldn't bear it. Braun, the Ministry of Magic decided to execute Buckbeak today, just at sunset today. Oh, my god, what should I do? I dare say Hagrid must be sad. Looking at Hermione, who was chattering, Braun never made a sound. It wasn't until the other party finished speaking that he opened his mouth to comfort him. It'll be okay, Hermione. I just ran into my uncle. He would help buy this winged beast with a hippogriff. Braun had already written to his uncle about this. Fudge certainly won't stay here forever. As the Minister of Magic, the most he could do was take a few looks. At that time, when the execution was carried out, it was his uncle himself. At that time, as long as the other party confirms that he is dead, there will be no problem. Even the Malfoys couldn't say anything more about a winged beast with a hippogriff. Really? Hermione asked incredulously. Of course, at that time, that eagle-headed horse-winged beast will at most suffer a small injury, and it will not be a problem to deal with it in time. The vitality of magical creatures is much stronger than that of ordinary creatures. As long as it is not to cause damage to them with alchemy props, ordinary sword wounds can be recovered quickly. Besides, as long as it's a magic potion, in addition to some terminal illnesses and spell injuries in the wizarding world, ordinary trauma can recover normally as long as it is treated in time. Braun's words gave Hermione a lot of relief. The originally tense mood has also relaxed a lot at this moment. If you're really not at ease, we can go over and see it now. Well, there is still some time until sunset. Glancing at the gradually setting sun outside the window, Braun replied. Won't Filch catch it? He is now patrolling the first floor. The little wizard is not allowed to leave, Hermione said with some concern. Don't worry. Braun smiled lightly, grabbing Hermione's waist in the other's exclamation. Jump out of the window. Okay, open your eyes. Looking at Hermione, Braun, who was holding herself tightly in her arms because of fear, she said softly. Watching yourself float in midair. Hermione couldn't help but be a little curious. She hadn't seen Braun use any magic at the time. But now how is it done? But soon she turned her attention to Braun's wizarding robes. Is it because of the wizard's robe? Hermione asked tentatively. That's right. Braun smiled and nodded. The Ministry of Magic is replacing a new batch of equipment. This is one of the experiments I made. 2 brief introductions. Braun then controlled the cloak to land slowly. Because of the flight, it didn't take long for the two to arrive at the hunting lodge. I just didn't go in, because there were several people from the Ministry of Magic standing outside the hut. Fudge is also in the middle of it. They were talking to Hagrid. Not far from them, tethered to a huge hippogriff, a winged beast with a body. It seems that he has a premonition of his impending destiny. It was particularly restless moving around. Want to go in? Braun asked in a low voice in the grass. Looking at Harry and Ron, who cautiously ran into the cabin, Hermione shook her head. No, let's wait here for a while, Hermione said after a moment's hesitation. Braun has nothing to lose. The two men used the illusion charm and walked down the grass in the direction of Buckbeak. I saw that Fudge had left. Only Dorfin and the old wizard were left in front of Buckbeak. The axe was held by Dolphin in his hand. He walked up casually. The originally fierce eagle-headed horse-bodied winged beast looked a little afraid at the moment. It tugged irritably on the rope and wanted to leave, but couldn't move. I could only watch as Dorfin got closer and closer. Even the attempted roar of threats did not deter him. Relax the big guy so you can suffer less, Dorfin said casually. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. He executed no less than a few hundred of these magical creatures. Not to mention that the eagle-headed horse has winged beasts, and he has killed the winged demon with his bare hands. And how can it be afraid? Lightly dodged the sharp claws. An axe in his hand instantly smashed up. But after a few strokes, the originally fierce Buckbeak fell to the ground and hissed miserably. Then Dorfin grabbed Buckbeak's throat and slid it hard, and blood gushed out, soaking the ground. And the old wizard on the side took out the photo stone that had been prepared long ago and started to take pictures with the camera. Braun. Hermione closed her glasses in fear. The impact of the scene just now was still too great for her. Especially the scene of blood splattering made her grab Braun's arm in fear. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Magical creatures are stronger than our vitality, Braun said comfortingly. Just shortly after the old wizard finished taking the picture, Buckbeak, who originally seemed to have lost his breath, stood up staggeringly again. The location of the wound was coated with a bright white object. How is it possible? Hermione looked at Buckbeak, who slowly stood up in disbelief. She had just seen that Buckbeak was dead. The vitality of magical creatures is very strong. Okay, let's go. In a few moments, the tower will really close. Hermione nodded. Was about to leave with Braun. A scream suddenly caught her attention. I saw a big black dog dragging Ron towards the beating willow. Then he disappeared into the tree hole. Hermione, you go to Professor McGonagall and I'll come over and take a look, Braun said solemnly. Hermione nodded, looking a little nervous. You watch out, Braun. Don't be impulsive. After saying that, he ran towards the tower in a panic. She knew that the best way to do this was to report to the professor as soon as possible. Following Braun would only get him in trouble. Seeing Hermione gradually running away, Braun finally let go of his heart, and he did not immediately follow in the direction Ron left. Instead, he ran to the hunting grounds. Uncle, Braun, how are you here? Shouldn't you be in the tower? Dorfin became serious. Ben wanted to reprimand a few words but was interrupted by Braun. Uncle, I just saw a Hogwarts student being dragged away. Dragged away? What dragged him away? Dorfin looked puzzled. This is Hogwarts. He was dragged by a big black dog into a secret passage under the beating willow, which was connected to the Screaming Shack. The Scream Shack is a haunted house in Hogsmeade where evil spirits are said to be inhabited. There is a shrill howl every month. Seeing Braun's serious expression, it didn't look like he was joking with himself. Dorfin's expression also became serious. You hurry back to the tower. I'll get to Hogsmeade as soon as possible. Inform the Aurors patrolling there. If I'm not mistaken, that black dog is Sirius Black? After that, after instructing Lon again, he pulled the old wizard and left in a hurry. Sirius is no small thing. Not to mention that the other party still has a student in his hands. Watching his uncle leave, Braun didn't delay any further. After casting a phantom spell on himself, he jumped into the secret passage under the beating willow. Ahem. Harry coughed and crawled out of the tunnel. Looking at the messy room in front of him, he secretly became vigilant. The wand was even tightened by him, and it seemed that he would use a spell if something was wrong. A faint glow illuminates the room. It's a mess all around. Cobwebs hang everywhere. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground. A clear trail can also be seen. Harry was sure it belonged to Ron. Can't help but become more and more vigilant in his heart. Walking through the dimly lit foyer, he finally arrived at Ron's figure. Don't come here, Harry, Ron cried out in pain. It's a trap? That's not an ominous dog at all, not an ordinary big black dog. That's an animagus? It's Sirius Black? What? Harry Potter, who heard the news, was taken aback. The wand in his hand subconsciously raised. But before he could utter the spell, the wand was shot out. Except for your weapons. A tall and thin 960 figure came from the corner. It was a middle-aged man with a long beard and a sallow face with melancholy eyes. Sirius, Harry said with some gritted teeth. There was resentment in his eyes. Nice to meet you, Harry, Sirius said softly. With a wave of his wand, Harry's wand flew into his hand. You traitor, you killed my parents, Harry said angrily. Sirius's face revealed a hint of sadness, but this sadness was quickly concealed by him. Now is not the time to talk about that. Soon you will understand the truth. Sirius's expression became serious again. Just as he pointed his wand at Ron, a sound of footsteps came again. The expressions of several people became wary. Except for your weapons. A sound suddenly appeared along with a beam of light. Sirius couldn't dodge the wand in his hand and instantly escaped. But as a seasoned wizard, the wand of the other hand also waved instantly. There are many obstacles. Countless messy pieces of furniture stood in his way, and the figure of a teenager also appeared. Braun. Harry and Ron looked shocked. How could he not have thought that this person who came to save him turned out to be Braun? Children of the Roar family. Sirius's expression became serious. On the way to escape, he naturally saw those reports in the newspapers. For this alchemy genius in front of him, he also had some jealousy in his heart. Hello, the last heir of the Black family? It doesn't look like you're doing well. An unspeakable smile appeared at the corner of Braun's mouth. The wand kept waving. Flames. Armor talisman. Sirius dodged Braun's spell in horror. Although he had just escaped from prison, his body was exceptionally weak. But he didn't think that he couldn't even beat an ordinary little wizard. Just when he lost his mind, a disarming spell suddenly hits his wand. Then the rope tied it up. It seems that life in prison has weakened your magic. Braun smiled and put both wands back. What are you going to do? Sirius spat out the blood from his mouth and his expression became calm. To the Ministry of Magic, of course. Maybe the Ministry of Magic will award me a Merlin Medal of the first degree, Braun said with a smile. The expression was very indifferent. Read violent novels, just go to Phila Fiction Network? Of course, if you are willing to sign this contract, maybe I will be willing to let you go. Braun pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket and said, You're a good calculation. Sirius glanced at the contents of the contract and said sarcastically, You can't use those books in your family anyway, do you? This is at least better than losing your life. Braun looked calm. There didn't seem to be the slightest concern that Sirius would sign the contract. I hope you keep your promise. Black, Ajf, glanced at Braun coldly, bit his finger and viciously pressed it on the contract. And the rope on his body was also untied at this moment. Braun, you can't this. You have no reason to order me, Harry. Coldly glanced at Harry Potter, who looked angry. Braun calmly withdrew the contract into his arms. Well, now you can go. In a few minutes, the people of the Ministry of Magic will surround here. Sirius didn't answer. Instead, he pounced viciously on Ron and pulled a fat rat out of his pocket. Give it back to me? That's my spot? Ron shouted angrily. But Sirius didn't react in the slightest. Instead, he stared at the rat and his eyes were red. Don't pretend to be Pettigrew. He pinched the rat hard, as if he was talking to someone. But the rat apparently didn't understand what he meant. Instead, he shouted in shock, desperately trying to escape his palm. This weird scene naturally caught Sirius' attention as well. His expression became more and more strange. In the end, there was a wild laugh. Even tears burst out laughing. I didn't expect you to escape for more than 10 years. It turned into a real mouse. Turned into a real mouse. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You deserve it? He angrily threw the rat on the ground. Stomp hard to death. And accompanied by screams, the figure of the mouse gradually disappeared. What appeared in place turned out to be an old bald man. This, my spots. Ron couldn't believe it. He didn't understand why the pet mouse he was with turned into an old man. When he thought that he often took the bath with him, his face couldn't help but turn pale. Harry, I'm sorry, but I have to tell you that I am not a traitor to what you say. I never thought of betraying your father. The real traitor is Peter Pettigrew? He lurked for 12 years to hide from me, as if he had a great vendetta, Sirius said calmly. Pettigrew, Harry murmured, feeling a little disbelieving in his heart. The original hero was the murderer of his father, and the original enemy seems to be also a victim, but he didn't wait for him to think about anything. A green beam suddenly shot in from outside the room. And the target is precisely him? Get out of the way. Armor talisman. Braun waved his wand instantly. But even so, the armor curse was only able to change the direction of the death curse. Looking at the approaching green light, Harry closed his eyes. Just when this thought came to his mind, suddenly, I felt a pain in my body. It was as if something had knocked me down. When he opened his eyes, a tall figure was lying on his body. It's Sirius Black? The other party saved himself in the last moment. Give you wands. Braun chased out with a gloomy face. He didn't think that someone else had just tried to kill Harry Potter. If it weren't for his timely reaction, he used the iron armor spell. Coupled with Sirius throwing Harry down, the consequences would not depend on the imagination. After so many years of publicity, Harry's savior identity is no longer just representing himself. It's a hope. Usually wizards probably don't care dash. But when Harry Potter is actually killed, then the consequences will be terrible. They will panic and frighten. Then came anger. And Braun is undoubtedly a good target for anger. When I think about the consequences of this, Braun's heart began to pour out with anger. Damn it. Look at the empty street and feel the faint magic fluctuations. Braun couldn't help but scold secretly. The guy was too vigilant and immediately moved away as soon as he missed the shot. Braun was not given the slightest chance to pursue it. Braun, didn't I tell you to go back? Dorfin came over with a somewhat annoyed look. He was followed by several aurors in black robes. It seems to be observing something. Sorry uncle, Sirius is in the house. Braun didn't bother to discuss with his uncle why he was here. Instead, he went straight to what these people were most concerned about. Really? After Braun finished talking about Sirius, Dorfin even wanted to reprimand something more. He could only hold back the anger in his heart and surround the screaming shack with the others. Bang! The gate was knocked open. But Sirius was not found. Only Harry and Ron lay on the ground, not knowing if they were alive or dead. This is Peter Pettigrew? The limping old auror just now couldn't help but exclaim, in amazement. Several others apparently noticed the problem. His expression became solemn. So, you followed the other person to the screaming shack and found out that the big black dog was Sirius. Yes, Your Excellency. I think the most important thing now is not Sirius escaping, but why Peter Pettigrew survived. And the man who attacked Harry Potter. Braun said calmly. There was no panic in the face of the Minister of Magic. In today's affairs, except for the contract with Sirius, he did not behave out of line. Even unauthorized actions can be said to be to protect classmates. Fudge's expression looked a little complicated. With his wisdom, he could naturally guess what happened to Sirius back then, and there might be something strange in it. A dwarf, who had been dead for 12 years, suddenly appeared, if not something wrong with the events of that year. How could a wizard be incognito for 12 years? Then I think of Pettigrew's broken finger. Needless to say, Peter Pettigrew is the real mastermind behind it. And Sirius, who had been in prison for 12 years, was just a backpot man. For a while, Fudge's face became a little complicated. Pettigrew's corpse was not only what he saw, and the aurors and the Hogwarts professors who rushed in after them. This matter cannot be concealed at all. Maybe tomorrow this time there will already be news about today's day in the Daily Prophet. The Ministry of Magic mistakenly caught a good person, and the last heir of the Black family was wronged for 12 years. When he thought of a title like this, he felt helpless in his heart. At that time, those pure blood families will definitely make trouble again. Did you see what the person who used the death-killing charm looked like? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Braun shook his head. The man was cautious and used the phantom to move away instantly after discovering that the spell was unsuccessful. Alas. All right. If there is anything else to do later, we will contact you again. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, a figure walked over with worry. There was also a serious-looking professor next to him. Professor McGonagall. Well, go back early and rest. It's late today. Professor McGonagall glanced at Braun and was relieved to see that Braun was fine. Then he left in a hurry, apparently going to report to Dumbledore. Nothing happened to you. Hermione came over worriedly. What can I do? I'm awesome at that. Saying that, Braun raised his arm, as if to show Hermione the muscles in his arm. It made the other party laugh. He did not continue to pester Braun, but told him to rest early and return to the lounge. Who the hell is that person? On the way back to the bedroom, Braun kept thinking about it in his mind. Today's operation is too smooth. It was so smooth that it made him hurry up a little unreasonable. Lupin, who was supposed to come looking for Sirius, didn't come. Instead, a mysterious man who wants to kill Harry appears. This made Braun, who had originally obtained the Black Family Collection, not only not happy. On the contrary, a shadow was cast in my heart. Take it one step at a time, sighed. Braun walked down the stairs and stood outside the door of the Slytherin common room. Password. A portrait of a serious old wizard appeared on the stone door. Wizard. Braun, hurry up and tell me about your experience yesterday. Great Hall, Slytherin table. Shinobi excitedly leaned over to Braun's side. After a night of fermentation, yesterday's events also spread throughout the 4 academies. As a first-hand experiencer, in addition to Braun is still awake. The remaining 2 are still in the infirmary. What do you want to hear me talk about? Braun slowly picked up a piece of bread and ate it. The look looked a little nonchalant. Of course it's Sirius's thing. Shinobi subconsciously lowered his voice. Did I tell you shortly yesterday? I just went with him, and I don't know exactly where he ran away. Braun shrugged. Although the Ministry of Magic did not say what happened yesterday, the meaning was very clear. That is, I don't want Braun to talk nonsense when the Ministry of Magic has not yet issued the notice. Braun naturally won't find himself bored and cause himself any trouble. You guy is really boring. 9. Shinobi complained twice, but Braun's refusal to elaborate also made him feel uncomfortable. I can only go to other little snakes to gossip about what happened yesterday. And just while Braun was enjoying breakfast, both men in the infirmary also woke up. Harry, you're awake. Ron looked a little happy. He had woken up earlier than Harry and was sitting on the edge of the bed eating pie. Ron, where are we now? The white ceiling in front of him and the smell of disinfectant water in his nose made him a little distracted. It took a long time to react before he finally came to his senses again. Infirmary? By the way, what happened to Harry yesterday? Ron couldn't help but ask. I just remember Sirius saving your life, and then a flash of white light. I can't remember anything. It seems that 610 is Ron's reminder, which makes the memory in Harry's mind gradually become clear. Gradually recall everything that happened yesterday. You saved me? Why? Harry had disbelief in his eyes. This is what I should do, kid. I'm best friends with your father. He used a powerful magic to protect you, and I was the one who kept it secret. Only in the end I replaced the secret man with Pettigrew in order to confuse Voldemort. It's my fault. Maybe if I hadn't done that at the time, it wouldn't have happened. Saying that, Sirius West's expression showed pain and sadness that was difficult to resolve. But that's all over. The Ministry of Magic is coming, and I know all too well what the guys are like, and I'll be greeted with a Dementor kiss. I deserve it. It makes me very happy to see you before I die. Looking at Sirius, who already looked a little relieved, an impulse surged in Harry Potter's heart. Nope, you don't deserve to die. It has nothing to do with you. You are the one who has been wronged. Sirius looked at Harry Potter with a determined look in surprise. He was a little stunned, and he didn't seem to have guessed that the other party would say this. But soon his stunned relief turned into relief. I'm glad you were able to forgive me at this time. Saying that, Sirius hesitated, but finally gritted his teeth and said, Would you like to have one more godfather? I mean, well, I mentioned this to your father and he agreed. His expression was a little apprehensive, as if he was afraid that Harry would not be happy, and he finally added, It's okay if you don't want to. Godfather. Harry was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Of course, I couldn't be more than happy to do so. Will I be able to live with you then? You know, I ran away from home. Sirius didn't seem to think Harry would agree so cheerfully. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Of course, you can go whenever you want. The movement outside caught the attention of 2 people. It seems to be because Harry promised. Sirius, who had planned to die, had no intention of staying. I'll come pick you up, Harry. Believe me, Harry. What's wrong? Ron? Harry woke up, sobered up from the original memories. What did I just talk to you? What happened after I fell into a coma yesterday? Ron seemed a little upset that Harry hadn't listened carefully to what he had to say, but soon his expression became tense again. Is there anything else you're uncomfortable about? I'll help you call Madame Pomfrey. Read the violent novel, just go on the Philo Novel Network. No, Ron, I'm fine. Harry hurriedly stopped it. I was just reminiscing. But unfortunately, I fainted after you fainted. Sirius must have taken the opportunity to escape as well. Looking at Ron's thoughtful look, Harry felt a little guilty in his heart. He also didn't want to cheat on his friends, but he didn't dare to say anything about Sirius becoming his godfather. Alas, what a pity. If you knew, maybe we could still make a galleon. Ron sighed. It was quickly forgotten. He put his mind on the pie in front of him again. Earn galleons? What does that mean? Taking Ron's pie, Harry ate it and casually asked what he had just said. 0. That's it. A wanted warrant issued by the Ministry of Magic. Those who provide information have the hope of getting the galleon. But I hurriedly got the money. Don't talk about us, even Braun doesn't know the news. Harry looked in the direction of Ron's finger. There is a daily prophet there. It looks like I just arrived today. And the first side of the page above is about Sirius's wanted warrant. It was no different from what Harry had seen before, except that the crime became the remnants of the Death Eaters. It also emphasizes that the battle between Pettigrew and Sirius was a civil war among the Death Eaters. It was decided to withdraw the Merlin medal given to Peter Pettigrew. This silenced Harry for a moment, anger welling up in his heart, but it didn't take long for it to dissipate into nothing. He was just a student. What else but the identity of a savior? Even though he told the others that Sirius had been wronged, who believed that? Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Braun, what you say may not carry much weight. But the other side is different. If only Braun had helped. Maybe it's a real chance that the Ministry of Magic will change its mind. Only, how can I tell the other party? 1.6. Auditorium. Look at the newspaper at hand. The corners of Braun's mouth couldn't help but show a mocking smile. He knew that the Ministry of Magic would definitely not be able to admit mistakes. It's about the majesty of the Ministry. As an official organization that governs the entire English wizarding community, even if there is a mistake, it will not admit it. It's just that I don't know what price the Ministry of Magic paid to make those pure-blood families stop pursuing this matter. Presumably, it won't be too small. Shaking his head, he left the newspaper still on the table. Stop bothering the whispering little wizards. Holding his book, he left the auditorium. The matter is a foregone conclusion. Isn't it fragrant to have this gossip time to practice alchemy? Isn't this funnier than gossip? Alchemy classroom. Braun, who was reading a book, was interrupted by a cooing sound. Looking up, a barn owl was standing outside the door. Come in, little one. Braun raised his hand. The door of the originally closed classroom slowly opened. The owl finally flew in as it wished. Seeing the dried fruit Braun prepared for it, there was a touch of human gratitude in his yellow eyes. Then he gulped down. Braun is also in no hurry. Patiently wait for the other party to finish eating. Only then did he remove the letter from the other party's back. That guy again. Look at the extraordinarily coquettish sapphire blue envelope in your hand. Braun was powerless to complain. He was even able to tell who sent the letter without looking at the name. Except for that Lockhart doppelganger Warren Diggs, no one would use such an envelope. Take a look at the signature. Sure enough, my friend Braun Roll. I sincerely invite you to join me at Hogsmeade this evening. I dare say it will be an unforgettable 09 trip. Looking forward to your arrival. Warren Diggs. The letter was accompanied by a metal nameplate. This is a credential to watch the game. He doesn't plan to attend any concerts, especially the Warren Diggs concert. Judging by what he knew about the other party during this time, at that time, you will definitely show off your achievements with great fanfare. Maybe. Yes, I will definitely pull myself on stage to take a photo. Express how good the relationship with yourself is. He didn't want to be seen like a monkey. Braun, look at this. Hermione ran in with a look of excitement, still holding something in his hand. This is the ticket issued by Professor McGonagall. It was Warren Diggs who invited the whole school to his concert this evening. Braun's gaze fell on the ticket in Hermione's hand. Compared to his metal nameplate, the ticket for this concert looks a little shabby. A plain coated paper with the name and time of the concert written in enlarged and bold font. The singer's avatar is also printed in the upper left corner. It looks similar to Braun's Hades in his previous life. But that's not the point of his relationship. But Warren Diggs actually invited the whole school to the concert? It seems that he can't refuse now. How did Warren Diggs remember inviting the whole school? Did Professor McGonagall say that? It seems that the Ministry of Magic is trying to search schools. They thought Sirius Black must still be hiding in the school. Hermione replied after a moment's thought. It caused Braun to roll his eyes. He thought the guys at the Ministry of Magic were a bunch of idiots. At this time, Sirius would have fled as long as he wasn't a fool. Schools are now searched all about giving parents an explanation. Sometimes Braun didn't know how to describe the people at the ministry. Huh? You also received a ticket? Why is it different from ours? In the wastebasket, Hermione found the metal nameplate. After wiping it clean, it was placed on the table. Maybe a VIP room. Braun said casually. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. I was going to refuse him. Now that the whole school is gone, I don't go, but it seems bad. Saying that, Braun sighed. If you just invite yourself, you refuse to refuse. It's okay either. But if everyone goes and doesn't go, it is equivalent to pumping their mouths on each other's heads. He didn't intend to do this kind of offending thing. It's just that the faint uneasiness in his heart still makes him decide to be ready. 5 o'clock in the evening. The little wizards finished their dinner. Under the leadership of the prefect and the dean, they happily walked outside the school. Everyone was talking about the upcoming concert. Headmaster? Isn't he going? Seeing that only the dean led the team in front, Braun couldn't help but ask. The headmaster is said to have gone to the Ministry of Magic. As if someone was looking for him. Theodore turned his head and said. It's just that these words made Braun's heart even more uneasy. Since Hermione had looked for herself in the morning, that uneasiness became more and more intense, even to this day. It was as if a voice was warning him not to go to this concert. But he eventually came. The school's requirements are not something he can change. However, in order to ensure his safety, he has written to his family to ask DOM to bring his moving castle over. When the time comes, it's best if nothing happens. Anyway, I can't stay at school for a few days. Big deal, just take your own moving castle home. In case something happens, there is no problem in saving one's own life with this alchemy castle that has been partially improved with the help of his teacher Nicolaim. Thinking about this, Braun was relieved. As just now, he quietly followed 027 in the team, listening to the other little wizards excitedly discuss the matter of the upcoming concert. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at Hogsmeade. Compared to the last time Braun came over, today's Hogsmeade is exceptionally beautifully decorated. Posters of concerts are plastered everywhere. The streets are full of pedestrians. In the heart of Hogsmeade, a huge stage has been set up. Colorful lights shimmer with light. There are also various Pokémon flying in midair. Although the concert has not yet begun, it has already attracted a lot of people. Oh my god, this is Hogsmeade? Sabanai shouted in surprise. It's not just his expression. The little snakes around were no better. One by one, their faces were full of disbelief. All quiet, don't talk. Professor McGonagall, who was leading the team in front, turned around solemnly. The little wizards all shut their mouths in amusement. Honestly followed behind, but his eyes kept skimming around. Especially the young wizards who have just entered Hogsmeade and have not yet been to Hogsmeade. Big eyes filled with anticipation and amazement. If it weren't for Professor McGonagall, Braun even suspected that they were going to go around. The arrival of a group of small wizards did attract the attention of some wizards, but after seeing the leading professors, these wizards all withdrew their gazes in amusement. It didn't take long to go. The little wizards came to the middle of the square. The huge stage excites every little wizard. Professor McGonagall. The person who came was a fat wizard. Braun was no stranger to this man. It was the fat wizard Peg who was in charge of the Dementors in the first place. He was transferred from Hogwarts after Christmas. I didn't expect to meet again now, Peg. Professor McGonagall nodded. I'll take you to the location. Diggs has reserved a place for Hogwarts students, Peg said enthusiastically. With the little wizards, they walked towards the other side of the stage. Compare that to the large row of seats that everyone just passed. The location here is a little smaller, but the view is very good. Be able to see the whole stage. Depending on the academy, the little wizards are also ranked in different positions. Start patiently waiting for the start of the show. DOM. Braun said softly. I'm the little master. A shrill voice came into Braun's ears. Braun didn't tilt his head that way. Instead, he continued to watch the stage. It's just that the mood is a lot more relaxed. As long as DOM comes, then it means that the castle has also arrived. Even if something really went wrong, he didn't need to be afraid. Boom, boom. The sudden burst of fireworks startled many little wizards. But I was soon fascinated by this beautiful scenery. And with the fireworks blooming in the sky, the whole stage also went dark. Wait until it lights up again. A group of wizards in costumes have appeared on it. It's a shame that I can't go. I dare say Hogsmeade must have been interesting tonight. Ron looked out the window and sighed. Harry also glanced out the window a few times with some envy, because Madame Pomfrey thought that he needed to rest for a while longer. They didn't make it to Hogsmeade to see the show. I could only look at the scenery outside the window in the ward, eating bread and bacon that were already a little cold. Look at Harry. Firework? Ron excitedly pointed out the window and shouted. I saw a brilliant flame of light suddenly blooming in the originally dark sky outside. One after another. It is dizzying. It's beautiful. Ron couldn't help but sigh. Harry nodded along. It's just that when I look at it casually, I find that something is wrong. I saw it illuminated by fireworks. A group of Dementors dressed in black robes are walking around the campus without people, and the gloomy and cold breath also made Harry tremble. Even the wand was a little unstable. Call God Guard. The calm voice was accompanied by the tall silver wolf. During the run of the silver wolf, a large number of Dementors were repelled. Harry, who originally seemed to be drowning and revealed despair, gasped for breath, and his face flushed with an abnormal flush. Are you all right? I saw Lupin walking in with a tired face. Professor, what happened? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Ron asked with a look of fear on his face. Not only was Harry frightened just now, but the gloomy aura also made him unable to move. It's just that he can't understand why so many Dementors suddenly appeared. And still on campus? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure these Dementors were definitely not allowed by the school. I've already messaged Professor McGonagall. Believe they will be back soon to deal with it. Lupin shook his head, but his expression still revealed worry. How strange this thing looks. Everything seemed to be planned, and most of the school's strength was taken away. The professors in the school alone simply could not withstand the invasion of so many Dementors. And the entry of these Dementors is also somewhat strange. You must know that Dumbledore gave instructions on protective magic. It's impossible for these Dementors to come in. Suddenly, he thought about the scene he saw when he left the tower. These dementors kept coming out of an office. And that office belongs to Warren Diggs. He suddenly remembered who owned that office. Only Warren Diggs lived there for a while. Students are in danger. Lupin's face changed instantly. Since this matter is inseparable from the other party, now the students are taken away to watch the concert. There must be some conspiracy in this. Professor, looking at Lupin, whose face was blue and white, neither of them knew what to say. You follow behind me. The school can't stay any longer. Lupin took a deep breath and said seriously. Regardless of each other's purpose, now none of them can continue to stay in school. Mixing in with the Dementors is not a good thing. The only way now is to go to Hogsmeade and talk to Professor McGonagall as soon as possible. I just hope that the time is not too twilight yet. How's the plan going? In the dressing room of the Hogsmeade stage, Warren Diggs asked expressionlessly. At this moment, he did not have that hippie smile, but instead looked indifferent to people thousands of miles away. My lord, the Dementors have been introduced to Hogwarts. But the search will take a while. No hurry. Good. Gus gave a grim smile. With so many students as hostages, I think that old guy Dumbledore will obediently hand over the Deathly Hallows. The black-robed man did not speak, but pressed his head lower. Okay, it's almost time. The show is about to start. Accompanied by lively singing and dancing on the stage, the little wizards were also excited. I didn't expect this flower peacock to sing really well. Sabanai waved excitedly at the stage. It's like a fan who sees a beloved star. No matter how I say it, I am also a famous singer in France, and the level is definitely there. Braun looked at Diggs, who was singing on the stage, and couldn't help but hum along. I have to say that the level of the other party still has claws. A song was sung, and the audience cheered in unison. And Diggs also bowed and waved at everyone very politely. Welcome to my concert. Here is the final battle of my England tour. I'm glad that so many people will be coming. Diggs said with a bright smile. The audience sat in their seats to hear what Diggs had to say. I love England very much. Braun's brow furrowed. The vigilance in my heart appeared again and intensified. He had a desire to escape from here desperately. The host. There are giants? Dom's voice was tinged with some nervousness. The voice that suddenly appeared in his ears made Braun can't help but be surprised. Giant. You must know that giants are rarer in England than Dementors. Because they are stupid in their brains, plus they eat a lot, and they can't do any delicate work. He was banished after being defeated by wizards. You can only survive in some cold places or deep in the forest. How could it be here and that? I didn't wait for Braun to think about it. The movement around them obviously attracted the attention of the other 330 wizards. With the sound of heavy footsteps, a group of tall figures surrounded here. This change obviously alerted the wizards around. What are you doing? Don't be nervous, everyone. Like I just said, I love England very much. Especially the culture of England. Have you heard the story of the 3 Hallows of Death? Regardless of whether everyone answered or not, Diggs continued to talk to himself. It seems that these people are not taken seriously. Death gave 3 brothers the Deathly Hallows, a wand, a resurrection stone, and a cloak to avoid death. It is said that once you can gather these 3 things, you can become the new Shinigami. As he spoke, he casually waved his wand and knocked a wizard who was about to flee to the ground. Let me reintroduce myself again. Diggs' face turned cold without a smile. Against the background of the brightly colored performance clothes on his body, it looks particularly weird. The Void Sect, Order, Deacon Warren Diggs of the Nightmare Side Sect. The voice just fell. The dancers on stage no longer hide it. They all drew their wands. Phantom migration. A wizard instantly wanted to move away with a phantom. But the body had just disappeared halfway, followed by a scream. When it appeared again, the corpse was separated not far away. This also made the faces of those wizards who originally wanted the phantom to move away. Sitting in his seat, his face was gloomy. Diggs, on the other hand, still watched quietly with a smile on his face. It seems that everyone has not done such irrational things again. I'm happy with that. Everyone didn't say a word, but their faces became more and more ugly. Trust me, as long as you don't do anything drastic, I will keep everyone safe. Despite Diggs' words, the crowd clearly did not mean to believe it. Everyone is not a fool, and instead of putting hope in others, it is better to think about how to save yourself. If it weren't for the inability to use the phantom migration, everyone would have left long ago. Seeing that everyone did not answer, Diggs did not care. Leaving the stage and returning to the dressing room. Sir, do you still want to collect their wands? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. The Black Robe asked respectfully. Diggs waved his hand. The magic array has been opened, no wizards can leave, and the magic array will continue to extract their magic power as it runs again. Now the important thing is to send a message to Dumbledore, the old fellow. Deal with it as soon as possible, and change later? Yes. Braun, what do we do now? Daphne asked with a pale face. There was nervousness in his expression. This is not an isolated case. The other little wizards were no better. No one thought that just coming to a concert would happen such a thing. I'll have to go find the professor. You guys help me cover up. Braun took a deep breath. There was no answer to Daphne's words. Instead, he lowered his body and moved slowly in the direction of the professor. Although several people did not understand what Braun was going to do, they did not refuse. Instead, they covered each other so that Braun could smoothly come to the front position. Braun's small movements naturally could not hide from the giants and wizards who were guarding. However, in their opinion, Braun, a student who has not yet become an adult, cannot turn over any storms. After observing it a few times, I didn't care. Most of their attention was still focused on the wizards sitting in other positions. As for these Hogwarts students, they don't think these students have any combat effectiveness. Also thanks to these people who did not take Braun seriously. This made him come to the professor's side without risk. Braun, what are you doing here? Snape asked in a dark voice. Professor, I have a way to leave. The clock was ticking. Braun picked things straight out. What, do you have a way? Snape cautiously glanced left and right and found that the people were not paying attention here. That's a sigh of relief. Just looking at Braun's eyes still revealed doubt. When I came to participate, I had a strong sense of danger in my heart, but I was a little uncertain. In order to ensure safety, I asked the house elves at home to bring the alchemy castle in advance. As long as I have the opportunity to climb the castle, I can guarantee the safety of all students. Braun said seriously. He wasn't lying, either. If there is a sufficient opportunity to climb the castle, these giants and wizards will face the powerful defense and attack power of the alchemy castle. It's nothing at all. The only thing to worry about right now, how to send everyone to the castle. Snape's expression was gloomy. If it is really what Braun said, then this plan is still promising. House elves are not affected by magic arrays, or that most wizards' magic is ineffective against them. Braun was awarded the Merlin Medal for this invention. Are you really sure that you can keep the students safe? Snape asked again. It's just that this time he looks a lot more serious. I'm sure, as long as everyone can climb the castle, then these people will not be able to break the attack of the castle at all. See Braun's eloquence. Snape didn't say anything even though he still had some doubts in his heart. Instead, he took a deep look at Braun and signaled to the other teachings. Although Braun did not understand what it meant. But Snape quickly replied. The professors agreed with Braun's plan. The premise is that Braun can protect the safety of the students as much as possible. Braun certainly has no problem with that. Braun, what did the professors say? Sabinai asked in a low voice impatiently. I asked DOM to bring the alchemy castle over in advance. I'll take you away later. The professors are responsible for creating chaos with other wizards. Several small snakes around looked happy, but before they could say anything, Braun spoke up again. Now is not the time to pay attention to the contradictions in the academy, Braun said solemnly to the little snakes around him. Let a few small snakes who originally had bad intentions have a heart. Understand that Braun is warning them. However, some of the careful thoughts in my heart have indeed been let go. No one wants to joke with their lives, especially when such an opportunity is only once. Also, these things are divided, one per person, and some people are not allowed to ask for more. Braun pulled out a package with some pain. This is the alchemy props he has accumulated over the years, and most of them are exchanged for Nick and other ghosts. Originally, he planned to open a special antique alchemy prop shop after accumulating more. Those pure-blood families like this kind of historical stuff. It's just a pity that the plan can't keep up with the changes. After comparison, it is better to look at the immediate situation first. Since he agreed to the professor, he must ensure the safety of the little wizards as much as possible. But there are always surprises. For this reason, it is especially important to add an insurance policy. Talisman props. Looking at such a large package of alchemy props with various talisman spells, several small snakes swallowed their saliva. A flash of greed flashed under his eyes, but soon this greed turned into admiration. So many alchemy props still have to be given to other little wizards for free. They don't have that much courage. Divide it and listen to my signal later. Braun whispered emphasis. The little snakes around also knew the current emergency, and no one refuted anything. Nor did they rush up to grab it. Instead, he cautiously took one casually and handed the bag to the next person. The little wizards of other academies also gradually learned about this under the transmission of the little snakes. It's just that everyone is very tacit, and did not speak, but quietly waited for the distribution and remained silent, until the package was once again transferred back into Braun's hands. He was relieved. He has done everything that should have been done, and whatever the final result he has done the best he can do. Even if a little wizard dies in the end, it can only be blamed for his bad life. Although Braun's movements on his side have become as small as possible. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. However, it still attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. What were you doing? A wizard approached cautiously. The wand in his hand was even raised. And this is like a signal. The professors who had already discussed nodded their heads in understanding. Then the spell struck the wizard who came over at the same time. Flame curse. Braun shouted. The little wizards, who had prepared in advance, subconsciously waved their wands. The flame spell is not a very powerful magic. Little wizards learned this spell in first grade. It can be said that everyone returns to the show. It's just that everyone doesn't understand why Braun would let everyone cast this spell. Zero ask for flowers. Vulcan opened the way. Watch countless flames flying in midair. Braun shouted waving his wand. I saw countless flames condensed together. Then it was like a fire god in battle armor. Rushed towards the group of guarding giants and wizards with irresistible force. Although they raised their wands as much as possible, it seemed useless in the face of such a huge magic. Not to mention those giants. Excellent magic resistance, although they are able to withstand the damage of the spell. But under this powerful magic, the magic resistance not only did not have the slightest use, but brought them pain. Under the scorching flames, the tall giants became burning men, wailing and running around. Other wizards naturally would not miss this good opportunity. Taking advantage of the chaos of the guards, they all used their own means. Rumble! The Vulcan slammed into the protective shield of the magic array, emitting a violent roar. But the effect is only to ripple the protective cover. But the next moment, there was another huge roar. The ground couldn't help but tremble. Vulcan has disappeared. However, a huge gap appeared in the position of the original protective cover. A huge castle more than 10 meters high revealed its traces. There was also a faint white smoke in the thick barrel, which filled the air with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Rush! Braun ran outside first. The surrounding students also followed behind excitedly. What happened? The huge shock not only excited the wizards who were originally waiting to die, it also made Diggs, who was originally in control, angry. The destruction of the magic array and the huge shouts of killing made his face ugly. Especially when they saw the little wizards who were constantly pouring into the castle, they were even more angry. You know, these little wizards are all chips he uses to blackmail Dangbada, if they all run away. What else did he threaten Dumbledore? When he thought of the cost of mission failure, he couldn't help but snort. At the same time, I also regretted why I was so careless. But now is not the time to think about this, the priority is to quickly catch these little wizards. Give it to me, get them, there is resistance to kill on the spot. Diggs said fiercely. He has always believed that the brain is more important than strength. So you won't kill unless necessary. But now, looking at these fleeing little wizards, he decided to use thunder means to make them understand who is the master here. Only if they are afraid, these guys will be honest. A group of black-robed wizards rushed out. After chanting in a low voice, they all grabbed a dagger and plunged it into their chests at the same time, as if they all had a tacit understanding. In a tooth-biting scream, a group of mantis-like monsters with scythes rushed towards these anti-970 wizards. Naturally, some of them rushed towards Braun and them. Hurry up! All hurry up! Braun unleashed spells while throwing alchemy items from time to time. But even so, it was only a slight barrier to the group of Void Sect members who had already sacrificed. Braun, who had long been an old rival with this group of people, knew that it was absolutely impossible to deal with so many guys by his own means. He gritted his teeth, took another bottle of energy potion. Once again, his eyes turned bloody, and a tall crow-headed giant also appeared behind him. Susanoo? This time, Susanoo was not as tall as the previous ones. It's only 3 meters tall, but the body is exceptionally solid. It's like a real person. The broad giant sword was held in its hand. Under Braun's control, he fought with the wizards of the Void Order. Under Braun's delay, the little wizards finally ascended the castle. And those adult wizards did not need Braun's orders to fight and retreat. It's just that compared to the smaller wizards, their state is obviously not so good. When facing the little wizards, these wizards are still a little left. But when dealing with these adult wizards, it can be said that there is no mercy at all. Many people have already hung up the lottery. Among them, another part of the wizard fell to the ground. DOM? Fire? Watch as enemies become more and more because of the attraction of these wizards. Braun said decisively. His own life is the most important, and he can't sit idly by and watch those enemies rush over. DOM, who received Braun's order, did not hesitate in the slightest. The giant cannons on the castle once again glowed with a pale blue light. Then, a loud roar fired a blue energy projectile. The wizards who originally rushed over changed color one after another, and they lay on the ground without thinking. The faces of those originally fierce giants and wizards of the Void Sect changed drastically. They all saw the explosion just now. Even the extremely defensive magic array can blast out a big hole. Not to mention their small size. It's just that in the face of the energy bombs that flew out, they couldn't dodge at all. It can only turn into a stump and a broken arm in the sound of explosions. Braun roll. Diggs, who was originally in command, apparently discovered who the source of this turmoil was. Looking at Braun gritted his teeth even more. He admitted that he was careless. I thought that although this child who was only 13 years old had a strong talent in alchemy, he could not do anything in the magic array. So there is not much attention either. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Only waiting to take the Deathly Hallows from Dumbledore, he took the other party away and became the exclusive alchemist of the sect. Unexpectedly, it was because of his own carelessness that the other party destroyed his plan like this. I must kill you. The magic array was broken, and his men suffered heavy losses. Even if he fled here and returned to the sect, he would definitely suffer a great punishment. Instead of that, it's better to die with this guy. Thinking about this, his eyes revealed a fierceness. And those black-robed wizards also seemed to know each other's intentions. The monsters that had turned into the form of praying mantis began to buy time for Diggs as much time as possible. Greatness from dreams? You are the master of nightmares, the death sickle that harvests souls. As he chanted, a dry finger appeared in Diggs' hand. He raised his wand and cut off his little finger 0. Ignoring the gushing blood, he pressed his dry fingers on it. I don't know whether it's chance or the moisturization of blood. The originally dry fingers gradually regained their vitality. It came alive. And Diggs's body also began to show strange changes. Strange wings, sickle-like arms. Braun naturally couldn't sit idly by and watch the other party's changes. Alchemy Castle full power startup. Energy cannon after cannon. But under the obstruction of those black-robed wizards who were not afraid of death, they still did not have much impact on Diggs. So much so that Braun became irritable. Use that. Braun's eyes were red and fierce. Yes, master. Fiend by Braun's expression at the moment, DOM, quickly agreed. Along with his operation, a huge roar sounded throughout the castle. The thick smoke of steam makes people feel like they are in a fog. A huge exaggerated cannon replaced the original muzzle. Unlike the energy bomb just now, this is a cannonball with various patterns engraved on the surface, accompanied by the charging of the barrel. The color of the shell gradually emitted a faint red light. This is Braun's masterpiece. A unique metal material obtained from Check-in is paired with dragon alchemy. 1.5 also uses some muggle shell-making techniques. It is also the most powerful weapon in the entire castle. If it weren't for the threat given to him by Diggs on the other side, he would never have used this untested weapon, because he can't guarantee how powerful it will be. With the full power of the castle running, the colors of the shells also became more and more vivid. Just when it finally reached the top of the charge, Diggs also fulfilled his call. It was as if a powerful consciousness had descended here. Launch. Braun roared. Bright red shells emitted a deafening roar. In Braun's roar, he rushed forward to finish the huge arm found from the ground. Boom. The deafening blasting sound made the ears of everyone present instantly deaf. The dazzling light makes the original darkness like daylight. Vaguely, Braun seemed to hear an unwilling roar, but soon this roar was overshadowed by an even stronger wave. When the sight was restored, there was no Diggs in place. Even the stage that had been set up had disappeared. A huge hole appeared in the place where the stage was originally staged, and the surrounding magic array was even more broken at the moment. But fortunately, there is a magic array as a countermeasure. This saved the surrounding buildings. It was only slightly impacted by the loud sound and slightly damaged. Otherwise, with the power just now, the surrounding shops may suffer. The little wizard hiding in the castle obviously saw the shocking scene in front of him. Especially the huge pothole shocked them. I didn't come to my senses for a while. DOM, take control of the castle and go to Hogwarts. 09. Braun said calmly. It's just that deep down it is also a heartfelt shock. The explosion just now shocked not only the little wizards around him, but also all the shocks he received. This is the first time he has used this shell. I didn't think that I would give him such a big surprise as soon as I came up. Perhaps the damage power of this explosion is no less than that of ordinary missiles? And there are quite a few of the own warehouses of metals like the ones that make such shells. There are even many stronger ones. If you give him time. The thought that he could create a more powerful weapon made his heart get excited. There has always been an inexplicable pressure in his heart. Most of this pressure came from the Void Sect. But there are also quite a few Muggle sides. The human government of Amelia has a precedent of using mushroom bombs to clean up wizards. Although the continent is obviously much more tolerant. But who knows what it will look like in the future. He didn't think wizards would be Muggles' opponents. At that time, even with the ability of magic, you can escape the hunt. But after that, living in exile? Compared to that kind of life, he wants to have enough strength. Take your own destiny into your own hands. Accompanied by the roar of steam, the alchemy castle moved in the direction of Hogwarts. Everyone just feel free to rest, it's okay now. A few words of comfort to the students who looked like frightened rabbits. It's just that the effect doesn't look very good. Obviously, the shocking scene just now still made them unable to react. Almec, get everyone some hot cocoa, Braun said lightly, and a fire snake also emerged from the fireplace. After respectfully agreeing, cups of hot cocoa flew into the hands of each little wizard. Perhaps it was the fire snake in front of them and the hot cocoa that flew that caught their attention. So much so that they began to discuss the decorations in the castle, and some even tentatively sat down on the sofa. The atmosphere was not as serious as it was just now. Professor, are you all right? Braun asked as he walked around the corner. The deans of all 4 academies sit here. It's just that his face is still a little pale. When they fought against those void sects, they were under a lot of pressure, and they withstood many attacks so that the little wizards could ascend to the alchemy castle along the forest. Snape didn't speak, just looked at Braun with some surprise in his gaze. It seemed that he hadn't thought about this little wizard he had always thought should shine in potions. He actually has such a great talent in alchemy. Don't worry, this is nothing to us. What happened to the other students? Professor McGonagall asked seriously. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Just now, the attention of several of them was focused on the people of the Void Sect, so they were not very clear about the situation of the students. Only a few people suffered minor injuries. Braun spoke. Professor McGonagall was relieved by this result. As long as no one dies, say nothing more immediately. After drinking the medicine, he rested silently. Instead, Professor Flitwick was more interested in castles. Dragged Braun around the castle. Alas, my dream back then was also to become an alchemist, but it's a pity that alchemy is too expensive. Professor Flitwick reluctantly stroked the castle, sighing twice from time to time. Braun was still thinking of saying something, but he was attracted by the sudden appearance of Almec, the spirit of the castle. The host? There were other wizards running towards the outside, followed by numerous dementors. Other wizards. Braun's brow furrowed. Could it be a wanted criminal by the Ministry of Magic? Professor, let's go. How long do we have to run? Ron asked with a gasp. From time to time, he looked behind those dementors with fear in his eyes. Originally, they planned to use a flying broom to escape here. It's a pity that these dementors didn't stop them halfway through. So only 383 was able to use the Patronus spell and fight and retreat. Finally escape school. However, the consumption of using the Patronus spell all the time is very large. Not to mention the dementors. If this continues, perhaps they will be caught by these dementors before they reach Hogsmeade. Thinking of what Professor Lupin said in class, the soul-sucking dementor kiss, Ron couldn't help but tremble. Hold on a little longer, Hogsmeade will be almost there. Lupin gasped. He is under even more pressure. If not for the firm conviction in the heart, maybe it won't be able to support it now. Look at his Patronus, who has become a little grey. Lupin was secretly anxious. If he continued like this, he would definitely not be able to hold on to Hogsmeade. Rumble. Rumble. Airplanes. The sound of mechanical friction and the roar of steam attracted the attention of 3 people. I saw an exaggerated-looking castle striding towards them. The huge searchlight resembles the eyes of a monster, greedy looking around his own food. This cast a shadow on the hearts of the 3 of them. Professor Lupin. A voice that seemed astonished came from the castle. The 3 looked and saw a teenager standing in the position of the tower. Braun. Roar? Lupin shouted incredulously. Harry and Ron were not much better. This huge castle in front of you is Braun's? Didn't you go to the show? And other professors that? Lupin couldn't help but ask. There were too many doubts in his mind at the moment. But Braun smiled. Professor, let's solve your troubles first. Looking at the dementors behind Lupin, Braun spoke. Lupin looked behind him and nodded hesitantly. Now is really not the time to ask about those things. The priority is to quickly solve these dementors. But can it be solved? Without waiting for Lupin to wonder, I saw a huge barrel facing me. The huge sense of crisis made him stiffen. Not to mention Ron and Harry beside him. Even so frightened that even the Patronus could not sustain it. And this also made the 2 people desperate in their hearts. You must know that behind them are dementors? Without the guardian spirit, I can't deal with those dementors at all. The disappearance of the Patronus would have been a good thing for the dementors. It's just that at this moment, they did not feel happy in their hearts, but a burst of fear emerged. Although they are dark creatures, they still have that mind. The huge sense of crisis made them unable to care about the 3 humans in front of them at all. I just want to escape this dangerous place without looking back. It's a pity that when Braun appeared here, the end was already predetermined. Rumble, accompanied by a dazzling white light. A beam of light flew from the barrel. All the dementors who were swept away did not even have time to wail, and they burned in the white light and turned into black ash. When the white light swept by, only a layer of black ash remained in place. Wheo! Standing in place, Lupin couldn't help but weaken his legs when he looked at the tragic situation of the dementors behind him, but fortunately he reacted in time so that he didn't make an ugly appearance. However, when he looked at the strange castle in front of him, he was more and more frightened. That force is simply too powerful. He couldn't even believe what the consequences would be if that beam hit him. Maybe it'll end up the same as those dementors. Lupin thought to himself. Okay, the crisis is over, you guys come up quickly. Braun said with a smile. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Well, the 3 people naturally supported each other without saying a word and boarded the castle. After entering, I was also struck by the inner decoration. It's so luxurious. If you didn't know that this is a moving castle, they also thought they had come to the palace of some nobleman. Ron? Harry? Here you are? Merlin bless? Fortunately, you guys are okay. As soon as the 2 entered the castle, they were surrounded by little lions. He talked about what had just happened at Hogsmeade. The words are filled with adoration of Braun. It also let Ron and Harry know why they came to the castle. You say this is Braun's alchemy castle. Harry's expression revealed disbelief. Although he had seen the photo in the Daily Prophet. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. But compared to the real thing, the gap is still too big. Of course. Harry, you didn't see it then. Braun makes their house elves fire cannonballs, so handsome, and the power is also very powerful, directly blast out a big pit. That digs must not even have scum left. Once again, everyone began to discuss it. Only Harry and Ron continued to stand in place and doubt life. So, the school is also occupied by dementors. Braun couldn't help but ask. Lupin, on the other hand, let out a long sigh. The faces of the professors around were not very good looking. Who would have thought that Diggs, a harmless guy from humans and animals, was hiding so deeply? It's not just about catching them all. It has long been planted nails in schools. Taking advantage of their departure with the principal, they directly put a large number of dementors into the school. Fortunately, Braun was more astute and brought the alchemy castle over. No, it turned out to be unimaginable. Professor, shall we go back to school directly? Looking at the campus in front of him, Braun asked Professor McGonagall. I've already contacted the principal. He should be there soon. Let's wait in the castle. Although she would love to get these filthy things out of Hogwarts as soon as possible. But now it's more important to keep students safe. When the headmaster returns, even if there are more dementors, it is not worth mentioning. Do you want to clean up the castle's holy light bombs? Braun suggested. It will only be effective against dark creatures, and will not accidentally injure buildings and the like. Professor McGonagall looked a little moved. After all, it is also good to be able to get rid of these dementors as soon as possible. Are you really sure, Braun? Professor McGonagall asked seriously. Don't worry, Professor, absolutely no problem. Seeing that Professor McGonagall agreed, Braun's face showed a bright smile. Even ordered Almac to continue using the holy light bullet just now to clean up the Dementors in the castle. Get orders. The castle lit up again, Shano good, and lit up. Stout barrels stick out from the castle. Aim in the direction of Hogwarts, before the Dementors could react. One white light after another began to sweep across the campus. Like a hot knife cutting into butter, one after another Dementors wailed and died. The remaining Dementors who were still alive saw the miserable situation of their companions, and without thinking, they rushed in the direction of the teleportation array. Unfortunately, most of them were shrouded in light before they arrived, turning into clouds of black and grey. Hogwarts was attacked. Dumbledore, who was watching the white light raging from afar, looked furious. After receiving the news from Professor McGonagall, the vice president, he rushed here as quickly as possible, in order to ensure the safety equipment of the students. But now it seems that he is still a step away. Thinking of this, he felt even more angry in his heart. Vulcan opened the way, accompanied by the waving of Dumbledore's wand. The magic in the air seemed to riot. Half the skies dyed red. Like a shooting star, it flew straight towards the Alchemy castle. Finally finished cleaning up. Looking through the telescope, the Dementors in the castle were cleaned up. Only a cloud of black powder remained in place. Just as he was about to go back and share the good news, a sense of crisis came to mind. I saw a huge fireball in the sky in the distance, flying towards himself or his alchemy castle. The vast momentum made his soul tremble a little. Activate the shield with all your might. Braun shouted. There is no longer the usual polite look. Countless barrels contracted instantly. The surface of the castle is lit with a faint light. Then a bronzed shield wrapped the entire castle. Braun thought about defense at the beginning of the construction of the castle. Or attack is not the most powerful place in Alchemy Castle 343. As a wizard who cherishes life, his first priority is to ensure his safety. With the appearance of bronzed shields, layer after layer of protective shields lit up on the surface of the castle. It wraps the entire castle like a Matryoshka doll. And at this time, the huge flame finally arrived. Bang! The crystallized flames that scorched the earth were helpless in front of this castle wrapped in a thicker than a turtle's shell. After breaking the outermost layers of shields, in the end, he couldn't help but stop. Stalemate with the shield. And at this time, Braun finally saw this flame clearly. Headmaster Dumbledore. He couldn't help but exclaim. Look at the other party's vows to give up. Thinking about his own behavior in the castle just now, he instantly understood the reason why the other party did this. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a wry smile. I was misunderstood by the other party? But the most important thing now is to stop this old bee. Dumbledore, who had planned to continue to increase his magic, couldn't help but hesitate when he heard the somewhat familiar voice in the castle. Even magic is much weaker. Headmaster, I'm Braun. This is my alchemy castle, Braun. Listening to this familiar business, Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, I saw a teenager standing on the lookout of the castle. And not only him, but also McGonagall, the school's vice principal, and several other professors. At this moment, even Dumbledore knew that he was making trouble. The old face couldn't help but blush, becoming a little embarrassed. The magic was also dispersed. Seeing this crazy old man finally calmed down, Braun was also relieved and quickly closed the protective cover. Although he was confident that Dunhy would not break the castle's defenses so easily. But I'm not ready to try it myself. After all, these defensive magic were carefully carved by him one by one. Breaking the shield will also cause damage to the magic array. He didn't want to destroy all these magic arrays in order to test the castle's defenses. With the disappearance of the shield, Braun and the others also appeared in front of Dumbledore more clearly. This also made Dumbledore, who was still a little wary in his heart, completely let down his guard. Controlled himself and flew over. I'll just say that Nico, that guy is right. You are very talented in alchemy, AJBF. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. The magic array can resist my magic? Dumbledore said with a slight exaggeration. Braun, on the other hand, quietly watched Dumbledore's performance. He's not stupid. Isn't this praise to save the face of his principal? You can't admit that you made a fuss. See, Braun doesn't eat this set. Dumbledore coughed twice in embarrassment. So what's going on? Why did even the alchemy castle come out? Professor McGonagall heard Dumbledore ask. He also hurriedly stepped forward to tell the cause and consequence. And Dumbledore's expression became more and more serious. I really didn't think that so many things would happen. Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But soon the attention was on the alchemy castle in front of him. An alchemy castle capable of crushing the summoned evil gods. Such a powerful castle is enough to become a weapon of war, if it can be equipped on a large scale. Dumbledore's mind could already imagine that shocking picture. What's that shell? Dumbledore looked at Braun with fiery eyes. I call him the Destroyer. Braun introduced for a moment. I combine the two alchemical circuits of decomposition and annihilation in alchemy. At the same time, there is Muggle shell dynamics plus demon refining gold. Braun spoke excitedly. But listen, Dumbledore called a halt. His specialty is not alchemy, and after he can understand it at first, it becomes a little cloudy. Just tell me how long it will take for this shell to cost. Well, 100,000 galleons, plus if I carve the magic array myself, it's almost a month. Hiss. The professors around couldn't help it. 100,000 galleons. That's no small amount. There may be wizards who have never seen so much money in their lives, but after thinking about the effect of this shell, the professors stopped talking. Although the cost is large, the effect is just as good. Dumbledore was not as shocked as the professors around him. 100,000 galleons is somewhat expensive, but it is still acceptable. The only thing that made him frown was time. It takes a month for one shell. It seems that if you want to equip on a large scale, you have a long way to go, but there is no shortage of hope. The most important thing at present is this castle. But now is not the time to care about the castle. The most important thing to do now should be to clean up the aftermath. Early in the morning, the little wizards all came out of the alchemy castle. The things that had been energized yesterday made them a little exhausted. Whether it was that fight with Diggs or cleaning up the Dementors, it kept their spirits tense. In the castle, I just barely closed my eyes and rested for a while. So much so that now all of them are sleepy-eyed. But when I saw the school in front of me, they were all relieved again. They all returned to the lounge under the leadership of the prefect. It should be the reason why Braun cleaned up in time yesterday. The professors at the school were not only a little frightened. It didn't hurt much. After helping clean up the campus, Braun had planned to leave with the other little wizards. But he was stopped by Dumbledore. "Ha, are you looking for me for something, Professor?" Braun sipped his coffee and said with a sigh. Braun, who had gone through 2 battles and helped clean up the campus compared to the other little wizards, was noticeably more tired. "I wanted to ask you about this castle," Dumbledore said straight to the point. "About the castle?" Braun frowned. "Do you have any plans to sell the alchemy drawings of the castle?" As if afraid of Braun's refusal, Dumbledore added, "If you want, I will also pay a price that you are satisfied with. I don't lack Professor Garin." He didn't want to sell the drawings of the alchemy castle just like that. Although even if they give drawings to other alchemists, they can't create an alchemy castle as powerful as themselves. Although I don't object to other people's manufacturing, I don't want it to spread so wantonly. His original plan was to wait until he actually figured it out. Build your own factory specializing in the production of alchemy castles for sale. This ensures that the technology is completely in your own hands. At the same time, it can also ensure its own technical advantages. This is also the path chosen by most wizarding families in the wizarding world. What business is the most profitable? Monopolize? So Dumbledore's proposal was not quite in his interest. Seeing that Dumbledore did not seem to be dead, Braun did not continue to push back, so as to avoid the other party continuing to have some unrealistic illusions. "Professor, do you think that with such an alchemy formula, I will set up my own factory to sell the finished product? Or a hammer to sell alchemy drawings, that? I acknowledge the righteousness of those wizarding worlds, and for this I am willing to donate money and supplies, and even give a batch of alchemy castles for free if needed. But the wizarding world also has to respect my knowledge? This is the power that the Wizarding Federation has made clear. The intellectual property of the wizard is sacred and inviolable," Braun said seriously. Dumbledore, who was originally ready to emphasize how important the alchemy castle was, could not help but be speechless. Is Braun wrong? That's right. Even if he were to change it, he would do it. I was impulsive. Dumbledore sighed. I am indeed a little anxious. Perhaps it was the previous successful cooperation that gave him an illusion. He thought Braun would not refuse his request. But now it seems that things have changed. In the past, the child who needed school shelter to ensure that his interests were not harmed by the Ministry of Magic. Now there is a power that the Ministry of Magic cannot ignore. The request made by myself is indeed excessive. Watching Dumbledore leave disappointed, Braun was expressionless, although he used the shelter of the school. But again, the benefits are not given to the school. The two sides are inherently equal in partnership. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Even the Ministry of Magic took the initiative to give away a lot of benefits. At that time, he couldn't help. Who made him weak? But now it's different. He has the power to protect himself. Even the Ministry of Magic would not ignore his voice. Naturally, he will not continue to make compromises. What is learning magic for? He agreed with protecting the wizarding world. But this cannot be done by selling out his interests. He can take the initiative to give, but you can't ask for it when he doesn't give it. These are two different things. Maybe after today has passed, Dumbledore was able to truly formalize himself, rather than treating him as a student who could handle it. Big news? Big news? Warren Diggs, a famous French singer and recipient of the Order of the Plantagenet 3rd degree, is actually the leader of the Dark Wizards. At the train station, a newsboy shouted with a newspaper. There are many newsboys like this. Most of them are some squibs or magic weaks. Not every wizard has the ability to send children to Muggle society homes. Some of them were sent to orphanages or abandoned to live alone. And newsboys are their main occupation. Sometimes, the wizarding world isn't always so rosy. The newsboy's shouting attracted the attention of many wizards. They all pulled out Nat and prepared to buy one. Sir, the latest Daily Prophet, do you need it? The boy's gaze towards Braun revealed envy. However, Kazu quickly hid and asked respectfully. Of course. Braun handed over a Seiko. Without waiting for the other party to find money, he waved his hand. The rest is for you as a tip. Regardless of the other party's gratitude, he left with the suitcase. The day after the concert that day, The little wizards were all picked up by their parents after some rest. The school did not block it, but contacted the Hogwarts Express to send the students home as soon as possible. After all, no one can guarantee whether there is anything left by Diggs in the school. It's quite a great description of me. Looking at the praise of himself in the newspaper, Braun couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. The efficiency of the Daily Prophet is naturally not slow. Or maybe the movement that day was too big. The huge explosion and magic fluctuations naturally could not escape the eyes of the Ministry of Magic. A large number of aurors quickly assembled after Braun and they left. Naturally, things emerged. However, the Ministry of Magic did not use anything other than condemning France. However, Braun felt that this should be fudged, did not want to make a big deal. After all, the election is imminent, and appeasing the people at home is the most important thing. It should be right here. Looking at the New World laundry room in front of him, Braun checked the address again and confirmed that there was no problem, and then walked over. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Lovegood appeared outside the laundry room with a bright smile. Braun was not surprised. I have invested in the stake, singing for so long, and I have never seen it in person. The reason why I came here today is also an invitation from Lovegood. I said I wanted to do an interview with myself. Braun himself also had the intention of going to inspect it, so the two sides also hit it off. No Muggle protection charms are cast here. Braun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Entering the laundry room, Braun did not feel any magic breath. It is even said that this is an ordinary laundry room 193. Dozens of washing machines are placed against the wall, and there are special coin slots on the side. There is also a smell of laundry detergent in the air. Newspapers don't use that big space, and we usually need to buy some Muggle items, which can also save money. Mr. Lovegood looked a little nervous. Whoever makes his boss a pureblood, he doesn't know if his behavior will make the other party feel disrespectful. After all, pureblood's contempt for Muggles is deep in their minds. Don't be so nervous, Mr. Lovegood. I don't have much prejudice against Muggles. Kindness. Or that I don't discriminate against them, Braun said with a smile. Lovegood also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. Over here, Braun. Lovegood pushed open the door to a conference room. Inside, large and small workstations fill the room. Although it is only morning, there are already quite a few employees at the workstation. Editor-in-chief. Several employees saw Lovegood come in and quickly got up to say hello. There was just some curiosity in his gaze towards Braun. This is Mr. Braun Roll, the majority shareholder of our newspaper. Alchemy genius in the wizarding world and recipient of the Order of Merlin. I think you've heard his name. After such a reminder from Lovegood, everyone suddenly understood the identity of the young man in front of them. There was also more and more respect in his eyes. As a member of the wizarding world, Braun Roll's name was naturally heard. This is a genius that has gained fame in recent years. Although he was only in his 3rd grade, he had already accomplished some things that wizards could not accomplish in a lifetime. And the battle at Hogsmeade a few days ago is also said to have been caused by the other party's control of the alchemy machinery. They had all seen that horrible pit. Mr. Roar. Meeting everyone's respectful gaze, Braun nodded slightly. Let's do an exclusive interview first, and then talk about the development of the newspaper during this time. Several members of the newspaper could not agree. Quickly set up the camera, took out a pen and paper to prepare for recording. Braun, on the other hand, sat unceremoniously in the position of editor-in-chief and answered questions from his resignation. Really? The boss brought another strange guy. Catherine muttered to herself as she looked at the back of Lovegood and Braun leaving. But soon, attention was on the TV overhead. Start happily chasing dramas and touching fish. She is a clerk in the New World Laundry. Well, the only clerk. The daily thing to do is mop the floor in the morning, help customers with laundry detergent and clean after work. The work is very easy. After all, every washing machine has a coin slot, so she doesn't need to manage the money. And the boss is also very accommodating, or rather not at all. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. He spent all day in the office dressed in fancy clothes with his group of fox friends, and he was known as founding a magazine. But she also sneaked up on it once, and the so-called magazine content was something that an 8-year-old didn't believe. What lake is there a monster? Where are there magical creatures? And what crisis has the wizarding world encountered? This kind of cliché stuff science fiction magazines don't write about anymore. Now the world is popular with superpowers. Who still plays magic? Catherine felt that the boss's magazine was completely self-hilarious, or she would not have seen him sell for so long. If it weren't for the worry that one day this boss would have a brain pump, sold the laundry room and changed it into a magazine agency, making her lose her job. She won't care so much about who the boss brings there every day. Isn't it fragrant to touch the fish with peace of mind? Just when she was chasing the drama while applying nail polish over and over again, the doorbell rang. Welcome. This is the New World Laundry, and we provide dry cleaning here. As she spoke, Catherine's smile gradually became frightened. I saw 2 black men with pistols walk in. From time to time, he looked around nervously, and at the same time did not forget to force Catherine to hand over all the money. Sorry sir. There is no money at the counter. Here is the self-service laundry. The money is in the washing machine. Catherine said with a sad face. Such robberies are not uncommon in England. It's just that Catherine didn't think that she was so unlucky that she could meet in the laundry room. Are these robbers poor and crazy? Big brother, it seems that there is really no money here. Xiao Hei on the left looked at the cash register and found that it was empty, and said helplessly to De Hei next to him, "Stupid, won't you let her give us the keys?" De Hei was a slap in the face. "Oh." Xiao Hei nodded quickly. He looked at Catherine again. "Hurry up and give us the keys. The keys are in the owner's? I'm just a waiter. Where is the boss? Boss 2.2 in that room. Look at the guns that fill the entire table in front of you." Braun couldn't help but get excited. He had plans to study firearms before. It's like your own Kungunir. Adding an alchemy matrix is enough to transform it into a more powerful weapon. It's a pity that I haven't been able to buy it for many reasons. At this moment, seeing so many weapons, I was still very excited in my heart for a while. Most of these are automatic weapons, which are legally bought in weapons stores. Lovegood explained from the sidelines. "I think our newspaper should have an issue dedicated to Muggle weapons. In this way, wizarding doors in the wizarding world can know more about Muggles." Braun said seriously. Today's wizarding world is not only capable of understanding the Muggle world by Muggle-born wizards. Those little wizards who were born from the wizarding world had no idea how far the Muggle world had developed now, and such a resting end can only usher in destruction. Of course. Lovegood readily agreed. The two were about to chat about the details. The door was slammed open. "Robbery? Hand over the keys and money?" The two blacks raised their small pistols and shouted arrogantly. It's just that the scene after entering the door surprised the two of them. "No fear, no crying. Some are just a table full of automatic weapons and grenades," even said. "And RPG bazooka? Is it really the laundry room that you robbed yourself, not the gangster lair?" Glancing at the weapons these men were holding. "Look at the small pistol in your hand." The 209 robbers, who were originally cruel, instantly showed the brightest smile in their lives. They bared their big white teeth, as if afraid that others would not know how friendly they were. "What we mean is that if there are robbers who do this, they must not dare to rob your eldest brother," the two little black sycophants said flatteringly. "At the same time, do not forget to put your small pistol on the ground respectfully. Turn around and want to leave. Slow down," Braun said lazily, accompanied by the sound of being loaded. The two turned around and almost cried in fear. "But do not dare to disobey." I could only honestly turn around and barely show a smile. "Several, how many big brothers, what else is going on?" Watching the grenades that kept being thrown up and down in Braun's hands, I was terrified. It seems that he is afraid that the other party will throw the thing over in the next second. "Don't worry, I won't throw it." Before the two blacks could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard Braun's cruel voice. "This thing is still very quiet and easy to blow up the door, or automatic rifles are good to use, that is, it leaves some holes in your body." Two blacks. They don't even want to have holes? Faint. He waved his wand and did not wait for the two men to beg for mercy, but was knocked unconscious by Braun. He was then put into a pocket where Braun had applied a traceless telescopic spell. "Find two people to sell, the auction recently is quite out of stock." Braun casually handed his pocket to Lovegood. The other party was stunned and didn't say anything more. As an editor-in-chief who deals with the news all day, he naturally knows the secrets that many ordinary wizards in the wizarding world do not understand. It's like this slave trade. In fact, there are a lot of people doing it. He didn't feel too cruel about Braun's actions. After all, it was these two muggles who wanted to rob them. Then being captured and sold as a slave cannot complain about anyone else. "I'll go enlighten the muggle clerk." Lovegood spoke up. Braun didn't care, nodded and let the other party leave. "The boss won't be fine, he hasn't come out for so long, maybe he has been killed. I shouldn't have been raped first and then killed." At the counter, Catherine was tied up against the wall. The eyes revealed despair. Suddenly, the sound of the office door opening made her shiver. She was already able to think about her next tragic fate. "I'm still a student. Can it be lighter? Also, take security measures?" Catherine shouted in horror. "When I opened my eyes, I realized that the people who came were not the two little blacks. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. On the contrary, it is his own boss. Mr. Lovegood, those two robbers. It's all right, I had a cordial exchange with them. After that they left through the back door," Lovegood said with a bright smile. Although Catherine didn't know what happened, she also felt in her heart that it would not be as simple as her boss said. But she didn't plan to get to the bottom of it. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. "Well, today you are also scared lightly, hurry home to rest, and go to work normally tomorrow. Help untie the rope," Lovegood said with a smile. And Catherine did not refute and left in fear. Today's events really scared her a lot. Naturally, she no longer thinks about going to work today, and she just wants to rest well. Things settled. Solved. That girl is very smart and didn't ask more, Lovegood replied with a smile. Braun didn't care either. "By the way, Braun, do you have any plans for the summer vacation?" "Intend?" Braun was stunned for a moment. Although he had been on vacation for several days, he had not yet thought about what he was going to do. Germany's Iron Cross has not yet been issued. Originally, his plan was to stay at home and continue alchemy. Now look at Lovegood's meaning. It seems that he wants to invite himself somewhere. Seeing the doubt in Braun's eyes 170, Lovegood did not hide it. "That's right, our newspaper office plans to go to the Black Continent this summer. Look for vine elephants in the tropical jade forest there. By the way, I also took Luna on a tour, so wanted to ask if you have time." Black Continent, vine elephant. He had never heard of such a creature as Tangxiang. This is a magical creature that a book friend from the Black Continent wrote to tell us. It is a semi-plant living body. This creature is said to be immune to disease, and many readers are interested in this creature. That's why we plan to go to the rainforest of the Black Continent. Lovegood explained. Braun nodded abruptly, looking a little hesitant. Okay, about what time to go? There is still some time to go to the award ceremony. His heart was also curious about the vine elephant in Lovegood's mouth. Just take advantage of this time to pass and take a look. Even if you can't find it, it's nothing to think of, and there's nothing to lose anyway. Seeing Braun agree, Lovegood also showed a bright smile. It's tomorrow? I guarantee that you will never regret your choice. Braun packed his bags early in the morning. Of course, if you want to say that it is luggage, there are not many things. Except for a few essential items, there is nothing. For this trip to the Black Continent, Braun still has some expectations in his heart. After saying goodbye to the servants at home, he left home via Flo, Sing the Contrarian newspaper. Accompanied by a green flame, Braun's figure disappeared. Amelia. A luxurious room. Several old men looked slightly serious. Diggs is dead. The mission of the Deathly Hallows failed. One of the old women sighed. We can't wait like this any longer. How can my lord be revived if we continue like this? One of the old men said angrily. We should go to war. Those muggles have long been infiltrated by us. Wizards can't resist us. But that would be exposed. Listen to the quarrel of the crowd. The high priest, who sat at the top, was silent. No one knew what was going on in his mind. All right. All quiet. It wasn't too loud, but it made everyone who was arguing stop. Another lord is resuscitated. This time we have to successfully summon it. The mission is given to the Nightmare Scythe. This time, no more failures allowed. The grumpy old man sitting on the left was agitated. Gloomy, he lowered his head and did not dare to look at the old man's gaze. Next, you have to speed things up. All the sects in the order must act as soon as possible. The Nordic side is the area in charge of the Tooth of Gluttony. Infiltrate Durmstrang as soon as possible. Also, let Voldemort act as soon as possible. Cause as much chaos as possible in the wizarding world. Let the Muggle world know as much as possible about these things. Yes. Everyone respectfully agreed. No one had any objection to the old man, as if everything seemed so taken for granted. A new era. It's coming soon. The old man murmured, while the eyes of the others revealed longing. We're going by boat. Looking at the cruise ship at the dock, Braun frowned. Taking a boat ride from here to the Black Continent is not a good experience. Especially since this is a Muggle ship. There will be a lot of inconvenience in it. Well, this ticket was given by that reader. And then I have to write some travelogues on the way. Lovegood said awkwardly. Seeing this, Braun was not good to say anything more. After all, Luna on the side did not make a sound. Naturally, he was not good to say anything. Then let's go. Carrying his luggage, he followed Lovegood towards the cruise ship. When the check-in was over, everyone came to their cabin. This reader seems to be relatively rich. The ticket bought for them is also a suite. So they don't have to huddle underneath like everyone else. Endure musty smell and dampness. This was Braun's first time on a boat, and he was a little excited. How about Luna go to the deck? Braun suggested. Although the view from the suite is also relatively good. But he still wanted to go around the deck. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Okay. It seems like I haven't been out for a long time. It could be seen that Luna also seemed very excited. Two people came to the deck. Many tourists stand here to watch the scenery. The salty and wet smell of the sea is accompanied by the sea breeze blowing to everyone's nose. The sun is shining and the seagulls are flying with the sails. The two people walked around curiously, but no one took these two children to heart. How about going fishing? Braun suggested. In the corner of the cruise ship, several passengers are holding fishing rods and chatting while fishing. It looks very leisurely. Luna thought about it and thought it was good. Sir, can I borrow your fishing rod? My friend and I wanted to give it a try. Braun asked aloud. Fishing? Will you too, Bub? The man turned his head in surprise, but still handed over the fishing rod in his hand. Of course, I'm still very experienced. Braun said seriously. He signed a lot of skills. Fishing is naturally among them. It's just that the man didn't take it seriously, and praised it as if amused. Then he started chatting with his friends. Stephen, this journey is a mistake. You can't find the so-called shore. The one who spoke was a big black man who looked a little impatient and complained to the man who had just handed Braun the fishing rod. I'm sure, Cooper. Trust me, this will be an important part of my career. As long as this documentary can be made successfully, I was able to truly become a tenured professor at Taurus University. Help my brother. Only of my friends has experience in war photography. The man said pleadingly. Big Black Cooper sighed. Well, only once. If we don't find it, leave quickly. Stephen was relieved. There was gratitude in his eyes. It's just that Cooper doesn't have the heart to care about this. When Stephen found him, he had a faint sense of foreboding in his heart. If it wasn't for the other party's strong request, he would definitely not come over to help. He trusted his keen instincts more than the comfort of the other party. If it weren't for this outrageous intuition, he, Li Lihao, would not have been able to serve as a war correspondent for more than 10 years. You must know that most of the people who were his contemporaries had already returned to the Lord's arms, and even the few who survived had changed careers. Only he persisted for more than 10 years, just as he was immersed in his sixth sense. An exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Merlin? 3 fish? Braun, how did you do it? Luna shouted excitedly. I saw 3 fish hanging from Braun's hook. And it's also more hooked than the usual kind of wastewater. It's a fish biting the hook. The remaining 2 fish bite the tail of the hooked fish. This peculiar scene made Cooper and Stephen, who were still watching the excitement, also startled. Can this fish still be fished like this? 3 salmon. You're out of luck. I looked at the bucket that I had fished for half an hour without a fart. Look at the 3 salmon bouncing alive in Braun's bucket. There was some complexity in Stephen's eyes. I'm just good at technology, Braun said immodestly. After all, he relied on the talent of the Beast Whisperer and the talent of the fishing master to succeed. Pure technology. Look at this nonsense child in front of him. Stephen couldn't help but feel a little funny. I don't know if his companion promised to make him feel a lot better. At this moment, I also had the intention to chat with Braun. Child, you also went to the Black Continent? There's nothing fun there. We were traveling over there. My friend's father, an editor-in-chief, was going to the rainforest in search of a mysterious creature. Braun said casually. There is nothing to hide at this point. It's just that this editor-in-chief is the editor-in-chief of the Wizarding magazine. Editor-in-chief. Stephen was slightly surprised. As the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, he still has a status in society. You guys. Braun flicked the rod and hooked another fish. It's just that this time it's not as shocking as just now. Just a separate one. 287, only this time it's cod. Our purpose is similar to yours. Stephen laughed. We were going to make a documentary about the Shur in the primitive tribes. Have you heard of it? Braun shook his head. How did he know what the hell was the Shur? There are quite a few natives of the Black Continent. The Shur are a race that uses man-eating snakes as their totem. It is also one of the oldest races in the entire Black Continent. For the next half or so hour, Braun spent almost all of the time listening to the other party's story. If Luna hadn't been interested in the story that Muggle told, he had long since left without looking back. Another one. Look at your own already full keg. Braun casually threw the salmon into Stephen's bucket. The splash of salmon sobered up Stephen, who was still immersed in storytelling. Sorry, Mr. Stephen, we have to go first. It's time for lunch, Braun said apologetically. Glancing at his watch, Stephen also looked a little embarrassed. I also lost track of time. By the way, let me help you mention these fish. They will help with the processing. What is your room number? Instead of speaking, Luna looked at Braun. Although the story of the other party is very good, but she still has the vigilance that should be. Room 404. After hesitating, Braun replied. Originally, he wanted to mention it himself. But after thinking about it, I gave up. After all, there are a lot of fish in this bucket, and although I can mention it, it seems a little unreasonable in the eyes of these people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better not to do anything that is not reasonable. Okay then, see you later. Looking at the back of the 2 people leaving, Stephen's smile narrowed. It's the first time I've learned that you like children so much. The big black man who had not made a sound just now couldn't help but complain. The father of the 2 children was the editor-in-chief of a newspaper. When the time comes, the release of the documentary is indispensable for publicity. It doesn't hurt to have a good relationship. Oh, how are you so sure that the other party is not the poor editor-in-chief of a tabloid? The black man said playfully. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. And Stephen glanced at the other party angrily. What poor editor-in-chief of a small newspaper do you think would live in a luxurious suite? We still live in an ordinary middle class? The big black smile froze. Lang snorted and left angrily. What's wrong with Cooper? What do I think of him being angry? A beautiful blonde woman came over. Without shying away from sitting on Stephen's lap. Crushed by my intelligence. Sniffing the aroma in his blonde hair, Stephen said softly. Don't be here, there are too many people. The woman slapped Stephen's strange big hand away. The other party didn't care either. You caught these fish? Looking at the bucket full of fish, the woman couldn't help but ask. Not me, the son of an editor-in-chief. After we make the documentary this time, we may have to rely on that person. Stephen said casually. Honey, do we have to make that documentary? The woman said with some embarrassment. That was my dream, darling. With it, I can become a tenured professor at Taurus University. Stephen's eyes were filled with fanaticism. But, trust me, Lowry, whether this time is successful or not, we will get married when we come back. Help me. Well, the woman sighed. Looking at the man he loved, he still didn't say anything to say no in the end. It's just that my heart still casts a shadow over this tour. You're back. I just wanted to ask you to go to dinner. Inside the room, Lovegood, who had taken a lot of photos, got up and said, Dad, Braun took me to the deck just now to fish a lot. Full of a bucket. Luna said excitedly. Is it? It seems that Luna is having a lot of fun. Lovegood touched Luna's blonde hair and said with a smile. Not much surprise that Braun could fish. Geniuses will always be beyond ordinary people. There is nothing surprising about this. We also met a Muggle. He also told me a lot of stories. Muggles. It's a Muggle professor. It is said to go to the rainforest in search of that primitive tribe. Braun explained lightly. Nodded. Lovegood did not take it to heart either. After all, this matter is nothing. As long as your daughter is not deceived. However, with Braun around, this should not happen. Even if you are deceived. Look at the girl who is holding Braun's arm and chattering. Lovegood snorted coldly. That was also deceived by this kid in front of him. The contrarian laundry room still made a lot of money. In addition, before coming, Lawgood also went to Tumble Alley to exchange a lot of pounds. So a few people didn't worry much about money. With money, life naturally cannot be lost. And luxury restaurants have become the first choice for several people. Compared with the ordinary restaurant on the deck, the decoration of the luxurious restaurant is more luxurious. And the food is not self-service, but prepared by the cruise ship's dedicated chef. Simply from the service point of view is a higher level. Hello several, just now a gentleman delivered a bucket of salmon to the back kitchen. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to sell it to the back kitchen or, well, help us process a salmon, and leave the rest to the back kitchen? Braun thought for a moment and said, they must not be able to eat so much fish. It's better to sell it to the back kitchen for some money that, although the money in exchange may not even be worth the value of the meal, it is not enough. Yes sir, the waiter replied respectfully. There is nothing to look down on or so, emotions. The place where the other party can eat in the luxurious restaurant is also a superior suite. Such a person is certainly not something that he can offend. Because it is at sea, the food is mainly fish. From cod to salmon, caviar is also indispensable. Although I didn't drink alcohol, I didn't drink juice. The trip was not short, at least 3 weeks. This is also because the cruise ship is a new ship, and there are special fairways. Otherwise, it will probably take longer. This time, Braun's daily life also seems relatively monotonous, except for doing some research in the room. It's about going to the deck to bask in the sun, then talk to that Steve that day. I also got to know the rest of their 7-man team. For example, Big Black Cooper, Steve's girlfriend, and documentary filmmaker Lowry. The remaining few, basically all lighting and videography, are members of Lowry's team. Braun is also limited to acquaintances, and the other party obviously doesn't want to talk to his little fart about anything. Braun, where are you going to go first? Stephen asked with a bright smile. The exchange during this period also made him more and more familiar with this family of 3. Especially the other party's boldness that does not treat money as money. It even made him think that Lovegood was a big editor. Otherwise, it would not be possible to eat every meal in a luxurious restaurant. Now even the chef knows them pretty much. Although that Mr. Lovegood always looked crazy in a big robe, and from time to time he liked to talk about magical creatures and the like. But all this becomes a writer with money and preconceptions, always a bit of a quirk. On the contrary, it has become more and more enthusiastic about it. Maybe rest for a few days and then go find a guide to buy a boat. Braun said casually. Rainforests can be dangerous for these ordinary people, but for them, it seems ordinary. Maybe walking in the rainforest can even come across the gathering place of local wizards. These words livened Steve's heart. How about we work together? You know, our team is also very professional. Since you came to the rainforest to find that magical creature, maybe those magical creatures are with the sure people we are looking for? Even if they are not together, they may be able to get some information from those indigenous people. Not waiting for Braun to answer, Mr. Lovegood didn't know where it came from. Steve? Your suggestion is very good. Let's go together then. I also want to see the original Muggles. What life primitive man is? I think my readers must be interested. Looking at the excited Lovegood, Braun patted his head. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Yes, now it seems that it must go. The cruise ship gradually docked. The sound of the whistle also heralded the official end of Braun's month's journey. Be careful. Holding up Luna, Braun, who had almost fallen, said softly. After drifting at sea for such a long time, there are indeed some discomforts when going ashore. Standing with Luna on the dock for a while, the 3 of them walked towards the city. Banana, a seaport city and the closest city to the rainforest of the Congo Basin. Along the way, dockers can be seen moving goods in full swing. The streets are crowded with people and shouting. The vendors selling various specialties gathered around for the first time after seeing the Braun 3. Want to sell their specialties. Ivory-carved sculptures, various wooden dolls, and some beads ground from animal bones. It's just that soon after seeing that the 3 of Braun had no interest, they all dispersed. Hello, I am a staff member of the Ministry of Magic of the Black Continent. On the corner of the street, a wide and fat black woman walked over. He shook Lovegood's hand. Braun feels perfectly normal about this. The arrival of foreign wizards must be declared in advance. One is to avoid any problems that arouse the vigilance of the other party, and get some help from the local Ministry of Magic. Hello, I'm Lovegood. The contrarian editor-in-chief came over this time for an article. We need to go to the rainforest in search of magical creatures. It was no secret, he had already mentioned it on the application form. Bessemer. The black woman nodded, her expression still calm. I'll take you to the hotel. Lovegood waved his hand. No, in order to ensure the authenticity of this article, we have to go with the Muggles. So stay in a Muggle hotel. With Muggles. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. She knew how much the English wizards looked down on Muggles. I didn't expect these people to be with Muggles. However, after a brief surprise, nothing was said. This is the freedom of the other side. She came here to confirm whether this wizard was a spy in England. Now looking at the other party, a man with 2 underage children has confirmed that the other party is not threatening. After all, even if you engage in espionage, there is no need to bring your children with you. Add to that Lovegood's bohemian look. If such a person can also become a spy, then the wizarding world in England can be regarded as no successor. Without saying anything more, Bessemer turned to leave. It quickly disappeared from the crowd. Daddy, why doesn't she have a wand? Luna looked at Bessemer who was leaving, and couldn't help but ask. The Black Continent is not suitable for wands, they all use gestures to cast spells. Compared to wizards in the continent, their spells are less affected, but their power is also weaker than ours. Lovegood explained a rare sentence. At this time, the 7 people of Steve also came over in small bags. Mr. Lovegood, you haven't looked for a hotel yet. Let's go together. Before I came, I found a hotel owned by our British. You can go there and take a break. Wait until tomorrow to find the boat and guide, Steve said enthusiastically. Then it's going to trouble you. Lovegood also nodded repeatedly. As a wizard, he naturally understood the other party's careful thinking. But he didn't refuse. As a Muggle-born wizard, there was not much discrimination against Muggles. 800, and he felt that if his trip was with Muggles, the articles written after that may be more likely to arouse the likes of readers who sing and contradict. As for the danger, even if his own strength is stretched, it is more than enough to deal with Muggles. No matter how bad it is, there is still Braun. He felt that there was no problem in protecting himself and his own daughter with the strength of the other party. A group of 10 men led Steve towards the hotel he had spoken of. It took almost half an hour to find the hotel called Old Jack. The hotel is small but the decoration is very cozy and there is no strange garbage. In addition, this hotel only accepts travelers from the European continent, so it is quite clean. After drifting in bed for so long, I slept in bed again. Braun seemed a little unaccustomed, but I don't know if it's too tiring these days. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the wandless casting. Listening to the familiar voice, Braun was expressionless. It's been 3 years, I've long been used to it. Feel the power of the new extraction. Braun seemed to have a feeling in his heart. Even if he doesn't use a wand, he can still unleash magic. Yugatamai Mitaviosa. With a snap of his fingers, the glass of water on the table floated over. Watching the originally cold water in his hand gradually come out of steam, Braun drank it with confidence. The casting speed has increased, but the mana cost has also increased. On the contrary, the power has not decreased much. After getting acquainted with his new abilities, Braun stopped. Open your suitcase. Kalu, Jessica, come out. It's the master. There was an emotionless voice from the box. Then a strong Zulu man jumped out of the box. He is Kalu, an alchemy doll refined by Braun using human body alchemy. Because the other party itself is Zulu reasons, Braun felt that living in the Black Continent was still very advantageous. And the strength is also very good. It can be used as cannon fodder when necessary. Except for Karu. There is another black woman. He is also another successful Braun after experimentation. Compared to Kalu, this alchemy puppet Jessica, who has long been brainwashed by him through the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, is more intelligent. And the strength is not weak, with the venom ability derived from the basilisk, and Braun also used the corpse vein he drew to this woman. So don't look at Jessica looking skinny, but if you play against Kara, you can be evenly matched. Okay, let's go down and eat. If those muggles ask you anything, say you're my bodyguards. Yes. Downstairs, Steve's group was sitting in the hall eating breakfast. Yawning one by one, it looks like they didn't sleep well last night. I said, Steve, what are you doing so nice to those 3? Making documentaries also takes them with me. There are also 2 young children. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. At that time, we will have to rent at least a big boat. It was a little black who complained loudly. He was also part of the shooting team, responsible for lighting and also proficient in some computers. Jamie, Mr. Lockhart is the editor-in-chief. He has promised to help us promote our documentary. Don't you want to become famous with this film? Who knows if he's a liar? Jamie muttered. Although I say this in my mouth, I also understand it in my heart. Those who can afford luxury suites and have spare money to travel abroad with their children are certainly not poor. He only said this to complain. Except for Jamie, the other man and woman did not say anything strange. The 2 of them are kind of Laurie's students, and this time they came here because of the pie that Laurie painted. There is no right to speak in the crew zero. Braun got up so early. Hearing the sound of coming downstairs, Steve looked at the person and said with a smile. Braun nodded. I woke up a little early today. Saying that, he walked down with Kalu and Jessica. Looking at the 2 people behind Braun, all 7 looked a little curious. It's just not good to ask more. Only Laurie intentionally or unintentionally probed it. Who are these 2? My bodyguard. Braun smiled and sat down. Without a glance, he picked up the bread on the table and ate it slowly with the jam. Bodyguard. Laurie looked a little stunned. You know, they're only here for a while. The other party found 2 bodyguards? That's too fast. They came early. After all, the Black Continent is not safe. You have to find 2 reliable talents, and their skin color can better integrate into the local area. Braun said casually. This also made several people nod. The other party is right. If you don't trust it very much, you can't find it in one night. For a while, everyone didn't care. Only Cooper's face was still solemn. That innate 6th sense allowed him to clearly perceive the horror of the 2 people in front of him. Even when he was with the army in the wild, the tigers he met did not put as much pressure on him as these 2 people in front of him. Originally a little contemptuous of the three of Lovegood, he couldn't help but pay attention to it at this moment. Sorry to sleep more. Lovegood walked down with a 5.1 sleepy-eyed Luna. When he looked at the two blacks behind Braun, he was stunned for a moment, and soon his expression revealed a touch of joy. Braun's alchemy puppet? It's not too much of a secret. There are not many people in the wizarding world who can alchemize, but there are no fewer wizards who have a general understanding of alchemy. Plus Braun didn't mean to hide it before, so many knowledgeable wizards can also recognize this as an alchemy puppet. It's just that everyone tacitly didn't mention it. After all, this kind of thing is still slightly sensitive. Of course, Lovegood's joy is not because there is new news to write about. It is because of the great strength of the alchemy puppet. With the protection of this puppet, at least the security of the security is no longer necessary to worry about. PS unblocked? I'm going out high today. Fill in tomorrow. Mr. Lovegood, sit down. This is the bread I specially asked the boss for and the local cassava. Steve said softly. It seems to be extraordinarily enthusiastic. Hey, that's really bothering you. Lovegood nodded, and did not politely pull the girl, sat down and ate. It looks extraordinarily casual, but the business is still not forgotten. When are you going to set sail? Are there any boats to find with the guide? Boats that want to go deep into the rainforest are naturally essential. If you walk into the rainforest, those poisonous insects are not a small problem. Of course, I already told the boss yesterday that he had a way to find a guide who would take us to find the Sure people. Seeing that the other party had already made arrangements, Lovegood nodded and did not say more. Eating breakfast, the group did not delay. After packing your bags, we set off towards the pier. Braun, who are they? By the dock, Luna asked in a low voice leaning next to Braun. His eyes looked at Kara and Jessica behind Braun without blinking. Just now she was very puzzled, but because there were those muggles in 09, she didn't ask out loud. At this moment, seeing that the muggles were negotiating prices with the owner of the fishing boat, he couldn't help but ask. Alchemy puppet, keep us safe. By the way, this one is also for you. Braun pulled out a delicate silver open-work bottle from his pocket and placed it in Luna's hand. This is an anthelmintic drug, specially made. There are too many mosquitoes in the rainforest. Watching Luna fiddle with the silver bottle in her hand with a curious look, Braun no longer said anything and stood quietly on the side waiting. The dangerous journey for Steve and the others was nothing more than a relaxing trip for him. With a different mentality, it is natural to appear less alarmed. Let's get on board. Steve waved at this side. The three of them naturally didn't say anything, and naturally followed them and boarded the fishing boat. The owner of the fishing boat is called Matai, a mulatto. I usually make a living by fishing, and from time to time I also take some activities that bring tourists for sightseeing. Believe me, you guys are definitely the right choice to come here to make a documentary. The scenery here is very good. I have brought a lot of people here. Mathai said in a chattering manner. But Braun could see that Steve's expressions were a little unnatural. It seems obvious that their purpose is not stated. Braun did not debunk this, but sat on the deck with Luna to watch the scenery on both sides. As for Lovegood, he was mingling with people from the facility group. It seems that he is very interested in the recording equipment and various camera machines. Braun only wanted him to do something magical. All right, everyone, let's head towards the Negro River, Captain Matai said excitedly. Control the fishing boat towards the rainforest. The expedition starts in the Congo Basin and goes deep into the rainforest. Enter the untouched rainforest and explore the legendary unknown race, the Sure. Braun stood in the corner of the deck watching the film crew's long guns and short cannons shoot the documentary. I can't help but feel very interesting. It was the first time he had seen what making a film was like. In a previous life, it was because there was no chance. After crossing over, there is no movie in the wizarding world. Braun, I think it's a lot of trouble for muggles to shoot these things. If you use the developing potion, will it be solved directly in the near future? Luna ate the fruit and made 2 comments from time to time. It's still different. After all, the developing potion has no sound. Braun replied with a smile. Read violent novels, just go to Phila Fiction Network. Luna was about to ask something, but was interrupted by a roaring curse. The man who spoke out was Captain Matthew, who was arguing with Steve about something at the moment. You lied to me? When you first got on board, you didn't say you were going to find the Sure? Matai blushed angrily, and his eyes revealed panic, as if several people had violated some taboo. Relax, man. We just went looking for primitive tribes. Just for the sake of making a documentary, Steve said soothingly. But this did not make Matai relax, but made him even more angry. Do you know what the Sure are? They are a lost people. Worship the giant serpent. Anyone who intrudes into their territory is considered an intruder by them. They will control the serpent and give those people the cruelest punishment. Even from afar, Braun could feel the fear in the other party's heart. But those around them seemed unimpressed. That's just a legendary brother. Little Black Jamie said out loud. He looked a little unimpressed. It doesn't seem to take Mattle's words to heart. We must return immediately, Matai said resolutely. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. Stephen's face was not very good. After all, he did not expect things to turn out like this. I thought that even if the other party knew afterwards, he would not say anything to appease him. But who would have thought that the other party would become so fierce after knowing his purpose? We can add money, Steve said, trying to save himself. This documentary is about whether he can become a tenured professor, for which he spent a lot of money and favors. Now that he was able to enter the rainforest right away, he was only one step away from success. How could he retreat that? It's not a matter of money. Having said that, it is obviously not as decisive as it was just now. His home is in difficulty, otherwise he would not have taken tourists around the river during the flooding season. However, he still understands the importance of money and life. Unless the other party can really give him a satisfactory price, he will definitely not be willing to continue driving. How about 10,000 pounds? Braun walked over with a smile. The Dementor revealed Steve's embarrassment. As participants, they certainly can't give nothing. It wasn't that Jamie's complained in the morning that he didn't hear either. 10,000 pounds is nothing to them. But it can make these people no longer feel that they are a burden, and he feels that the money is still necessary. More importantly, he also became interested in the so-called sure. I also want to know what makes this captain so scared. 10,000 pounds. Several people around couldn't help but exclaim. In this day and age, this amount of money is not a small amount. A mature skilled worker may be as little as 200 pounds a month. A doctor like Hermione's parents who runs a clinic on his own may have worked hard for no more than that much money for a year. You know, doctors who can open independent clinics are already considered the top in this industry. Most middle-class people probably won't earn that much in a year. Don't look at the director, it's a professor. But in fact, the salary is not very high. It's just that the social status is relatively high. And so much money was easily said by the young man in front of him, who was not yet an adult. And it doesn't seem to be a joke. Are you sure? I couldn't help but ask. 10,000 pounds? This amount of money in the Black Continent is enough for him to reinvent his small ship from the inside out. Or allow your bedridden mother to go to the highest hospital to recuperate. Is it just that this teenager in front of him can really pay so much money? Of course. Braun replied with a smile. Ignoring everyone's shock, he just turned his head slightly, and Karu behind him took out a thick wad of banknotes from his arms. Without the slightest hesitation, it was handed to Mattel. It seems that this is not money, but a wad of waste paper. Take us over, this 10,000 pounds is yours. After that, if we do find the shore, I will give you another 10,000 pounds. What do you think? Mattai looked at the pound sterling in his hand and swallowed. The hesitation in his eyes disappeared. Instead, it became firm. 10,000 pounds was enough for him to work for. Not to mention that the other party also promised another 10,000 pounds afterwards. You know, he takes passengers around the river every day for only a few pounds. Among them, they are also responsible for the refueling of their own fishing boats, and the food of the people. 10,000 pounds was enough for him to save for several years. I took a deep breath and refused to say it, but I couldn't say it. I can take you, but you have to listen to me, Mattai said in a stiff tone. Without any more care, everyone returned to his cab. Looks like the matter is settled. Braun smiled at the people who were still stunned. Seeing that the weather began to become gloomy, he did not continue to stay here longer, pulled Luna and went back to the room. This little guy is so rich. Jamie couldn't help but muttered to himself. And he just asked the doubts in everyone's hearts. A teenager's shot is tens of thousands of pounds. This doesn't look like an ordinary person. You know, even they can't get so much money at once. All right, let's go back, everyone. Now that the matter is settled, the recording continues. Steve had doubts in his heart, but it was very sensible and did not say much. Bodyguards can easily take out tens of thousands of pounds. Such people are not something they can offend. Recording with peace of mind is what they do. The climate in the rainforest is always changeable. Originally, it was still a clear sky, but in an instant, it turned into a heavy downpour. And as everyone went deeper and deeper into the rainforest, the fog became thicker. This also makes the fishing boats slower and slower. Help? Help me? Here. Braun looked out the window. Not far away, a fishing boat is stuck on the shore. An old white man dressed in red was waving and shouting again. It looks embarrassing. Just looking at the appearance of the old man, Braun's mouth hooked a smile. A demon week? Interesting, matey? Hurry up and get the boat closer there. Read violent novels, go on Filofiction Network. Steve quickly commanded the captain. Right away. Perhaps Braun's pound sterling played a role. Captain Mattai is still very conscientious. The fishing boat, which controlled him, leaned towards the other vessel. The old man in red is very strong. First, he threw his backpack over. Then, he jumped on the boat after him. What's wrong with your ship? Laurie handed the other party a towel and couldn't help asking. Thrusters? The ship's thrusters are broken? Thank you, Lord. Thank you for letting me meet you guys. The old man in red said excitedly. There was excitement in his expression. Steve waved his hand. It's fine, but we probably won't have a chance to send you away. We're going upstream. It's nothing. It's already very happy that you can give me a ride. The old man smiled and took Steve's hand. But his eyes were looking around the ship. It seems to be observing something. When his gaze saw the boy standing in the cabin leaning against the door and looking at him, his original smile stiffened. I could only pull out a rather stiff smile. The gaze did not dare to continue to look more. I see a lot of harassment on that guy. They are afraid of him? That's not a good person. Luna, who was originally standing next to Braun, suddenly said. Harassing. Black brother Jamie couldn't help but speak out. What's that? A bug that ordinary people can't see can make people's heads mess up. Braun said to Jamie with a smile. but his eyes were full of surprise. Although he knew that Luna could see things that ordinary people could not see, but I didn't think that the other party could judge a person's emotions based on those things. This was really a bit of a surprise to him. Yes, Jamie muttered to himself. He always felt that the little girl who had always been with Braun looked a little strange. No, it's Braun who are a little strange. However, he agreed with Luna's words. This guy really doesn't look like a good guy. Okay, Jamie, let's go back first. Call us at dinner. Braun said very kindly. Well, I will. Xiaohei nodded repeatedly. Since Braun took out that 10,000 pounds at random, originally looking at him the most upset Jamie, changed his attitude. Began to enthusiastically follow Braun's set. Braun didn't say anything about that either. Very calm. The heavy rain stopped at 4 o'clock. Eating in the rainforest certainly can't be that punctual. Instead, it varies depending on the weather. The Braun 3 people were naturally also called out. Luna sat quietly on the stool, curiously watching Lori and her schoolgirl Carrie Woods wash dried fish and start serving instant noodles. Braun, on the other hand, took pictures with Lovegood on the shore with a camera. These are the material of the newspaper. And with them were Steve and others. They clearly have the same intention. It's just that the camera is the camera and not the camera. Look, the most primitive way to fish? The old man in red who was rescued shouted loudly. On the sharpened wooden pipe, a huge freshwater fish was inserted into it. Very good way to fish, we can take pictures next time, Steve said with a smile. The fish were taken onto the boat by the other party and carefully divided into small pieces. Then it was placed on everyone's table. Sashimi, this fish tastes great, the old man in red said with a smile. I took the lead in cutting a piece and putting it in my mouth. What's your name? And it looks like you know a lot about the rainforest. Steve couldn't help but probing. As a sociologist, 413 psychology is a required course for him. He could occasionally tell that this man didn't seem as simple as he appeared. My name is Paul, a Paraguayan. The old man in red shrugged. Roll the instant noodles on the plate with a fork and stuff them into your mouth. Paraguay. Yes, Paraguayan, I used to want to be a priest. It's just a pity that my ability is not enough. So you can only make a living everywhere. Not enough ability. Jamie couldn't help but scoff. Is there anything else that is not enough to dance with a straw hat? These words seemed to make the old man a little angry. Seriously and coldly said. Not everyone can see the real world, and it's not as simple as you think. After speaking, he didn't care about everyone's expressions and walked into the cabin. This old man is really a stubborn temper, Jamie muttered. And Lori glared at him dissatisfied. Respect other people's customs, Jamie. Looking at the back of the old man leaving, Braun didn't say anything. Continue to focus on the noodles on your plate. In this regard, what a fragrance? Night sleep. The smell of jazz and tobacco lingers throughout the fishing boat. Braun, on the other hand, worked with his specimen in the room. It has to be said that the animal resources in this rainforest are indeed very rich. In just one day, Braun collected more than a dozen insects that were not available on the European continent. It's a small gain for him to come here. Braun? Firefly? Luna lay bored on Braun's bed. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he pointed out the window excitedly. I saw that in the originally dark sky, countless fireflies flew in the air. The faint light flashed and flashed, like stars in the sky. Do you need me to catch a few for you? Looking at the longing look of Chow, Braun couldn't help but say. Luna thought about it and finally shook her head. No, I like fireflies. But I prefer that they be free. Okay. Knock knock. A not so hasty knock on the door made Braun stunned for a moment. But soon he motioned for Karu to open the door. But the person who appeared made him unpredictable. Hello, I'm Paul. Paul Salon. Appearing in front of Braun's door was the old man in red that he had met in the morning. It's just that at the moment, his face does not have the defiance of treating other people. Instead, with a humility that goes deep into the bones. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. You know me. Braun looked a little surprised. Of course. Ajeb saw that Braun did not immediately reject him. Paul hurriedly walked in. I've read the Daily Prophet and I've read newspapers in my country. Know that you are the most outstanding alchemical genius. The old man's expression was still respectful. Sit down. Braun snapped his fingers. The place where the backpack was originally placed was an extra table and a chair. Braun's transfiguration shocked Paul. If when you first entered the door, you only respected the other party because of their alchemy, then now, after seeing the other party's breathtaking wandless casting, the little bit of caution in his heart has disappeared without a trace. The boy in front of him was not just an alchemist, even without alchemy props, he could not resist by himself. Not to mention that there are still those 2 alchemy puppets watching. I thought you wouldn't find me. A demon weak, appeared in the rainforest. No matter how you look at it, you don't look like a victim. Braun picked up the black tea on the table and took a sip. Although the tone was flat, it was enough to make Paul break into a cold sweat. So his identity was seen? For a while, he also became more and more in awe of Braun. Tell me why. Braun asked straight to the point. The strength of the other party is too low. The demon is only slightly stronger than the squib. Wands and spells cannot be used. At most, there are 1 or 2 magic props for self-defense. Such a person does not need him to make a move, and the alchemy puppet is enough to teach him to be a man. Paul's gaze turned to Luna. It seems to signal the secrecy of this matter. But Braun was unmoved, pretending not to see it. In desperation, Paul was not good to say anything. You've heard of the blood orchid? Paul asked aloud. Blood orchid. It seemed to see Braun's doubts. Paul quickly explained. Deep in the rainforest, there is a unique plant called the blood orchid. Its juice can keep people young forever. At the same time, it can also allow ordinary people to get perfect evolution. Paul's expression revealed obsession. So your purpose is to purify the bloodline? Braun asked lightly. The purpose of the other party is obvious. For a devil, my biggest dream is to become a wizard. And now, that hope is at hand. Needless to say, Braun knew what was going on in the other person's mind. That's right. I was once fortunate enough to get a dried blood orchid from a local native. This turned me from a squib to a devil. I have a hunch that as long as I continue to possess the blood orchid, I will definitely be able to become a true wizard. So you were so kind enough to tell me the news? Why not come there yourself? Braun scoffed. He didn't think that the other party would be so kind to tell himself about this magical treasure. Needless to say, know that the other person is sure, there is a purpose. There is no strength. Paul sighed. The blood orchid is guarded by the Shiur clan, and they have the ability to manipulate giant pythons that are more than 10 meters long. That's not something I can deal with as an ordinary demon. Originally, I planned to rely on these muggles as bait to control the python through alchemy props and seek help from the local Ministry of Magic. But now that you are here, I want you to help me. Braun's fingers tapped on the table, expressionless. Paul, who was sitting across from him, was particularly nervous. The moment he recognized Braun, he knew that his attempt to rely on these muggles as bait had failed. He couldn't be sure of Braun's relationship to these people, so the best thing for him at the moment is to turn to Braun for help. He didn't believe Braun would be unmoved by that magical plant. Of course, there is also a high possibility that he was killed by the other party. Then Braun has the blood orchid alone. However, for him as a demon, there is nothing to lose. Becoming a wizard has almost become his obsession. Sometimes he wondered if he had never seen the real world. Maybe it's going to be fine now. It is because I have seen the light that I am so unable to endure darkness. I promise you. Braun's voice was not loud, but it sounded like heaven to Paul's ears at the moment. The heart that mentioned the eyes of the throat finally fell back. Sometimes don't always expose your whole cards so obviously. Not every wizard is as well behaved as I am. Braun said lightly. The palm gently lifted and placed the 3 alchemy props on the table. At the moment of seeing the prop, Paul was horrified. He touched his pocket in horror, but found that the alchemy props in his pocket had long disappeared. Braun put his own alchemy props in front of him. For a while, he became more fearful of the wizard's unpredictable methods. But it also strengthened his belief in becoming a wizard. Looking at the other party's shocked look, Braun was very satisfied. This guy is very dishonest. From the moment he entered the door, he had been observing the careful thoughts in this guy's heart with his dementor, and taking away the other party's alchemy props silently through the soul fruit is a small means of deterrence. Since he was able to take away his alchemy props without him noticing, he was naturally able to easily take off his head. I believe that this sophisticated Paul can understand Braun's mind. Don't think that with 1 or 2 alchemy items, or even a gun, you can solve the wizard. Well, it's not early. It's time for you to leave? Glancing at the disappearing figure outside the window, Braun frowned. Yes. Paul nodded respectfully. Then looking at the figure outside the window, he couldn't help but show a touch of cruelty. Need me to help solve them? No, the game. It's interesting if there are many people. Look at the smiling Braun. Paul only felt that the boy was getting more and more terrified. Not daring to say anything more, he carefully left the room. But in my heart, I am more and more spirited. With the help of this genius wizard, it became easier to obtain the blood orchid. When he thought of the moment he became a wizard, his heart couldn't help but heat up. Steve? What's wrong, Owen? Steve, who was mixing oil with his girlfriend Lori Miri, hurriedly buttoned his clothes and walked out. When the others heard the movement, they couldn't help but follow. Steve, when I went to record just now, I saw that Paul went to Braun's room today. They seemed to say something more. And that Paul was still very respectful to Braun's appearance? They definitely know each other? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. I dare say they have ulterior schemes? Owen said in a panic. He felt that the other party was likely to notice him. Went to Braun's room? It can't be. I heard that Luna tell Braun in the morning that this Paul was not a good person. Little Black Jamie muttered. And everyone else seems to believe it. Braun arrives on the Black Continent on a cruise ship with them. Today, the man is from Paraguay, and he doesn't look like he knows him. Listen to yourselves. As if he felt that everyone doubted him again, Owen angrily took out his recording device and started to play. And everyone listened seriously. It's just that there is no other sound in the tape recorder except the sound of insects. This made everyone's faces can't help but become a little strange. What's going on? Why is that? Owen was in disbelief. Obviously, he heard it and recorded it. Why isn't there that now? What's the matter? It's just affecting my rest. Little Black Jamie glanced at Owen speechlessly, and returned to his room with a chatter. And the other people's looks were obviously not very good. Owen, are you too tired without resting today? There is a miasma in the rainforest, and I'll let Cooper help you check if you're hallucinogenic. As a teacher, Lori comforted from the sidelines. And Owen's girlfriend Carrie Wool also glanced at her boyfriend worriedly. I'm normal. Owen couldn't help but say. Just looking at the expressions of everyone, it was obvious that they did not believe him. Okay, Steve couldn't help but scold. Inexplicably disturbed by good things, but in the end it turned out to be an oolong. If it weren't for his good temper, he would have cursed at this time. Cooper, check it out for Owen. Rest well, Owen, don't think about it so much. After that, without looking at Owen's face, he took Lori back to his room. And Carrie, who is his girlfriend, also went back to the room with some fear. Okay, kid, I'll check it for you. Big Black Cooper Wynn said. You also think I'm hallucinogenic? Owen couldn't help but say. I don't know. Cooper looked at the other's eyelids. Then he handed over a glass of warm water. He hesitated for a moment before speaking again. But I understand that Braun is dangerous? His 2 bodyguards are even more dangerous. Don't provoke them if you don't have to. At the moment, it seems that he is still friendly to us. After that, Cooper patted Owen's shoulder and left here. Drinking warm water, Cooper was speechless. It's just that what he didn't find out was, in dim light, a gray shadow crawled out along the tape recorder. Then it melted into the darkness and disappeared. River. The weather in the rainforest always seems unpredictable. Heavy rain and fog are the norm here. In addition to these, poisonous insects can be seen everywhere. Bang. The huge impact made the hull crooked. Braun, who was reading in the room, was also disturbed by this movement. Listening to the screams outside, he frowned. What happened? Braun casually put the book down and left the room. Braun. As soon as he went out, Braun saw Luna and Steve, who looked a little guilty. I'm so sorry that the boat hit the riverbed. Now stuck there, can't move. I wanted Caro to help push the boat together. Hit the riverbed. Braun was stunned. Looking out the window, sure enough, the fishing boat 187 was stuck between 2 huge rocks and could not move. No wonder you have to ask Karu for help. Just a few people on the boat really can't push. Karu, go help. Seeing Karu following, Shifu showed a grateful smile. Didn't bother Lovegood either. Instead, he left with Karu. It's a nice view. Because they were children, Braun and Luna did not go down to help. Instead, he sat on the deck and watched the crowd push the boat while enjoying the view. Luna, on the other hand, still looked curious about everything, didn't say much, just stared at the waterfall in the distance, and was startled. The 2 of them are too easy? We're pushing boats here. They were there to see the view. Little Black Jamie complained dissatisfied. I am tired and panting here, and people are watching the scenery quietly over there. The big gap made him angry. Okay, they can't help either. Can't Karu come? Steve gave Blackie a warning look. The other party was honest. Braun, do you say there is a wizard academy in the Black Continent? Luna suddenly turned her head and asked. Of course there is. Kagadu is the wizarding academy here. Vagadu. Luna's eyes were a little dazed, as if the word was not stored in the cerebellum. Vagadu is one of the 7 wizarding academies recognized by the International Federation of Wizards. It is also the world's largest wizarding academy. It is said to be in the Moon Mountain of the Black Continent. Braun Kopp said. Just talking and talking, but I noticed a faint sense of crisis. Something seemed to be rushing in his direction. Didn't wait for him to feel it carefully. I heard a scream. I saw that among the people who were pushing the boat, a huge python suddenly appeared. And little Black Jamie and Steve, who was close, were rolled up by the giant snake. Karu? Sell? Braun said angrily. After all, after getting along for such a long time, he definitely can't watch the other party being eaten by the giant python. It's a big deal to erase their memories. Karu, who was originally standing in the water without moving, received Braun's order and rushed towards the python without the slightest hesitation. Oh my god, come back soon? Although worried about her boyfriend, Lori still doesn't want anyone else to die because of it. It's just that before she could stop it, she saw Karu rushing forward without hesitation. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The python is like a toy in Karu's hands, without the slightest strength to resist. It didn't take long to be knocked unconscious by the other party. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? This. Paul swallowed his saliva and looked at the growing vigilance in the big black man's eyes. Originally thought that the other party was just a servant of the wizard. Now it seems that he was wrong. Recall Braun's alchemist status. It was an instant understanding of who Karu really was. As a result, his offer Braun became stronger and stronger. Oh god. Compared to Paul, Lori was more shocked. A person was able to capture a giant python more than 10 meters long. It's just bizarre. But the facts are in front of them, and they have to believe it. Master, the other one is dead. Karu said indifferently as he put Steve on the deck. Braun sighed. Although he let Karu strike in time, he was still one step slower. Zero. No way. These muggles are too vulnerable compared to wizards. What happened? What happened? With such a big movement, Lovegood naturally ran out of the cabin. I was still startled when I saw such a big snake on the deck and an unconscious Steve. Braun, this, no problem. Looking at the bloodless Steve, Lovegood asked worriedly. This muggle gave him a nice feeling. He didn't really want the other party to die like that. Braun leaned over to Steve's side and took a closer look. The bite mark is in the position of the shoulder. At the moment, the wound is already a little blackened. It can be seen that the toxicity is still very strong. Braun tried to pour some antidote into the wound. The results were not found to be very good. It is only able to produce inhibition for a short time. The potion is not very effective. I need to study the venom composition of this giant python to be able to solve the problem on the other party, Braun said with a frown. You guys help him to the room first, and putting this in his mouth can suppress it for a while. Braun pulled out a small piece of white moss-like substance and put it in Lowry's hand. Although the other party has doubts in his heart, it is not good to ask more at the moment. Only 4.8 can nod his head repeatedly. Together with Cooper and 2 other students, they carried Steve back to the room. Okay, you can ask if you have any doubts, Braun said lightly. When Karu made a move, his identity was already exposed. Since this is the case, it is better to show it in front of them straight to the point. Anyway, he is in a foreign country, and the Ministry of Magic in England can't control himself. It's a big deal to erase the memories of these people after the tribe leaves. Who the hell are you? Lori asked tremblingly. Originally, she thought that Lovegood and the others always looked careless, and it was by nature. Now it seems that it is entirely because the other party does not care about these possible crises. Especially when Karu made a move, it made Braun and several people seem more and more mysterious. Wizard? Of course, you can also think of us as magicians. It's all about the same. Braun waved his hand casually. A cup of hot tea appeared in front of several people. This magical scene made several people especially shocked. Lori took a deep breath. I want to beg you to let us take Steve back. He now needs to go to the hospital for treatment. Braun shook his head. I'm sorry, but we need to go to the shore first. And I am Ho, even if you go to the hospital, it is useless. Snake venom in Steve is the damage of a magical creature. Hospitals can't cure it. Now the only way to keep him alive is to wait for me to study the ingredients of snake venom. Lori felt a little unbelieving in his heart. But under Braun's magical magic, he did not dare to say anything. After all, if the other party is willing, even if they are forcibly not allowed to leave, they can do it. That Karu is not easy to mess with. Since he can kill the giant python, he can naturally kill them easily. It seems to have seen the concern of several people, and Braun also gave a few rare comforts. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I am interested in muggles. In other words, ordinary people like you do not discriminate. The journey didn't last long. After that, you will still return to your normal life. At this time, it was naturally impossible for him to let these people go back. Halfway through, returning the same route will only waste time. The rest of the journey was pretty smooth. But everyone's hearts began to change. Especially after Braun showed his strength. He could clearly feel the fear these people had about him. Of course, there is also an indescribable longing. Hissing, why attack us? Hissing, people. Control. Eat. Kill. The abilities brought by Parseltongue allow Braun to easily subdue snakes. The giant python in front of him is naturally no exception. It's just compared to a basilisk that can communicate smoothly. This snake is obviously not smart enough, and even ordinary snakes are not comparable. There are no other thoughts in the mind other than killing and eating. Speech is also intermittent. This makes Braun's access to information particularly difficult. Mr. Roar, I'm Paul. There was another knock outside the door. Braun waved his hand and revealed Paul outside. What's the matter with me? Seeing the murderous python respectfully in front of Braun, Paul quickly lowered his head. That's Mr. Roll. We have reached the Sea of Snakes, and the rest of the journey needs to go to the forest. Sea of Snakes? There are a lot of snakes here? He couldn't think of any other conclusion than this. This is where the shore keeps snakes, and it is also a natural danger for them to ward off outsiders. After crossing the Sea of Snakes, you will be able to reach the shore people. Well, take a break here today and leave tomorrow. After a deep groan, Braun said. Ordinary people may still be afraid if they face these terrifying snakes, but for Parseltongue, this is no different from returning to their own home. Seeing that Paul hadn't yet, Braun couldn't help but ask. Do you have anything else? Yes sir. It's about the muggles. After hesitating, Paul decided to tell what he saw. This can be seen from Braun's willingness to let his alchemy puppet make a move. This little wizard is not like ordinary purebloods, without the arrogance of those purebloods. What happened? Braun narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't mind protecting those muggles. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. But if they are not interesting, then he is not prepared to make a move. He has killed a lot of wizards, and naturally he will not be merciful. Feel the strong pressure coming from Braun. Paul quickly lowered his head. The bamboo tube poured beans and said the matter. You mean they want to deal with me? Braun's face became a little strange. It stands to reason that they shouldn't be so irrational. They have guns, so they think they can beat you. And they decided to do it at dinner time. It seems that my attitude towards them is too good. A cold glow flashed through Braun's eyes. You're doing a great job. Don't worry, I promised you that I will give it to you. And this one for you. Braun casually threw over a somewhat rough-looking orb. But even that excited Paul. As a demon weak, although you can't use spells, the use of alchemy items does not affect at all. It was instantly clear that this was an alchemical item similar to a grenade. With it, I have another whole card. Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely take care of things for you, Paul said excitedly. Seeing that Braun did not take care of him, he left the room full of joy. In the room on the other side of the deck, Lowry, Cooper, the captain of the fishing boat, and Owen and his girlfriend. The 5 people sat around in silence. For a long time, it was Owen who took the lead in breaking the silence. I said it a long time ago, he's with that Paul. We're going to get out of here? Can't go any further. Today's death made him realize that this journey could never have been so smooth. You know, now wizards have appeared. And the huge python is not a normal creature at first glance. If you don't want to die, then the best thing to do is to hurry up. But how do we leave? 800 Owen's girlfriend said worriedly. They didn't want us to drive back. And Steve's injury still needs help from the other party. Lori sighed. The captain of the fishing boat, as well as Cooper, were silent. I don't know what's going on in my mind. Why should we be afraid of him? We have guns? Owen said excitedly. That guy is just a kid. Could it be that he could unleash magic as fast as a pistol? And who knows if the other party is lying to us? Maybe Steve's injury wasn't as serious as he said at all. This remark made Lori look a little hesitant. Compared with the gifts of others, she still hopes that fate can be in her own hands. However, the uneasiness in her heart made her hesitate a little. I'm not involved. The captain of the fishing boat got up and said. Without caring about a few people, he left with him. I grew up living in this wild land. He understands the dangers of Monty Python better than anyone else. And Braun, who can capture the python, is obviously more dangerous than the python. It wasn't like he just lost his life in vain. I'm not involved either. Cooper also got up and said. Owen's suggestion just now, he really had a hint of heartbeat. But when he decided to agree that day, the sixth sense in his heart made him change his mind. He would rather not participate. Looking at the two people leaving, Owen gritted his teeth indignantly. Without the help of two people, with the help of the three of them, he was not sure to deal with Braun and them. But if he gave up like this, he was unwilling. This is a wizard. If he could kill them, wouldn't he also be able to have that kind of power beyond ordinary people? As soon as the idea appeared, it became somewhat out of control. It burned like wildfire in his heart. Owen, what are you going to do? Lori eventually relented. She hoped Steve would survive. Instead of pinning her hopes on Braun, she preferred to return early to get Steve to the hospital. Seeing that Lori did not leave, Owen breathed a sigh of relief. He started talking about his plans. We brought reptile tranquilizers when we came. We just need to be at dinner. It was getting dark. Fishing boats are also docked on the shore. Once again, the mist in the rainforest rises. It gives people a sense of dampness. Everyone sat around the table, and the atmosphere seemed a little strange. This is Sister Lori's best borscht. Let's try it, everyone. Owen enthusiastically poured the beef-scented and reddish borscht into everyone's bowls. Looks very enthusiastic. This is Eastern European cuisine. Lovegood stirred the soup with a spoon curiously. At the same time, don't forget to take pictures with the camera you carry with you. It's just that there is no movement other than taking pictures, and there seems to be no intention of tasting it. And it's not just him, everyone else is too. It's as if they already know something. This made Owen's forehead can't help but break out in a cold sweat. Pretending to smile calmly, I took the soup and drank it. Can everyone still be afraid of me poisoning? Ha, it tastes really good. Since it's so delicious, you can drink this bowl for me, Braun said lightly, handing the soup in front of him to Owen, with a smile on his face. It's just that Owen doesn't have the slightest smile. He understood that Braun had clearly seen his plan. Don't move. With a hideous face, he took out a pistol from his pocket, aimed at Braun, who was still smiling at the moment. I don't think I have done anything excessive to you, Braun said lightly. He also seemed a little curious about Owen's behavior. I don't understand why the other party would want to kill himself. Owen saw Braun asking aloud, and thought that the other party was afraid of his pistol. I couldn't help but become proud. What about wizards? Not afraid of firearms yet? Speaking with some jealousy and disdain in Owen's eyes. You really think you can deal with wizards with pistols? Braun's smile grew brighter. Owen, on the other hand, had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. But he found that he had no pistol in his hand for a long time, but turned into a black viper. Then the viper hissed and bit him viciously. Save me, he shouted in horror. It's just that both his girlfriend and Lori were stunned by this sudden change. What else dares to move there? Frightened, he took several steps back. Cooper, who had not agreed to participate in the operation, and Matthew, the captain of the fishing boat, stood on the sidelines and watched coldly. But there is an unconcealable fear in his eyes. As time passed, Owen's movements became slower, and eventually he fell to the ground without breath. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. You killed him. Lowry's eyes were filled with resentment. Owen's girlfriend is also not reluctant. Only after glancing at Braun, he lowered his head in fear. He died a long time ago. Braun walked over to Owen's side. I saw that the corpse that was still alive actually grew a faint corpse spot. There is a smell of corruption. It doesn't look like someone who has just died. He has been dead for at least 2 days. He's not a living man since we came here. At this moment, he kind of understood why the other party was so anxious to kill himself. This has nothing to do with the man who controls him behind the scenes. How is it possible? Lori muttered absently, just looking at Owen's body but having to believe this fact. And Owen's girlfriend looked at Owen's tragic situation, and then remembered the 2 people sharing a bed in the past 2 days. He fell to the ground in fear. Someone has already set eyes on us, Braun said in the calmest tone. He thought about it a lot at this moment. And what made him most suspicious was not the people on the ship. They don't have the ability to do that. It was the one who invited them to come to the Black Continent and intimately booked the ticket for them. But the reader who never showed up was the opposite. All this seems too coincidental. I want to go to the rainforest of the Black Continent. And it just so happened that a documentary film crew went with them. Everything seems to be a planned net, waiting for their prey to jump into. How far are we from the Sea of Snakes now? Braun turned to Paul and asked. At least 2 hours of sailing. It takes longer if you leave from land. Land is more dangerous than rivers. Paul spoke up, just with a nervous look. Zhao. Apparently, he had guessed Braun's thoughts. I want to warn about the dangers of the rainforest, but I dare not say anything more. We set out from the rainforest. Braun spoke up. But our ship. Matthew, the owner of the fishing boat, looked a little embarrassed. After all, he couldn't have left the ship just here. Go ashore first. Braun said unquestioningly. Sure. Looking at Braun, who was facing the fishing boat. Everyone except Lovegood understood what Braun was going to do. Everyone else looked dazed. But soon they saw a scene that they could not have imagined. I saw Braun take out a wand and wave it gently. In an instant, a ray of light hit the ship. Then, the originally huge fishing boats gradually shrunk. Then he was put into his suitcase by Braun. This unexpected scene also made several people more afraid of Braun. Originally, there were still some complaints, but I didn't dare to say anything more at the moment. Fluorescent flashing. The halo of the wand illuminated the path ahead of several people. Night-to-night rainforests are dangerous. In the pleasant insect sound, there are various predators that inhabit here. There are also all kinds of poisonous insects that can be deadly. It's just that this is nothing to Braun. Under that controlled python, the forest, which was still noisy, instantly became quiet. This is the majesty that belongs to the apex predators. Rest on the shore this evening. Depart as soon as possible tomorrow morning. As Braun nodded, 4 tents appeared in front of several people. Perhaps it was too surprising that several people were no longer surprised. After seeing Braun enter the tent, he also quickly selected a tent and got in. Early the next morning, after breakfast, everyone set off. Because of the opening of the python, the road is not so difficult. In addition, Braun 990's insect repellent powder is still safe along the way. Mr. Braun, this is the Sea of Snakes. Looking at the lake in front of him, Paul whispered. Although Braun had not yet approached, he had already heard the noisy snake chirping in it. Even looking at the bottom of the lake through the eyes of the riding wheel, Braun even saw many giant pythons that were more than 20 meters long. Needless to say, these giant pythons have all eaten blood orchids and mutated. And the little snakes swimming in the lake are obviously the descendants of those pythons. If these snakes are replaced by other wizards, they will also be tricky if they do not use the phantom migration. But for someone like Braun with a Parseltongue accent, these pythons will not only not become a threat to him, but will become his help. Hiss. Braun's mouth emitted a snake sound. Although the sound is not loud compared to the snake in the lake, but it made the snakes stop. Parseltongue has great control over snakes. The pythons are still able to resist temporarily, but the Jakesy frontal snakes are clearly not an opponent, AJBH. It didn't take long to swim out of the lake amid Braun's snake sound, crawling respectfully in front of Braun. Sister Lowry. Carrie Wool put his arm around Lowry's waist in fear. If at the beginning, she still wanted to avenge her boyfriend. But after Braun sounded snakes in front of her and manipulated the giant snake, she no longer had this kind of thought. Although Lowry looked calm, his heart also gushed with shock. She originally thought that Braun had used some special magic to control the captured python. I didn't expect Braun to be able to talk snakes. As a muggle, she didn't know what Parseltongue was. Instead, I subconsciously think that all wizards are like this. So much so that the eyes that looked at Lovegood and Luna became a little different. Parseltongue. Paul looked grim. He now understood why Braun was not afraid of the Sea of Snakes. These snakes may be a big problem for other wizards. But for wizards with Parseltongue talent, not only is it not a trouble, but it is a help. For a while, his expression also began to become happy. The stronger Braun is, the happier he is. Because only in this way can he be more sure that the other party can successfully reach the Shuar clan. He can also obtain the blood orchid to become a true wizard. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Almost half an hour. These pythons became Braun's help. And through these giant pythons, Braun finally knew the residents of the Shuar clan. It was a great experience. Cooper sat on the giant python and looked at the scenery that kept flashing on both sides, and sighed with emotion. He lived this big and rode a python for the first time. At the same time, the teenager who looked ahead also felt more and more fortunate for his decision. Thankfully, he didn't have the same ghostly mind against Braun as Owen at that time. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, it wouldn't be much better. Never mind if Owen is really dead. When Braun turned the pistol into a poisonous snake and bit Owen's neck, he showed no mercy. While sighing in his heart, he did not forget to take out his portable camera and start shooting. These are rare pieces of material. Since Braun didn't mean to stop him, it was natural to record it well. You know, they alone are not able to set foot in this undeveloped rainforest. Sitting on the body of the giant python, Braun looked at the surrounding scenery and did not let his guard down like the others. After communicating with those snakes, he also generally understood some of the news about the Shuar clan. One of the most important points is the strength of the Shuar people. According to the snakes, the Shuar are very powerful and can easily control them. This also made Braun have some doubts in his heart. If this group of people is really so strong, why didn't the Ministry of Magic of the Black Continent recruit them? Or is it that the people of this tribe are originally wizarding families? Since he couldn't figure it out, Braun didn't continue to think about it. It is true that your own strength is strong. Even if something happens, it's a big deal to give up these muggles. He could still take Luna and Lovegood away. With the help of these snakes, the crowd walked through various traps without risk. Came to the outside of a tall wall. On the wall stood a group of wild men dressed in rattan linen costumes and painted with red clay. Seeing Braun, they were carried by the giant python, and their expressions were full of surprise. Who are you? One of the natives asked with some stammering. Giant language. Braun raised an eyebrow. Many magical creatures in the wizarding world have different languages. It's just that he didn't think that this group of people could even use giant language. It seems that this group of people is not as savage as they think. We are travelers from the outside world, hoping to get to know the great and mysterious Sure people. Saying that, Braun also showed some of his magic. Since the other party can speak the giant language, it will definitely not be an ordinary indigenous tribe. Rather, it resembles the magical family of England. Naturally, he would not underestimate these people. Wizard. Yes. Between a question and an answer, the natives standing on the fence muttered a few words to their companions. The other party glanced at Braun and them, and then hurried down the wall, not knowing what to do. We need to report to the elders first, and they will decide whether to receive outsiders or not. As he spoke, the young man looked at Braun warily, as if he was afraid that they would do something drastic. No problem. Braun nodded. Just like that, I sat on the body of the giant python and waited. Seeing that Braun was very honest, the other party also seemed very satisfied. The spear in his hand was also no longer raised. The gazes of the few people who looked at Braun were obviously kinder, quite a bit. It took almost 10 minutes. On the fence, a tall old man with a feather crown on his head was looking at them on crutches. Although this old man was exceptionally old, Braun did not neglect the other party in the slightest. Instead, his expression became serious. Outsiders, what is your purpose? Feel a spiritual fluctuation similar to the mind of the mind. Braun didn't resist. If the other party can't see through their own thoughts, then it is absolutely impossible to let them in. We are a reporter for a newspaper to come here to explore the magical creature vine elephant, but also to see the mysterious race in the rainforest. Of course. And blood orchid? Braun said calmly. And the tribal warriors who were originally calm became unkind when they looked at Braun one by one after hearing the blood orchid. If it weren't for the fact that there were still elders here, perhaps they would have let this group of guys who coveted their treasures come and go. You're honest. The great elder stared into Braun's eyes for a long time before slowly speaking. Come in, honest traveler. Although it is impossible for us to give you the treasures of the tribe, we are still willing to entertain you because of your honesty. The tribal warriors who were originally still angry also calmed down one by one after hearing the words of the great elder. And the gate of the wall slowly opened. Braun got up and left the python. Everyone else stood up in the same way. Some cautiously followed Braun towards the wall. I saw groups of natives dressed in linen clothes and covered in red mud watching them. His expression was full of curiosity, but at the same time he was wary. And what makes them feel even more frightening is the giant python that can be seen everywhere in the tribe. There are also various dried snake meats. Even the young children of the tribe hold snakes in their hands to play. This made Cooper and others, who were ordinary people, feel unbelievable. As for Braun, the three were obviously much calmer. Now that it is known that these sure are people from the wizarding world, then it is not so surprising to have snakes as pets. After all, there are many wizards in the wizarding world who raise magical creatures such as fire dragons and three-headed dogs as pets. Compared to those powerful magical creatures, these poisonous snakes and pythons are nothing at all. And while everyone was watching, the great elder who was standing on the city wall just now also walked over surrounded by many tribal warriors. Hello, on behalf of the Roar family, I would like to greet you. Braun made an extremely bizarre courtesy. And the other party is also very serious to return the salute with the same weird etiquette. And the surrounding natives are obviously a lot more enthusiastic. I can tell that you come from an ancient family. Not everyone will use the Gullen rite of the Black Continent. A rare smile appeared on the face of the great elder, who was still looking flat. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. This is thanks to my teacher, Nicola Flamel. I think you should know him? Braun asked tentatively. The Gullen ritual is a set of etiquette inherited from the Black Continent. Represents the highest respect for guests. Only a few families with a long history can know about it. As far as the Luo family, a family with a lower level of 24 holy bloods, naturally would not understand. This was only known when he specifically asked his teacher Nicola May before he came here. Nicola Flames? That master alchemist in France? The great elder's expression was filled with surprise. Seeing the other party's appearance, Braun's heart was relieved. The smile on his face became brighter. His own teacher really didn't lie to him. The other party's name is indeed good. Even this kind of wizard tribe far away in the Black Continent had heard of his name. But thinking about the other party's lifespan of more than 600 years feels a little natural. That's right, that's my teacher. It seems that today is indeed a very distinguished guest. Camo, go and tell the women of the tribe to prepare for a grand evening party to welcome these 3 guests. Oh, and their servants. Take them to the slaves. Don't forget to give them a comfortable crypt and prepare food a little better. The great elder said to the tribal warrior who first discovered Braun. Then warriors from several tribes surrounded Cooper. Don't worry, they mean to take you to dinner. Braun soothed. Then with a smile on his face, he was with Lovegood and Luna. Surrounded by many tribal warriors, the Great Elder walked towards the depths of the tribe. The sun in the sky is watching us. Watch us. The eyes of the ancestors are watching us. Watching us. In the singing of prayers, Braun sat on a rattan chair with a feather crown on his head and watched the women and children sing and dance around the fire. Wild boars and panthers are scorched in the campfire. The animals' grease dripped and caused the flames to crackle. However, the smell of meat has long been transmitted. This is a specialty of our tribe, grilled snake eggs and rainforest scorpions. The Great Elder pointed to the large black scorpion on the table and said to the snake egg. And Braun also understood the meaning of the other party in seconds, and unceremoniously picked up the big scorpion to learn the other party's appearance and broke the black carapace and ate it. This performance is obviously very satisfactory to everyone. How does it taste? It's kind of like a crab. Can be eaten. Braun whispered to Lovegood, who did not dare to speak. As a person who once came from a foodie empire, fried whole scorpions, bean insects, and silkworm chrysalis are not a problem. Naturally, it is impossible to be intimidated by these strange things. And while Braun was feasting here, on the other side, the Lori who was treated as a servant was obviously not so lucky. Although there were orders from the Great Elder, they were not the same as the group of slaves who were locked up in the fence. But the crypt where it is located is not much better. The food sent was also obviously some tapioca paste. There is also a piece of roasted meat that I don't know from what animal. We obviously came together. Why are we in such a place? Carrie couldn't help but complain. Whether it was cassava or roasted meat, she didn't want to eat it. For you are servants. A somewhat weak voice came from the fence where the slaves were held. Everyone couldn't help but look over vigilantly. This was the first time they had heard English since they arrived. Don't be nervous, I'm an adventurer who wanted to go deep into the rainforest to explore unknown races. Who would have thought that they would be caught as a slave? The man who spoke up just now said again. It's just that the voice still seems a little weak. And everyone finally saw the appearance of this person at this moment. His flaxen hair, covered in dirt, could still see his fair skin. The originally burly body looked a little thin at the moment. Lying on the ground, the double transparent seemed to be shining. Are you coming with the others? Those with extraordinary powers? The man asked again. And Lori nodded after hesitating. That's right, we came here with a group of wizards. Then you guys are lucky, at least you don't have to worry about being caught. Saying that, the man stared straight at the barbecue of several people. Lori hesitated for a moment and threw it away. The man didn't care about the dirt on it and ate it. Even after eating the whole thing, he licked his fingers in disbelief. Then he lay back in his original position and fell asleep. Aren't you going to escape? Carrie couldn't help but ask. The man glanced at them and then closed it. How to escape? We were an expedition of 13 people. All died except me. And these slaves around me, whenever I behave abnormally, they will immediately report it to the people of the tribe. Even if I escaped from here by chance, the poisonous insects outside were not something I could fight. Might as well stay here and that. At the very least, I don't have to worry about my life. Saying that, the man yawned and fell asleep again. This made several people appear a little silent. Lori opened her mouth and finally just sighed and said nothing. They also came here thanks to Braun. Ask Braun to help them save people? But what if you annoy the other party? Will he stay here as a servant then? She shuddered a little at the thought of how she looked like she had become a man. Collect all your thoughts. Stay here honestly and leave when Mr. Braun is done. Paul said with a sneer. Compared to the others, he seemed at ease. In order to get the blood orchid, he experienced a more difficult life in this rainforest. Raw meat and carrion can be eaten without changing color. Not to mention that, the banquet became more and more lively with the passage of time. It's just that there are fewer and fewer people dancing. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Men and women leave together. Listening to those high-pitched music made Braun's expression a little strange. However, he still pretended not to hear anything, and continued to chat with the Great Elder about magic. It's such a coincidence that you're here now? Otherwise, you might be able to see my grandson Brute, the most talented wizard in the tribe, now learning magic in Vagado. The Great Elder's tone was filled with pride. He is obviously happy that his grandson can enter Vargardo for further study. I remember Vagado was at Moon Hill. It's not close to here. Picking up the cider and drinking it, Braun said softly. It's a very long way to go, but we also have a flow network here, so it won't take long. By the way, Great Elder, there is a squib among my servants, but he turned out to be a demon weak after accidentally obtaining a dried blood orchid. I wonder if that plant is really that amazing? If it is possible, I hope to be able to use my knowledge to get some zero from you. After going around in circles, Braun brought up the matter again. The purpose of his coming here was for the sake of blood orchid, and naturally it was impossible to give up just like that. And the Great Elder who turned out to be kind. At this moment, he looked at Braun seriously for a few seconds, and finally he couldn't help sighing. If it had been before, I would have been able to give you a plant just because you were a disciple of Nicolaim. But now, it's not that we don't want to give it to you, it's that there is something wrong with the blood orchid. Their number is becoming less and less. Something went wrong. Braun couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He thought that the other party would have many answers, but he never thought that it was because the number was getting smaller and smaller. The blood orchid is watered by the fountain of eternity. However, in the past 2 years, the water level of the spring water has become lower, and even dried up. Naturally, the blood orchid could no longer be maintained. Haven't you figured it out? Braun couldn't help but ask. I thought about it, but it's a pity that even the Ministry of Magic came to investigate, and I didn't know the reason. In the end, it can only be attributed to normal natural phenomena. Can we go over and take a look? Seeing the Great Elder's expression, he looked a little hesitant. Braun added another 2.6. You know, I'm an alchemist, maybe I can think of something with the alchemy matrix, even if there is no way to solve it. But it's also good to be able to slow down the water level of the spring. Looking at Braun's serious expression, the Great Elder hesitated, but finally nodded and agreed. The current blood orchid has long been unable to produce. Since this makes the so-called tribal forbidden land naturally become nonsense. Instead of waiting for it to die slowly, it's better to let Braun try it, even if it doesn't work out. But it won't get any worse. The time is set for tomorrow. When the time comes, I will take you to the forbidden place to see. Of course, it's just you. Of course. Braun had a smile on his face. The banquet is over. Because of the reason that it is valued by the Great Elder, the three were sent to a wooden house. The room is filled with the fragrance of wood, and both animal skin blankets and mattresses are new. The three of them, who had been tired for a day, did not talk about anything. So they went back to their rooms and lay down. One night without a word. By the time Braun woke up again, it was already bright outside. Distinguished guests. The Great Elder ordered me to bring you breakfast. A respectful voice came from outside the door. Come in. Braun tidied up his clothes and changed into a wizarding robe. Compared to ordinary clothes. Or did the wizard robe make him feel more comfortable wearing it? Especially in this humid rainforest. At least the constant temperature and moisture-proof wizard robe will not be as tightly attached to the body as ordinary clothes. 3 women came in, holding a basket of roasted meat in a rattan basket. Another held a clay pot filled with milky milk. 09. After simply eating some, Braun followed the women to the Great Elder's cabin. The other party was drinking tea while reading the newspaper. If it weren't for the deep jungle at the moment, he would have thought he was in some city. It was really that the other party's behavior was too far from the primitive tribe he imagined. Tribe is just our traditional way of life. Although we live deep in the rainforest, that doesn't mean we don't know the outside world. You have to embrace new things, right? The Great Elder put down the newspaper and said with a smile. Let's go, the Forbidden Land is still some distance from here. Come back early and be able to have breakfast. Forbidden Lands are not in the horde? Following the other party, he left the tribe, sat on a snake cart, and headed towards the depths of the rainforest. As you go deeper, the surrounding trees become rarer. Finally stopped in a clearing. Great Elder. A dozen tribal warriors hiding in the canopy of trees jumped down and shouted respectfully. Stay vigilant. The Great Elder waved his hand casually, called Braun, and walked towards the middle well. This is the Fountain of Eternity. The Great Elder sighed and said, looking a little sad. The water here, isn't it still there? Looking at the spring that kept gushing out of the well, Braun asked hesitantly. The well doesn't look like it's dried up. Who knew that the Great Elder actually shook his head? What I mean by drying up is the drying up of strength. There is no longer the power in the water that can make the blood orchid grow. In this way, perhaps the Fountain of Eternity will really be ordinary. Braun nodded abruptly. I glanced at the small reddish flowers growing on the stone on the edge of the well, and knew in my heart that these things should be the so-called blood orchid. It's just that it doesn't seem to be nutritious. Even after continuous irrigation, many of the overflowing wells have gradually withered. It seems that it should have something to do with the other party's claim that the power of the well water is drying up. Braun took a few steps closer. I brought my nose to my nose and sniffed. The water carries a faint fishy smell, and even makes people have a physiological disgust. It was unlike any spring in his memory, but it always gave him a sense of D.J.V.U. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? It seems to have been seen somewhere. And as he pondered, his expression became more and more strange. This seems to be the blood of a void creature. Smelling the familiar smell, Braun finally remembered. The well water smelled exactly the same as the void creatures he had killed. It's just that the water in this well, called the Fountain of Eternity, has been diluted a lot. That unpleasant smell has become very weak. How about Braun? Seeing Braun standing motionless in place, the Great Elder couldn't help but ask. I may know why, Braun said with a strange face. Without waiting for the Great Elder to ask, he took the initiative to speak out. Have you ever explored the upper reaches of the river? Upstream of the river? You mean something went wrong upstream? But the well water has not decreased. I mean there's something wrong with the source of the power of the eternal fountain. If Braun guessed correctly, this so-called Fountain of Eternity was inseparable from the blood of those void creatures. Perhaps it was once a wizard who tried to use the river to purify these sealed void creatures. It was only by chance that the spring water carrying the blood of the void creature gave birth to a strange plant, the blood orchid. Later, it was discovered by the tribe and became a holy relic. Now there are only 2 possibilities for the decline of the power of the spring. One is that the void creatures are dead. Another possibility is that the sealed void creature has escaped the seal. The former is fine, but if it's the latter, it's troublesome. The Great Elder's expression looked a little gloomy. It took a long time before he finally sighed. It seems that you have already seen those void creatures. Tell me how you guessed that. The Great Elder stared over like a torch. Braun, on the other hand, was undaunted to look at 560. I never doubted that. It's just that seeing the spring water here at this moment, and then thinking about the enthusiasm of the Great Elder after I revealed my identity, I couldn't help but guess. You asked me to come here to solve the problem of the alchemy matrix. The seal of that sealed void creature was broken by someone? See, Braun guessed things pretty closely. The Great Elder obviously had no intention of continuing to conceal it. Yes, almost a year ago, the magic array was destroyed by a demagogic guy in a tribe. Originally, we sent a large number of people to solve this matter, but after holding on for a few months, everything was normal in the magic array, so we let go of our minds. But who knows that later the Eternal Fountain began to have problems. Blood orchids cannot grow. That void creature had also awakened. The magic array could no longer suppress it. Didn't you ask the Ministry for help? Braun couldn't help but ask. He didn't believe that the Ministry of Magic would not ask about such a big event. Do you think there is anyone in the Ministry who knows alchemy? The Great Elder said angrily. The Black Continent is not good at alchemy, they are better at potions and transfiguration like Samba country. Won several national animagus competitions. Alchemy is not their specialty. Braun clearly understood the other party's concerns. First of all, there are no relevant talents within the Black Continent. If you want to go to the European continent to invite you, you are worried that the secret will be exposed. In addition, the problem is not too big now, so it has been dragged on. It wasn't until the void creatures were revived that they finally felt that nothing could be done. Just at this time, Braun came again. You want me to help? Although the Great Elder did not speak, his meaning seemed clear. If you are willing to help repair the alchemy matrix, the tribe is willing to give 10 blood orchids for free. That's all I've saved over the years. The Great Elder said seriously. Compared to those long-established alchemists in the European continent, Braun was clearly a better choice. He became famous at a young age and also learned from famous teachers. Such people should at least pay more attention to some of their own reputation. Of course, more importantly, Braun came to the Black Continent by himself. His actions would not attract the attention of the wizards on the other side of the continent. If they personally went to the continent to invite alchemists, at that time, even if it is well hidden, there is a risk of exposure. If you want, we can sign a contract. Saying that, a magic contract with a snakeskin base appeared in front of Braun. Braun glanced at it casually, and the content on it was not so harsh / The main thing is to help the Black Snake tribe build a magic array, and then the Black Snake tribe will give itself 10 blood orchids as a reward. Of course, in addition to this, all that remains are various restrictions. For example, I can't leak this matter. And then the duties that both parties have to perform and so on. It's a very fair contract. At least Braun didn't see any hidden terms. It could be seen that the Great Elder was indeed very sincere. However, Braun still did not immediately sign the contract. Instead, put it away. I have to take a look at the current situation of the magic array first. Before seeing the magic array, all contracts were rootless. Instead of promising now that things can't be solved by then, it's better to go and see what kind of situation the magic array is like first. Yes. Since he had decided to let Braun help, the Great Elder would definitely not continue to hesitate. 2 tribal warriors were called to lead the way. Under their leadership, the 2 men followed the source of the water to the upper reaches of the river. This is it. Looking at the deep cave, a vigorous magical aura coiled in it. And after going deeper, Braun finally saw the true appearance of this magic array. I saw that in the depths of the cave, a strange-looking void creature with wings and sharp teeth was chained to the altar. The upper and lower boulders, like millstones, pressed them in the middle. It seems to be worn out in this way. And through the void creature with its body full of blatant wounds, he can know. If this strategy continues, it may really be able to achieve a wear effect. It's a pity that this huge flesh and blood millstone has long ceased to move. On the contrary, the aura of the void creature in the middle began to become more and more powerful. It was as if it was about to awaken. And in Braun's observation, the problem was finally found. Whew. Okay. Looking at the missing corner of the formation plate, he breathed a sigh of relief. This magic array should have been reinforced within 200 years. It can be seen that many places are not much different from the current alchemy matrix. And it's also an alchemy matrix based on Runevan Moon. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. This is even less difficult for Braun. I can fix it. Really? The Great Elder's tone was filled with surprise. He was just thinking about trying to see who could think that Braun would actually be able to complete the repair. Of course, I didn't have the heart to fool you. Braun smiled and pulled out the contract, signing his name without hesitation. And the Great Elder who saw this scene finally let go of his heart. Since Braun had the courage to sign a contract, there must be a way to solve the problem of the alchemy array. For a moment, Braun could feel as if there was a faint restraint on his body. This feeling is not strong, and he even says that he is sure to break free. It's just that he didn't intend to do that. After all, the benefits have not yet been obtained. And even if he got it, he wouldn't do it. After all, the contract is not strict, and it is better to keep it as a whole card than to expose it at this time. If anyone wants to use the contract to intimidate him, he will definitely be able to give that person a big surprise. Do you need any more materials? I'll let the warriors of the tribe bring it for you now. Braun was naturally not polite either. The damage of the magic array is not serious though. But if you want to repair it, Some materials are definitely indispensable. He doesn't take it all over. After telling the Great Elder the materials he needed, Braun began to observe the magic array. It is rare to see this kind of special magic array now, and he felt that the effect of this magic array could be replicated in the past. Maybe he can also use those void creatures to cultivate some unique plants, just like those peach fruits of your own. Although he has sprouted, Qian Li Zhao, after his unremitting efforts, his growth is not good. On the contrary, there is some malnutrition. Not even with those nutrient solutions he made. Maybe using the blood of void creatures can cultivate different fruits. Almost half an hour passed. A group of tribal warriors came carrying a large bag of supplies. Most of them are some unique metals. Others are gemstones and natural crystals. Braun did not hesitate immediately. After seeing the material, he began to repair the magic array. I don't know if I feel a sense of crisis or... The void creature, which was still asleep, suddenly opened its eyes at this moment. Scarlet eyes stared at Braun, who was repairing the magic array. Wizard? Release me, I can give you eternal life? A soft female voice sounded in Braun's heart. There were all kinds of illusory scenes in front of him, but Braun continued to tinker with the magic array as if he didn't realize it. And this performance obviously angered the bound void creatures. Her angry roar, sharp and piercing voice made the surrounding tribal warriors a little unbearable. Those giant pythons were even more restless, and they were particularly uneasy. Shut up. Looking at the formation plate that he was only close to completing with the last stroke, Braun was furious. It doesn't matter about repairing the magic array. With his wand in hand, he rushed in. Danger! The Great Elder shouted. Looking at Braun, who was getting closer and closer to the void creature, his eyes were full of anger and regret. Young people are just unreliable and too careful. Not only the magic array can't be repaired at this moment. Maybe fate will have to be thrown here. You know, they haven't tried to kill the void creatures over the years, it's just an effect. It is difficult to say enough. It seems that there is no possibility of success at all. They were only slightly close and were controlled by each other to kill each other. And that traitor was also seduced by getting too close. In his opinion, it won't be long before Blau 950 and also ends up this way. What worries him now is how to explain to Nicolame when the time comes. It doesn't matter how it goes, but the other party's land eventually died here. This is inseparable from their Black Snake tribe. Just in the next second, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Make you call? Let you impersonate a woman? He looks so ugly like a big bat, and he also learns the sound of clips. I saw a huge knight appear behind Braun in midair, and this knight, who seemed to be made of magic, was constantly pumping the big mouth of the void creature. Beat the other party and screamed repeatedly. It didn't stop until there was less air intake and more air out. And the originally alive and imposing void creature was already dying like a dead dog at this moment. Even the Great Elder suspected that if Braun continued to fight like this, he might really be killed. Sensing Braun's turned head gaze, several tribal warriors subconsciously shivered, and their eyes revealed a touch of worship and respect. Originally, they respected Braun only out of the other party's alchemy. Now it is because of the powerful strength of the other party. This guy is too noisy to affect my repair of the magic array. The Great Elder won't mind. The Great Elder waved his hand again and again. Of course not. Of course not. This void creature has long been untidy. Seeing this, Braun continued to repair the magic array. Without the void creatures continuing to make trouble, Braun repaired the entire magic array in just 1 hour, and the giant millstone in midair also began to operate again. It began to constantly wear down the body of the void creature. Let the other party let out a terrifying scream. The worn-out bodies also flowed down the river to the eternal spring downstream. I believe that it will not be long before the strange power that disappeared from those springs will reappear. And the nervous Great Elder finally breathed a sigh of relief. He also had a smile on his face when he looked at Braun. This time back to the tribe, I will leave the remaining 20 blood orchids are all given to you? If at the beginning he just planned to let the other party help and simply complete a transaction, then now there is a little more thought of making friends with each other. Young, powerful, and with an amazing background. Such an excellent young man, if not he understood that the other party was not willing to stay in his own small tribe. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. He even wanted to unload his place directly and hand it over to the other party. Then find him a few more wives and reproduce excellent heirs. In this way, in a few years, the Black Snake tribe may be able to become another powerful force in the magic world of the Black Continent. Unfortunately, this is also his AJDC thought. As long as the inheritor of a pure-blood family in the European continent does not pump his brain, it is absolutely impossible to stay. Hearing the words of the Great Elder, Braun only smiled faintly. What was promised at first was 10, now it's 20. It can be imagined that there must be a lot of blood orchids in the other party's tribe. Before, it was just because he didn't show his value, so the other party was so unconcerned. Now that he has shown his value, it is reasonable for the other party to be willing to pay more. Ride a giant python and return to the tribe with each other. On the way, Braun also asked the doubts in his heart. Can the Great Elder tell me why you are all able to control the giant python? From my observations, not all of your tribe are wizards. This doubt has been bothering him for a day. It was not surprising that the Great Elder could control the giant python. The other party is a wizard, and some unique means are also considered to be deserved. But how can those ordinary tribal warriors control the python? You can't all be parcel tongue? An ancestral magic. The Great Elder hesitated for a moment, and finally took out an extremely ancient scroll from his arms. It's different from the family ties in continental Europe. Our shamans here are a gathering of tribes. Every tribe has a guardian totem, and the snake is the totem of our tribe. Look at the names of the people on the scroll. Braun instantly understood what this was. You signed a contract with these giant pythons. This is nothing new. There are many people in the wizarding world who have signed contracts with magical creatures, like the dragon knights in those Muggle novels. In fact, it is a group of wizards who have signed a contract with the dragon. After seeing the Great Elder's contract, Braun also understood why these giant pythons would obey the orders of these people like arms. We protect the growth of these pythons, and they fight for us. The Great Elder smiled and patted the giant python under him. I have to say that this method is indeed very suitable in the primitive Black Continent. Rhine forests are densely packed and river networks are developed. Sometimes even wizards need the help of these protists to live better. The reason why the wizards of the European continent gave up this way of contracting large beasts is also due to the process of urbanization and industrialization, forcing them to choose only small creatures such as cats, mice, and owls. Instead, they rely on their reconnaissance, experimental potions, or messenger delivery as auxiliary tools. Both sides have their own direction of development, and there is no difference between them and the difference, just to better adapt to the environment. How long do we have to stay here? Again, these foods that I don't know what they are? Carrie looked at the food that was sent that was worse than yesterday, and couldn't help but complain again. Only this time, no one was answering her. Of the three men, Paul was Braun's loyalist. The other Cooper and the others didn't care about anything. Even Lori didn't say anything at the moment. After seeing the tragic situation of the man in the cage yesterday, she knew that she wanted to get out of here. The most important thing to do is to be honest, waiting for Braun to take them away. See, no one answered. Carrie looked a little discouraged, and could only vent his dissatisfaction in the food in front of him. Soon, however, their attention was drawn to the slaves in the cages. I saw that the slaves who were sleeping soundly were driven out by the warriors of the tribe. Another busy start to the day. Some slow bodies will also be punched and kicked. The man they had seen yesterday was among them. It looks particularly embarrassing. It's just that everyone is overwhelmed by themselves, and naturally there is no way to help each other. I can only eat my breakfast in a dull atmosphere. Pray for an early departure from this ghost place. While everyone was praying, Braun also returned to the tribe with the Great Elder. Perhaps there were tribal warriors who brought back Braun's repair of the magic array in advance. Braun and the others were cheered by everyone as soon as they entered the tribe. Even some tribal warriors who were not very fond of Braun were unconcealable adoration in their expressions at the moment. Tonight, continue our celebration? Let the distinguished guests from afar feel the enthusiasm of our Black Snake tribe. The words of the Great Elder ignited the enthusiasm of the tribal people. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. One by one, they began to prepare food for the banquet. There is even a team of warriors who have already put their weapons on the python and prepared to hunt in the rainforest. It can be seen that this banquet is obviously even grander than yesterday's evening. Is this blood orchid? At night, Braun listened to the noise outside. Instead, attention was on the red flowers on the table. These flowers have been picked for too long though, but instead of withering, it appeared alive, as if it had just been plucked from the soil. 20 flowers don't look like much, but it's extraordinarily precious. It is a magical plant that can turn a squib into a wizard. It is also a miracle medicine that can give muggles a long life. Of course, these are not the most precious things. More importantly, Braun obtained a set of precious magic arrays. He plans to replicate it when he returns home. At that time, won't the plant of blood orchid continue to flow? Put these blood orchids away carefully. Only one flower was left on the table. Try the potion recipe I got by checking in today. Now, Braun rubbed his hands a little nervously. The check-in system is still the same, and he can only get something unique when he leaves his country and arrives in a new place. Just like the revenge elixir obtained by checking in today. The effect is very simple. Ruff is to help the squib turn into a wizard and Remon a riot. Compared to the direct use of blood orchids, the effect of the potion was milder, and at the same time, one blood orchid was enough for more than a dozen refining. And each refining can almost get 3 bottles of revenge potion. In other words, one blood orchid has almost made more than 30 bottles of potions. Braun, on the other hand, has 20 blood orchids, which means that Braun can make 600 bottles of potions if he is willing. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? He believed that this was enough to drive those squibs in the wizarding world crazy? Come to think of it, he is not delaying either. Taking a deep breath, he carefully cut a piece from the blood orchid and began refining the potion. Thanks to Braun's potion's talent, the potion only failed twice in the beginning, and then it was all success. This also allowed Braun to get 35 bottles of potion smoothly. He believed that as he became more familiar with the potion, maybe you can reach 40 bottles. The host? I brought people here. Alchemy puppet Karu said with a respectful expression, and behind him was a flattering Paul. Mr. Braun, are you looking for me? Braun subconsciously took a step back, his brows furrowed slightly. The smell on the other party's body was very bad, mixed with sweat and fishy, and it could be seen that although the tribe had not treated these servants of themselves harshly in the past 2 days, but obviously not much better. I got the blood orchid. Paul's face was full of surprise. Didn't wait for him to say anything. I saw Braun throw a bottle of potion. He subconsciously caught it, but Braun's ensuing words made him hesitate. This is the potion I refined. Blood orchid is the main material. It can help you smoothly change from a demon to a wizard. Although Braun said it seriously, but Paul didn't believe much. Looking at this unfamiliar potion, he seemed a little undecided. After all, he had never heard of being able to refine potions using blood orchids as raw materials. Who until this potion works? It's better to say that it's useless, in case there are any bad consequences. At that time, he just has no place to cry. But don't drink it. First of all, I refined the potion. Whether you drink or not is your thing. Blood orchid, I can't give it to you. This is something I paid a huge price for. Although he had promised the other party that he would help him obtain the blood orchid. But the situation was different from what was expected at the time. The tribe did not agree to the exchange, and these blood orchids were all exchanged by him to repair the magic array. The other party did not help at all. Being able to give each other a bottle of potion is already extraordinarily generous. Paul gritted his teeth and looked a little gloomy. At the same time, there is a strong reluctance. Becoming a wizard was his lifelong dream. Now the dream is in front of him, so this makes him seem tangled. I am afraid of potions and problems, and I am worried that I will not be able to become a wizard if I drink it. But no matter what he thought, Braun's attitude was already obvious. That is, it is impossible to give the blood orchid to him again. In other words, if he wants to become a wizard, the only way for him is to drink the potion. Big deal and die? Secretly fierce in his heart, he no longer hesitated. I picked up the potion and drank it. Then a sharp pain welled up from his body. Let him scream and twist on the ground. Failed? It shouldn't be. Looking at the other party's violent reaction, Braun couldn't help but frown. All the steps he followed the recipe. There can be no mistakes. Could it be that the blood orchid is fake? Having seen his own strength, he felt that the Great Elder and those people should not be stupid to do such a thing. Karu dragged him. Just as Braun was about to dispose of Paul, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. The huge magic made the furnishings in the room float. 353, and Braun's expression changed from distress to consternation. He was all too familiar with this situation. Magic riot? That is to say, the other party really became a wizard. Braun wasn't the only one who was stunned. Paul was not much better. Looking at the furniture floating under his control, he was first horrified, ecstatic, and finally crying. This is the joy of the dream finally coming true. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to become a wizard in his lifetime. You know, Blood Orchid is just one of his hopes. Now hope becomes a reality through Braun's hands. So much so that the look in his eyes when he looked at Braun was filled with fanaticism. Mr. Braun, Paul shouted excitedly. Looks like you're out of luck. Braun smiled and didn't care much. Even if the other party becomes a wizard in a magic riot, his potential is here. There will not be much growth value in the future. To him, this kind of wizard is nothing at all. Naturally, I don't care much. And Paul did not have the slightest dissatisfaction with Braun's attitude, but decided more and more to hug this golden thigh. The wizarding world is exceptionally cruel. He definitely won't be able to go to school at his age. Then you can only fool around in the wizarding world. And a wizard with a background behind him is definitely better than a wizard without a background. Mr. Braun, I hope to join your family and run things for you. Paul knelt on the ground and said nervously. And Braun did not refuse after some muttering. Although the opponent's strength is not strong, the experience of living in Muggles for many years is what Braun needs. Some things that are inconvenient for him to do can be better done by handing over to the other party. For example, actions such as the acquisition of some factories. You can completely let the other person as your own white gloves. And the opponent's strength is very weak, which is more convenient for his control. I'll think about it. Well, you can go. Remember to take those Muggles seriously. I heard some people from the tribe say, my servants weren't very honest. Don't let them get me in trouble, said and waved his hand. And Paul left very wisely. But even so, he was also full of excitement. Since Braun did not directly refuse, that shows that the other party does have the intention to accept themselves. And to think about it is to look at your own capabilities. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Taking care of those Muggles was the first task Braun gave him. Finished well, he transformed himself into a supernumerary wizard of a pure blood family. Not to mention walking sideways in the wizarding world, but at least you won't be bullied. And if the completion is not good, then the other party's consideration will obviously turn into rejection. Thinking of this, his expression became more and more grim. He wasn't a good guy in the first place. At this moment, for the sake of your future, you must naturally do this first thing well. You can't let those Muggles spoil them. Go back and teach those guys a lesson. What's wrong? You talk? Are we going to be locked up here all the time? Carrie asked at several people. Paul's departure left several people's minds a little floating. Without this person's surveillance, their discussions seemed unbridled. What do you say we're going to do? Escape? How do we get there? The ship was taken away. Even if we fled the tribe, there was no way to leave the rainforest. Matthew, the captain of the fishing boat, said in embarrassment. Laurie was obviously not very optimistic about this operation, but did not say anything. So sit back and wait? Didn't you see the miserable situation of that man today? Just because he spilled a plate of fruit on the ground, he was beaten. Who knows if we will be sold into the tribe? You know, we know each other's identity. Carrie said again. And this time is exactly what everyone is worried about. This afternoon, the white man was beaten by the natives for accidentally dropping a plate of fruit on the ground. This is too shocking for them. Looking at the situation where he has been guarded and dungeoned now, he is naturally afraid that he will become a slave like the other party. To live a life that is worse than death and without dignity. That's what led to today's conversation. So what are you going to do? How do we escape? We don't need to escape. We just need to put what we photographed along the way into the river and pass it on. It will definitely attract the attention of others. We brought drones. At that time, you just need to. Just as Carrie was excitedly talking about his plan, but suddenly found that Lori and they all closed their mouths, looking terrified. This made Carrie look a little strange, and at the same time there was some 4.6 panic in his heart. Why don't you say it? Paul asked darkly. Originally, he just planned to teach these people a lesson and let them be honest. I didn't expect that. I had just left for a while, and I began to think about how to pass the news out. If only they had done it. He was sure Braun would not let him go. As soon as he thought of this, his expression became more and more gloomy when he looked at these people. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson? Only then will you be honest. His physical fitness was already good, otherwise he would not have lived in the rainforest for so long. Coupled with the magic riot, the body is not only much younger after being nourished by the magic power, strength has also increased. The few people present were naturally not his opponents. Within moments he was knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. Just as he was about to continue telling them what to do and what not to do, a huge explosion caught his attention. Rush! Kill them! Kill this group of oppressors! Don't be afraid. Ah, there are snakes on my legs? Listening to the shouts outside, Braun frowned and pushed the door open. What's going on outside? As a guest of the Black Snake tribe, he also helped them repair the magic array. Naturally, it won the admiration of the tribal warriors. There are also special people outside the door to guard it. The slaves' cages were opened. Riots were organized. But rest assured, distinguished guests, those slaves would soon be suppressed. Nothing will go wrong. The tribal warriors guarding outside the door didn't look very worried. Instead, it seemed very calm. It seems that this kind of thing is nothing in the eyes of 09. Braun didn't say anything more, but returned to the room and waited quietly. The Black Snake tribe is a large tribe, and there are wizards in it. It was certainly more than enough to deal with the slave rebellion. As a guest, it is better for him to stay in the room honestly in order not to cause some necessary misunderstandings. Bang! A loud bang smashed the wooden door. The tribal warriors who were guarding outside just now were lying on the ground with their faces covered in blood at this moment. There was a hideous wound on his neck, and he had long lost his breath. And a man who looked like a vampire walked in. The blood-red eyes and the pair of protruding canine teeth looked terrifying. A vampire? I didn't expect the slaves of the Black Snake tribe to be you. Tonight's rebellion is also related to you. Braun asked calmly. Even in the face of a powerful vampire, his face still does not change. Braun roll. The vampire man's face showed a hint of cruelty. If Lori and they were here, they would have found out that this man was the slave white man they had met. It's just that at this moment, he has long been unkempt. On the contrary, it looks hideous and cold. You shouldn't have come here. You ruined our plans. It seems that the big bad has something to do with you. The people of the Black tribe who were seduced are also related to you. Braun looked at the other party's unrelenting look and instantly understood. He said, well, what are vampires doing in this damn place? It turned out to be related to the big bad of that magic array. If you don't show up, maybe it'll be some time later. Under the combination of inside and outside, the Black Snake tribe may really be destroyed. It's just that now with the magic array being repaired by itself, the other party's hope is also gone. As for why the other side did not escape, looking at the bright moon in the sky, he instantly understood. The moon doesn't just empower werewolves. At the same time, there is also a considerable increase for vampires. And the other party has been lurking here for such a long time, and must have created a lot of blood servants. Taking advantage of the full moon night to have a rebellion seems very normal. If I were you, the most important thing to do now should be to leave early. Hope that the people of the tribe will not catch you. Instead of coming here to chat with me. Braun snapped his fingers. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. The teacup on the table flew over. The light red tea flowing into his mouth made Braun couldn't help but let out a refreshing laugh. I hope you'll still be so tough in the future. The vampire sneered. The look in Braun's eyes was filled with resentment. It is because of the appearance of the other party. The plan will have such a big flaw. But again, this is also his chance. As long as you catch the other party, I believe that the Count will definitely not blame himself. Maybe he can still use this to go from a baron to a viscount. With the vampire's spell, his eyes became more and more blood red, and a faint red mist also permeated the room. In the mist, there seemed to be various figures writhing. Braun, who was in it, looked a little strange. A wizard with the strongest illusion riding wheel eyes was actually illusionized by others? Is this looking down on him? Look into my eyes and surrender to me. The vampire baron shouted excitedly at Braun. In his opinion, his illusion was definitely not something that a wizard could resist. Not even if he is an alchemy genius. Just as he was about to admire the appearance of the ordinary alchemy genius surrendering at his feet. What I see is not the cautious appearance of the other party. Rather, a pair of evil, pale eyes that are scarlet than their own. Bang! Look at the vampire baron whose head explodes like a watermelon. Braun's expression revealed some regret. Originally, he planned to ask some information from the other party, who knows that they have just controlled each other. Words didn't have time to be spoken. The other party's head exploded like a watermelon. The whole house was bummed with a large area of red and white. 013. Clean up. Braun waved his wand. Clean the room of dirt. Only then did he take his wand and go out the door. From time to time, there are 1 or 2 slaves outside who have been bitten by vampires and turned into blood servants. It didn't take Braun's shot to be solved by Caro behind him. It turned into a statue with a hideous look. Then it was kicked and shattered into scattered ground. Braun. A somewhat excited voice came from not far away. I saw Luna and Lovegood running over under the protection of another alchemy puppet, Jessica. Just by looking at Luna and Lovegood's neat clothes, you can tell that they were not harmed. Braun, what the hell is going on here? Why are there so many vampires all of a sudden? Lovegood looked worried. Of course, there is a lot of excitement. On the way here, he took a lot of pictures. At that time, it will be directly said that these are the native vampires of the Black Continent. It will definitely attract the attention of many wizards. After all, white vampires have seen a lot. At first glance, the black one is quite novel. I believe that many people will definitely buy it. Slave rebellion. It should be resolved soon, though. After all, the strength of the Black Snake tribe is still very strong. Braun looked at the blood servants who were devoured by the giant python and said comfortingly, without the control of the vampire baron, these transformed blood servants have no brains. Coupled with the numerical advantage, it is not difficult for the Black Snake tribe to defeat these guys. Okay, go to my room and rest. As guests, we better not run around. Avoid causing misunderstandings from the other party. Lovegood nodded and did not retort. Now there is indeed danger in the tribe. It is better not to do anything radical to arouse the other party's vigilance. Just as Braun expected, blood servants are no match for the tribal warriors. It was almost dawn. These guys were all rounded up. The voices outside gradually calmed down. Distinguished guest, Grand Elder, invite you to the big tent. A tribal warrior with a spearhead stained with blood and some slaughter glanced at Lovegood's father and daughter. Finally, he looked at Braun again, and then said respectfully. Braun thought about it and did not refuse. He nodded and followed the other out of his room. Because it didn't come out just now, and the sky seemed dark. At this moment, with the help of the bright skylight, I finally saw the miserable situation outside. All kinds of slain slaves were eaten by the encircled python. And those who died tribal warriors were lit in prayer. And there are quite a few dead pythons. It's just that most of them are still cut open by many pragmatic tribal warriors. It seems that he intends to dry the meat in the sun. And in this scene, Braun also came to the big tent where the Great Elder was. It's not just a tent. More like a house decorated with animal skins. Great Elder, what are you looking for me for? Braun walked slowly into the tent. Then he saw the Great Elder who looked a little tired. I'm so sorry Braun for making you see the joke. Braun, on the other hand, waved his hand casually. His expression also became serious. Do you think this happened out of nowhere? I don't remember any vampire families in the Black Continent. You mean? Instead of answering, Braun pulled out a headless corpse. This guy is a slave of the tribe. The Great Elder recognized it at a glance. He's also a vampire baron. And the reason why he came was for that void creature in the magic array. Braun placed the body in front of the Great Elder. With the other party's knowledge, it was only a slight examination to understand that Braun was not lying to him. For a while, his face also became ugly. I thought it was just a simple slave rebellion, but I didn't think that someone was planning behind it. Thanks to this guy being killed, otherwise they might still have been kept in the dark. This time it's really thanks to you, Braun. The Great Elder said gratefully. Then there was some guilt. It's just a pity for those servants of yours, the environment was too chaotic. We can't do both, so. Braun also pretended to sigh. Of course, there is not much to say sad. Before he had been prepared to be destroyed. A group of muggles, even with Paul, a newly awakened wizard, is definitely no match for those blood servants. Even if he had gone out to the rescue, the result might not have been much better than it is now. Besides, who knows if anyone else exists besides that vampire baron. Compared to Luna's safety, those muggles didn't seem to be that important. It's just a pity that it's Steve. The girlfriend is gone, and the documentary is not made. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Of course, he was also lucky. At least his life was not lost. Still sleeping well in Braun's suitcase. This is also a blessing in misfortune. See, Braun did not take those servants to heart. The Great Elder was also relieved. A smile also appeared on his face again. Braun exchanged pleasantries before heading back to his room. For the next few days, the Black Snake tribe is mourning for the fallen warriors. However, in addition to mourning, it was ready to capture another batch of slaves in time. Make up for the lack of labor in the tribe. Although the Black Snake tribe is a relatively primitive tribe, but you can't do all the chores by the tribesmen. Some slaves were also essential. And the curious Braun also proposed to participate in and see the process of the other party's capture of slaves. As an honored guest of the Black Snake tribe, the other party did not refuse. Instead, he gladly invited Braun to join him, and Braun can be regarded as understanding the source of slaves in the Black Snake tribe. or go to the city and find ordinary muggles to stun and bring back, or catch those ordinary muggle primitive tribes in the rainforest. Of course, there are more of the former than the latter. According to some tribal warriors, most of the common muggle tribes in the rainforest were caught, so people in the city have become their first target. Braun, they didn't stay here for too long. After Lovegood shot enough material and articles, everyone said goodbye to the Black Snake tribe and left here. It's a pity, there is still no news of the Vine Elephant. Lovegood sighed. Their original purpose was to find vine elephants, but unfortunately they learned about it from the Black tribe. This creature has long been extinct. It is not found in the rainforest. So, Lovegood did not continue to insist. After hesitating, he changed his target to shooting the Black Snake tribe. He felt that this must also be enough to arouse the likes of many people. Whew, just as Lovegood complained. In the distance, a huge ship was slowly sailing towards them. It's a steamer again. Braun sighed. No way, there is no airport in this seaport city. Naturally, you can't get on a plane. As for using Flunet, Braun felt that it was not as good as that of a ship, at least a ship was slightly more comfortable. Okay, stop complaining. This time we are sitting on a luxury cruise. Trust me, it's definitely going to be a wonderful trip home, Lovegood said excitedly. Braun, on the other hand, shrugged. Hopefully, I just want to have a good rest now. While saying that, Braun handed over the luggage to Karu and Jessica behind him, pulling Luna and walking towards the ship with the rest of the cruise passengers. Welcome aboard the Mauritania. I'm Jason, the captain of this ship. I hope you have a great trip. In the banquet hall, Braun and Luna sat at the dining table eating a meal. On the high platform, the captain of the cruise ship gave a speech. They have been on board for a week. The cruise ship has also sailed away from the Black Continent. Compared to the previous cruise, this cruise is even more luxurious. Because this is a newly launched cruise ship, all the facilities are up to date. It is even said that this time the journey from the Black Continent to England is the first voyage of the cruise ship. The captain's words caused cheers from many passengers. Just by looking at what they dress, you can tell that these people are either rich or expensive. Let's get out, Luna. It's too noisy here. Watch the passengers laugh loudly while swallowing the clouds. Braun couldn't help but frown. Luna naturally had no opinion either. After nodding obediently, he followed Braun to the deck. Compared to the murky air in the cabin, the deck is noticeably better. The endless sea is choppy. The moonlight fell like a piece of broken gold on the surface of the sea. 583 Mr. Lovegood is also too unreliable? Choose a luxury cruise? There's even a casino inside. No, it should be said that the casino is actually a cruise ship. Braun held Luna's hand and complained weakly. When he first got on board, he thought the cruise was pretty good. But it wasn't until the evening that I found out where this was a cruise. The whole is a casino. Although it is not unusual to have a casino on a cruise. After all, this is legally available internationally. But it is not so outrageous as this cruise ship. In addition to the banquet hall for dinner, there are also places outside where the passengers live. Some of the remaining dance halls, lounges, etc. are gone. Ross turntables, slot machines, and blackjack took up the place. Every day after Braun finished eating, he ran to the deck to rest. Wait until the time is almost the same before going back to your room. As he spoke, a low roar suddenly interrupted Braun's conversation. What's that? Luna looked a little nervous. AJCA, but still curious. There seems to be no fear of unknown creatures in the sea. Braun's expression became a lot more serious. Gray shadows burrowed from the deck into the deep sea and disappeared. It must be some kind of magical creature. It looks like it should be a big guy. Looking at the already calm sea, Braun said lightly. In the past few days, they have encountered many times the deep sea monster in the captain's mouth. For example, strange fish that roar, sea monsters that like to steal passengers' clothes. Because wizards themselves possess magical powers, they often attract the attention of some magical creatures. Most of them were made into specimens by Braun and became collections. Compared to this time, there should be no surprise. However, when the news came from Hormits of the Soul Fruit, Braun's face changed from relaxed to serious. We met Otova. Otova. Luna looked a little confused. A magical creature that lives in the deep sea, is a giant squid in Muggle mythology. It's just that he can eat with every tentacle, and is an extremely cruel magical creature. However, its flesh is relatively fragile. Classified as a level 5x dangerous creature by England's Ministry of Magic. This is a creature of the same level as the fire dragon. It's just compared to dragons. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Otova is easier to deal with, and its physical vulnerability is its weakness. As long as they can find the main body, Muggles can even kill them with bombs. Don't worry. The cruise ship is big, and Otova is still very intelligent. As long as the power system does not fail, cruise ships like this basically will not come over. After all, they also have to learn to hide themselves in front of Muggles. Braun stared at the sea for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. This highly intelligent magical creature is not much of a threat to cruise ships. At this moment, he was only attracted by the magical aura on his body. I believe it won't be long before I leave. Let's go back. As he spoke, the entire cruise ship suddenly went dark. It was as if the entire power train had failed. Even on deck, Braun could hear the panicked screams of the ship's passengers. Braun. So he's a crow-mouthed? After the front foot says that the power system does not fail, it is no problem. The hind boat is black? His face became ugly. The power of a cruise ship will never suddenly spiral out of control. There must have been a problem with the crew inside the ship. But now it's not for him to care about the staff. The most important thing to do is to let Otto's go. Otherwise, the entire ship of muggles would have to be eaten one by one like cookies. Leave? Otova? This is the ship sheltered by wizards. Braun shouted into the sea in the sea tribe language. At the same time, don't forget to release the magic aura on your body. As a magical creature with a super high IQ, he had no doubt that the other party could understand it. Instead, the worry is whether the other party is willing to leave. The sea that was still rough was calm. But he didn't wait for Braun to breathe a sigh of relief. A wave that was even rougher than just now came towards the cruise ship. Roar. A huge tentacle slammed on the deck, smashing the metal deck into depressions. Damn it. Braun cursed secretly, with annoyance on his face. It's clear that this is a collapse. Hide from Luna. Karu Jessica, protect her. He ordered his 2 alchemy puppets. Avidiso. There is nothing better to deal with this magical creature than magic. Accompanied by a green glow, the tentacles that had been resting on the deck stiffened violently. Then he was slashed down on the deck by Braun with his wand. Roar. There was a wail of pain in the sea. The green blood spread through the seawater, turning a large part of the cruise ship green. Even the hull of the ship exposed the metal under the paint under the corrosion of green blood. Since you are not willing to leave, then stay. A cruel smile lit up at the corners of Braun's mouth. Countless shadows emerged from behind him and burrowed into the sea. The sails on the bed are more like life, constantly fighting the monsters in the sea. Braun, on the other hand, came to the severed tentacle. In his hand, there was an extra strange-shaped bug. It's a pity. Braun sighed. Alien worm, cultured in the flesh and blood of specific organisms. A unique xeno worm that targets the creature can evolve. This is a good thing he checked in these days, and he was going to take it back and study it well. Now it seems that in order to quickly solve this 5x creature, it can only be used first. With this monster being put into the broken tentacle and roaring, countless white spotted worm eggs appeared on the tentacles. And then it continues to reproduce at a terrifying speed. Soon, a whole huge tentacle was swallowed into an empty shell by countless insects. Get on. Solve that guy. Looking at Otova who appeared on the surface of the sea with a face full of anger, Braun said with a sneer. And the bugs all let out sharp hisses. The appearance is also particularly eccentric, with teeth and head accounting for 2/3 of the entire body. A pair of transparent wings stick out from behind, but in a few seconds the wings harden. Then it was in Braun's shouts, fluttering his wings towards Otova. See these tiny bugs? Otova's eyes showed human disdain. Soon, however, this disdain was replaced by fear. These bugs don't seem to care about its hard armor. Huge teeth can be easily pierced. Even its corrosive blood could do nothing against them. They keep burrowing into their bodies along the wounds, greedily devouring his own flesh and blood, as if the purpose of their existence is to kill themselves. What's even more frightening is that these bugs are still multiplying. It seems that he wants to eat himself completely in this way. Roar. The same roar. Only this time the roar was filled with pain and pleading. It seems to be hoping that Braun will let it go. Let these monsters in your body leave. Only this time, Braun didn't respond. I warned you a long time ago, Braun said indifferently. Indifferently standing on the boat and watching the other party being eaten by the alien worm. It's just that the shock in my heart is a lot. It's just too powerful. The other party didn't have the slightest ability to fight back, but it was swallowed up in just a few minutes. With a loud bang, only Atoa, who had long been an empty shell inside his skin, fell heavily on the surface of the sea. It brought a huge wave, and the alien insects that ate Otova also died as the mission was completed. Sinks to the bottom of the sea with Otova's body. Whew. It seems that the crisis has been lifted. Let's go, Luna. We have to hurry to the cabin. See how to get the power back. Otherwise, once it encounters a storm, the cruise ship without the power system can only capsize in the sea. Braun called out to Luna, who had just hid behind the cargo box. Walk with each other towards the cabin. But what he didn't notice was that the scene of the battle just now happened to be filmed by a yacht not far away. What is it? The driver watched the huge monster that collapsed and swallowed. It seems that I can't believe that such a monster can still appear in the sea. His crew did not answer, but there was no less fear in their expressions than he did. They also saw the shocking scene just now. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. For a while, there was no hope for this mission. Boss, are we really going to hijack that freighter? I always felt that it was not a good idea. The driver of the boat asked Scarman, who was smoking in the co-pilot's seat. And the other party's look is obviously not very good. He naturally saw the scene just now. Neither the giant sea monster nor the boy standing on the deck facing the sea monster looked so easy to deal with. But think of $1 million after this mission. He hesitated again. Afraid of what? We have guns? And torpedoes are there? We can't deal with the sea monster. Can't that boy still do it? Maybe catch that guy and be able to ask other secrets? Scarman cheered. Yes, that's just a little bit of a special human being. Maybe we can also have superpowers. The team members shouted. It's just that no one knows what is really going on in his heart. In the cabin, after a short period of chaos, it gradually calmed down. The pale green glow of the emergency lights in the cruise ship made everyone feel extremely at ease at this moment. Plus the flame of the candle. Many frightened travelers breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell is going on? Why a sudden power outage? Exactly? Isn't this a new cruise ship? How did this happen? Several travelers said dissatisfied. And the captain also ran over at this time. Apologized to everyone with a smile on his face. Sorry guys, the power train was just shut down by an employee error. Don't worry about recovering right away. After pacifying the crowd, the captain then carried the emergency lights towards the control room with apprehension. From time to time, I looked out the window, and my heart was full of anxiety. Hasn't people come yet? Originally, it was said that you came in while the cruise ship was out of control. The captain shouted in a low voice to a tall man in a black combat uniform beside him. The captain said they would be there as soon as they encountered something. Just delay a little longer. The man in combat uniform said indifferently. It's just that this casual attitude makes the captain particularly annoyed. In my heart, I felt more and more that this group of mercenaries was unreliable. It's just that if you ask for the other party, you can only delay time as much as possible. I plan to go back to the cabin later and talk to the passengers. The boss's ship is coming. The look of the man in combat uniform was full of surprise. Pointing outside through the porthole, he said, "Coming." The captain also saw the yacht outside. I was greatly relieved in my heart. At the same time, I became more and more excited. "Braun, you're all right." Lovegood was greatly relieved to see that Braun and Luna were not injured. The chaos just now was also very sudden for him, so there was no reaction for a while. "Dad, Braun defeated a big monster just now?" Luna showed off to Lovegood with a little excitement. Seeing that Lovegood was a little puzzled, Braun glanced at the surrounding passengers and explained in a low voice, "It's Otova. It should have been led by a cruise ship." Otova. Lovegood's eyes revealed surprise. However, it soon recovered again. "It's really that I've seen too much of Braun's extraordinary behavior along the way. It has long been used to being shocked." Just called Braun 963 to go to the sofa to rest for a while, only to find Braun still standing in place and not moving. "What's wrong?" "There are other muggles coming, and they still carry guns that give me a sense of danger," Braun said seriously. "Just ran into fantastic beasts. Naturally, it is impossible to leave nothing behind. Be sure to watch out for other angry creatures coming." But the magical creatures didn't wait, they waited for a group of muggles. "Still with a gun? Is it a pirate?" Lovegood became quite serious. "It's bad if it's pirates. Maybe you have to reveal your identity. Give them something when they ask for something, and it's best not to expose yourself first," Lovegood explained. "Although it can erase the memory of these muggles, sometimes it is very troublesome. After all, there are quite a few people in the whole ship." Moreover, he did not want to use the oblivion charm on these muggles if it was not necessary. Although Braun's heart did not agree with Lovegood's approach, he did not say anything. Pirates can be a very scary thing for other muggles, but it's nothing for them. Even if you can't beat it, just use the phantom to move away, explained Braun and Luna. The three of them sat quietly in front of the sofa, ignoring the complaints of the other passengers, eating and waiting for the group to arrive. And at this time, the group of mercenaries finally boarded the cruise. "Scar, you're so slow?" The captain looked at the Scar man at the head and couldn't help but complain. "The waves on the road were too big and delayed some time." Scar explained indifferently and didn't say anything more. Those who do their line of work cannot show too much enthusiasm. Otherwise, it is easy to overwhelm the employer. After hearing Scar's perfunctory explanation, the captain did not say anything more, although he seemed a little dissatisfied, just urging them to get into the deck quickly. "I'll turn on all the power supply systems on the ship later, and then you start robbing again. But let's say we can't hurt these people," the captain chattered to the men. At the same time, he did not forget to use his identity card to turn on the power supply system in the control room. Scar and his group also followed the map given by the captain towards the banquet hall. "When I go back, I must condemn this cruise line well. Never take their boat again." With the incoming call, the banquet hall also lit up. Several Muggle tycoons also began to express their dissatisfaction excitedly. It has aroused the approval of many people around. But they haven't waited for them to continue talking. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. A rapid gunshot made them, who were still holding their necks, shrink their heads and hide. From time to time, several women's screams can be heard. And Braun's gaze also became serious. He knew it was the group of men with guns coming. "Get down. Lie down. Hand over all your money. Valuable watches and jewelry are all put in this bag." Several hideous-looking black men passed in front of each passenger carrying a pocket. And these rich people are also very cooperative to hand over watches and other things. For them, these are things outside the body. What life matters? I just hope that this group of pirates will not do anything too far. And soon this group of people arrived in front of the three of Braun Zero. Braun was about to hand over some of the remaining pounds in his pocket, but suddenly found a Scar man walking over. "Wait a minute." Scar man cautiously raised his pistol to look at Braun. There was a serious look in his expression. "You guys, come out with us?" He pointed a gun at Braun and said to Luna. Several strong men around them also stared at them cautiously and greedily. At the same time, the gun in his hand was also held high, and as long as the other party dared to make a move, he would unceremoniously shoot Braun and them into a sieve. Sorry. We didn't quite understand. This is our money." Braun pretended to be afraid and handed over the pound in his hand. But who knows that the other party didn't look at it. On the contrary, one of them seemed a little impatient. Tell us how you can deal with sea monsters? Otherwise, you have to worry about your little life. Saying that, he proudly pointed a gun at Braun's head. In his opinion, he has a gun in his hand, and the other party can't help him at all. Braun's face became gloomy. You guys saw that. What if you see it? Hurry up and don't talk nonsense. The little black who raised the gun looked fiery. The group of mercenaries around also seemed excited. 3.2 The other party's method of dealing with sea monsters is very exciting to them. Originally, they were a little scared, but now they watched each other being pointed at gunfire. Naturally, it is not afraid. Even Braun knows magic, but you have to have time to prepare, don't you? Braun's expression remained calm. Now that you know, I dealt with that sea monster. Do you even have the guts to mess with me? Fac? Don't talk nonsense with this kid. Break one of his legs first? Look, he's not honest, the big black man said impatiently. And the boss at the head did not say anything, apparently agreeing with the other party. Although they are not the opponents of the giant sea monster, they think they can still deal with Braun. As soon as the shuttle bullet goes down, the other party has to become a sieve. It seems that they have never thought about whether the person who can defeat the giant sea monster is something they can provoke. Bang! Huge gunshots echoed through the hall. It's just that it wasn't Braun who fell, but the big black man just now. And the strange thing is that the gun originally held in his hand is floating in the air. The guns even have eyes and hands and feet that look particularly strange. And this change also made several people change color. Just about to pull the trigger to beat Braun into a sieve. But I found that I couldn't press the trigger. Then the firearms in their hands also changed in the same way. Bah, stinks to death. I hate this stupid big guy touching me the most. The sound of chirping came from these firearms. This change frightened several mercenaries. There was even more fear in his eyes. Not waiting for them to escape. A succession of gunshots rang out behind them. Then fell one corpse after another. Braun, on the other hand, stood there and watched all this indifferently, completely ignoring these people's pleas for mercy and crying. The killing intent of these people just now can be true. He wouldn't just let them go, after killing all the mercenaries. Then he looked at the 3 surviving people. At this moment, they do not have the ferocity just now. On the contrary, it is like a frightened ostrich, dead with its head bowed and afraid to look more. His eyes were filled with fear and dazedness. In their opinion, Braun is the devil. Only demons can do such bizarre things. And if you want to fight the devil, you are simply impatient. Tell me, why did you pirates come to rob this ship? Braun sat down on the couch for a long time. With a snap of his fingers, the teacup flew into his hand on its own. Since it has been exposed, he does not plan to continue to hide. We are not pirates. We are mercenaries. The captain hired us. Scar did not hide anything and told what happened. At the same time, I began to regret it in my heart. If you don't expose the other party just now, don't force the other party. Maybe things won't be the way they are. But it's too late to think about it now. I only hope that the other party can let him go for the sake of taking the initiative to say the news. And as the other party narrates, it's not just Braun. The faces of others also began to become more and more ugly. Who would have thought that the captain turned out to be the biggest traitor on this ship? The other party wanted to cheat huge insurance premiums. I planned to rob them and bum the cruise ship. And coincidentally, at this time, the captain also happened to walk in from outside. He also pretended to be righteous. Don't worry, as the captain, I will definitely protect everyone. Halfway through these words, after seeing the tragic situation of several people in Scar and the corpses on the ground, frightened and instantly silenced. That's him, he came to us. We didn't want to rob the cruise ship. One of Scar's subordinates saw the captain arrive, shouted and said, there is still some hatred under the eyes. They did not dare to hate Braun, and could only vent this hatred on each other. Even now, if not Braun is still here. They even wanted to take out their pistols and shoot the guy who killed their brother into a sieve. Is there anything you want to say? Braun looked at the captain indifferently. There was coldness in his eyes. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Frightened, the other party's feet went limp, and he slumped on the ground. Who would have thought that a foolproof plan would go awry? Not only did that group of mercenaries not kill all these rich people, instead, he was caught by the other party. Now it's a big death. The thought that I might go to jail or even die because of this. He couldn't stop shaking. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot. The mercenary who had been following the captain fell to the ground. Blood soon gushed out, staining the ground in a large area. Before Scar could intercede, he was rewarded by Braun with a bullet and fell to the ground. Just now, when he was questioning, he had read the thoughts of these people with a dementor. Not a single good person. Killing is also a matter of eliminating harm to the people. This left Braun without the slightest guilt in his heart. And Braun's brutal performance frightened the captain. The passengers who were originally shouting also became more and more honest in their respective positions. You, raise your head. Braun looked at the captain in a deep voice. The other raised his head in horror. Only a pair of scarlet eyes were seen. Then, he stood up respectfully and bowed to Braun. Let's go and sail the boat. Yes. This strange scene made the other passengers more and more afraid. If it weren't for the fact that there was no way to contact the family on board, they are all ready to call home now. This scene is really too weird. Originally, 457 was still terrified, but in the blink of an eye, it became extremely respectful. This is obviously controlled by the other party. Look at the horrified crowd. Braun sighed. Now he still has to say a few words of comfort to these guys not to do anything excessive. Not for long, hold out to the waters of England. At that time, he will be able to deal with these things with the people of the Ministry of Magic. Don't worry so much. We are special MI6 personnel. This time it was here to carry out the mission. While speaking, Braun also took out the relevant documents from his pocket. Those present were rich people. Naturally, it is indispensable to recognize the goods. He was visibly relieved to see Braun's papers. Respectfully handed the document to Braun. Although there were still some mutterings in his heart, he didn't say anything very sensibly. You guys rest well, and when you get to the waters of England, the relevant personnel will come to pick you up. With that, he left here with Luna and Lovegood. And until Braun and all three left the auditorium, the crowd finally relaxed. Do you say that person is really from our MI6? An old rich man with bald hair couldn't help but ask. Who knows that? But I look at the documents for real. I really didn't expect that there are still special functions in the world. Another old man sighed in an authentic London accent. At the same time, it also makes the people around him sigh. But there was no more tension at the beginning. Everyone is a human spirit. Since Braun and they didn't make a move, it means that they have no intention of killing them. Naturally, it also relaxes them a lot. Stop worrying about your own life. As for Braun, are they really MI6? It has to be now. Hello, I'm Brunroll. On my way back, I encountered a Muggle robber who had now been killed by me. But the process was seen by many Muggles. I hope the Ministry of Magic can help with the aftermath. Braun took out a crystal ball and said. At the other end came a man wearing a Ministry of Magic uniform. Listen carefully to Braun's words. Hello, Mr. Brunroll. The Ministry of Magic will send someone to deal with it as soon as possible. Please also take care of your personal safety. After that, Braun exchanged 2 more pleasantries with the other party before putting the crystal ball away. Can you still contact the Ministry? Oh my god, that's great. Lovegood, who was still writing to explain the situation to the Ministry of Magic, breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Braun's crystal ball, he was even more envious. It's much easier than writing your own letters. Now I can finally rest assured. It shouldn't be long before someone who believes in the Ministry of Magic arrives. Braun breathed a sigh of relief. A brief fool of those Muggles was nothing. But over time, these people will still have some careful thinking. It's better to erase their memories as soon as possible. As for why he could have the crystal ball linked to the Ministry of Magic, this was given to Braun by the Minister of Magic, Fudge, after Braun created the Alchemy Castle. The purpose is to ensure Braun's safety. At the same time, Braun solved the problem when he needed help. This is the time to come in handy. Mr. Lovegood, it's not too early. That's right, it's time to rest early. Lovegood nodded and did not stay here any longer, pulling Luna out of Braun's room. The next few days, the atmosphere on board was noticeably calmer a lot. The scene of the old night of revelry is gone. Casinos have also become deserted. Everyone honestly stayed in their rooms. Even when it's time to eat, it's just coming out on deck for some fresh air. Then he ran back to his room again. It can be seen that the events of the day before yesterday scared them a lot. It's still a frightened bird. It might really have to wait until the people at the Ministry of Magic erased the memories of these people. But that's a good thing for Braun. In the past, he was noisy and could only hang out on the deck. Now I have time to read a book. Swoosh. A black shadow burrowed into Braun's body. It also made Braun instantly understand that someone from the Ministry of Magic was coming. The leader of the team is Braun's acquaintance, Ron's father Arthur Weasley. It's just that he doesn't understand how the people who abused the Muggle Goods division came here. Of course. This does not prevent him from greeting the other person, Mr. Arthur. After seeing Braun, Arthur Weasley was visibly relieved. The smile is also a lot more sincere. Braun, if you're okay, read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. There are a lot of things going on at the Ministry of Magic, so this time I helped lead the team. Arthur Weasley explained. The purpose is to be afraid of Braun's heart. I felt that the Ministry of Magic did not pay enough attention. I understand. Let's erase the memories of Muggles as soon as possible. After all, days have passed. Braun reminded. Generally speaking, the more time passes, the more troublesome it is to erase the memory. It's not just about deleting those memories. And in order for the subsequent memory not to be chaotic, it is necessary to make certain reasonable modifications to the subsequent memory. Don't worry, we brought this guy over this time. Arthur Weasley patted the water tank that was being carried by several Aurors. Braun looked over curiously. I saw a peculiar brain inside. When I looked closely, I realized that it was a jellyfish. By the way, this is your mask. Mr. Weasley thoughtfully handed over 3 masks. Although none of the 3 knew what this was doing. But they were all very knowledgeable and didn't ask much. Quietly watch the other party's treatment. The arrival of Weasley's group naturally could not hide the others on the ship. Seeing someone coming, they really thought that this was sent by the state to help them. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Bold even went up to the deck to greet them. It's just that Mr. Weasley didn't bother with a few people. Instead, he took out a potion from his pocket and was still on the floor. Then clouds of smoke filled the ship, accompanied by a constant plopping sound. The passengers on the ship also fell on board one by one. Recover quickly. Several Aurors joined forces and waved their wands. And the target is the jellyfish in the tank. After stimulation, the jellyfish quickly woke up. The remaining Aurors picked up the thin pipes that linked the jellyfish in the tank. Start channeling magic. The jellyfish also entered with the input of magic, and the color began to become more and more vivid. Zhao's good. Then a faint spiritual fluctuation flickered across the ship, and the Aurors did not hesitate to put down the thin tube in their hands, and once again released the spell to make the jellyfish unconscious. Okay, it's settled. Arthur Weasley's originally serious face also showed a smile. This is a magical creature. Braun was pretty sure he hadn't seen anything like this. It is also an extremely dangerous magical creature, able to hypnotize and tamper with people's memories. But don't worry, this guy spends most of his time in the Mysterious Things division. Braun's relationship with their family was not bad, so he said a few more words rarely. What a powerful creature. Braun sighed in admiration. He was sure that even the 5x thing Otova he met a few days ago was not as strong as the other party. The strength of this large jellyfish is definitely not something that the Ministry of Magic's dangerous magical creature assessment can divide. You will continue to be responsible for the next journey, and there will be special people to pick you up after arriving in the waters of England. Arthur Weasley saw that the jellyfish was hypnotized and turned his head and said with a smile. After a few more pleasantries, Arthur Weasley left with the Aurors. It didn't take long for the mist that permeated around the cruise ship to gradually disperse, and the passengers who were originally unconscious also woke up one by one. Once again, the casino opened and the banquet took place again. It was as if everything was the same as before. Nothing happened. It's finally here. Step onto the pier and listen to the loud whistle and the roaring sound of the crowd. Braun felt the joy of stepping into human society again. Mr. Lovegood, I'll go back first. Looking at Dom who was walking towards him, Braun took a deep breath, said to Lovegood, "Of course, child. This journey is indeed too exhausting. Have a good rest. I dare say that our newspaper will definitely be able to make a lot of money this time, and those magical blood orchid 857. This must be a huge benefit." Lovegood winked at Braun. Braun smiled in return. The potion, he had no intention of staying all. Their greatest value is to earn profits for Braun. Of course, this interest is not Gallian. It's all kinds of connections. The wizarding world may be very small compared to human society, but for the people who live here, it's no small thing. In the huge number of people, naturally many squibs were also produced. Even pure blood families are inevitable. And at this time, the value of the revenge potion is highlighted. Let the squibs perform a magical riot and become a wizard. This is definitely something that countless wizard families dream of. Braun could be trusted. When the news was released, it will definitely drive countless wizards crazy. Then trouble you, Mr. Lovegood. Handing the luggage to Dom on the side, Braun also said goodbye to Lovegood and Luna. During this time, a lot of things have happened in the country. On the carriage home, Braun couldn't help but ask. Just the last time Arthur Weasley led the team made him feel that something was going wrong. It's just that because it has been floating at sea, there is no source to collect information. Now that I have returned to England, it is natural to ask about what happened in the country during this time. Recently, the wizarding world and the muggle world have disappeared with a large number of children. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic probe every day. Everyone was panicking. Dom filled Braun's cup with a tea ceremony, and also very intimately found out the time of the Daily Prophet newspaper and handed it to Braun. Look at the headlines in the newspaper one by one. Braun's brows couldn't help but furrow. Indeed, as Dom said, a large number of children disappeared during this time, especially the muggle world. Dunrun even reaches hundreds of cases of missing children every day. It's a little too abnormal. Did the Ministry of Magic come up with any measures? Dom shook his head with big innocent eyes. Only the Aurors have stepped up their patrols. Also, the Muggle government has introduced a curfew. Braun sighed at this. The number of personnel in the Ministry of Magic is not large. Patrolling is already the limit. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Braun didn't have much good idea about it. However, he could faintly feel that there must be a huge push in this. Otherwise, it would never have been possible for so many people to go missing. This is so unreasonable. Ajk. Soon, the carriage slowly landed outside a huge manor. A dozen servants dressed in ceremonial dresses were greeted on both sides. After seeing Braun, he bowed respectfully. They were all servants of Roar Manor. Braun nodded at them. Then he returned to the castle casually. The exhaustion of the journey was washed away after a hot bath. But before Braun could rest, he was interrupted by another knock on the door. "Come in." Braun lay in the bathtub without moving. Outside the door, Dom walked in respectfully with the letter. "Master, this is a letter from Minister of Magic Fudge." Secretary Fudge's letter. Braun was a little surprised. After all, his relationship with Fudge was not too good. "It must be that you want me to hand over the manufacturing process of the Alchemy Castle again." Braun opened the envelope impatiently. But the content was not what he had hoped. "Invite me to the Quidditch Cup." Look at the contents of the letter and the 2 tickets that come with it. Braun looked hesitant. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in this kind of game. The allure of Quidditch wasn't much. And judging by the current situation in the wizarding world, maybe something will happen then. But in this case, he was afraid of causing some bad influence. For a while, he didn't know what to do. Reply to Mr. Fudge. "Let's just say I've just completed a long journey during this time. If you are physically exhausted, you don't go to the Quidditch World Cup." In the end, he decided to give up Fudge's invitation. School is just over 2 weeks away. During this time, it is better for him to rest at home. Although Pettigrew is not going to Albania now, no one is sure that something unexpected will happen in the Quidditch Cup. It's better for him not to go to the fun. Good host. Dom nodded. After a few short days of peace, with the official release of Singing Contrarian, Braun is once again in the spotlight of the wizarding world. The limelight even overwhelmed the upcoming Quidditch Cup. And the reason? Naturally, it is also inseparable from the revival potion. Mr. Roar, what do you think of the Daily Prophet praising you as England's Nicolame during this time? Nicola Flamel is my teacher. If I could, I would expect to be the next him. Mr. Roar, you claim to have invented a potion that can make a squib a wizard. Is it true? Can you show us? Then we need to wait until the official press conference. Mr. Roll. I finally broke free from the crowd and got into the carriage. Braun finally breathed a sigh of relief, accompanied by the publication of the elixir. The effect was as he expected. Many people in the wizarding world went crazy. Braun alone received no less than 100 banquet invitations during this time. There are invitations from the wizarding world from their home countries to the countries of the European continent. If the pure blood families are still relatively reserved, then the media have no scruples. Every day there is a large crowd guarding outside the manor. If it weren't for the protective magic of the manor itself, these people would not dare to act rashly. He even suspected that the camera-mounted journalists would break in. It seems that you have become a big star again. Hermione looked at Braun's frightened appearance in the carriage and couldn't help but tease. Braun didn't look at the other party angrily, but instead drank all the tea on the table. Since the last time he came home, he had replied to Hermione. Today I also invited the other party to Diagon Alley. If only it were a big star. If I don't answer, I may make up something for me in the newspaper. Hermione covered her mouth and snickered and didn't say anything more. The carriage soon arrived at Diagon Alley. After parking, the two people got out of the car to buy school supplies. Compared to last year, Diagon Alley is noticeably less lively this year. Members of the Ministry of Magic patrol the road. There aren't many wizards on the streets either. The wizarding world has been getting more and more chaotic lately. Braun sighed. Muggle society is not much better. My street police patrols have also increased. There are police cars and curfews every night. Hermione said, holding Braun's arm. Looking at the empty street, the smiley face wrinkled. Let's go to Lycan bookstore first. I just bought the textbooks first. The proposal also happened to be agreed to by Hermione. The two of them wandered down the street and came to the location of the bookstore. The bookstore was already relatively close, so it didn't take long for the two of them. Long time no see, York. Oh, it's Braun? The clerk who was sitting at the cash register dozing off looked up and said with a smile. I thought you went to the Quidditch team. Whatever, my family asked me to exercise in the bookstore for a while before returning home to inherit the family property. The other party said with a bitter face. And Braun didn't say anything, just smiled. He didn't know each other very well. It's just that they are all students of the same college, and they are a little surprised to see them by chance. Are you here to buy books? Would you like to read the new book? York pointed to the huge Quidditch poster on the wall. It's all about this week's Quidditch team. Trust me, absolutely detailed. It's still a limited edition. I don't take it out for ordinary people. As he spoke, he pulled out a tome from under the counter. Just by looking at the thick dragon skin of this book, you can tell that it is worth a lot. We don't have time to go to the Quidditch Cup this week. You also know I've been a bit busy lately, but books can be wrapped. Who would refuse a limited edition Quidditch guide? York was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Very happily, this tome was put away in a special wooden box, and then tightly wrapped. It's because of the potion. I read the newspapers. This time you are here to buy teaching materials? I'll take you there. York guided enthusiastically. Braun didn't refuse, either. There are not many books to buy in the new semester. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Just a few copies. The main replacement is still potions and defense against the dark arts books. Indeed, because of the magic elixir. I was almost bored to death during this time. Invitations everywhere. I don't even know what to do. Happy troubles. York teased as he packed. I'll see you at the banquet. Braun said hello to the other and pulled Hermione out of the place. It wasn't until she was far away that Hermione couldn't help but ask. Don't you need money to buy anything? Absolutely. When he turns back, he will definitely go to the manor to get it. When the time comes, you just give me the money. Braun seemed very casual. Such cases are not uncommon. It's just that only some well-known purebloods are treated like this. Now with the Alchemy Castle, there are also revenge potions. He was already gradually able to feel the change. By the way, why don't you go to the Quidditch Cup this time? I see a lot of people getting ready to go. Neville asked me last time if I wanted to go. 2 people sit on an ice cream stand and eat ice cream. I don't really want to go. Seriously, if it weren't for the sucking team in our academy, I won't have participated in the last House Cup. By the way, this time are you going to school with me or? I'll go home. This time I set off from the train station. Okay then, I'll see you when school starts. The day of the start of Hogwarts was still rainy. Or that is always the case in England in September. But even so, there are still many little wizards waiting here at the train station. Braun didn't stay outside for long. I hurried into the car with my luggage. It wasn't until they came to the box of the Snake Courtyard and saw Shinobi that they were relieved. Hey Braun, long time no see. I heard that you went to the Black Continent for fun. As soon as you enter the door, Shubinai's mouth was as sudden as a machine gun. It seems to be particularly excited. It's okay. I brought you some souvenirs. Braun shrugged. I opened my suitcase and took out a lot of interesting gadgets. Cool. I love this necklace. Shubinai excitedly picked up a necklace made of snake teeth and put it on his neck, looking very excited. Daphne also picked up a bracelet made of colored stones and hung it on her wrist. How are you guys? Quick heis. Braun was going to hear about the game. Who knew that as soon as the words fell, the faces of several people involuntarily fell. Don't mention it. Oops. At that time, there were people who were making trouble at the venue. Thanks to the Aurors, order was maintained in time. Shubinai sighed and waved his hand. Braun frowned. Someone making trouble? In the Daily Prophet. Before he finished speaking, he reacted instantly. Also, this kind of thing is certainly impossible for the Daily Prophet to report into. The Ministry of Magic issued a gag order, but it will definitely be reported later. It might have to be delayed for a while. Theodore sighed. Hold a quill and write on a book. Shubinai brought out a set of wizard chess. Play chess with Braun to pass the time. The Tri-Wizard tournament will be held this semester, have you heard? Shubinai controlled a knight to walk forward. I listened to my dad. Daphne watched the chess game from the sidelines. He said that this year's Tri-Wizard tournament was supposed to be held here. However, the other two colleges later disagreed and changed it to a 3-school competition. Conduct 3 sessions. One at Hogwarts, one at Beaux Batons, and finally one at Durmstrang. Let's take a look at the first session of 533. Daphne sighed. Alas, it's a pity that we can't participate in the 4th grade. If only I were 17. Maybe there's a chance. Sabinai said with some pity. Will, maybe you'll have a chance to participate next time. After all, the Tri-Wizard tournament takes place every 3 years. Next time you'll be in 7th grade. Braun said with a smile after eating the last defensive piece on the Shubinai chessboard. What a mistake to play chess with you. Shubinai muttered 2 words. I was dissatisfied with watching my pawns being eaten. But he soon left it behind. Start pulling out the various snacks you bought this summer. This is a Quidditch Cup snack, Braun. Crumb, the seeker of the Bulgarian team? There are players from other teams. Sabinai pulls out a little man on a broomstick, Sugar Man. It looks exceptionally lifelike. However, after showing off with Braun, he was bitten off his head by Shubinai. Taste it. There is also a strawberry sandwich inside. Sabinai shared happily. Braun was speechless. I dare say you let those team members know that you eat their kind of candy man like this. You're going to get beaten. What's this? I'm just a consumer. Besides, aren't these sugars made to eat? I don't want to learn from other people's collections. Oh, God, this broom is chocolate? Watch as a whole little sugar man is gulped up by Sabinai's blood basin. Braun isn't pushing away either. He also picked up a crumb and ate it with relish. Not to mention, these limited edition candies do taste good. I heard that this time the person sent by Tri-Wizard champion Sedum Strong is Crumb. But doesn't that have to go through the goblet of fire? Daphne didn't go eat the sugar. Instead, I drank pumpkin juice. Hot pumpkin juice is just right for the season. Maybe Durmstrang doesn't think anyone else has any qualifications other than him. Sabinai said casually. I just don't know who else our academy chooses. You don't know. I went to Durmstrang with my dad this summer. There, Kobe is much better than us. Although the weather was cold, they never admitted Muggle students. That is, my mother did not want to, otherwise I would have gone to school there long ago. My dad knows those principals. In the hallway, Malfoy was loudly telling his 2 attendants about what he had seen during the summer vacation. Didn't it also attract the attention of several small snakes around? Bang. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Daphne, who was leaning against the door, closed the door shut. This makes it less loud. Malfoy is still such a stinky fart? It's really not what he thinks. It's like a child all day. Show off everything. Braun had a new invention during the summer vacation, and he was not as high profile as he was. Actually, Durmstrang is really good. After all, it was the school of the first generation of the Dark Lord. My mom once considered letting me go. Shubinai ate the sugar and said in a somewhat vague voice. It's so cold there. I don't want to eat salted fish and wear a fur cape all day. Daphne snorted, appearing a little resistant. In the 2nd grade, because there were too many things in school, people were panicked zero. Many small snake doors do have plans to transfer schools. That's why I know a lot about Durmstrang. Only later with the disappearance of the basilisk. The reason why the school is once again stable. Most people put this idea behind them and stop thinking about it. Several people were talking. The train finally started at this time. With the sound of a whistle, it passed in the direction of Hogwarts. The rain crashed against the windows, blurring the outside. Only the inside of the carriage is still so warm. Faintly, you can also hear the little wizards in the other carriages singing the school song. They all look very happy. It rained heavily all day. Wait until Braun and the others come to Hogsmeade. The heavy rain still doesn't mean to stop. On the contrary, there is a feeling of intensification. Fortunately, the professors at the school also discovered this. I waited at the station early and prepared a large row of raincoats. Long time no see, Professor McGonagall. Braun jumped out of the car and ran to the station. With a wave of his hand, he handed out the raincoat to the little wizard in the car. Won countless voices of gratitude. Cast spells without a wand? You can see that you have made a lot of progress this summer. I dare say you'll be able to study animagus this semester, Professor McGonagall said with some surprise. 2.4 At the same time, like Braun, he controlled the raincoat to fly to other carriages. That's wonderful. Seriously, Professor, I can't wait to try animagus. Braun agreed with a smile. The magic built a shield around him. Let the rain not get close to his surroundings. However, other little wizards did not have such good luck. Most cast a short-term waterproof spell on wizard robes. But in the face of such pouring rain, the effect is still not very good. Although they covered their wizard robes as much as they could. But the rain is like growing eyes. I got into their clothes. So much so that they look particularly embarrassed. Okay, you guys get into the carriage. We continue to be responsible for distributing raincoats to care for these new students. Professor McGonagall urged. Braun nodded and did not stay. Instead, they got into the carriage with Shinobi. Most of the senior students are able to cast the waterproof spell. The distribution of raincoats is mainly to young wizards who have just entered school, in order to ensure that they can successfully obtain the guardian magic granted by the Big Four. Even now it's pouring rain outside, but they still couldn't take a horse-drawn carriage and had to walk to the Black Lake themselves, then take the boat to the school. The carriage drove on the muddy road. The heavy rain hit the carport, causing the carriage to smell of musty and rain. But soon the carriage stopped outside the auditorium. Braun jumped out of the car first. At the same time, do not forget to help Daphne. As for Sabini and Theodore, let's come down by yourself. The four people didn't say anything when they got out of the car. Run towards the Great Hall with the other little wizards. 09. No one wants to get out in the rain. Huh? Eat me a water polo. A huge water balloon was thrown over, exploded violently in the crowd. It caused the little wizards around to scream. Peeves ran out laughing. Haha, the little wizards have all turned into soup chickens? He excitedly flipped his head in midair. Carrying a water balloon seems to be thinking about where to throw it next. But when he saw Braun in the crowd, his expression visibly became fearful. The last time he was caught by Braun, he was tortured a lot. So much so that for a long time after that, he avoided this little wizard. At this moment, seeing the other party, I instantly remembered the fear of being tortured by the other party. Where would he dare to stay here immediately? Screaming and disappearing into the wall. Braun, how do I feel that Peeves is a little afraid of you? Shinobi couldn't help but say. Maybe I taught him too badly before. Braun said with squinted eyes. Don't think about it, let's hurry to the auditorium. It was so cold outside, so to speak. The little wizards around who were curious to look at Braun also reacted one by one. Oh, yes. Now that Peeves is gone, don't hurry to the auditorium. Staying outside is freezing to death. The little wizards crowded into the Great Hall. They each went to their respective tables. Compared to last year, the dining table is again a lot less familiar faces. Many more places have been vacated. And Braun has officially become an old man in Slytherin from a little wizard in the first year. But soon, these positions will welcome new students. But there hasn't been much change in the teachers' seats. The professors are still sitting there. Just one less Professor Kelborn. It is said that after confirming Hagrid's teaching level, he officially left the school, traveled the world. Braun also saw Snape, the head of his own house. The other party also seemed to detect Braun's gaze. There was even a rare smile. The reason for the revenge potion, Braun said secretly in his heart. However, he nodded politely at the other party. Snape was good to him, and he should be respectful. Braun, did you see that? There was no one in this year's defense against the dark arts class. Sabini whispered. But soon I was happy again. Maybe the dean can do both. That way, my defense against the dark arts class doesn't have to worry. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. You can fish with confidence. The little snakes were well aware of Snape's protection. If the other party can become a defense against the dark arts professor, they will still be happy. That way they would be able to see Gryffindor in one more class. Don't think about it, the professor who took over is Moody. Theodore finally put down his tome. Moody. Daphne looked a little surprised. That famous Auror? It is said that almost half of Azkaban was filled by him. Daphne said excitedly. Sabini is similar. Great. I'll just say why our textbooks have become black arts research. This year's defense against the dark arts class is finally reliable again. At the very least, don't go on stage to stage or act like a fool. I finally don't have to go to the duel club to make up lessons, so I can have more time to play. So you really don't want to participate in the duel club? Braun asked with an unkind face. It made Shinobi, who was still happy, smile froze. Well, Braun, you know, how could I possibly not like the duel club that? I just don't want to see my best friend too tired, Sabini said flatteringly. Braun gave him a blank look and didn't say anything. In the years he has spent with Shinobi, he knows this guy too well. Mouth talk did not open the door. So I didn't care. Soon, the doors to the auditorium opened again. The students also stopped talking in amusement, quietly watching Professor McGonagall lead a group of young wizards into the Great Hall. Most of the people in it, Braun, did not know, and you can tell by looking at the expressions of the other little snakes who don't care. Not many of this year's students are pure-blooded. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had that attitude. The little wizards came to the sorting hat in a neat line. 443. Despite pretending not to squint, Braun could still see the nervousness of these people. It's just that everyone just smiles. It's as if I remember who I used to be. And at this time, the sorting hat placed on the bench finally moved. The freshmen exclaimed, their eyes full of excitement. But the old students are much calmer. It's just subconsciously a little curious about what kind of songs this year's sorting hat will sing. After all, the Song of the Sorting Hat is also a reserved program for the annual start of school. Many years ago I must have been an ordinary hat, 4 founders. I thought it was a new song. Sabe and I looked a little disappointed. This song he sang last year or the year before last. I dare say he certainly didn't think about it well this year. Maybe it's a little loud. This made the sorting hat, who was originally singing, couldn't help but glare viciously at Sabe and I. However, just by looking at the somewhat wandering gaze of the sorting hat, you can occasionally know that it is also a little embarrassing. Gotta give the hat time. A new song every year is a little too hard for it. After all, the sorting hat has no brains. Sorting hat, I thank you for telling me. One song is finished. The students are also very aware of the failure. It doesn't matter if the song is new or old, just hearing the other person sing seems to make them feel a rare closeness. In the applause, the sorting hat changed to its original motionless appearance. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, began sorting proficiently. The sorting is placed on the heads of the freshmen in turn. Wait for the sorting hat to decide where the students are going. Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, each accompanied by the shouts of the sorting hat. A little wizard will happily run towards the corresponding table, listening excitedly to the old students explain some interesting facts about the academy to themselves. But maybe it's because there are more students this year. Even the sorting ceremony took longer than in previous years. Accompanied by one of the last students sitting in Hufflepuff, the sorting ceremony was finally completed. It seems that everyone can't wait. Dumbledore in the chair smiled and stood up. So, eat kids, the banquet begins? Accompanied by Dumbledore's voice, a variety of food appeared on the originally empty plate. The freshmen shouted in amazement, once again shocked by the magic of magic. Although the old students are used to it, they can't help but swallow their saliva when they smell the aroma emitted by the food. Grab your knife and fork and feast. Braun is naturally not far behind. Ate it like any other little snake. Even some of the little snakes who originally paid attention to table manners gobbled up their companions one by one. I don't care about that. The lively banquet is naturally indispensable for the arrival of ghosts. The ghosts of the 4 houses sang songs and joyfully walked through the stone walls to the auditorium. From time to time, I also taste the food on the table and make my own opinions by the way. These ghosts who have gradually lost their 5 senses. With the help of Braun's spirit bottle, not only the soul was replenished, but also his lifespan was extended. And the 5 senses that disappeared are also restored. It's no different from when you just died. But that's for freshmen who don't know anything. Naturally, there was another burst of exclamations. Some of them are timid. If they were not pulled by the seniors at the same table, they might have been scared away. Ding ding. With a crisp knocking sound, the originally messy dining table became clean again. Everybody is almost eating. Dumbledore smiled and stood up. After looking around the hall, he was much more satisfied. The noisy hall gradually quieted down as the other party got up. Hello everyone. First of all, I have to introduce myself to the new students. I'm Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Of course, I think the old students should know me, so there is no need to introduce them separately. There was a burst of good-natured laughter from the crowd, and the freshmen were staring wide-eyed, curiously looked at the headmaster with white hair. On behalf of the college, I welcome the new students. You will spend the most important time of your life here. But before I do that, I have to talk about school discipline. First of all, no magic can be released in the hallway. Dung eggs and laborious fireworks are not allowed to be used in the hallway and classroom. This is what Mr. Filch, the key keeper, asked me to remind you. Filch, who was sitting in the staff position, stood up with a serious face. Many little wizards nodded with some fear. Also, the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous, so if you don't want to lose your life, don't go in. Finally, Dumbledore's serious expression softened considerably. Our Quidditch tournament this semester is cancelled. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. There was silence in the auditorium. Then came the louder noise. Everyone was talking about why Quidditch was cancelled this semester. After all, Quidditch is the most important game of the year at Hogwarts. This also caused many Quidditch members to look at Dumbledore with resentful expressions. However, there are still some little wizards who are very indifferent. It seems that this result has been known for a long time. This is because we are going to have a big event this semester that has disappeared for many years. Looking at the confused eyes of many people, a smile appeared at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth. That is, the words are not finished. The door was slammed open. Everyone's eyes were also attracted to the past. Braun looked intently. I saw an old man wearing a cloak with a gloomy look walking in. It's just that the old man's appearance made him can't help but take a deep breath. Most of the nose disappeared, and one eye was missing. It became the alchemy demon eye. One leg disappeared and was replaced by a wooden leg. If you look at this terrifying appearance, no one would think that this person turned out to be a great Auror. The auditorium, which was still noisy, instantly fell silent. All the little wizards stared at the terrifying-looking wizard to see what the other party was going to do. Who knows that the other party didn't say anything. Instead, he limped up to the teacher's seat and sat on the position of defense against the dark arts professor. He took out the wine jug he carried with him and took a large sip of it. Make a refreshing laugh. Leave me alone, you guys go on. Seeing that the eyes of the little wizards were focused on themselves, the old wizard waved his hand casually. He pulled the remaining gold plate on the table in front of him. Cut the already cold beef on your plate into small pieces with a table knife. Drink with spirits. This is moody. Shabanai couldn't help but ask. Braun nodded. Wang Hahao withdrew his gaze. This is indeed moody. His tone seemed much more relaxed. The other party was not pretended to be Barty Crouch Jr. In this life, Pettigrew was directly killed. There was no time to find Voldemort. Barty Crouch Jr. was naturally not sober. He is still locked up in the basement of his home by his father. This greatly relieved Braun. I feel that this semester should be a lot calmer. His appearance is a little scary, to be honest. I even thought he was a dark wizard. Daphne was a little afraid of the string. He's been through so many battles. Hurt by too much magic. Braun sighed. Although Moody's role in the original work is basically absent. But don't care what you say. As far as Braun is concerned, he still has great respect for this man. This is a man who has dedicated his life to the Ministry of Magic. But this year's defense against the dark arts class may be much better. Daphne said a little cramped. As if to determine her opinion, she also glanced seriously in the direction of Moody. Then I was startled by the constantly rotating magic eye. He lowered his head in fear. This is Moody, your new defense against the dark arts professor this semester? He is the only man in England today to receive the Order of Merlin for capturing prisoners. He is also the greatest Auror of the 20th century. I think you will definitely learn a lot this semester under his teaching. Dumbledore introduced. Then he turned to what had just happened. Okay guys, let's move on to why the school cancelled the Quidditch match. Dumbledore saw that everyone's attention returned once again and continued to explain. We are going to have the Triwizard Tournament this semester? This is a game that has disappeared for more than a decade. Most people may not be clear. Looking at the blank eyes of the little wizards, Dumbledore said slowly. This competition originated for hundreds of years, and its full name is the Warrior Tournament of the Wizarding School of the European continent. At that time, dozens of wizarding schools participated. Compete for the strongest schools. It is essentially a test of interests and academic achievements. The winner will be able to receive more money, magical materials, and resources for the next 3 years. Later, with the changes of the times, the wizarding secrecy law was promulgated. Some schools of wizarding gradually declined. Later, 620 gradually evolved into 3 houses, namely Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. The purpose has also changed from the initial benefit to a competition for honor. However, the winner will still receive a large reward. And the bonus is 100,000 galleons. And this time there is no age limit for the competition. Even first-year students can participate. Dumbledore's introduction made everyone feel short of breath. Even the eyes of those freshmen who have just entered the school are full of envy and yearning. 100,000 galleons. What a lot of money that would be. You must know that the cost of their school at the beginning of school is only a few tens of galleons. 100,000 galleons. Maybe some ordinary wizard families who sold all their belongings may not be able to have so much money. And now you just need to win the game to get it. This makes some little snakes can't help but be moved. The Gryffindors were even more eager to try. You know, there are no restrictions. Don't rejoice too soon. Dumbledore slowly poured cold water on everyone. There is no age limit though, but to keep everyone safe, all students who want to participate in the competition must be approved by their professors. In other words, you need to be able to have the strength to teach tricks. This is not an easy task. Several deans sitting in the teachers' seats also nodded one after another. Beeb looked particularly serious. It seems that the intention is to tell everyone that it is impossible to release water. Some little wizards who want to sneak and play tricks had better put off such thoughts. Headmaster Dumbledore, when does the competition start? George Weasley asked loudly. It seems that there is already some impatience to get involved. October. Dumbledore glanced at the other party and said kindly. Nothing changed because of the other party's question. In October, the other 2 academies will come to our academy to compete. After the European Continent Wizards Association jointly discussed and decided. This time, the Triwizard Tournament was played as a squad. And it is carried out in 3 faculties. So some of the tournaments will have different patterns. The academy's tentative squad size is 5. The 5 will be selected among 4 colleges. I will also send this matter to your home by letter. Those who want to participate in the test must first obtain the consent of the guardian. Okay guys, that's all that needs to be said. I think everyone is tired of the day. Let's sing the school song. It's still the way you like it? Dumbledore knocked on the table. He took out his wand to act as a baton, coughed twice, and motioned for everyone to sing along with him. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, begin. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts. You teach us knowledge, whether it's a faltering old man or a babbling child. Although today Dumbledore announced one shocking news after another. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? But the little wizard's enthusiasm still did not fade by half a minute. It's rare that they don't sing in their favorite tune. On the contrary, the real rules and regulations were solemnly sung according to the original tune of the school song. Even the freshmen who could not sing sang enthusiastically under the leadership of the old students. This change surprised Dumbledore. But soon he was once again commanded with joy. A song. Everyone also went down to their respective lounges under the leadership of the prefect. However, the discussion did not stop, but became more and more enthusiastic. Braun, what do you say I should do if I have those 100,000 galleons? Sabinai asked excitedly. But before Braun could answer, he spoke to himself. I'm going to take a stake in Bibi Dawei. Let them give me a new flavor of Bibi Dawei beans to eat every year. God, I feel so happy when I think about it. Look at this guy who has fallen into intoxication. Braun could only assume that he did not see it. Braun, will you participate? Daphne leaned over and asked in a low voice. It should be. I'm still interested in the Triwizard tournament. But I don't know if I can choose that then. Braun shrugged. I didn't worry as much as everyone else, and I didn't care much. After experiencing numerous dangers as you traveled everywhere, he was already able to show calm about the excitement of the other little snakes. The Triwizard tournament is against underage wizards even in danger. Even if there is a danger, it cannot be too exaggerated. Compared with the crisis I have encountered, it is still a little inadequate. And 100,000 galleons is nothing to him. It's best to participate, it's okay not to participate. You can definitely participate. Daphne said adoringly. Braun, on the other hand, smiled slightly and rubbed the other party's blonde hair. Daphne snorted in disgust and ran to the front with a red face. Are you going to participate? Theodore walked over in a calm tone. Have this plan, you. The same. However, it may not be possible to succeed at that time. Those in the 7th grade will not miss this good opportunity to make a name for themselves. Theodore sighed. Just do your best. Braun patted Theodore on the shoulder. Orthodox. The prefect said to the gate. In the future, everyone must remember the password. Got it. Marcus emphasized to the new students. Braun greeted him and walked into the lounge. As soon as you enter the lounge, the cold on his body was instantly dispelled. Even the sound of the wind and rain disappeared. Suddenly, it became quiet. After saying hello to the other students, they went back to their respective bedrooms. The common room was already familiar to them, and could not be more familiar. Naturally, there are no plans to stay here any longer. After a tiring day, it is more comfortable to rest and rest. The Braun trio thought the same way. The bedroom is still the same as before. Basically, this dormitory Braun will live in almost until graduation. Luggage and other things have been neatly placed in their places by the house elves. Even Tom stood honestly on his tripod and slept comfortably with his head nested. It was when Braun entered the door that he looked up, then retracted his head. Sleep first? After washing, Braun took the lead in yawning and said to everyone. Then he collapsed on the soft velvet bed. Theodore nodded to Sabinai. Also all went to bed. It didn't take long for a gentle breathing to come from the entire bedroom. And Braun, who was the first to go to bed, stared at the top of the bed with his eyes open, not knowing what he was thinking. Now the plot has changed to the point that even I can't predict it. Who knows what else will come after that? Braun sighed deeply. Barty Crouch Jr. was not released. The defense against the dark arts class is taught by Real Moody. Voldemort was still eating ashes in Albania. Now the rules of the Triwizard tournament are starting to change again. So much so that what the future will turn out to become, even Braun does not know. However, the uneasiness in my heart not only did not decrease, but became more and more. Especially the prophecy he saw in the crystal ball last semester. He felt more and more that Voldemort must have reached some unknown agreement with the Void Order. Forget about that. As long as my strength is enough, even if Voldemort comes, think of your alchemy castle. And a lot of backhand. His mood couldn't help but relax a lot. If Voldemort does come out again, he also doesn't mind giving the other party a ruthless. Early the next morning, the heavy rain has stopped, but the weather is still gloomy. The hall of the auditorium was still covered with dark clouds with magic applied. Maybe it's because it's too cold. There weren't many people in the hall. However, Braun believes that it will not be long before the originally empty auditorium becomes full again. After all, the last month of classes is not a lot. As the grade progresses, there is also the influence of the Triwizard tournament. In order to ensure that students' learning is not delayed, basically, every day of the class is fully scheduled. If not for the fact that a large number of these courses require practical exercises, Braun even thought that the school's curriculum might go straight from morning to evening. Pick up a hot croissant and dip it in milk. Braun ate slowly. At the same time, don't forget to look through the textbooks to see what you learned last semester. Well, the morning is a magical animal protection class. 1x.2x things have been learned. This semester should study 3x4x things. I just hope that Hagrid won't come up with any weird magical creatures at that time. Braun sighed. But in his heart, he had no confidence in Hagrid. Last semester's magical creatures were relatively simple. It won't do much harm. 3x4x things are different. If the other party is not careful enough, maybe it will really cause significant harm to students. After all, it has been a magical creature in the restricted entry category since 3x. Dropped the textbook for the magical creatures protection class. Braun took out another book of divination. This is the afternoon class. In order to ensure the progress of the students, classes in September were basically consecutive. A morning is a whole lesson. This means that there are only 2 classes a day, although the amount of courses has decreased. But correspondingly, the difficulty of the course will definitely become higher. But that's not too difficult for Braun. Good morning, Braun. Daphne came over with a yawn. The sleepy-eyed look looks like he didn't sleep well yesterday night. What's wrong with you? Looking listless? Braun handed the croissant on the table. Makeup homework. Daphne looked a little embarrassed. I have some topics that I don't know much about. So just stayed. Yesterday, I took advantage of the time to make up for it early. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. I thought that today would be the same as last semester, and there were no classes on the first day of school. Who knew that today it turned out to be full of classes? Saying that, Daphne's expression revealed some resentment. Especially the moment you wake up in the morning and see the class schedule. After listening to Daphne's explanation, Braun was a little speechless. I think you'd better hurry up and call your roommate after eating. If you are massively late on the first day of school, the dean will definitely punish him severely. Braun reminded the other party. And Daphne's face also changed suddenly. The bread was not eaten and ran out in a hurry. Inertial thinking kills. Generally speaking, the week before Hogwarts starts is basically not too much. This is to give students time to make up their homework. After all, there are still many Muggle-born wizards in the school. Because of wizarding secrecy, they cannot use magic in Muggle society. Some of the homework assigned by the school simply cannot be completed. So the first week of school is basically affectionately called Homework Week by young wizards. Now because of the Tri-Wizard tournament, the number of classes in the first week has increased dramatically, and there will definitely be many little wizards who are late because they don't know. Zero ask for flowers. After all, class schedules are usually handed out by elves to bedside in the morning. All Braun could do was go to the lounge to remind the students. As for the other faculties, he was still not obliged to do so. I only hope Merlin will bless them. Don't get too high a truancy rate. Report Professor, we slept a little bit yesterday. Report Professor, we didn't know about class today. Report Professor. At 8:30, Braun and the other young wizards arrived at the hunting ground next to the Forbidden Forest. Looking at one little wizard after another, disheveled and panting running to report. Hagrid, on the other hand, stood helplessly on the sidelines. It wasn't until almost 8:50 that it finally arrived. The first lesson of this unfavorable school start is finally on track. Of course, this is the right step for Hagrid. For the other little wizards, it was simply the beginning of disaster. Merlin's flute gale? Why do we have to take care of these disgusting guys? Shinobi threw a stinking dead snake towards the hermit crab-like creature in front of him with a look of disgust. It's just that this creature is much more disgusting than a hermit crab. The body showed a grey-white, the whole body was covered with mucus, the legs were crawling everywhere, and there was an extremely strong smell of ammonia on the body. Live like a pile of dead fish and rotten shrimp that have been fermented for countless days. It's useless to complain, who let our course task this semester be it. Braun sighed. Forced to endure the discomfort, he threw a piece of already smelly fish liver in front of these creatures. Then I saw these guys without heads, slowly dragging the fish liver under him with those arthropod thighs. It didn't take long to hear a crisp chewing sound, and those foods disappeared. Mouth grows under the body. This got Braun a little interested. Unable to care about the nausea, a petrification spell was put on and turned the evil creature over and looked closely. Don't look at Braun, this thing is too dirty. See Braun get straight to the point. Sabinai almost vomited. If it gets Hagrid's repeated affirmation. He even thought that this creature with some big crabs ate. Otherwise, why is it so smelly? Don't always look like that, Shinobi. This creature is ruthless. Braun turned to Shinobi and said, Hagrid, you cultivated this yourself. He was sure that this magical creature was definitely not a magical creature native to England. Plus he saw some characteristics of fire crabs from this magical creature. So it is certain that if it is not a subspecies, it is cultivated by the other party itself. How could that? I bought it from abroad. Hagrid's eyes looked a little wandering. Apparently he is not a liar. But Braun was also able to understand each other. After all, the Ministry of Magic has relevant regulations. Magical creatures that do not receive permission from the Ministry of Magic will be captured and reformed in Azkaban. The other party can understand if they have scruples. So Hagrid, what's the names of these creatures? 390. Braun wiped his hands with a damp towel. Fried tail snail. Hagrid said with some excitement. These cuties don't just look beautiful. And there is also unique magic. It's like, syllable, oh my god, these damn guys, it hurts me, these creatures even sting. Before Hagrid's words were finished, he heard a cry of pain not far away, and the attention of the little wizard was also attracted to the past. I saw Malfoy covering his arm. There is also a burn-like red spot on it. These weird crabs have thorns in their tails. It can also explode. It's over, my head is so dizzy, I'm going to die. Malfoy groaned in pain. Hagrid, on the other hand, hurried over. Sweating profusely in a hurry, he explained. This, believe me, will be fine. They are very safe and also not toxic. Hagrid defended in a panic. But even so, the little wizard subconsciously moved away from these creatures. No one wants to be injured. I'm going to the infirmary? I'll never touch these stupid things again. Malfoy said viciously. And don't wait for Hagrid to say anything. I left here with my 2 attendants. Originally, he wanted to put something cruel or something. It's just that after remembering what his father said to him before he came to school, he closed his mouth again, just glared at Hagrid viciously. And Malfoy's departure also made the other young wizards afraid to touch these dangerous creatures. So much so that for one morning's class, no one listened to Hagrid's words to take care of these fried tail snails. Even the little lions of Graphfinder even ran away as soon as class ended. Clean up, washroom on the second floor. Braun and Sabini cast cleansing spells on each other to clean the smell of dead fish from their bodies. Then I couldn't wait to come to the auditorium. Like other little wizards, they began to enjoy the food. Everyone was tired all morning. The amount of rice is naturally considerable. Even Daphne, who usually doesn't have a lot of rice, eats a large piece of roast lamb chops and a small plate of mashed potatoes with meat sauce. Not to mention anyone else. This meat, Pidgey, Sabini said vaguely, eat a mouthful full of oil. Although Braun did not exaggerate as Sabini suggested, he also ate a lot. These cuisines are French and Nordic. It seems that the school has wasted a lot of thought to welcome Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Putting down the juice, Braun said with emotion. After all, it hasn't been held for a long time. Theodore replied with a slight smile. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? By the way, what do you guys say in your family? Agree to your participation? Daphne waved her hand, a little afraid. I don't dare, this is too dangerous. The voice just fell. I heard the sound of wings flapping outside. In an instant, the little wizards covered the food on the table. How fast that is. On the contrary, the freshmen who had just entered the school were still at a loss, not knowing what was happening. But soon they understood why their seniors did this. I saw a large group of owls waving their wings flying in from outside. Various feathers also fall from the sky from time to time. Then, every second grader and above had an extra letter on their desk. Oh my god, I haven't told my mom about that yet. He didn't approve of me competing? Sabini raised the letter in his hand and shouted wailingly. Me too. Theodore sighed as well. There are many little snakes who are just as dejected as they are. 0. At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley brothers were even more indignant. The originally lively lunch was also filled with the unwilling cries of the little wizards. It's just that most of them won't help. Braun, can't you either? Alas. These parents just think we're too young. Sabini had intended to comfort Braun, but after seeing the contents of the envelope in his hand, he was completely strained. I hereby agree to Brunroll's participation in the selection of this Tri-Wizard tournament. Augustus Trelawney. Sabini's face instantly wrinkled bitterly. I am afraid that my brother will have a hard time, and I am afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Although Sabini did not know this sentence, his mood at the moment seemed to be so complicated. However, after a brief loss, he was relieved. After all, Braun's strength is there and that. It is also appropriate to rest assured at home. But he's still so sour? Well, parental consent is a qualification. Whether you want to pass depends on what the professors think. Braun comforted Sabini and put the envelope away. After lunch, Braun took a short break in the lounge before rushing to the divination classroom. The divination classroom is still the same. The room was hot and smelled of incense. The kettle was still on the fireplace, purring 0.0 hot. When Braun arrived, there were already many people in the classroom. Although you can't learn anything in divination class. But this simplest course was unsurprisingly well received by all. After all, you can get credits. Trelawney doesn't embarrass them too much. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the relationship between the stars and wizards. First of all, you must learn to infer the astrological signs of the time based on your date of birth. After a short explanation, it is also to let everyone measure their fate according to the methods taught in the textbooks. I have to say that Trelawney is indeed more lazy. Daphne is not like this, not according to our current chronology, but based on the ancient era of magic to be more accurate. Braun casually made his own speculation and began to help Daphne. And this method of speculation is not so difficult. After a short period of study, Daphne quickly mastered the method. It's not that difficult. And the other little wizards are also very serious. This life is because of Braun. Divination is not regarded as a deception. You can't only blame yourself for not having talent. Okay, remember to hand in your homework for the next class. Everyone has to predict their fate every day of the week. Remember to follow the stars. Now class? Looking at the faintly dark sky outside, the little wizards also left the divination classroom tiredly. It's just that there are still many people in the tower at this time. Therefore, the little wizard can only squeeze in the pile of people and wait slowly. Look at this, Weasley. Your dad is in the newspaper? Malfoy shouted with a laugh, while also seemingly affectionately wrapped his arm around Ron's shoulders. Malfoy? Ron viciously flicked the other's arm. He was very unhappy in the divination class. At the moment, Ten didn't want to say anything more to Malfoy, the nasty. It's just that the other party doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving like this, but instead takes the newspaper and reads it aloud. The Ministry of Magic's inaction in the Quidditch game caused the displeasure of many wizards. Can we think that the Ministry of Magic has printed any important information on the people? According to reports, at the time of yesterday, Arvind Weasley refused to be interviewed and shirked. Does it mean that the Ministry of Magic has some hidden secrets? Look at it, Weasley, they even got your dad's name wrong. Malfoy taunted loudly as he held the newspaper. Shut up, Malfoy. Ron's face flushed with anger. If it weren't for the two big men next to Malfoy, he would have slammed his fist on the other's face. The two sides quarreled loudly. In the end, he was taken away by Filch and went to confinement dejected. Alas, the Daily Prophet reported anyway. Theodore sighed. There were so many people at that time, it was certainly impossible to continue to hide it. Well, anyway, this matter has little to do with us. Let's go, eat. There's a lot of homework in the evening, Braun urged. He didn't go to the Quidditch match. But look at the Daily Prophet can release the news so quickly. This matter should not be very big. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic would never have been allowed to be published by the Daily Prophet. Over the next week, Braun's life gradually calmed down. There is nothing else to do every day other than go to class to complete homework. The little snakes are relatively good. Because there are mostly pure bloods, most people only make up a little homework that they can't. The other 3 colleges are much worse. Not only do they have to complete their homework for class, but they also need to make up for the homework they owed during the summer. This also led to many lion cubs being listless during class, especially in potions class. Not only did Neville accidentally blow up the crucible, read violent novels, just go to Phila Fiction Network, and it also caused a chain reaction. At least 7 or 8 lion cubs blew up the crucible because they misplaced the potion. A large number of points were deducted fiercely. Make the little snakes happy. The experience of the herb class is a bit weird. They learned about the babo tuber. However, it is not using these tubers to refine potions. It's about helping to grow seeds. And the method is very simple. Squeeze out the milky white sticky pus from these tubers. Then it is good to spray it with water on the test field. It was mainly the process of squeezing pus that made Braun feel a peculiar pleasure. Can't help but remind him of his past life. He squeezed blackheads or pus for himself. Looking at the tubers that were shriveled without pus, there was a pleasure in my heart. And the much anticipated defense against the dark arts class didn't seem to surprise the little wizards too much. I don't know if it's Moody's to keep students safe. In defense against the dark arts class, he did not display the 3 unforgivable spells like Barty Crouch Jr. did. Instead, it tells the story of his hunt down those dark wizards. At the same time, interspersed with some tracking and exploring counter-reconnaissance techniques. On the contrary, there are fewer displays of magic. According to his words, learning a disarming spell is enough to capture a dark wizard. The most important thing is to find and discover the enemy. Although Braun felt that the other party was right. But the little wizards didn't think so. People still think that cool magic is more interesting than boring tracking skills. Listen to me, everyone. Sometimes magic is not always as powerful as possible. Even the mighty Dark Lord was defeated by Harry Potter. Sometimes we study defense against the dark arts for the purpose of the class. It's to protect yourself, not to make you face the dark wizard with your head hard. Purpose said as he stood at the podium with his wand. Although it looks terrifying, it does not make people feel fear, but makes the big 610 family feel a sense of justice. In the next lesson I will tell you about the 3 unforgivable spells. I want you to prepare well before you start class. Only then will you be able to find a way to escape in the face of the spells of other dark wizards. Better save your own life. Now class, let's go, Bunny. After that, he ignored the stunned expressions of the students, so he drank and staggered out of the classroom. Only a group of students were left whispering. Braun, did he hear that? He said he would teach us the 3 unforgivable curses. It's for us. Do you understand the explanation? Sabinai. Braun said helplessly. It is impossible for the school to teach us the unforgivable spell. The other party means to let us understand these 3 spells. After all, many people do not know. Saying that, Braun also pouted at the little lion. Most of the little snakes are pure-blooded. Family education can still let them know what the 3 unforgivable curses are. On the contrary, the cubs are worse. This kind of dark magic academy library obviously won't have it. So much so that when Moody's finished speaking, one by one, they looked dazed, not knowing what Moody had just said. However, under the popularization of some pure-blood wizards, they also have a general understanding. It's just that his expression looks a little fearful. Everyone left the defense against the dark arts classroom in droves. Until we arrived at the auditorium, there was still chattering discussion. It can be seen that Moody's words did shock them a lot. After dinner, Braun went to the alchemy classroom. Compared to other little wizards, he was obviously much more laid back. He was able to complete most of the assignments ahead of schedule. So there is no need to go to the library or the break room to do homework like other little wizards. You can do something of your own. The alchemy classroom is still the same as when Braun left. Just a thin layer of dust fell. Because I was reminded beforehand, the house elves did not clean the place. But that's not a big deal for Braun. Clean up. The wave of the wand brought a gust of wind. Then, the entire alchemy classroom became completely new. The test bench was cleaned up and the experiment was being prepared. An owl flew in. Mr. Braun, roll. The look on your face for the Tri-Wizard tournament match has passed. Please come to the professor's lounge at 8 o'clock this evening for the selection competition. Vice Principal, Minerva McGonagall. Tryouts. Braun looked at the message on the note with some surprise. It seems that my grandmother agreed to let me compete. I just didn't expect the selection to start on the first day of school in such a hurry. After muttering a few words, Braun placed the note on the table. The selection must be participated, and now it is only 6 o'clock, so there is no need to be too anxious. As for whether it will be nervous, Braun felt that if he couldn't even compete, then probably no one else would be able to pass the selection. 7:40. Braun put down the experiment at hand and stretched. After packing up all his things, he walked towards the professor's lounge. Naturally, the professors in the school can not only have their own offices, but also a special place for professors to relax between classes. And the location is not far away, just in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Good Professor Binns. Good boy, do you want to go to a strip show together? Those ghosts are hot. Well, no need, I still have to leave beforehand. Braun waved his hand at the other and hurried away. Looking at the other party's old and unashamed look, Braun didn't know whether it was good or bad if he sold the other party's spirit bottle. Originally an old-fashioned professor of the history of magic, because of the recovery of emotions, he directly became an old man who eats, drinks, gambles, and smokes all kinds of drugs. Every day, in addition to pumping the spirit bottle, I go to watch the ghost striptease. How wild it is. Shaking his head, he shook these thoughts out of his mind. Braun continued downstairs. Hi Braun. Hermione came over happily, holding a tome in his hand, but there was still some nervousness in his eyes. Hey, are you also here for the tryouts, Hermione? Braun asked in a low voice. At this time, there were already many little wizards waiting here in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Most of them are students from the 3rd grade and above. It seems that they should all come to participate in the selection. Yes, but I read that the Tri-Wizard tournament is very difficult when I read in A History of Hogwarts. And the selection is all through the Goblet of Fire. Have you forgotten? Our rules this time are different from previous years. Braun interrupted. Later, it will definitely be the professor who will assess us. Reassuring Hermione, Braun was still thinking of saying something. By this time, however, Professor McGonagall had already walked out of the lounge. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Okay, everyone come in. The little wizards all lined up honestly and followed Professor McGonagall into the common room. Maybe it's already prepared in advance. Long tables in the lounge are placed on both sides. Set aside space for young wizards to test. In addition to Professor McGonagall, the deans of the other 3 colleges are also here. Well, students, in order to save time, we start with an exam test. Topics include potions, magical zoology, and herbalism. It's now officially started. The voice just fell. One by one, the exam papers flew into the hands of each little wizard. Then, in the empty space, a row of desks appeared, as well as quill and ink. The time is half an hour. Now it's officially started. Professor McGonagall took out an hourglass and placed it on the table. Immediately, the other little wizards no longer hesitated. Find a place to sit down, followed by the sound of the tip of the pen. Of course, there are also some who hold quill pens and look at the test questions with a sad face. Most of these are students in the 3rd and 4th years. For them, the difficulty of these topics is still somewhat high, but Braun is not among them. It didn't take long for him to finish answering the question, and this time is only half gone. After carefully checking it a few more times, he waited until the end of the time to turn in the test paper, and the results came in quickly. More than half of the students were eliminated. The room, which was still a little crowded, suddenly became empty. Aside from Braun and Hermione, only a few Ravenclaws remained. The rest are all students from the 5th grade onwards. For example, the Weasley brothers in Gryffindor and Cedric in Hufflepuff. Although Braun was a little confused as to why George and Fred were here, but since Professor McGonagall didn't say anything, they must have obtained the family's consent. Okay guys, so we're going for the 2nd round. We've just put your basics to the test. So now it's up to Professor Flitwick to test everyone's spell level. Professor Flitwick on the side walked out kindly, waved at everyone. I don't think there's anything like actual combat to test the level of a spell, so we're going to draw lots for 2 or 2 matches. Come on, kids. With that, Professor Flitwick pulled out a lottery box, and the little wizard talked about it. It's over, I definitely won't be able to fight those senior battles. Oh, I know, even if the restrictions are relaxed, it is not so simple to pass the graduate school entrance examination. Try it, maybe luckily meet a few 4th grade ones and pass. Although the little wizards all sighed, but the movements are not slow in the slightest. One after another, take out the numbers from the lottery box. Braun, what size are you? Hermione asked in a whisper. Number 3, you. Unfolding the note in his hand, Braun said without concealment. I'm number 5. It wasn't waiting for the 2 to continue talking. Professor Flitwick's voice came slowly. Well, it's all smoked. So let's get started. Duels of the same number. The winner qualifies. Professor Flitwick waved his hand. The name of their opponent appeared on the small note in each person's hand. A 7th grader. Braun frowned. The 7th graders were not too difficult for him though. It's just that if you want to solve the battle quickly, you need to expose a little strength. Instead, Hermione had good luck. Ran into another Ravenclaw in the same grade. It looks like there should be no suspense in the game. Now the game is officially on. First of all, the number 1 Levinson and Braun roll. An hour later, there were only 5 people left in the professor's office, including Braun. And they are the same players who represent Hogwarts in this Tri-Wizard tournament. In the coming month, I have other professors who will be training for you. I hope you will stay serious. Honor Hogwarts at the Tri-Wizard tournament. Professor McGonagall said with a serious look. And each student's expression was particularly serious. Time passes slowly. The end of October is fast approaching. And Braun has been particularly busy during this time. 190 a day in addition to completing coursework. Moreover, because I have to participate in the Tri-Wizard tournament, I have to participate in the professor's training every night. With the arrival of Bosbatons and Durmstrang, though, the training finally stopped. Braun, how long do you say they will take? Shinobi said, very dissatisfied. Now it's already cold. To welcome the two schools, the deans also had to make them wait outside the castle. What a waste of time. Okay, don't complain, they should be coming soon. Braun looked at the sky in the distance and said lightly. He wasn't the only one busy during this time. Others at the school even said that ghosts were very busy, because the Tri-Wizard tournament has not been held for many years. To give a good impression to the other two schools, the school specially cleaned the entire castle. The dust in the corners was cleaned spotlessly. The portraits of the castle were all wiped by the elves very clean. The pained portraits grinned. But the effect is very good. The faces of the characters in each portrait turn white and red, which is particularly festive. In addition to the portraits, the armor and stone statues in the castle were not spared. The rusty armor was cleaned and shiny, and the joints were greased to prevent them from clicking when moving. The gray stone statue reveals its original color. The little wizards always like to go up and touch them. These stone statues are particularly uncomfortable. The same goes for the ghosts. Gradually recovering their emotions, they became even happier. Every day, he was either calling for companions or flying around the castle, directing the house elves to do this and that. It's a pleasure to be enjoyable. A sudden exclamation brought his divergent thoughts back. I saw a sky blue carriage flying towards this side in the distant sky. 4 winged Pegasus are pulling a richly decorated carriage. It's like flying halfway through the clouds. And the little wizards were all excited about it. They also did not see this kind of horse flying in the sky. Oh my god, Braun, those are Pegasus? This is much better than the nightingale? This is the rune horse. It seems that the school is Bosbatons. Braun looked at the badge on the carriage and said seriously. It's different from the 4 animals at Hogwarts. Bosbaton's school emblem is 2 crossed wands. Each wand is dotted with 3 stars. It's as if their school is divided into 3 colleges. The carriage seems to impose an alchemical matrix. It is exceptionally smooth in the flight of the rune horse, with the carriage slowly landing on the ground. A winding staircase also winds its way down from the carriage door. Silence. Professor McGonagall reminded. Then he walked towards the carriage. And this time, a huge figure also stepped down from the carriage. Welcome to Mrs. Maxim. Professor McGonagall, it's been a long time since I saw you. Let you bother to meet me specifically? The hunk woman smiled in return. The little wizards stood on tiptoe one by one and looked curiously at this fat woman. This is as it should be. English wizards have never lacked etiquette when treating their friends. Dumbledore walked over. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Without bending down, he kissed the other's palm, which was larger than his own face. You're still such a gentleman. Maxim also responded gently. Come out, girls. Don't be shy. With the cry of Madame Maxime, almost 20 young and beautiful girls came down from the carriage. They wore pale blue silk robes. Either her blonde or black hair is crooked with a beret on it. On his chest hangs a shining medal badge. The little wizards who came to greet them were very hot. If it weren't for the fact that the professor would still be here, some little wizards can't wait to go over and say hello to these beautiful girls. Are there any Dumbledores from the other houses? Madame Maxime asked casually. You're the first. Kokorov told me. Something happened to them there, and it would take a little more time to come over. Let Professor McGonagall take you to rest first. Madame Maxim nodded and did not refuse. Led by Professor McGonagall, he led his students towards the tower. Braun, how did you say she grew so big? Sabinai asked without blinking as he stared into Maxim's eyes. Maybe it's eating more. Braun casually said perfunctorily. Naturally, he would not arbitrarily expose the matter that Maxim was a half-blood giant. Shouldn't you care about those pretty girls? Maybe yours should be in there. Braun changed the subject. Sometimes he couldn't figure out why his friend Shibinai's focus was always so strange. The other little wizards paid attention to the pretty girls. Just Shibinai stared at Maxim alone. You know, although this woman is beautiful, she is not young at all. At least he must be close to 60 years old. The appearance is young because the half-blood giant itself has a relatively long lifespan, and there are more witch potions. According to the age, she can be Shibinai's grandmother. Oh, Braun, you're right. Oh my god, I'm going to put on my most beautiful wizard robe later? Believe me, those Bosbatons girls must be fascinated by me and can't find north. Looking at Sabinai's confident look, he was silent. I just hope that this guy won't be hit too hard later. Boom, boom. While the little wizards were talking excitedly, a huge trumpet sound came from a distance. Not far away, waves began to ripple in the black lake. It was as if some behemoth was swimming in the water. There were even many fish people who jumped ashore with a look of fear. It seems to have seen some terrifying monster. Look, the Durmstrangs are here too. Their ship, the Black Pearl, is known as the Ghost Ship. Look good and I believe you will not be disappointed. Under Braun's introduction, Shibinai, who had wanted to ask something, closed his mouth in amusement. Honestly, look at the gradually boiling lake in front of you. In the sound of the vague trumpet, a huge wooden boat split the waves and gradually appeared in front of everyone. On the black wooden deck fluttered broken skeleton sails. Various sun-dried fish skulls were nailed to the bow of the ship and became ostentatious trophies. 2 extremely tall wizards in fur cloaks blew huge horns vigorously. The surface of the ship seemed to condense a faint film. Even the sea water is helpless for big ships, although the ship has not yet approached. Hearty laughter was already coming from the ship. Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore. Of course, it is true that Karkaroff has not been seen for more than 10 years. Compared to the enthusiasm of Madame Maxime, this time, Dumbledore's expression was noticeably much colder, and the other party does not care. As the giant ship anchored and docked, a group of tall wizards wearing animal skin cloaks stepped down from the ship. Everyone held a huge stick in their hand. From time to time, it collides on the ground, emitting a faint spark. As they got closer, everyone finally saw the face of this group of people. Without exception, all are men, and they are all tall muscular brothers. Before I got close, I could feel the anger on them. After a short pleasantries, everyone walked to the auditorium together. The little wizards whispered, discussing the differences between the two schools. However, most young wizards still prefer batons. After all, compared to the big muscle bully, the girl who is still soft and fragrant and cries for a long time after punching is more liked by them. Enter the auditorium. Durmstrang was unsurprisingly placed at the Slytherin table, and batons went to the Ravenclaw table. These two colleges are the smallest of the four, and there are quite a few empty seats at the table, just enough to sit these two people from the academy. Of course, this may also have something to do with the fact that Demslang and batons are mostly pure bloods. Is that crumb? Some of the little snakes first looked a little puzzled, and then their expressions became excited. And the little snakes who heard the sound around also got up one after another, hurriedly trying to get over. Ask the celebrity for an autograph, or say hello. Of course, the little snakes all showed restraint and did not do anything too humiliating. So soon everyone was seated. He's a famous star of the Bulgarian team. Shibani looked at Crumb, who was talking to Malfoy, with a bit of fire in his eyes. If not for the professors, he can't wait to sign now. Braun followed the other's gaze. I saw that Crumb was listening to Malfoy's speech very perfunctorily, but his gaze was constantly sweeping around the auditorium. It seems to be exploring something. And there is always something in the other party that makes Braun feel a sense of crisis. Although, he didn't know what that thing was. That guy is a little weird. Braun frowned. You have less contact with Durmstrang's people. They are a bit dangerous. Shibani and Theodore, who originally wanted to go up to sign autographs, were stunned for a moment. The heat under the eyes also subsided a lot. Braun, did you feel something? Theodore couldn't help but ask. He knew Braun had a gift for prophecy. Saying such words at this moment must be a premonition of something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said that. Braun shook his head. I'm not sure. Anyway, you'd better not have too much contact with that group of people. My sixth sense told me that there was danger in them. Seeing Braun say this, neither Theodore nor Shibani refuted. I didn't go up like other little snakes. As he spoke, the entire auditorium suddenly went dark. Before the little wizards could panic, they heard Dumbledore's voice. Don't worry about the kids, let's enjoy the show that Batons brings us. I saw it in the dark auditorium. Countless golden butterflies flew out. Batons students walked slowly among these golden butterflies. The beauty is incomprehensible against the backdrop of golden butterflies. Suddenly, the butterfly flew, turned into a golden ball, and then exploded. Like fireworks, the entire auditorium is lit up by starlight. And at this time, there seemed to be a cry from the ancient barbarism in the distance. With the shout, Durmstrang did not know when they left the table. The long sticks in their hands brought gusts of wind under their wielding. It feels like you're in a wide ice field fighting the beasts on those ice fields. Brave the waves of the sea. After a long time, the lights in the auditorium came on again. And the little wizards of Hogwarts were still immersed in the shocking dance just now. Very interesting show. Dumbledore's not too loud voice reached the ears of every little wizard. At the same time, it also allowed them to recover from the shocking pictures just now. Well, after a tiring day, I think everyone is hungry too. Let's eat. Dumbledore snapped his fingers. Then the food appeared on everyone's table. This other scene even the little wizards of the other two academies couldn't help but exclaim. And Dumbledore's face once again showed a smile. Karkaroff and Maxim's careful thinking he naturally knew. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Isn't the so-called show to show off the magic of your academy? Although they are not good as hosts, they are not straight and bright muscles. But show your heritage, and no one else will say anything. Looking at the surprised looks of the little wizards of the other two academies, and the convergent smiles of Karkaroff and Maxim, he knew he was using his hand well. Today's food tastes good. Braun picked up a cheese gratin and ate it with relish. During this time, French meals were prepared in the school kitchen every day. The level is naturally becoming more and more refined. As for Durmstrang's cuisine, the kitchen is not very well made. Of course, this also has to do with the fact that there is nothing good to make about salted fish and meat and the like. The table was not without those foods. Not to mention Hogwarts students. Even those Durmstrangs don't eat it. Bah, the meat was so salty, and fortunately I didn't go to Durmstrang. Zero ask for flowers. It's a smart choice. Shibani frowned and threw the piece of salted meat aside. It took several sips of water before finally relenting. I told you a long time ago, don't eat it, you don't believe it. Theodore tilted his head and glanced at the other person. He also focused on the plate in front of him and enjoyed his own food. Everyone's almost eaten. Looking at the empty dinner plate in front of the little wizards, Dumbledore waved his hand. The cold dissipated. Once again, the dining table became tidy. However, no one spoke, but all looked at Dumbledore. It seems to be waiting for the other person to say something. I think everyone should know about it. The rules of this Triwizard tournament have changed a bit. The little wizards all nodded. Our Triwizard tournament is based on squads. Although the respective colleges have already selected the teams, we still have one final step to take. That is to choose the best of them as captains, and sign a contract. Saying that, Dumbledore's expression became much more serious. He took out a box with a quaint shape. Then he carefully opened it and took out a huge gold cup from it. The gold cup is set with huge rubies and the ears are made of 2 lions. The bottom of the cup is like a flame, lifting the entire cup body. It looks extraordinarily luxurious. This is a prop that the Goblet of Fire has used to elect warriors since the inception of the Triwizard tournament. We are no exception this time. Students from all 3 colleges are required to enter a card person with their name written on it. Use it to elect a captain. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he placed it on the triangular stool. The election officially begins tomorrow evening. All participating members can drop their names into the Goblet of Fire at any time. Kindness. Everything that needs to be said is done. To celebrate the arrival of our friends, children, sing the school song, in the way you like. Hogwarts students had a relaxed smile on their faces. The other 2 academies were at a loss. But soon, with the sound of the piano coming from the corner of the auditorium, the atmosphere of the evening banquet also reached its peak. Hogwarts? Hogwarts? You teach us knowledge. Whether it's a waddling old man, or a babbling child, mouth. End of song. Everyone followed the prefects out of the auditorium and went to their respective lounges. Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, led by their respective principals, returned to the carriage and the ship to rest. Crumb, what do you think of Hogwarts students? Inside the hall of the cabin, Karkaroff and the other Durmstrang students sat around a round table, looking a little dark. I don't know. Cologne, who was sitting at the round table, shook his head. I feel like they're a bit weak. But some of them are strong again. And it seems that someone is snooping on me, spying on you. Karkaroff's face turned gloomy. Is it Dumbledore? Not from the teacher's bench, but from the students. There is a strong student with 280. If we want to do it, we have to plan it. The candle flame on the round table flickered. Make the expression on everyone's face become clear. In the dark, the oil lamp on the mast of the big ship is like a pair of yellow-orange eyes full of evil. Look greedily at this ancient castle. Although the next day is Saturday, but the little wizards still got up early. By the time Braun came to the auditorium, there are already quite a few little wizards sitting here chatting. Most of the discussion was about Durmstrang's star player Crumb and the Goblet of Fire on the triangular chair. That was originally the place where the Sorting Hat was placed. Now it's a Goblet of Fire. There is also a yellow line on the periphery. It's to avoid those naughty little wizards throwing their names into it. Braun, when are you going to cast your name? Shinobi asked absent-mindedly while eating toast. He would also like to participate. It's a pity that my mother did not agree, so that the tryouts were not successful. Wait a minute, isn't there anyone else who wants to try it? Braun set his sights on George and Fred of Gryffindor. The 2 of them naturally also participated in the tryouts, but the results were not very good. Eliminated by several 7th graders. Now that it comes, it seems that it should be immortal. Fred, aren't you eliminated? Someone familiar with them couldn't help but ask. Yes, but we have other ways to get to the competition? Fred responded enthusiastically. George on the side also nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. Look, we're the 4th team in the Triwizard tournament. The 2 men each drank a bottle of potion. Then the appearance of the 2 people began to change. And Braun's expression began to become a little strange. No way. These 2 guys directly turned into themselves and Cedric. Of course, it's just similar. The hair is still their own red. Look. The 2 men happily ran towards the Goblet of Fire. But before they got closer, they felt a layer of obstacles appear in front of them. The 2 of them continued to walk forward with some iron. Then a loud bang was heard. The 2 of them turned into rolling gourds and fell to the ground. It took several laps before finally stopping. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they all laughed. The 2 didn't care, and it didn't take long for them to change back to their original ways and mess with other people again. But at this time, a group of neat footsteps attracted everyone's attention. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. I saw that Madame Maxime was leading the students of Beauxbatons into the auditorium. Compared to yesterday's dust servant, the Beauxbatons female students who had rested for a night looked particularly beautiful. The eyes of the little wizards who were still playing were instantly attracted by these girls. One by one, they didn't speak, and watched as 5 of them walked out. With tall long legs, he threw the card with his name written on it into the Goblet of Fire. Then he sat in his place casually. Braun, I'm in love? That leading girl must be my true daughter? Sabine murmured. The eyes never left the Beauxbatons girl who was the leader. Braun looked over. Even he, seeing that girl, couldn't help but lose his mind for a moment. However, it soon returned to normal. Vila Blood, that girl is Fleur? Braun thought to himself. 0. Hey, have you ever listened to me? Braun, that person is my true daughter, do you hear? See, Braun did not take care of himself. Shinobi said with extreme dissatisfaction. That girl has Vila blood, and besides, your so-called true destiny is because you are too stupid to be seduced. Braun gave the other party a blank look. Mind is stable. Braun waved his wand. Moment. Shinobi, who originally looked like a licking dog, instantly looked calm. See, a calming charm will free you from the charm? Braun patted the other's shoulder. It's just that Shinobi is not grateful. Instead, his eyes looked over with resentment. You have once again succeeded in shattering my illusions. I just thought of the names of my child and her. Braun. After taking a deep breath, Braun said slowly. Have you ever thought that you don't even know the name of the other party? Love, no reason is needed. Shinobi looked over quite seriously. Braun. Well, he shouldn't have dealt with this guy. Bang, bang bang. Another neat sound of footsteps. It's just that it's much heavier than Beauxbaton's footsteps. Needless to say, it must have been Demis 4.4 Lang's guys coming. It was different from the boys' gaze when the Beauxbaton students arrived. This time, Durmstrang's arrival seemed a lot calmer. Except for some Quidditch fans who didn't get autographs yesterday. Very few people pay attention to them anymore. Durmstrang's reputation is still a little worse than Beauxbaton's. Especially only purebloods can enter, learn black magic, and the first generation of the Dark Lord's hometown. The blessings of many other names made some Muggle wizards and half-blood wizards a little afraid of them, and some pureblood little wizards are a little unable to let go of face because of their proud bloodline. As a result, their arrival seemed very bland. But the Durmstrangs didn't seem to care. After putting the name on the goblet of fire, they all returned to their respective positions. I'm going to vote for the name too. Wiping his mouth, Braun said hello to Shinobi. Then he walked towards the goblet of fire with a note with his name on it. The remaining Hogwarts contestants saw Braun get up and followed towards the goblet of fire. Alas, if only I could participate in the Triwizard Tournament too. Harry looked at Hermione who left the table and couldn't help but sigh. There was also a touch of envy under his eyes. He also went to the election, but the result was very unsatisfactory. He didn't even pass the first round of written exams. Oh, I really envy Hermione. Just follow Braun to win. Ron couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, with Braun's strength, even if he does not win, he will not be at the bottom. It's no different from lying down and winning. It's a pity that his parents don't agree, otherwise he would have to participate in the selection if he said anything. Seeing that the team is coming, Braun nodded at everyone. So he walked with everyone to the goblet of fire. What was difficult for the Weasley brothers was nothing for everyone. I easily passed the barrier and threw the card with the name on it into the cup. With a flame coming out of the mouth of the cup, the pieces of paper also disappeared without a trace. Braun, will we go to training together? Cedric asked. Braun muttered and did not refuse. After all, he didn't have anything to do later. And the game is about to start, and it is good to run in more. Charm's classroom on the 3rd floor. At this moment, the tables and chairs here have been emptied, and it has become a place where everyone uses to practice magic. Fall apart. There are many obstacles. Except for your weapons. Quick transformation. The spells of the crowd were released one after another. After each person casts the spell, the people behind them will quickly pick it up. Although they are all ordinary spells, when combined, they give a rhythmic beauty. After more than a month of running in, the magic level of everyone is not mentioned for the time being. But the cooperation between each other is exceptionally tacit understanding. This alchemy item for everyone. Each has an iron armor spell on it. Taking advantage of the break, Braun took out the things he had prepared long ago. The Triwizard Tournament does not prohibit the use of alchemy items. But there are limits. No more than 3 defensive alchemy items should be used. Alchemy items for high-power attacks are not allowed at all. Of course, if it were said that according to the previous rules, the participating warriors might still be able to hope to obtain 3 defensive alchemy items. But as the individual competition turned into a group stage, it is not so easy for everyone to gather 3 alchemy items. In the ranks at Hogwarts, that 7th grade little snake had a defensive alchemy item. The remaining 3, including Cedric, were nothing. After all, the price of alchemy items is not low. The average family cannot afford it. Otherwise, the alchemist would not have made such a profiteering. Braun, this is precious. Cedric looked a little embarrassed. Although he is also hot in the eyes. But I also know that alchemy items have to be precious. So even if his heart was moved, his conscience still made him endure the pain and refuse. And that 7th grade snake had another Ravenclaw, though he didn't say anything. But the expression was the same as Cedric's. They all think this thing is too precious. You just keep it. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Braun couldn't help but part and shoved the alchemy item into their hands. It's nothing to me. You know I'm an alchemist. I'm really embarrassed, then I sold it to you. Wait until we win the championship and deduct from the prize money. See, Braun said so. The remaining few are no longer pretentious. Wore Braun's alchemy item on his hand. Braun, why didn't I find the button to inspire? After playing with it for a while, Cedric couldn't help but wonder. Most alchemy items have places to inspire. But he searched for a long time but could not find it. I thought Braun had hidden it somewhere and couldn't find it. The other 2 people had the same doubt in their eyes. Passive excitation is judged by the strength of the mana. This can also be faster. Braun said as he helped Hermione bring the necklace made into an alchemical item to her neck. Passive excitation. The 3 looked a little shocked. You must know that most alchemy items still need to be activated by manual mana. Passively stimulated alchemy items are all expensive. They thought that what Braun sent was just ordinary defensive props. That used to be so arrogant. As soon as it was shot, it was the top. Cedric opened his mouth and just wanted to say something. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by Braun. Don't worry, the value of this thing is not so high, I just added a little step. Although it is easy to say, the difficulty in practical operation is not low. It's just that he doesn't have to make it so clear to Cedric. Seeing Braun didn't take it seriously at all three also relaxed. He began to stroke the alchemy items on his wrist more and more happily. The more you look at it, the more you like it. They are all teenagers, and no one can resist the temptation of this new play 407. That is, everyone is the best in each academy. It didn't take long to react from this excitement. Once again, I was engaged in intense training. And the corners of Braun's mouth showed a smile. It's just a few alchemy items, which is nothing to him. The key to winning the competition is the people who participate in the competition. And Cedric and the others still look very good. Although he is confident in the game, even if he is alone, he is sure to clear the level. But with the help of his teammates, he can also make it easier. After all, this competition is not just him. Just when Braun was training a few people, on the other side, Harry and Ron came to Hagrid's cabin. Hagrid, here you are? Come on in, Hagrid said happily. At the moment, he was not wearing the sea otter leather coat that seemed to remain unchanged for eternity. Instead, it turned into a huge yellow-brown striped suit. On the chest is also a square scarf with a somewhat yellow color. The fluffy hair was gathered to the back of the head. See how I'm dressed? Great. I dare say it's perfect for you. The two praised against their will. I just don't understand why Hagrid wears such a dress. It makes them feel particularly weird. That's good. I thought this dress didn't look good. Get encouragement from two people. Hagrid looked excited. Laughing happily, the house was shaken by laughter and dust. Are you going to participate in a misunderstanding, Hagrid? Ron asked curiously. Other than that reason, he couldn't think of why Hagrid was dressed like this. Well, it's also, Halloween. Hagrid's gaze was a little evasive, and his face turned red as if he was drunk. This change instantly made the two people understand that things were not so simple. However, Hagrid didn't seem to want to give them another chance to ask questions, and took the initiative to invite the two of them to sit down and start talking about the Triwizard Tournament. I went to the audition, but I didn't pass. Harry sighed and replied with some loss. It's nothing, Harry, you still have a chance. You can wait until the next event to participate. Hagrid patted Harry's shoulder. Oh, look, I forgot, do you want to order rock pies? While patting his head with his big hand, Hagrid got up and walked over to the fireplace. From it, he took out a round cake the size of a faceplate. It is also sprinkled with a variety of nuts. Well, no thanks. We just finished eating, Hagrid. The two waved their hands one after another. You know, they have eaten the bitterness of rock skin cake. This thing can't bite or say it's clucky. That is, Hagrid can eat. See, two people don't. Hagrid didn't say anything either. Sitting on the bench with his own care, he clicked and ate. The hard rock crust cake was as fragile as a cookie under his teeth. I heard Hermione was in the race. This time the game was dangerous. Hagrid's face took on a look of concern. Hagrid, can you tell us about this game? Yes, Hagrid, what is it this time? Harry and Ron asked excitedly. Although they can't participate in the competition, it's good to be able to hear some insider stories. Well, you guys think too much. I don't know what the game is about. Saying that, he drank a few sips of water with a weak heart. It's just that this expression did not hide from Harry and Ron. The two of them entangled for a long time, which made Hagrid tired of it. Okay. This time the game is about magical creatures. Hagrid reluctantly gave a hint. He was afraid that he would continue to be entangled and would have to be annoyed to death by these two guys. Fantastic creatures? Is it related to those fried tail snails? This made Hagrid's face instantly darken. Isn't that right, Hagrid? Nope. Hagrid shook his head in reply. Those fried tail snails are just because they grow too big. I sent to the vegetable patch outside. They are always killing each other. It's not early, the Halloween feast is about to start. Let's go together. Hagrid hurriedly urged. These two little guys are too smart. He was afraid that he would be exposed if he was careless. Ben thought about leaving quickly, but after hesitating for a while, he turned back. He pulled out a bottle from the closet and sprayed it on his armpits and body. It made the two people look very puzzled. What is Hagrid daring? Ron asked curiously. Harry also shook his head in confusion. Didn't understand what Hagrid's actions meant. But soon a pungent smell made the two involuntarily sneeze. Ahem. What Hagrid did you spray? Cologne. Well, expired. Glancing at the time on the bottle, Hagrid said dejectedly. He looked a little embarrassed. I haven't used it for a long time, and I didn't expect it to expire. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. While muttering, Hagrid washed his face with clean water. It seems that I intend to wash the smell off my body in this way. Clean up. The two cleansing spells made Harry and Ron, who covered their noses, finally breathe a sigh of relief. Do you think Hagrid is a little strange today? Harry picked up the perfume bottle on the table, looked at it, and put it back in its original position. Perfume and suit again, and even hair wax. I think you'll know Harry. Ron's tone was filled with disbelief. This also greatly aroused Harry's curiosity. Oh my god, no wonder. Harry also looked incredulous. I saw that on the carriage docked in Beauxbatons outside the window. Madame Maxime was leading the students down. Hagrid, on the other hand, followed aside, eagerly talking to Madame Maxime. The big smile never stopped. It was as if he was on a pilgrimage. I dare say he's probably in love with that woman. Harry also nodded subconsciously. However, the problem soon became discovered. Didn't you say that you would go with them? Why leave them in the house now? Also, you can go. Why did you lock the door? Now what do we do? Harry looked at the locked door speechlessly. Of course it's a lock-picking curse. Ron looked like a matter of course. Harry, so you don't spell. This spell duel club doesn't teach. Fortunately, the two people still came to the auditorium. Although it looks a little embarrassing. Oh my god, what smells so bad on you? Several little lions couldn't help but shout. Despite having a good relationship with them, Neville couldn't help but frown. Oh my god, don't say it. The two of us were simply unlucky. Ron sat down in his seat and sighed. None of the two can open the lock spell. I had to come out through the window. But the windows are not so easy to turn over. Just by looking at Hagrid's size, you can know that the other party's house must not be small. It took the two of them to finally leave the cabin. On the way, I met Filch and Lady Loris, who were patrolling. The shoes were all rolled off. I finally came to the castle and was teased by the moving stairs. It took a lot of odds to finally enter the auditorium. Seeing two people don't want to say. The little lions don't care about them. After subconsciously opening some distance, he began to eat in large gulps. Today is Halloween though, but to take care of the tastes of the other two academies. The food and dress-up are also quite distinctive. Large and small jack-o'-lanterns are staggered. It is also mixed with chrysanthemums and ice sculptures. These are French and Nordic customs, respectively. On the table are pumpkin pies, apple pies, and well-cooked lambs. The sweet taste is always unbearable. But even with so much food, everyone did not put their minds on the banquet at all, but looked anxious. From time to time, look at the goblet of fire on the triangular stool, as if expecting something. Don't be in such a hurry. The results of the goblet of fire were still early, at least until after dinner. Braun glanced at Shinobi and turned his attention to the food on his plate. This is a Tri-Wizard tournament. Shinobi seemed somewhat unhappy with Braun's attitude. Aren't you nervous about which of you became a warrior? It's useless to be nervous, you'll know the result later anyway, Braun said very casually. In his opinion, the Tri-Wizard tournament is not a big deal. Sometimes he couldn't understand why Sabini was always so easily excited. In the teacher's seat, Dumbledore also noticed the absent-mindedness of the students. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but evoke a smile. Naturally, I also understand that the students are concerned about the warrior candidates for the Tri-Wizard tournament. He put down his knife and fork and wiped his mouth with a napkin. It seems that everyone is impatient. 053. Dumbledore said teasingly. Headmaster, when the hell will the warriors come out? We want to know the results of the Goblet of Fire? At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley brothers shouted. It has won the approval of many young wizards. Announce it right away. First of all, I would like to emphasize one point. After the selection of warriors, which room are you all going to? Dumbledore pointed to a small room at the back of the Great Hall. Mr. Ludo Bagman from the Ministry of Magic will be there to guide you. A big fat wizard walked out in the direction Dumbledore pointed. He smiled kindly at everyone. After highlighting a few more caveats, the announcement of the warriors' results officially begins. Everyone watched with bated breath as the Goblet of Fire gradually flew up from the triangular stool. Flames came out of the mouth of the cup, and then erupted like catharsis. The shocked crowd exclaimed. A note with some burning marks also fluttered into Dumbledore's hand. This focused everyone's attention on the piece of parchment in Dumbledore's, BCFB, hand. They knew that it should be the name of the warrior this time. Warriors of Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. Pushing the glasses, Dumbledore said calmly. Fleur, who was sitting at the Ravenclaw table, stood up and bowed slightly to everyone. Then he raised his head and walked in the direction of Ludo Bagman. The look was a little haughty. Behind her were her 4 team members. It's the same with the same head up and chest with pride. However, the applause of the crowd was still enthusiastic. Many little witches were even more excited and their faces were flushed. It was as if he didn't want money. Fleur, my true destiny? Sabini shouted loudly. Let Braun literally see it. This guy is a shame? Fortunately, everyone's attention was not on Sabini, because after a short gestation, another piece of parchment was sprayed out. Durmstrang's warriors? Victor Crumb? Durmstrang's students cheered heartily. Crumb also humbly got up and greeted everyone warmly. Then he took his team to the hut in the auditorium. Doesn't seem to want to stay here any longer. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. I just want to end this process as soon as possible. Next. It's a warrior of Hogwarts. The cheers in the auditorium grew louder. It seems like the ceiling is going to be turned over. At this time, the Goblet of Fire also erupted flames again. All the young wizards of Hogwarts were looking forward to seeing who the warriors of the house really were. 2 pieces of parchment. Is this a mistake? It's really strange. Looking at the 2 notes that floated into Dumbledore's hands, everyone froze, and the cheers that had been prepared turned into stunned. One by one, they all whispered. This is really unexpected. 2 notes suddenly appeared. Shouldn't a warrior be just one? I'll see how the principal handles it later. Meeting Daphne's somewhat worried gaze, Braun comforted. But his eyes looked at Moody suspiciously. It's just that the other party's appearance is also particularly stunned. I seemed to be stunned by this change. Not Moody? Who is that person? Braun frowned and scanned the auditorium. It seems that the hope is to find out that suspect in this way. Barty Crouch Jr. is still locked up at home. Voldemort disappeared in Romania. Most of the other Horcruxes did not awaken. So who did it? His gaze swept around the teacher's seat. For a while, it was impossible to find the culprit of this matter. It stands to reason that the plot should have changed. Why is this happening again? Is it a revision of the will of the world? Thinking of this, his expression was grim, and he was a little surprised. Crossing this kind of thing has happened, and who stipulates that there can be no world will, that? But he didn't wait for him to think about it. Dumbledore began to announce the results. The warriors of Hogwarts are Braun and Harry Potter. He faintly pronounced the name on the parchment. Sure enough, I knew it was Braun. But what's going on with Harry Potter? I remember he was eliminated from the Triwizard Tournament. Maybe he used some special method. There was a cheer in the auditorium, then a lot of talk. Needless to say, the object of discussion is Harry Potter. Everyone is wondering if the other party will be a warrior. Fortunately, the little lions were just wondering what method Harry Potter used. The little snakes do not hide their malice. They think Harry Potter is a cheating thief. He despicably stole the part of the honor that belonged entirely to Slytherin. Such behavior is complete grandstanding. Harry Potter is not worthy of being a warrior. Exactly? He didn't even pass the tryouts? He used vile means. The little snakes protested loudly. Everyone's eyes were also focused on the Gryffindor table. Harry, what the hell is going on? Ron asked in a low voice. This morning Harry also complained to himself that he didn't pass the selection. How did he become a warrior again? Harry Potter at the moment is also confused. Watching everyone else look at him seems a little cramped. I don't know. I didn't throw the name in. I'm with Ron all day today. Ron nodded along. Yes, Harry stays with me all day. Dumbledore frowned at the other professors. No one knows what really happened. It seems that the Goblet of Fire has gone wrong, something. Dumbledore said slowly. Okay Harry, let's go first. Go to the room first. Okay, good professor. Harry stammered. Then he bowed his head and walked behind Braun with the rest of the team. The cottage is not too big. Several chairs are placed in front of the warm fireplace. Some portraits hang on the walls. This was originally a place for professors to chat and rest, so the decoration is still very cozy. In the fireplace, Fleur and Crumb were whispering something. It's just that neither of them seems to be very familiar with each other's language, so they stumbled. Seeing Braun's arrival, he only nodded slightly. There was no other action. As a participant in this competition, one day is enough time for them to find out about each other's opponents. What are the professors looking for us? Seeing that Harry ran in a little recklessly, Fleur asked with a frown. I'm part of the game. Harry blushed. You're also in the competition. It's not just hibiscus. Crumb also raised an eyebrow in surprise. Then he looked at Braun again. It seems to want to ask what really happened. That's right. Something went wrong with the Goblet of Fire just now. One more warrior was chosen. Braun said calmly. Are you kidding? Several Durmstrang were also a little dissatisfied. Even if the other party is the host, the number of people cannot be one more. He's really the fourth warrior. That's interesting. This is the first time I've seen this situation. Ludo Bagman stood up with a big belly and also looked at Harry Potter with a surprised face. Mr. Ludo Bagman, is he really the fourth warrior? Fleur's eyes were skeptical. He's still a little boy. This made Harry look a little dissatisfied. But nothing was said either. In fact, his first reaction after learning that he had become a warrior was also a weakness. Is there something wrong with the Goblet of Fire? Crumb also asked in less proficient English, although he has confidence in himself. But the opponent has one more person, and the advantage of the game is still too great. Without waiting for Ludo Bagman to answer, the door to the room was pushed open again. Dumbledore, Maxim, Karkaroff, and the other professors of the school followed. This makes the already small lounge become extremely crowded in an instant. Especially Madame Maxim. She would have reminded Huge. It is particularly restrictive in such a small lounge. Don't even dare to move too much. I was afraid that when I looked up, I would touch the chandelier on the ceiling. Headmaster, what's going on? Fleur walked up to Madame Maxime and asked. Although Crumb did not speak, the meaning was also obvious. Why does Hogwarts have one more player? This is clearly out of order. It's the Goblet of Fire that is wrong. Dumbledore pushed his half-moon glasses and said slowly. The Goblet of Fire was unleashed with a powerful mixture spell. Such a spell is not something that an ordinary student can do. But what about the game? 6 people at Hogwarts, that's not fair. Or remove this student. Recognition by the Goblet of Fire does not disqualify him. Before Karkaroff's words were finished, Ludo Bagman reminded with a smile. However, he was still reasonable and looked at Dumbledore again. I want to see how Dumbledore solves it. You can add another player. Change the team to 6. The European Confederation of Wizards there I will write to them. Heard Dumbledore say this. Both Karkaroff and Madame Maxim breathed a sigh of relief. A smile also appeared on his face. In their view, the solution to one more person is indeed simple. Add one is. The reason why they didn't mention it was just because they were afraid that the European Continent Wizards Federation would blame them. Now with Dumbledore as a guarantee, then naturally there is no problem. And Hogwarts is nothing more than a junior wizard. If they choose, they will naturally choose the senior students who come with them. So, instead, they took advantage. If they continue to entangle, they are not interesting. I'm okay with that. Me too. Seeing that both of them agreed with Dumbledore's approach, Ludo Bagman was also very happy. But as the person in charge of this competition, he still has something to say. Headmaster Dumbledore, how will the warriors of your academy be arranged? It is to choose Braun role, or Harry Potter. This is no small problem. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? A team without a leader. Then such a team will certainly not go long. Host the first match of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. The Ministry of Magic naturally hoped that the winner of this competition would belong to a native wizard. Dumbledore's gaze wandered between Harry and Braun. If he followed the inclination in his heart, he naturally hoped that Harry Potter could become a warrior and lead other team members. In this way, not only can Harry's leadership be better enhanced, but also the other party's fame can be greatly increased. If the prophecy really happens, then Harry, with the fame he has accumulated, can easily get a lot of help in the wizarding world. But he also knew that Braun was simply not realistic here. The other party's medals and past achievements, none of them can compare with Harry, a little wizard with the title of savior. Those senior players were able to convince Braun, but not necessarily convinced Harry Potter. And those wizard families outside the school are not jealous. Even those wizard families who have an interest in the Roar family will not give up like this. At that time, if Braun is also disgruntled and does not play seriously, if the game was lost, he was sure that Harry Potter's decision would be blamed for a lot. After weighing it up, Dumbledore sighed. Duel. Follow the oldest rules of wizards. The strong lead the weak. Hearing Dumbledore's decision, everyone understood that the position of the brave was Braun's. Ask for flowers. Harry looked a little disappointed when he heard this. After all, he felt that Dumbledore would favor him a little bit. I'm okay with that. Braun replied calmly. I'm okay too. Despite saying this, anyone with discerning eyes could see Harry's weakness. Let's start with that. You can't use powerful magic. Point to point. Dumbledore emphasized the rules. Then he waved his wand. Sofas and other furnishings disappeared. It makes the whole space a lot empty. There is room for 2 people to play. Come on, Harry. Braun held his wand and bent his knees slightly. This is the etiquette of wizard duels. Represents respect for the duelist. Harry hurriedly followed Braun's appearance and made the same motion. It just looks a little nondescript. 2 people turned around at the same time. Stand up as Dumbledore instructed. Pull out your wand. Braun calmly took out his wand from the wand pouch around his waist. Prepare the spell. Harry took a deep breath and kept thinking about the spell to be released later. The palms became a little sweaty. 3, 2, 1. Begin. With the last sound falling, 2 people turned around at the same time. Oolong dispatch. Except for your weapons. Harry was sure it was the fastest spell he had ever unleashed in his life. I saw a grey light flying out. Flying towards Braun's wand at a speed faster than the black snake that rushed towards him. He was sure that as long as he hit the opponent's wand, he would have time to deal with the black snake in front of him. It's just a pity. Bang. Braun didn't move, and a black snake appeared out of thin air to block the spell. And Harry was also wrapped around the neck of the black snake. The game is over. Dumbledore announced the result with a complicated expression. Harry's spell just now was seen by his eyes. Definitely pretty good. Even the average 5th grade wizard could be disarmed with a wand. Even Braun can't dodge. After all, the angle is really tricky. It's a pity that no amount of cleverness is still a little enough in the face of absolute strength. An instantaneous silent spell easily fended off Harry's disarming charm. Even he felt that if Braun wanted to, he could even resist this disarming spell with easier magic. I lost. Harry sighed. Although the bottom of the eyes is a little unwilling, but can only accept such a result. Braun waved his wand. Then, the black snake wrapped around Harry's neck turned into a black disgust and disappeared without a trace. Braun. Another snake. Instantaneous magic plus silent spell. Knew what Harry wanted to ask. Braun said one step ahead. Even snapped his fingers to demonstrate it to the other party. I saw a flame appear in Braun's hand. Every time Braun snapped his fingers, the flames turned into an animal. The people around them were stunned. Even the other 2 academies, which had originally despised Braun, were secretly wary. I thought that the other academy was my own big enemy. Now it seems. The deepest hidden is this Hogwarts alchemy genius. Not only is alchemy strong, but even magic is so perverted. It seems that the strategy of the competition will be adjusted this time. The first thing to do should be to figure out how to solve the Hogwarts team. Now that the warriors have decided. So let me talk about the first project this time. Ludo Bagman walked over with a smile. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused, nodded in satisfaction. You all know that too. This time, the Tri-Wizard tournament consisted of 3 tournaments at 3 academies. At Hogwarts, it will be your knowledge and courage that will be tested. You will spend a week in a rainforest full of magical creatures as your squad. In addition to the wand, there are very few alchemy items, and no food, drinking water, or other materials are allowed. Of course, I can't tell you the exact location yet. However, I hope that the 3-3-7 can be prepared during this time. At that time, we will use the number of magical creatures hunted as a criterion. Seeing everyone pondering one by one, Ludo Bagman seemed very satisfied. He went on to say, the first project will be held at the end of November. I hope you can be prepared this month. The reason for choosing the end of November is naturally also considered. The average forest is not a dangerous place for wizards at all. Only the cold winter can add some trouble to wizards. To ensure that your game goes smoothly this time, both the warriors and the team members can skip the school's final exams. Of course, your grades will be calculated as excellent. Ludo Bargman threw another message. It's just a pity. It was a different surprise than he expected. Everyone's reaction seemed calm. It doesn't seem to be rejoicing at being able to skip the test. After all, those who are here are also considered the best in the entire school. Even if you take a test, your results are not bad. Whether or not to take the exam does not really have much impact on them. I'm done with everything that needs to be said. I'll pick you up when the game starts. After saying a word to the three teams, he bowed slightly to Dumbledore again. Then Ludo Bargman picked up his hat and walked into the blue flames of the fireplace and disappeared. The other two teams did not stay here any longer. It's not nice to say. From now on, everyone becomes a competitor. In addition to saying hello on the surface, Bosbatons and Durmstrang even saved pleasantries. They left here after their respective principals. It seems that he plans to select the sixth person to participate in the competition as soon as possible. Only Professor McGonagall and Snape remained in the classroom. It seems that he is planning to explain something. Mr. Braun. Professor McGonagall glanced at the 6 people before finally focusing on Braun. The Ministry of Magic and the school are all about making sure that the first game belongs to England. This competition attracted the attention of many countries on the European continent. We can't lose, we must guarantee our victory. I will do my best. Braun nodded seriously. This look pleased Professor McGonagall. During this time, Professor Snape and Professor Sprout will teach you how to make simple potions and necessary ointments from ordinary herbs. You have to study hard. Potions is England's advantage, which is why the Ministry of Magic chose it this way. Vaguely mentioned something to everyone. Professor McGonagall left with Snape. The Ministry of Magic can make some biases. After all, it's not just England's Ministry of Magic. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. The Ministries of Magic in France and Northern Europe will also certainly favor teams belonging to their own countries. But bias is limited, and doing too much will also cause dissatisfaction among others. Sit, now it's just us. Braun waved his wand. Let the sofa be categorized. I also sat up unceremoniously. Like a host, boil water and make tea. Slowly drank it. It serves as a resting place for professors. Some equipment is still adequate. Braun, do you have any suggestions for this match? Cedric asked calmly as he sat across from Braun. His personality has always been like this. He likes to plan and move. Nope. Braun said very lightly. In the absence of sufficient information, we can't do anything. Let's finish learning the potions that the professors are going to teach us. However, the person from the Ministry of Magic just now said that we will encounter magical creatures. And to calculate the score based on magical creatures, shouldn't we practice magic? Harry couldn't help but interject. He felt the need to make Braun aware of the importance of this race. Or at least they have to do something. But Braun just waved his hand casually. Magical creatures need attention, but they don't use magic. Don't worry, I have already figured it out in my heart. Seeing Braun so confident, although Harry still had doubts in his heart, it was difficult to say anything more. After all, being able to participate in this competition is a bit confusing. I haven't really trained with anyone else. The right to speak is not important. To continue talking is to be annoying. I've already figured out how to hunt magical creatures. Now the first thing we have to do is to study the knowledge of Professor Snape and Professor Sprout during this month. In the wild, extreme climate, mosquitoes, and various bacteria are the biggest problems for our survival. 0.6. While hunting magical creatures, we should pay more attention to thinking about how to protect our own safety, so that the week can go smoothly. Braun's voice was flat, though, but it calmed down the players who were still a little restless. Start thinking seriously about the reasoning. Well, it's almost 8 o'clock. Look at the position where the hands of the clock are going to point to 8. Braun got up and put down his teacup. Let's go back first. The students of the academy are also waiting for us with a banquet. Let's not keep them waiting. The witty words made the faces of the tense crowd couldn't help but smile. Of course, this is indeed something that they should be happy about. Not everyone can represent the honor of the academy in the competition. Let's go Hermione first. Say hello to Hermione. Braun left the auditorium with another 7th grade snake. Let's go too, Harry. See Braun leave. Hermione said to Harry, who was still standing where he was. It's just that his expression is still a little hesitant. Do you want to ask me what it is, Hermione? Harry was acutely aware of Hermione's hesitation. Take the initiative to speak. I'm indeed a little curious about how you passed through Dumbledore's magic. Seeing that Harry took the initiative to mention it, Hermione also asked calmly. I didn't go. Walk up the stairs. Harry spoke again to explain. Didn't Professor Dumbledore say that someone cast the confusion charm? Harry said with some embarrassment. Of course, this embarrassment was not directed at Hermione. Instead, it appeared from the moment his name spewed out of the goblet of fire, and it has continued until now. In particular, the surprised gaze of everyone 12 made him a little sensitive. Although he participated in the Triwizard tournament as he wished. But this did not make him much happy, but with a kind of fear. It's like being a thief. And who put his own name in the goblet of fire? And what is the purpose of the other party? All this made him feel unspeakable fear. He never thought it would be some good person to do such a thing to fulfill his wishes. In the past few years in the wizarding world, he has been able to understand that there will be no love for no reason. Well, I'm just a little curious. Don't be nervous. Hermione was also a little embarrassed. Nor did she think that Harry's reaction would become so big. I'm sorry, Hermione. You know, I didn't think I would be part of the competition. Harry let out a long breath. Although the words were a little upside down, it also made Hermione understand the meaning. Just sighed and didn't ask more. Soon, the two men came to the lounge in silence. Cherry tomatoes. Welcome, children who participated in the competition, and look forward to the honor you will earn for the school. The fat lady said very kindly. It also gives way to reveal the lounge at the back. Before they could walk in, they heard the cheers of the crowd eagerly. The light of the fire reflected on their faces, as if to light up their eyes. The two of them hadn't had time to say anything yet. I was pulled in by the enthusiastic little lions. How, Harry? Have you become a warrior? It's so cool. How did you do it? You should tell our Harry, so we can all be warriors. Unlike Hermione, who participated in the selection, Harry was instantly surrounded by everyone. Ask what method the other party used to fool Dumbledore's magic. I didn't. Harry broke free from everyone's hand holding him. I don't know what happened, and the professor said someone used the confusion spell, and I just became a player. I lost to Braun in a duel. Saying that, Harry looked a little sullen. But others don't think that way. That's nice too. Braun is not something anyone can beat. That's it. You also become a member of the game. If only I would confuse the spell too. You even learn the lockpicking spell every Lissona. The crowd was noisy. He shoved the candy and cake he had bought into Harry's hand. If you can't stuff it, put it in your pocket. It seemed that he was afraid that Harry would starve. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? I'm full and I'm not hungry now, he explained palely, although he hadn't eaten much at the banquet. But I'm not hungry. But the crowd didn't listen to him. Instead, he brought a large cup of butterbeer to his mouth. It wasn't until I watched him finish drinking that it all dispersed again. Twitter enthusiastically discussed the competition. That's nice, Harry. Ron came over enviously. He also wanted to be surrounded by so many people like his friend Harry. Become the focus of attention. It's not really good, Harry said a little tiredly, handing the dessert in his hand to his good friend Ron. His gaze turned to Hermione. Compared to their own embarrassment, the other party seems to be much more comfortable. At the moment, I am standing in the pile of girls talking to those girls and laughing about something. It looks much better than himself. Ron, I'll go back to rest first. I'm a little tired today. After speaking, he saw that Ron was still staring at the cheerful crowd. I couldn't help but sigh, walking towards the lounge by himself. Drink. Don't worry, there will be no problem with the competition. Let's cheer for Braun. Warriors from Slytherin? Inside the Slytherin common room, Braun was clinking glasses with the snakes with a butterbeer. You can see that everyone is very happy. The warriors who made this time the Triwizard tournament were that belonging to Slytherin. In this way, the group of smelly lions was crushed again. I exchanged pleasantries with the toasting little 927 snakes for a long time. Braun then sat down on the couch in front of the fireplace. Although he was impatient with this kind of banquet. But it is not good to discourage the enthusiasm of the students. Fortunately, everyone is also empathetic. After seeing Braun sitting on the sofa to rest, he stopped coming over to disturb. While sitting on the sofa to rest, watch the little snakes happily drink beer and sing. At the same time, I was also thinking about who the person who cast the spell on the Goblet of Fire was. Since that person is not Barty Crouch Jr. So who has the purpose to do that? As the plot changes, it was as if there was a layer of fog around his eyes. Let him not really see it. For the rest of the day, after the Goblet of Fire to select the warriors, life at Hogwarts also gradually calmed down. The only difference is that from time to time you will see some Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students attending classes with them. At first, everyone was a little surprised. But then it was a little strange. Except, of course, the students from the other two schools. The principals of the two schools also intend to teach them. This has been something that students have been looking forward to for a long time. I want to see the teaching level of these other two schools. Braun, hurry up. Later, Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, will give us a lesson. Sabinai frantically stuffed food into his mouth, while reminding Braun. I see. Besides, aren't we waiting for you? Every time is the slowest you eat? Sabinai smiled a little awkwardly, swallowed the food in his mouth. After drinking another large glass of milk, he got up satisfied. It's too cold now. I don't remember. After speaking, without waiting for Braun, they refuted something. He ran out of the auditorium first with his book in his hand. Seeing this, Braun and the three had to follow helplessly. As Durmstrang, known for his black magic, Karkaroff must also teach courses related to black magic. That is, defense against the dark arts class. A few people finally arrived outside the classroom. On the podium, Karkaroff was standing there. There was also a Moody on the side. See several people coming. Karkaroff was expressionless as if he hadn't seen it. Instead, Moody gave another kind smile. Of course, this smile seems a little scary. Professor Moody, Braun shouted respectfully. During this period of getting along, everyone can be regarded as figuring out Moody's temper. although the appearance is indeed more terrifying. But it's still good for them. I don't know if I am so used to seeing so much evil that there is always an excessive tolerance towards students. Go back and sit. Moody waved his hand, appearing very kind. A few people didn't say anything more, so they honestly found a back position and did a good job. After all, no one knows what Karkaroff will talk about in class. It is safer to sit farther away. It didn't take long. The classroom, which had been somewhat empty, arrived with Durmstrang's students. The location was completely filled, and the course has officially begun. I think a lot of you here don't know me very well. I'll introduce myself again. Karkaroff glanced at the classroom and said slowly, I'm Karkaroff, Durmstrang's principal. At our school, we have a similar course called Dark Arts Studies. The content of my lesson today is to recognize the 3 unforgivable curses. Moody, who was sitting on the sidelines listening, frowned involuntarily. He opened his mouth, but finally said nothing. But under the podium, it is not so calm. In addition to Durmstrang's students, the other Hogwarts students couldn't help but be horrified. The prestige of the 3 unforgivable curses is too great. They had never been exposed to this kind of content before when they took defense against the Dark Arts class. Listen, Braun, unforgivable curse? Sabinai said with some excitement. And the little snakes around are probably the same. The look was full of excitement and disbelief. It's not the same fear as the little lion. They all know more or less some unforgivable curse from home. Naturally, it will not face the unforgivable curse like those little lions, such as avoiding snakes and scorpions. Listen to what he says. Braun looked bland. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? He will curse the 3 unforgivables. And it's all very well used. Of course, the main reason is because his soul is tough enough not to be like other wizards, twisted by the erosion of black magic. This is the reason why he can use it with confidence. If it was an ordinary wizard, he thought it would be better not to take such risks. I know many of you are very afraid of these spells, but I have to tell you, when you are facing the Dark Wizard, they won't show mercy to your men just because you don't know these spells. Karkaroff spoke about the theory he had implemented. At the same time, do not forget to come from a box. Take out a guinea pig and come out. Watch the cute guinea pigs running around Karkaroff's hands in panic. Let everyone's hearts can't help but have a bad premonition. First of all, the Soul Reaper Curse. Karkaroff had an evil smile on his face. The Soul Reaper Curse is an extremely evil spell that was in the midst of the Dark Lord's raging period. Numerous wizards have been persecuted by this spell, and his effect is simple. That is to control the wizard so that you can't tell who is your friend. And the best way to verify this is to use the Soul Reaper charm on it again. And with the fall of the Dark Lord, there are still many of his former followers who escaped trial on the grounds that they were under the Soul Reaper Curse. Moody interrupted Karkaroff's words, and the demon eye in his left eye stared at each other even more. I sent a large part of Voldemort's followers to Azkaban. Of course, in the end, there are still some fish left behind. However, I believe that they will not escape the trial of the Ministry of Magic in the end. Moody's voice was small, but it gave an unquestionable firmness. It's just that the meaning of the words is somewhat evocative. Many small snakes looked at Karkaroff with deep thought in their eyes, but the other party seemed to be unaware, still talking to himself. I'll show you the Soul Reaper Curse next. I saw Karkaroff wave his wand. The guinea pigs, which were crawling on the table, seemed to be controlled, and they danced tap dances. In addition to the Soul Reaper Curse, there is also the Drill Heart Curse. Drill the bones? The guinea pig that was tap dancing suddenly let out a piercing scream. His whole body convulsed even more. This tragic situation frightened many little wizards and involuntarily closed their eyes. Finally, the Killing Curse? This is the cruelest spell, and the spell is Avida. Enough. Moody stood up abruptly. Angry eyes. Professor Karkaroff, I think the content of your class needs to be changed. And Karkaroff also seemed to be awake. Instead of talking, the guinea pig was put back into its cage. Okay, let's get here for this lesson first. Next, Professor Moody's will continue to teach you. Karkaroff left here with a cold face. And once again, Moody's remained here on the podium. Okay, let's continue. I'll make it up tomorrow when I go out today. Braun, do you say there is any entanglement between Professor Moody and Karkaroff? How do I feel that there is some flirtat between the two of them? On the way back, Daphne couldn't help but say. Karkaroff's performance in class frightened her. Fortunately, the final killing curse was stopped by Moody. I don't know. However, it may also be because Professor Moody and Karkaroff are naturally unaccustomed. After all, you also know that Professor Moody was a former Auror, and it is normal for wizards who study dark magic to be wary of it. Braun said, pretending not to care. Of course, he knew the real reason why the two people did not deal with each other. Nothing more than because Karkaroff was once a Death Eater. Suddenly, Braun's mind seemed to have a thought. Did Karkaroff put the Harry Potter name in? Braun, it's time to go downstairs. Why are you weird? Daphne couldn't help but look at Braun a few more times curiously. You think too much. I was just thinking about things. Braun snorted. But in his heart, he secretly remembered this incident and planned to observe it for a while. After finishing the defense against the dark arts class, everyone hurried to the auditorium to eat, and the things in defense against the dark arts class naturally circulated throughout the school. 167. Some people are surprised, some people are alarmed. Of course, there are some little lions with excitement. He recounted what he saw and heard in class. End of lunch. Braun rested in the lounge. So they went with Sabini to the greenhouse of the herbology class. As you get older, everyone can already start classes in the 4th greenhouse. You should know that the greenhouse division of Hogwarts is based on the danger level of magical plants stipulated by the Ministry of Magic. The 4th greenhouse is already a very dangerous greenhouse. That is, most of the plants in the greenhouse are already familiar to students. Otherwise, even Professor Sprout would not dare to let them in at will. And today it's not just Professor Sprout who teaches them. There are also students of Madame Maxime and Beauxbatons. Braun originally thought that Madame Maxime would teach the students some knowledge of alchemy. But then I realized that I really thought too much. But think about it, alchemy can't be learned by ordinary students in Beauxbatons. What's more, it was taken out to teach wizards from other countries. Braun, what do you say Madame Maxime will teach us? Shinobi said excitedly. Before Braun could answer, he muttered to himself. I just hope we don't just stare at her perform. It's better to give us some useful knowledge. Braun slapped away a devil vine that just wanted to reach for itself. Watching it roll back, only then did he withdraw his gaze. Maybe some basic alchemy potions. After all, this comparison of popularity will not leak secrets. And the technical content is also low, Braun said lightly. In fact, when he came to the greenhouse, he already had such a guess in his mind. Only alchemy potions can not only express Beauxbatons' sincerity without revealing some secrets of alchemy. After all, this kind of thing is still very popular in the European continent, and it is not afraid of being leaked. England didn't have it entirely because the potions masters in England couldn't look at it. So much so that it is not in the curriculum of the school. Several people listened to Braun's words thoughtfully. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Follow him towards the corner of the greenhouse. There are already quite a few students waiting here. Accompanied by class bells. Professor Sprout and Mrs. Maxime also came over with a smile. Kids, we're learning bouncing bulbs in this lesson. Professor Sprout said with a smile. Take out a flower pot from under the counterstage. Inside it is a spherical plant that looks somewhat like a succulent plant. In this lesson, in addition to helping these bouncing bulbs change, BCDG, pots, we also have to pick the right bouncing bulbs inside. Later, Madame Maxim will show everyone how to make potions from bulbs. The bouncing bulb is a very controllable plant. Changing pots sounds simple, but there's not a lot to do. First of all, if you want to change the pot of the bulb, the first thing to do is to be able to grasp the bulb first. But it's not an easy job. The bulb has a layer of mucus on the surface, which also causes it to be particularly slippery. Once they fall to the ground, these bulbs will quickly burrow into the soil. This also caused many little wizards to stare at the boss when changing pots, for fear of being the same as those little wizards who got the bulbs off. Lying on the ground, he painfully used a shovel to dig out these bulbs that had been drilled into the soil. Fortunately, there are not many of these bulbs that need to be potted. Under the division of labor, everyone quickly completed the task. And at this time Madame Maxime also walked out again. Looking at everyone with a smile, there is no nonsense. Take out your device and start making potions. It's just that the production process is a little different from the process of making potions that little wizards usually make. Not to go with crucibles and alcohol lamps. Instead, some metal powder was used. It's not like making potions, but it's a bit like making alchemical items. First, the surface of a bulb is carved into an alchemical circuit. Then the powder mixed with various metals is poured down the circuit. Then there's direct heating through a flame. This peculiar production process saw the little wizards whisper. Madam, why is your method of refining potions different from ours? A little lion who was elected by everyone asked loudly. And Madame Maxim seems to have long expected that someone would ask, not only without the slightest surprise. Instead, he patiently explained. This is an alchemy potion. Strictly speaking, it is a branch of alchemy. It's very different from the potions you usually see. The little wizards nodded in understanding. And the alchemical circuit on the bulbs at this time. It also gradually lit up under the flames. After waiting until all the alchemical circuits on the surface of the bulb are lit up, Madame Maxime also stopped her movements. Swoosh. A small hole is cut off at the tip of the bulb. Under the faint white mist, a bright red liquid like blood filled the inside of the bulb. Madame Maxim raised her hand only slightly. The bright red liquid was poured into the beaker. That dazzling color made everyone can't help but take a few more looks. Alchemy potions are characterized by the use of combinations of different metals and magical plants to make potions. Compared to ordinary magic potions, their crafting process is more rapid and the effect is more powerful. Listening to Madame Maxime's talk, the little wizards below also whispered. Most of the discussions were about the pros and cons of alchemical potions. Is this alchemy potion really so good? After thinking too much, the effect of alchemy potions is strong, and the side effects are not small. Otherwise, ordinary magic potions would have been squeezed and there would be no room for survival. Braun, who saw Shinobi's thoughts, said lightly. There are not a few who are as moved as Sabini. Many little wizards almost came over to ask about the refining method. But most little wizards are still sane. Wizards follow the principle of equivalence. If there is such a good thing, it is impossible for England's Ministry of Magic not to implement it. Madame Maxime, alchemy potions seem to have side effects. Malfoy said teasingly. It made Maxim, who was still talking, smile froze. It became somewhat reluctant. and Professor Sprout also found a cauliflower snake in the greenhouse at this time. Alchemy potions do have some side effects. Well, I think sometimes it's more intuitive to use experiments. Madame Maxim probably wouldn't mind. Although he asked like this, Professor Sprout's movements did not stop. The red potion in the beaker was poured into the mouth of the cauliflower snake. And in an instant, the cauliflower snake, which was still slow, became alive, as if it had beaten chicken blood. However, this effect did not last long. Soon the cauliflower snake returned to normal, but his expression was particularly sluggish. I can't lift my spirits for anything. Alchemy potions repair damage by activating the magic power in the wizard's own body. The effect is fast, but the side effects are also obvious. After using the agent, it will become weak in a short period of time and cause considerable damage to the body. Although Professor Sprout said it more implicitly, but everyone clearly understood what she meant. In short, this potion is something that consumes the body in exchange for short-term strength. At this moment, the little wizards who were originally eager in their eyes also calmed down. After all, this thing can be seen by discerning people to see that the problem is very big. Naturally, there is no need for them to waste time studying. It's better to learn potions than to learn potions. Even if you can't become a potions master, you can have a headache at home and refine potions by yourself in the future. The effect may be poor, at least it will not have such strong side effects as alchemy potions. And see the little wizard who did not fool Hogwarts. Madame Maxim's eyes were a little disappointed. But in the end, he still introduced it again with the same face, and saw that everyone was really not interested. That's what it sounds like sitting aside. Mr. Roar. Accompanied by the end of class bell, the little wizards all rushed towards the greenhouse. Only Braun was left behind by Professor Sprout. Is there something going on, Professor? Despite the doubts in his heart, Braun stopped. His relationship with Professor Sprout was nowhere near as good as Snape's. Only communicate in class. There is basically no contact after class. He couldn't think of what the other party was looking for him for. I asked Professor Sprout to help invite you, Roar. Madame Maxime walked over, tall but not bloated. On the contrary, it has a kind of elegance. Hello ma'am. Braun bent over slightly, but there was not much expression on his face. Although he is still a 4th grade student, his status is not low at all. At the very least, his honor alone was enough for him to get along with Madame Maxim as an equal. The salute is just because of the other party's age. Are you looking for me for something? Braun asked straight to the point. After a tired morning, he didn't have any spare time to chat with the other party. He just wants to cook, read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Little one, you're too anxious. Mrs. Mahim covered her mouth and smiled. However, seeing that Braun looked a little impatient, he still did not continue to say those car words. I am also very good friends with Mr. Flamel, who has been here for so long and have not had time to see his students. I want to invite you to lunch today when I have time. Seeing that Maxim's expression was very serious, Braun couldn't help frowning. It is normal for the other party to have a personal relationship with his teacher, Nicolas Flamel. After all, they are all French people. Beaux Batons was also funded by his own teachers. But Madame Maxime's mind was a little unpredictable. If you really want to see yourself, you won't wait for this time. Beaux Batons' time at Hogwarts is not too short. If you really find yourself, it will be more time. Ask for flowers 0. Now that the Tri-Wizard tournament is about to come, there must be something going on with me. But the other party moved out of his teacher's name, and he couldn't refuse, so he had to nod. Thank you madam for the invitation. Seeing Braun agree, Madame Maxime seemed satisfied. He didn't say anything, but motioned for him to follow him. Under the curious gazes of a group of little Beaux Batons witches, Braun followed Madame Maxime to their carriage. As Braun guessed, a traceless telescopic spell was cast inside the carriage. And it's also the kind of no-trace stretching spell that joins multiple spaces. The overall layout is somewhat similar to a Slytherin common room. It's just that the public hall has become a place to eat. A long table has long been filled with a variety of delicacies. And the little witches also sat happily at the table and ate elegantly. From time to time, he also glanced at Braun and whispered something to discuss with the surrounding students. That boy is so handsome. I heard it's Mr. Flamel's disciple. A particularly powerful alchemist. If only I could marry him. Listening to the unscrupulous discussion of these little witches, Braun was helpless. He was hesitating now to tell these little witches that he knew French. Okay, please sit. Madame Maxim raised her hand. Yes ma'am. Braun subconsciously agreed. Just as soon as he promised, he knew it was broken. I just answered in French. Look at the long table again. The most unscrupulous little witches who had just discussed blushed at once. Lying on his plate, he didn't dare to say anything more. People in this era were inherently more conservative than later generations. This is true even for the romantic Gauls. Not to mention that there are still a group of wizards sitting here. Because there are fewer wizards than muggles. Most wizards still attach great importance to their marriages and honors. If you don't meet the right person, it is common to not get married for the rest of your life. There are many such old bachelors in the wizarding world. For example, Braun's Dean Snape was honored to add one of them. In this environment, those little witches said so many bold things and were found in person. This sense of shame naturally made them all sit honestly in their places like frightened rabbits, trembling and trembling. A lunch, let Braun eat very strange. It's not that the food tastes bad. Instead, Maxim kept pulling him to talk about home. What to study, what plans to have in the future. Think of things like the development of France. He couldn't figure out what Madame Maxime was trying to do. Is it really just to talk about home? It's too idle to panic. Madam, the meal is almost done. You see, he really didn't want to waste any more time trying to continue. It's better to go straight to the point and see what the other party wants to do. Alas. All right. See the impatience in Braun's eyes. Madame Maxim's smile also narrowed a lot. This time I came to you for 740. I want to ask if you have any plans to join us in the game. Join forces. Braun was stunned at first, then stunned. Compared to Hogwarts and Durmstrang, Beauxbaton's strength is clearly weak. Even that Beauxbatons has been able to inherit to this day and become the 3 major magic academies in the European continent thanks to the existence of Nicolaim. In the next Triwizard tournament, the advantage was the lowest. That's right, if you agree. In the first game, Beauxbatons will do his best to help Hogwarts win. In turn, Hogwarts also needed to help Beauxbatons win the second game. Madame Maxim said decisively. Since it was decided to speak out about it, there was no need to continue to hide. Then he looked at Braun with burning eyes, with some victories in hand. This condition is not harsh. She felt that with Braun's wisdom, she would be able to easily judge the benefits. Agree to your request. It's just that the corners of Braun's mouth show a hint of playfulness. Madam, I remember that there was no such thing as joining forces in the Triwizard tournament. It's against the rules of the game. Thank you for your hospitality today. Braun wiped his mouth, and then ignored Madame Maxime's somewhat ugly expression. So he turned around and left here. Headmaster, this matter. Fleur looked at Braun's disappearing back and stood up a little nervously. It's just that Madame Maxim waved her hand. Nothing. Hogwarts disagreed and went to Durmstrang. This time the Triwizard tournament is about the resource tilt of the Wizarding Association of the European continent in the next few years. Can't just give up so easily. Fleur nodded a little lonely. Originally, she wanted to advise the principal to participate in the competition with dignity. But it is clear that Madame Maxime has no intention of changing at all. I just hope that when the time comes, I will get what I want. Even if I can't win, I can't be the last place. The weather outside was nice. Sunny. This is a rare time for England to bask in the sun when winter is habitually cloudy. Look at the big squid swimming leisurely by the Black Lake and the little wizards playing in groups of 3s and pairs. Braun's mood also relaxed a lot. I don't worry about what happened just now. Maxim's invitation to cooperate did surprise him, but he didn't take it too seriously. The worst outcome is nothing more than the other party wooing Durmstrang for Hogwarts. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? But this is still much lower than the impact of the discovery of collusion between the participating teams. Once the collusion of the participating teams is discovered, they will be greeted by the trial from the European Continent Wizarding Federation. It's going to be jailed. It's just that he can't think of it. Madame Maxime, as the Dean of Beauxbatons, will not see this. Shaking his head, these thoughts were thrown out of his mind. Braun went to his alchemy lab again. Looking at the huge machine inside, I felt satisfaction. Many wizards believe that after making an alchemical castle, alchemy has been stagnant. There are even wizards who think that he has exhausted his talents. It's just that those wizards don't know it. The reason why he has never made a new alchemy item. I was completely delayed by the machine in front of me. Fortunately, this machine, which took nearly a year to complete, was finally completed a few days ago. Time machine. Braun looked at the still somewhat rudimentary machine in front of him, and his expression revealed a touch of excitement. He received quite a few time turners from Professor Binns. He also used the sands of time inside to combine the parchment rolls obtained from Slytherin to make this time machine. It's just that the last time he used the time turner to change his fate attracted ominous attention. So even after the production was completed, he never dared to experiment, for fear that something would go wrong. Of course, even this does not affect the status of this time machine in the slightest. The machine was debugged again. Braun took the textbook for the Magical Creatures Conservation class and walked towards Hagrid's cottage. Braun, why have you been gone for so long? As soon as they arrived outside the hunting ground, Daphne came over and asked curiously. Madame Maxime invited me to a meal. You also know that my teacher is Nicola Flamel. Several people were also stunned after listening to Braun's words. After all, Braun's teacher is also French, and he must be familiar with the headmaster of Beauxbatons. Chatting is also normal. Seeing that several people did not ask more, Braun was also relieved. Maxim had no intention of telling anyone else about his cooperation. After all, this is not a 4.5 good thing. If it makes a big deal of several schools, the face will not look good. Of course, this is also limited to classmates. Before coming, he had asked Tom to bring the letter to Dumbledore. Trust that the other party will solve it properly. Run slowly, you ugly things. Malfoy cursed angrily. At this moment, he looked extremely embarrassed, and his blonde hair had long been scattered. Not only that, his clothes were also stained with mucus that came from nowhere, and there was a pungent smell all around him. With a leash in his hand, he ran around the hunting ground under the pull of a well-behaved creature similar to a crab. Malfoy is really unlucky. His fried tail snail is the biggest. Shubinai gloated. He also holds a fried tail snail in his hand. It's just different from the one in Malfoy's hand. This one is obviously a lot more honest. Lie down in the sun and don't move. Seriously. Daphne glanced carefully at the fried tail snail that was eating the dead fish. I really don't understand why Hagrid let us lead this thing for a walk. Maybe this is the Triwizard Tournament, a magical creature used to compete. Braun teased, stacking the large bucket of fish in his hand in front of several fried tail snails. Let them eat honestly instead of running around. How could that be? Daphne rolled her eyes. Shubinai also doesn't think the Triwizard Tournament will use these creatures. Only Braun laughed and said nothing. If you talk about hunting magical creatures, what place can compare to the Forbidden Forest? There are horse tribes inside, which ensures that the safety of students can be effectively guaranteed. But there are also predators such as the eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. This can again challenge the little wizard. And the area of the Forbidden Forest is not small, even thunderbirds and birds and snakes are inside. The products are also relatively rich. 12 is enough for students to survive for a week. He really couldn't think of a better place for their trials than the Forbidden Forest. Jingle bells. Accompanied by the bell of the end of class, the little wizards were greatly relieved. These disobedient giant fried tail snails were dragged in front of Hagrid. Then he ran towards the tower as if he were fleeing. It doesn't seem like they want to stay here, especially the ones that are more embarrassing. It seems that he wants to go back to the lounge early to take care of the dirty things on his body. Braun was fine. After all, their fried tail snails are still honest. So after simply cleaning up the bathroom with a cleaning spell, several people hurried to the auditorium. At this time, there were not many people in the auditorium. Only with the arrival of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students. Everyone looked a little surprised. Why are they here? Shubinai looked at the gate with some doubt. Today is the day to check the wand. Braun spoke lightly. After checking the wand, the game should begin. After all, it will soon be the end of the month. If you don't say I forgot. Shubinai's eyes revealed a touch of envy. At this age, who does not fantasize about being able to become the object of worship of others? Dinner was eaten quickly. It's just that the little wizards did not leave, but sat in their respective positions and looked around curiously. It seems that something is waiting for them. Apparently, they also knew about checking the wand. I'm so sorry that there are customers in the store. So there was a little delay, accompanied by an old voice. The doors of the auditorium also opened. A spearhead silver-haired old man with wise man walked in. Ollivander. Braun raised an eyebrow. But think about it, checking wands is such a thing besides this master wand in England. Put it in the hands of others, and others will not be at ease. Except for Ollivander. He was also followed by a gorgeous woman wearing a poplar red wizard robe with big wavy hair. Retaski. A reporter for the Daily Prophet, a supernumerary correspondent to be exact. Most of the main content she wrote was some lace news from the wizarding world, as well as some of his personal current affairs commentary. It has a lot of fame in the wizarding world. Luna's father, Lovegood, reminded himself more than once to invite Retaski to join in the singing opposition. It's just that because he is familiar with this woman's character, Braun has not put it into action. Braun Roll? The genius of the Roar family. I guess you wouldn't mind giving me a little interview with you? Seeing Braun, Litsky's gaze lit up instantly. What could be more important as a journalist than digging for news? And Braun is that very good new material. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Powerful, he was also known as an alchemy genius. Now he is a warrior in the Triwizard Tournament. It can be said that there will be many wizards interested in this young genius. Sorry ma'am, I don't accept interviews. Braun said lightly. He doesn't want to see rumor-mongering in tomorrow's Daily Prophet. Retaski, who had prepared paper and pen, smiled. But he didn't dare to refute anything. He is a small reporter, which really annoys Braun. Without the need for the other party's action, the newspaper must first fire itself. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Ludo Backerman hurriedly walked over. It's not too early now. Let's hurry up and do a wand test. Mr. Ollivander is in trouble for you. Ollivander nodded slightly. Then let's get started. Without a doubt, the examination begins at Hogwarts. After all, as a host, it is also appropriate to give guests a demonstration. 10 inches, the cold shirt, the wooden wand is very tough, and the heart of the wand is the nerve of the dragon. You can see that you are well maintained. Ollivander flicked his wand, and a clump of flowers popped out of the tip of his wand. Then it disappeared again. The owner of the cold shirt wooden wand is always lucky to avoid those life and death crises. As he spoke, Ollivander handed his wand back. As a wand maker, you can see that your wand has a powerful owner. He was still very satisfied. In particular, Braun maintained his wand well, which made him even happier. Well, Harry 930 is you next. Ollivander pointed at Harry and said, Me. Harry looked a little nervous. He took out his wand and wiped it on his wizarding robe before handing it over. It's just that the appearance of the wand is still a little unflattering. The cyan wand was covered with fingerprints. There are also white stains left by the tip of the cane that I don't know what dried up. The whole wand is just one word. Dirty? Ollivander frowned. Without saying anything, he continued to introduce it. 11-inch long phoenix feathers. Hollywood? But I think you should clean up your friends. Ollivander took a small metal box from his pocket. After wiping a little white grease with a soft cloth, the entire wand was misped. It didn't take long for the dirty wand just now to take on a new look. Take care of it more often. Your wand is in good shape though. Thank you. Harry blushed a little and took his wand. But in my heart, I am determined that I must only take good care. It was such a shame just now. Grapevine wood? Some are soft. But I can see that you usually have intentional maintenance. I oil it every day. Hermione looked up proudly. He also glanced at Braun with an angry look. The Tsundere look made him a little stoic. After a brief introduction to a few wands, they showed their wand level. Ollivander began to speed up. Everyone's wands were meticulously examined. Some little wizards who are not properly maintained will also be mentioned. A few words. This is not a difficult task for a wandmaker who has been dealing with wands all his life. It didn't take long for the wand to be checked. Braun had thought about returning to the table, but he was stopped by Ludo Bagman. Wait, guys, don't go yet. Shout eggplant with me. Ludo Bagman beamed and waved at the photographer on the side, signaling him to hurry over. The little wizard, on the other hand, looked at each other, still not figuring out what was going on. But soon, the three teams were pulled together. Braun sat with the warriors of the other two schools in the paint. The rest of the warriors stood behind them. With a click, white fog filled the air. A photo of the three teams appeared in the hands of the cameraman. See the group photo complete. Ludo Bagman was satisfied with the three parties leaving. Braun, don't you leave Harry alone. Hermione leaned over and whispered. It's nothing, Hermione. It's not a tournament right now. I don't have the power to command a wizard. Also, it seems to me that Harry doesn't seem so repulsive to the Daily Prophet interview. He took his gaze back from Harry and the sneaky Litoski. Braun said lightly, if only Harry didn't want to. Now that he is willing to accept interviews, he doesn't want to be a bad person for no reason and annoy people. I just hope Harry won't regret it after accepting Litsky's interview. Right here. It's quieter here. Ritaski said with a smile. With a casual wave of his wand, the black tea flew in front of the two people by himself. Harry sat in the lounge and looked around, his eyes revealing some crampedness. But this made Ritaski feel very satisfied. This is what she imagined the little wizard to look like. Instead of being like Braun, who always looks like he has a winning hand. She began to look forward to the next interview. Relax, dear. Don't be so nervous. Ritaski sipped tea while pulling out a notebook with a quill in her small handbag. Snapped his fingers casually. The notebook automatically turned the pages and the quill stood up. Seeing that Harry's gaze had been staring at her, Ritaski also explained with a smile. It's a shorthand quill pen, a handy little object. Harry didn't speak, just looked at the quill that was constantly recording something, looking a little curious. I'm Ritaski, a reporter for the Daily Prophet. With Ritaski's words, the quill quickly recorded. Ritaski, a charismatic female reporter, the most popular reporter of the Daily Prophet, who is not afraid of power, roams the wizarding world, and brings the truth to the public. Before Harry could finish reading it, the parchment was torn off by Lytsky, but just by looking at the expression, you can tell that she is satisfied. Ahem, it seems that there is nothing wrong with the quill and the recording is very good. I dare say that our next interview will definitely cause quite a stir. Ritaski said excitedly. The body couldn't help but lean in Harry's direction. Maybe. Harry leaned back. It's just that it's not so cold to Ritaski's words. After the initial vanity, he began to regret coming to this interview with some regrets. Ritaski also seemed to detect the look in Harry's eyes. He did not continue to greet him, but directly began to inquire. Well, the first question. Why did you participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Some people say that you yourself secretly threw your name into the Goblet of Fire, right? I didn't. Harry looked a little angry. I don't know how many people have asked him the same question during this time. This annoyed him a little. But fortunately, he was still relatively restrained and knew that it was an interview. After taking a deep breath, he calmly replied. I don't know why, my name was thrown into the Goblet of Fire. All I can say is that it was an accident. He looked at Ritaski. It's just that the other party didn't care about him, but looked at the contents of the notebook seriously. When our correspondent Ritaski asked Harry why he participated in the Triwizard Tournament, he looked a little flustered and cramped, and even a little angry. The past injuries left a lot of trauma on his soul, so that our savior seems sensitive and suspicious. I didn't. That's just a small touch. Ritaski laughed awkwardly. You know, audiences don't like dry content. But trust me, I'm a disciplined journalist, and I'll send you a copy of the content after that, and if you don't agree, I won't send it to the newspaper. Harry took a deep breath, although he was still a little dissatisfied with Ritaski's rumors, but saw that she was sincere. It's not good to say anything more. I had to take my gaze back from my notebook, but I regretted participating in this interview more and more. I heard you had a duel with Braun? What do you think of the other person? Is he qualified to lead Hogwarts to victory? Hearing the other party's question, Harry was even more dissatisfied. This Ritaski simply kept taking herself into the ditch. There is no intention of wanting to do a good interview at all. I lost my heart. We did duel, and I lost. And I think Hogwarts will win the Triwizard Tournament under Braun. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Braun stealing his limelight. But the two were students of the same academy. Naturally, it is impossible to let others say the joke for nothing. Despite their contradictions, the four houses of Hogwarts are consistent when it comes to other schools of witchcraft and wizardry. So, did you enter the competition to prove your honor as a savior / to prove it to your parents? After all, your father also participated in the Triwizard Tournament. Without waiting for Harry to say anything, once again, Ritaski threw out a new question. It's not? Also, as I just said, my participation in the Tri-Wizard tournament was just an accident. He had no patience to say anything to the woman in front of him. But despite what he said, what was written in the notebook was something else. When our reporter asked about Harry's parents, his eyes couldn't help but show a touch of sadness. Tears in the corners of my eyes. There are no tears in the corners of my eyes. He couldn't help it. Despite Ritaski's assurances beforehand, at the moment he just wanted to tear off the parchment. But Ritaski, who had been prepared for a long time, stood up first. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. With a snap, he closed the notebook and put it in his handbag. It seems that your emotions are a little agitated. I'll start with today's interview. With that, Ritaski was ready to leave. Today's questions are enough for him to perfect the commentary. Wait, didn't you say that the manuscript would be shown to me first? You misremembered the child. As a journalist, it's normal to backtrack. Can she still deal with a child? Waved at the other person with a smile, and she was ready to leave the lounge. Just as I walked to the door, I felt a sense of crisis. Zoned as a swamp. Ritaski only felt empty under her feet, and with a pop, the whole person fell into the swamp. Before she could pull out her wand, she heard another spell. Fast hardening? The swamp on the ground instantly turned into rock. And Ritaski, who was pulling out her wand, was also fixed in the rock. You're a bad woman who backtracks, Harry said viciously. Picked up the handbag that the other person had dropped on the floor and turned the notebook out. What are you going to do? You are now attacking a journalist? Ritaski screamed. The anger under his eyes could not be hidden. Since she became a journalist, she can't remember how long it has been since she suffered such a big loss. Which of the people interviewed is not all respectful? Now he was actually subdued by a little wizard who had not yet graduated, and in this humiliating appearance of being sealed in the rock. And how could he not be angry? You deserve it, Harry said with an ugly face, after reading the transcript of the interview with himself in the other party's notebook. More and more, he felt that there was nothing wrong with his behavior. Such unscrupulous journalists should be severely lectured. At the same time, I was more and more glad to have participated in Braun's duel club. Otherwise, it would not be possible to have such a strong strength now, regardless of the screams of the other side. He threw his notebook and the rumor-mongering shorthand quill into the fireplace. As the flame burned, soon the two turned into coke. Just reflect here. After saying that, Ritaski turned and left the lounge. Even in order to prevent the other party from yelling, he intimately cast a silent spell on him. Harry, why did you go for so long? How was the interview? As soon as he went out, Ron ran over excitedly. Curiously looked around Harry. Where did that Ritaski go? My mother told me that the woman was particularly fond of rumors. Saying that, Ron's eyes revealed some worry. Don't worry, Ron. I don't think she should be able to create rumors in a short time. In the days after the wand was detected, once again, Com returned to the school. Braun's daily days have also become a time machine for studying, attending classes, training and debugging. He has been able to teleport something from a few hours ago through a time machine to the present moment. Although he has never dared to try to travel through time and space. But the technology that can teleport what was 5 minutes ago to the present moment still excites him for a long time. This is something that even a time converter can't do. The latter is to change history. The former gave Braun the possibility of traveling through the future. Except for this thing. There was also something happening in the school that made everyone feel interesting. That's Ritaski's interview. Although the woman was severely lectured by Harry. But the other party's bad problem of liking rumors has not been changed. Harry's behavior instead angered the other party. She fiercely accused Harry of his evil deeds, and wrote a lot of malicious speculation about Harry Potter in her current column. In her writing, loving Harry Potter has become a heinous demon, and not a savior. Of course, such propaganda is obviously not in line with the Ministry of Magic's public opinion orientation. So much so that her column was banned for 3 months. But the little wizards don't know. I thought Harry Potter did that. This also made him respected by many little lions in school. Even some little snakes who hate him have changed their impression a lot. Of course, these disturbances gradually replaced by a tense atmosphere as the date of the game became tighter and tighter. Everyone take a break. Later, we will meet by the Black Lake. Putting down the letter in his hand, Braun said to the group who were training. Everyone stopped their magic. Instead, he looked at Braun suspiciously, not knowing what had happened. The game is about to begin. Braun handed the parchment over. Everyone gathered around and looked at the contents of the parchment, looking a little unpleasant. Although it has been prepared for a short time, but still a little nervous. Okay guys, it's no big deal. We have been training for nearly 2 months. We don't have to worry about this game. The expressions of everyone were obviously relaxed a lot. That's not to say Braun's words are magical. Instead, he quietly cast the Ningod spell. Seeing that everyone's expressions calmed down a lot, Braun didn't delay either. After putting on the school's custom-made team robes, they walked towards the Black Lake under Braun's leadership. By the Black Lake, the other 2 teams looked like they had just arrived. At this moment, they were talking about something hungry one after another. It's just that Braun acted as if he hadn't seen it. After the last time Beauxbatons sought cooperation, he told Dumbledore about it. Although the reply letter sent to him by the other party did not say it explicitly. But the implication is clear, Beauxbatons' collaboration with Durmstrang was for other reasons. And Braun basically doesn't care about the 2 schools after getting the reply. although he didn't know what the reason was. But with Dumbledore's old sixth, there must be some ulterior conspiracy. He didn't want to get involved in the trouble. It seems that everyone came early. Ludo Bagman walked over with a smile twisting his fat body. His gaze swept over the three teams, his eyes full of satisfaction, and did not wait for everyone to say anything. So he led everyone towards the Forbidden Forest. Braun, you said that the venue of our competition this time will not be in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione couldn't help but ask as she watched the cabin getting tighter and tighter away from Hagrid. Why is it impossible? Braun's face couldn't help but show a smile. He had long expected that the location of the first game would be the Forbidden Forest. In the whole of England, there is arguably no better place to play than the Forbidden Forest. Without waiting for Hermione to continue wondering, Ludo Bagman had already led everyone outside Hagrid's hut. It's not just Hagrid standing here at the moment. There were also a few horsemen with bows and arrows on their backs. The Gryffindors should not have seen much of these horsemen's anti-150. After all, in such a long time in school, I have naturally seen these horse people many times. Nothing fussy. On the contrary, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons seemed a lot more surprised. The Beauxbatons are fine, and there are many tribes of horse people in France. They've seen it too. But Durmstrang's students were seeing the creatures for the first time. But it's normal to think about it. The IQ of horse people is no different from that of ordinary wizards. I think as long as there is no problem with the brain, I should not like to go to the iceberg and snow to reclaim the tribe. Isn't it fragrant to stay in the warm and comfortable continent? Are the delicious berries not delicious, or the stars in the sky are not interesting? If the brain case is sick, it will run to cold northern Europe, blowing heavy snow to gnaw salted fish. Ronan, Firenze, Bsef. Ludo Bagman walked over, visibly relieved after seeing these two figures. Compared to other horse people, Ronan and Firenze are obviously much easier to get along with. At the very least, it will not be inexplicably hostile to adult wizards. Hello, Mr. Margomon. Firenze said lightly. On the side, Ronan looked at the sky, muttering something he didn't know what he was saying. There is always a touch of melancholy in the eyes that cannot be melted. As a person who often deals with horse people, Backlon naturally knows the temper of these guys. He didn't care about Ronan's attitude, but talked to Firenze. These warriors will be taken care of by you. We will. The horse tribe will send warriors to protect these young foals. Firenze glanced at the teams of the three schools and nodded. The attitude was sincere, which made Bagman very satisfied. All right, kids. The location of our first game was the Forbidden Forest. The horses will be responsible for your safety. When you are in danger, you can crush the tournament badge that was just issued to you. Then there will be horsemen to rescue you. Read violent novels, go on Filofiction Network. Saying that, Bagman's expression also became a little more serious. Even so, you still have to be aware that the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous, and the protection of the horse people cannot always be very timely. While the competition hasn't started yet, you still have a chance to quit. Saying that, Bagman glanced at the three teams. Exit, naturally, is impossible. After such a long period of running and training, it is naturally impossible for the three academies to quit just like that. So Ludo Bagman did not continue to say anything more, and nodded at everyone. Then he turned and left. Let's go. Stop being stunned. Looking at Cedric, they were silent. Braun took a deep breath, followed behind the two horsemen. Hermione and Harry followed. On the contrary, Cedric and the three seemed a little embarrassed. Alas, let's go, we can't be compared by a few third graders. Cedric sighed. Seeing this, the 7th grade Little Snake and the Little Eagle also nodded, closely following behind Braun. This is my first visit to the Forbidden Forest. Cedric looked at the towering trees and the magical creatures that could be seen everywhere with some emotion in his heart. The other two nodded uncontrollably. The eyes are constantly scanning everything around them. Don't look at their 7 years in school. But because of the school rules, there are really few people who dare to come to the Forbidden Forest. There won't be any danger inside. Come according to our usual training time? Looking at the pale faces of several people, Braun comforted and winked at several people. Let the three subconsciously touch the pendant on their chest. I thought I had magic armor on me. There was also much less fear in his eyes, and he felt a lot more at ease. The rest of the journey was very quiet, silently saving a small amount of physical strength. I didn't stop until I came to an extremely quaint walled city. Welcome to the horse-walled city. Horse sacrifices dressed in various feather-woven feathers and painted faces in oil paint walked out of the walled city. Let everyone's eyes can't help but be attracted by it. Is that a horse sacrifice? Hermione asked in surprise. Yes, it can be seen that the horse people in the Forbidden Forest are very strong, and they are also very united internally. Braun stared at the horseman's sacrifice. Behind him stood 4 young priests. Horse people are outliers in magic creatures. They have no way to use magic, more like a group of warriors. But horse sacrifice is one of the exceptions. They are the only horse people who can use magic, and through astrology and ancestral power, even ordinary adult wizards are no match for them. However, the birth conditions of the horse sacrifice are extremely harsh, not only because the external survival conditions are more difficult. There are also internal factors. Because of the clusters, every horse tribe will have a leader. They were in charge of sacrifice and war. But the presence of horse sacrifices would have taken away some of their power. No normal horse leader would sit idly by and watch the growth of a horse sacrifice and divide his power. This led to the difficulties of horse sacrifice. And this tribe in the Forbidden Forest actually has 5 sacrifices? It is no exaggeration to say that the amount of stock is enough to clean up the creatures in the entire Forbidden Forest. Their strength is even equivalent to a group of fully equipped 10-man Auror squads. However, after seeing that there was only this old sacrifice, but not the leader of the horse people, he was a little relieved. This tribe is ruled by sacrifices. It is not so strange that so many horse sacrifices appear. I am the priest of the tribe, Netches. Welcome to your presence. Hello, honorable horse sacrifice. When will our trials begin? Braun asked without humility. Of course, kid. Of course. I think your path of trials, Bagman should have told you. Survive in the Forbidden Forest. As for your score, it depends on how valuable the magical creatures you hunt are. Netches said with a smile on his face. There was no reaction to Braun's questioning. So, how do you define these scores? Aren't there any standards? Durmstrang's captain asked with a stumbling voice. His English is not very good, and he still sounds like a tongue. The medals you come with will be used as scorers, so don't lose them. By the way, there is a grand bonfire in our walled city. I think you will be very interested. The game is not in a hurry. Why not stay here and enjoy a night and wait until tomorrow to go to the trial? You know, the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous. Netches said with a smile. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little moved. After all, their trial time is 7 days, and if they can stay in the horse-walled city for a night, it will be a part of the danger for them. That still sounds attractive. Of course. Thank you very much for the invitation. Crumb promised that it would be a good thing for them. After all, their school is in Germany, and they are not familiar with the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Even if there was a period of inquiry, it was different from Braun and them. Accepting the invitation can at least get some news out of the horseman's mouth. Bosbaton's students clearly think the same way. This made Netches' smile even brighter. Turning his head to look at Braun again. Thank you for the invitation, but no thanks. Braun looked at Netches' kind smile and shook his head faintly. He didn't say yes as Netches thought. Braun, the night in the Forbidden Forest is not very safe. Netches kindly reminded. Yes, Braun? Why are we? Harry couldn't help but speak. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Braun's indifferent eyes. Are you teaching me to do things? Or are you the captain? I didn't, just. Then shut up. Braun interrupted again unceremoniously. Then without answering, he turned and left. Harry stood in place, his face flushed, and he opened his mouth to say something, but closed it honestly. Cedric and several people looked at each other, and looked at Braun's back and had to follow helplessly. It seems that some people are not so willing to accept the kindness of others. Crumb said in a strange manner. The horses did not react, but smiled. Come on, guys. The bonfire is waiting for you, don't miss it. Braun, why? Gone a long way. Cedric and several people finally couldn't help but ask. In their opinion, accepting the invitation of the horse people to join the walled city was completely the best choice. Not only can you safely survive the dangerous night, but you can also know some secrets from the mouth of the horse people. Horse people are also magical creatures. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network, and remember what Bagman said. When we enter here, the game has begun. Braun carved a wooden plaque with a wand-turned carving knife. Seeing that the carving was almost the same time, he put down the work at hand and turned his head to look at a few people. But the meaning in the gaze is self-evident. That is, in this game, the horse people are also one of the enemies against them. Ask for flowers 0. But that's just your guess, isn't it? Harry said a little unconvinced. Being scolded in front of so many people just now simply made him lose face. Of course. If you don't believe it, the past is, and I'm sure they will take over from you. Braun said casually. Of the team, Harry's magic is the lowest. If it weren't for the Goblet of Fire who chose him, he wouldn't actually want to carry this oil bottle. If the other party can take the initiative to leave, it is actually a good thing for him. It's a pity that Harry is not so angry. When it was discovered that Braun did not mean to explain to him, he quickly became honest. Quick transformation. Wand waved. The tree in front of him opened a tree hole. The wooden sign was thrown into by Braun, and the originally narrow tree hole became wider. I cast a traceless stretching spell on this treehouse, which lasted for 6 hours. Let's take a break first, and the evening is our battlefield. Would that be dangerous? Hermione looked a little worried. The Forbidden Forest at night is even more dangerous than during the day. But there's also a catch, isn't it? After all, many magical creatures come out to hunt at night. This group of children. Principal's interior. Madame Maxim and Cockcrow were sitting with Dumbledore in front of a crystal ball. The picture inside is of students from 2 schools, lying unconsciously in the horse camp. There are also leftovers to eat. Let the 2 principals have a little dark face. This group of students is really unvigilant. Before entering the Forbidden Forest, Bagman had already reminded that entering the Forbidden Forest was the beginning of the game. He was able to follow the horses into the camp. It is simply stunned with a drowsiness agent. It's a shame to give their school. They are all young people and have a long way to go. Dumbledore smiled and spoke. Compared to the dark faces of the other 2 principals, he was much happier. After all, the other 2 schools have been wiped out. Hogwarts, on the other hand, lost no one. Compared with each other, it was not a big increase in his face. as a wizard, even if he is more than 100 years old. But that still doesn't discourage him from being competitive. A few simple jokes. Dumbledore's expression became serious again. This time, we wasted so much effort and couldn't let those guys run away again. Karkaroff, are you sure they will come? Trust me, Dumbledore? They will definitely not miss this good opportunity and, in order to wipe out the Void Sect, they specifically chose the time of the Tri-Wizard tournament, and also made a look that Hogwarts was not compatible with other schools. It's to be able to make those people let their guard down. Maybe. Dumbledore was non-committal. Looking out the window at the Forbidden Forest, his eyes were pensive. I don't know what's going on in my mind. In the Forbidden Forest, the sky has gradually become dark. In the dark trees, a few magical plants with a faint glow were faintly visible. From time to time, there were several beast roars in the distance, accompanied by faint insect sounds, and even the night made the Forbidden Forest look vibrant. In the darkness, hunting and being hunted becomes an eternal melody. A concerto of nature was played. Come out. A tree hole slowly opened in the huge trunk. Braun walked out slowly. Don't forget to turn around and talk to a few people behind you. Braun. Fall apart. As soon as Harry's voice fell, he saw a white light shoot out of Braun's wand. Shoot in your direction. Haven't waited for a few people to react. I heard a snap. Blood fell like raindrops over their heads. With the shaking of the ground, a stout giant python with a length of tens of 717 meters smashed on the ground. Even if he lost his head, he was still able to twist on the ground. Show its tenacious vitality. Looks like it's time for dinner. I glanced at the number 1 lit up with the medal on my chest. Braun said with satisfaction. Harry, it's okay for the snake to leave to you, right? No. Look at the headless giant python that has lost its motion. Harry swallowed his saliva and shook his head in agreement. Even the words I wanted to ask were forgotten. Several other people finally reacted at this time. I couldn't help but feel a little scared. If it weren't for Braun's timely attack, the target of that python's attack would have become them. Maybe you will lose an alchemy prop because of this. Be vigilant, the Forbidden Forest is still very dangerous. Cedric, you patrol with Banner. Hermione, you go and make a fire. Cedric nodded to the Ravenclaw named Banner. Hermione didn't say much either. This is the tacit understanding that has been trained during this time. The division of labor between a squad is the most important. Flames, along with the bonfire, is lit. Harry had already skinned and divided the python. For wizards with magic, this is nothing at all. A simple splitting charm coupled with a cleansing charm is enough to allow wizards to get enough food in the wild. A large pot of snake soup and roasted snake meat were quickly ready. Everyone gathered around the campfire to discuss the next plan. When I patrolled with Banner just now, I found that the surroundings were safe and there were no big beasts. If you're going on a hunt, I recommend going deeper. Cedric ate the snake meat and made his point. Banner on the side also nodded. Yes, Braun, this place should belong to this giant python, and this place is too close to the horse tribe. Presumably there won't be any powerful magical creatures. Now we are directly north of the Forbidden Forest, on the periphery of the Forbidden Forest. If you go all the way south, the strength of magical creatures will become stronger and stronger. Another Slytherin spoke up. Before coming, everyone has already made a lot of plans. There is also a certain understanding of the division of power in the Forbidden Forest. Because the north is close to Hogwarts, the danger level of magical creatures is below 3x. The further south you go, the stronger the magical creatures become. Later, it's still according to the queue when we train. I saw that everyone had eaten almost the same. Braun picked up a lit torch and got up and said. The rest of the men, like Braun, each had a torch. With a wand in his right hand, he vigilantly followed the queue. Braun was at the front. Cedric broke off in the back. In the middle was Harry. Because he is the weakest in the team. In order to avoid dragging his feet, he can only be placed in the center of everyone's protection. The team marched forward like a shuttle. Wave your wand from time to time to kill 1 or 2 eyeless beasts. Gradually, the creatures that dared to provoke them began to become fewer and fewer. Braun, be careful. Hermione couldn't help but exclaim. I saw an extremely huge spider swoop over. The skin is earthy gray, and it looks like it should have been waiting here for a long time. Looking at the low-hanging fruit in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but flash a cruel joy. But what makes it strange is, why didn't you see the fear in the vanish eyes in front of you? Divine blade without a shadow, chirping, accompanied by a sharp cry. The spider, which was originally extremely ferocious, rolled on the ground in pain. 8 spider legs were cut off, and fishy green blood flowed from them. He hadn't waited for the 8-eyed giant spider to call for a companion. I saw that it stiffened violently, and its body hung down weakly. A grey mist floated out of its body and fell into Braun's hands, gradually condensed into the appearance of a spider. For Braun's soul magic. This is not the first time that everyone has seen it, but every time it amazes everyone. No spells, no wands. Even how it was launched is elusive. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Such magic is too powerful to apply to battle. This is the 8-eyed giant spider. This guy is a scout. We are not far from the nest of the 8-eyed giant spider. Extract the broken message from this grey soul. Braun said slowly to everyone. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but become solemn. They've done their homework before. The 8-eyed giant spider is one of the most dangerous creatures in the entire Forbidden Forest. Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of amazing numbers. but the scores given are quite a lot. I glanced at the medallion, which had increased by 10 points. Braun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Along the way, they also disposed of a lot of magical creatures, but most of them are not even as good as the python they killed in the first place. Not even a little score is enough. And this 8-eyed giant spider actually gave a full 10 points directly. This shows the dangers of these creatures. The 8-eyed giant spider is a level 5x dangerous creature. Everyone pay attention. An instruction. Braun didn't say anything more, but continued to move south. It wasn't until it was dark that they returned to where they had lived. After a night of killing, everyone looked a little tired. But there was joy in his eyes. It's just one night, and everyone has dozens of points on their medals. A group of people ate barbecued meat, with excitement in their colors. What do you say about Bosbatons and Durmstrang? What else? Now you must be resting in the tribe of the horse people. They're easy enough. What's the use of ease? Thanks to today, Braun did not promise those horsemen yesterday. We killed a lot of magical creatures this night. Hey, that's it. Several people are talking happily. A group of people not far away caught their attention. Isn't it the other two teams they just discussed? It's just different from what they said. They slept comfortably all night. Each of these people looked tired. Some of the little girls in Bosbatons still had swollen eyes, and it seemed that they should have cried. Even the Durmstrang students were uncomfortable. The huge staff in his hand has long since disappeared. There was also a look of decadence. What everyone didn't expect was even more. There is one less person in both teams. Sit. What happened? Although the other side is in competition. But at the end of the day, it's just a game. Braun didn't mean to get too stiff with them. Cedric, too, was curious. How could it be that this was only one day's work, and there was suddenly one less person? You know, they are still in a safe horse tribe. Alas, we are miserable. Fleur looked at Braun with complexity in her gaze. I thought Braun would be the first to be eliminated. Who would have thought that they were the first to be eliminated? However, despite his complicated look, he still told the matter one by one. After they entered the horse tribe, it is said that in order to celebrate their arrival, the horse people specially held a night party for them. They also did not take all the guards of the horse people because they were the guardians of this trial. Then they were all poisoned by the lethargy potion in the things. When he opened his eyes again, not only half of the magic equipment he brought with him was taken away. Even each team was eliminated by one person as punishment. Hear Fleur's narration. Cedric's expressions were a little strange and happy. The gaze that looked at Braun also revealed admiration. Harry, in particular, looked at Braun already full of gratitude. Thanks to Braun? If only Braun agreed. Then their team will definitely be eliminated by one. And this person, needless to say, will definitely be the most 5.4 strength of him. Just when he was about to say something thankful, several exclamations from Bosbatons caught their attention. You guys got so many points. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Braun's medal. I saw that there was a full 50 points on it. And it's not just Braun. Other people's chests have no less points for medals. There are dozens of points. We worked a little hard yesterday, and it's still relatively easy to get points. Braun smiled reservedly. But falling into the eyes of others is not the same thing. Especially when the members of the two teams looked at their captain, they complained even more. The captain of Hogwarts led the team not only to see through the horse people's schemes, but also to kill with his companions. Look at their captain again. Don't say killing magical creatures. All the members of his own family were eliminated by one. It's clear which is better and which is bad. Detect the envious gazes of others. Cedric and the others stood up proudly. At first, they complained that Braun had nothing to do and ran outside to camp. Now it seems that the captain is still farsighted. Let's go. Crumb, who couldn't stand the atmosphere here, got up and said, followed by a group of Durmstrang students like defeated dogs. Bosbatons students were much hesitant. They were hungry for a day, and they couldn't help but smell the food. Then follow Durmstrang away, and I don't know when I will be able to eat it next. Naturally, I don't want to just leave. Fleur also saw the hesitation of her classmates. Gritted his teeth. We can exchange props for. Braun waved his hand. Eat, we have a lot of food. He had no intention of falling into the trap. He didn't know what Dumbledore was planning again. But the performance here will definitely be shown to Dumbledore truthfully, for sure. It's just a game, there's no need to go too far. Besides, they don't lack much food. Hearing Braun's agreement, the girls couldn't help but cheer. However, they also chose those raw meats very well, made their own fire to grill, and did not touch the things on the barbecue. One meal to eat. The Bosbatons did not stop and went in another direction under Fleur's lead. Braun, on the other hand, went into the tree hole to rest again. Yesterday at night, they were almost at the nest of the 8-eyed giant spider. It's just that everyone's magic is almost the same, plus everyone is tired. He chose to return. But there is still a tough battle to be fought today, and it is impossible to do it without good spirit. What are those Hogwarts? It's just their luck. The points we got today are definitely no less than theirs. Exactly. Crumb is right. We grew up fighting wild beasts in the sea. Not those Hogwarts can compare. That's right. When it comes to hunting magical creatures, there is nothing like us. Those guys are just cowards who fear black magic. The Durmstrangs ate the newly hunted prey while venting their depression in their hearts. 12 They did not expect that luck would be so bad, and they lost a person in the first place. And what made them even more angry was that the group of Hogwarts who they had never looked at were not only lucky enough to avoid the horseman's strategy, but also hunted so many points. Make them extra red-eyed. Rod, which side has the most magical creatures? Crumb looked at the little man in the group. The other party is not good looking, but an eagle hook nose that occupies 1/3 of the entire face is particularly eye-catching. This is the other party's family magic, nose hunting transformation. A flesh-modifying sorcery that distinguishes the smallest differences in smell through the nose. It was because of the other party's sorcery that he specially recruited him, who was not strong, into the team. Hear Crumb's words. Rode stuck to the ground, his nose sniffing on the ground, and it took about 5 minutes before he finally stood up. Left, Captain? As long as we keep walking along this road, we can meet a lot of interesting big guys. A reserved smile appeared on Rode's face. Left? It's probably not the southern part of the forest. Before leaving, the principal told me that there was some danger on the south side of the forest. Crumb looked pensive and revealed the news to everyone. No, it's the western part of the forest, and the big guys there are almost capable of dealing with magical creatures that are at most level 5x. Rhodes assured. At this time, Crumb had no more doubts. Arrogantly waved to the left. Go, we're certainly no worse than taking it to Hogwarts. One by one, the Durmstrands regained their spirits. Hold your breath and get ready to show it to the Hogwarts? Who is the strongest magic academy in the continent? Seeing that morale was available, Crumb nodded in satisfaction. Lead the way. Rod, what are you doing? A big man in the team who was Durmstrang watched Rode spill some liquid on the road from time to time, and couldn't help but be a little curious. It's nothing, I'm afraid we will get lost when we come back, so mark it first, Rode said without changing his face. Or are you thoughtful? The silly big one praised admiringly. I sniffed the liquid on the ground again, and there was no smell. Only then did he turn around again and follow the group. And Rode still did not change his face and poured some liquid from the small bottle in his arms from time to time. It's just that there is Senran in his eyes, if you can see from the top of the forest. Crumb, although the route they took was somewhat twisted. But the direction is not west, but all the way south. It's just that because of the obstruction of the trees, their sense of direction is a little blurred. It's almost here, everyone be vigilant. Braun instructed. It's about to reach the nest of the 8-eyed giant spider. Although everyone has no intention of going in, it is not much less dangerous to be outside. After all, the closer you get to each other's nest, the more these 8-eyed giant spiders are. Naturally, the danger is also greatly increased. Therefore, in order to avoid being besieged, it is the best choice to hunt those 8-eyed giant spiders outside the nest. Chirping. With a miserable cry, the 8-eyed giant spider fell to the ground in pain. The green blood splattered Hermione, but it made her extra excited. Braun, I did it. Just now, she killed an 8-eyed giant spider by herself. Yes? Congratulations? Braun smiled, but the wand in his hand did not put down, until the 8-eyed giant spider on the ground, which looked lifeless, once again let out an unwilling roar. His expression relaxed a lot. Clean and new? It seems that your magic has grown a lot again. You taught well, Hermione said happily. He picked up the glass bottle he carried with him, ran to the 8-eyed giant spider who was completely dead, and began to collect its venom and eyes. After that, he handed it to Braun as if he were invited. Here you go. Calculate how much money did I make? 13 galleons 7 sic 20 nats. Next year's book fee is here? Braun put away the 2 glass bottles. The resources in the Forbidden Forest are very rich, and as a potions master, he naturally has no reason to let go. Especially the 8-eyed giant spider, a pint can even sell for 10 galleons. Even a vial is worth a couple of galleons. In the past 2 days, everyone has basically hunted magical creatures while collecting the magical materials that can be used on these creatures. All materials are sold to Braun. Although the price is much lower, it is better to be safe and worry-free. It will not be targeted by some well-intentioned people. And the price Braun gave was reasonable. After 7 days, everyone will be able to earn 100 galleons. That's a lot of money. Okay, it's almost today. Come back tomorrow. Looking at the already bright sky, Braun spoke up. The 8-eyed giant spider is like a brush monster nest. If it weren't for the fact that the number of these 8-eyed giant spiders going out is getting smaller and smaller, he planned to spend all 7 days here. Look at the only 150 points on the medal. Braun sighed. That's a lot less than yesterday. At most another day tomorrow, they will have to change places. Greeting everyone was about to leave, but the sound of tada sounded from all directions. In the originally empty forest, countless 8-eyed giant spiders appeared. One of them, an 8-eyed giant spider that is 2 stories tall, is particularly eye-catching. Its body does not have the earthy yellow color of other 8-eyed giant spiders, and it is grayish. The eyes seem to be covered with a white mist. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. 3 of the 8 huge spider legs were broken, and they were gray as if petrified stones. Wizard? Why hunt my children? The old voice came from the mouth of this huge spider, but it was particularly strange and terrifying. People couldn't help but snort. Said, spoken. Harry said dumbfounded. Cedric and several others were also frightened. They had killed an unknown number of magical creatures in the past 2 days, and this was the first magical creature they had seen that could only speak. For the points? You are Aragot. The big spider in front of Braun's observer said lightly. You know me? Are you Hagrid's friend? Even if you're Hagrid's friend, I won't let you go. You killed my heirs. Even if Braun knew himself, he had nothing to spare the other's mind. Hagrid is Hagrid, and Hagrid's friend is Hagrid's friend. Not to mention that the group of little wizards in front of him killed such an 8-eyed giant spider, accompanied by Aragot's roar. The surrounding 8-eyed giant spiders arched their bodies, pressing the center of gravity of their entire bodies to the ground. This is their predatory posture, and it also means that they are going to attack. Braun, shall we crush the metal? Cedric only felt his throat dry. When facing the 8-eyed giant spider alone, they didn't feel anything. But when the number of these 8-eyed giant spiders is multiplied by dozens of times, this fear is instantly magnified. 5x magical creatures, although less resistant to magic. However, the attack power is not inferior to the magical creatures of 6x. What's more, they still face such a large group. Being able to endure not having weak legs is already a strong willpower. Seeing these 8-eyed giant spiders rushing towards him, everyone subconsciously wanted to crush the metal for help. But I saw a huge flame giant soaring into the air. Vulcan opened the way. Accompanied by the giant, there was also an indifferent voice. The 8-eyed giant spider that rushed over only had time to let out a miserable wail. It burned into ashes in the scorching heat. Let the air smell of burnt proteins. Even the 8-eyed giant spider that was far away was reddened by this fierce flame. Subconsciously, I want to escape this hell of flames. Seeing that the situation is not good, Aragot also did not have the hardness to start. Hagrid's friend, don't wait for the other party to beg for mercy. The huge flame giant then inserted the flame giant blade in his hand into its 253's body. Let it not react yet. It had already turned into a cloud of coke in the orange-yellow flames. The sun in the east gradually rises, and the huge flame giant gradually dissipates with the sunlight. The wreckage left only indicates that it once came. Boom. Cedric looked at the stump around him and swallowed. It's scary, although he had overestimated Braun as much as possible. But he didn't think that the other party's strength would be so strong. Such a large group of 8-eyed giant spiders were killed like this. And the magic of that giant flame giant. It's even more chilling. Braun, are you alright? Hermione's voice made everyone come back from the shock just now. Once again, he looked at Braun. I saw that he was pale at this time. It seems that the magic just now is also not a small burden on him. It's okay, go back to the camp first. The movement just now was too big. I'm afraid I'll attract other magical creatures. Braun said with a pale face. The magic of the Vulcan is strong, but the consumption of magic is too great. Even he couldn't bear it. Naturally, everyone did not say a word. Quickly drove Braun in the direction of the camp. What's going on over there? Crumb frowned. They were originally hunting magical creatures. But suddenly, the forest in the distance burst into flames. Light up most of the sky. This change made him feel particularly uneasy. Rod, what happened to you? Seeing Rod's gloomy face, the stupid big man once again spoke out curious. It's nothing, I'm just a little curious about what's going on in the forest over there. Rod smiled a little reluctantly. There was thought in his eyes. As a member of the Void Sect, his eyesight is naturally not comparable to this group of little wizards. The magic fluctuations just now and the sky-piercing flames were clearly the Vulcan that Nicolaim used against the first generation of Dark Lord Grindelwald. Although not as powerful as Nicola Lamina that reduced most of France to ruins. But it's also not to be underestimated. This made him a little uneasy about the undercover operation that was full of confidence. Rod, change the place, the fire just now is too close to us. Whatever that is, I don't want to go near it. Rod, who originally looked solemn, once again put on a smiling face. Of course, Captain, happy to serve you. Braun, what is this? I don't know, I found it from the body of that big spider. Looking at the broken hexagonal crystal in front of him, Braun looked thoughtful. The thing in front of him was dropped after being killed. And as far as Aragot's charred body is concerned, it should not belong to itself. After returning to the camp, he tried several kinds of magic. But hitting on the crystal is like a mud cow into the sea. Let him scratch his head. Seeing that Braun was not clear, Hermione did not ask again. Turned to something else. I saw Beauxbatons students when I went on patrol just now, and there are only 4 of them left. 4 people? So the block is reduced by 2 more? Braun withdrew the crystal into his arms, with some surprise. They accidentally ate a snail and were directly poisoned. You don't know that the horse people almost didn't laugh me to death when they carried them out? They don't have a potions master on their team. It stands to reason that there is a potions master, not to mention how well he can live. At the very least, there will be no poisoning or anything like that. Yes, it is the snail that the potions master advocates eating. One of the 2 people who was taken away by the poison was a potions master, and the other was an alchemist. Braun also twitched the corners of his mouth after listening to it. Those Beauxbatons girls are also too big-hearted, dare to eat anything? Know that in the forest, insects and other creatures are often the most dangerous. But think about their French heritage. He was a little stunned. It's an old tradition of eating snails? Understandable. Then their competition this time should be hopeless. Without a potions master to discern herbs, the alchemist was taken away again. 4 ordinary wizards going deep into the forest must be out of play. The 2 major auxiliary combat forces were taken away. In the first game of this Tri-Wizard tournament, they were already eliminated early. The next thing is to see who can compete for first place at Hogwarts and Durmstrang. Glancing at his badge, killing the 8-eyed giant spider yesterday was a big gain for him. That's enough to get 400 points. His total points have now reached a terrifying 600 points. It can be said that Hermione's scores combined are not as high as his. It stands to reason that this game should be almost stable. In the evening, let's go to the nest of the 8-eyed giant spider to take a look. Maybe we can find some good east-west. This is not his nonsense. As a magical creation of wizards, the 8-eyed giant spider is usually used to guard the tomb or protect the laboratory. In order to be able to make this group of guys more attentive, in the process of shaping, the souls of these 8-eyed giant spiders have inevitably been added to something similar to the dragon's greed for treasure. Therefore, in the nests of the 8-eyed giant spider, you can often find some gold gallons and silver CK, even some magic props and precious magic materials. As far as the surroundings of the Forbidden Forest are concerned, the magic materials in the lair of the 8-eyed giant spider must be indispensable. Night sleep. After resting, everyone once again came to the nest of the 8-eyed giant spider. The spiders that were burned by the flames yesterday are still lying on the ground, and the ground has become scorched black by the flames. People can't help but imagine the tragedy of yesterday night. Let's go, Braun said lightly. He led the way towards the nest in the valley. Several other people looked at each other and all followed. The nest of the 8-eyed giant spider sits in the crypt. Walking in with a torch, you can smell a pungent fishy smell. Look. Harry couldn't help but exclaim. I saw spider webs hanging above the crypt, and various animals were wrapped around the cobwebs. Boar, leopard, unicorn. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Novel Network? Or even say there is a horseman. Braun, that horseman is alive. Cedric couldn't help but speak up. Braun's potions level is the highest in the squad. If anyone can save this person, it must be Braun. No need. Braun walked to the horseman's approach, looked at the other party's weak appearance, and couldn't help sighing. But he's still alive. That's not alive. His body has been dissolved by the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider. Being able to live until now is entirely because of the toxin, so that his body has not yet decayed. Now he is a petri dish for spider larvae. Braun interrupted Harry unceremoniously, looked at the horseman in front of him, and said this harsh reality. Seeing that several people do not believe, there is no nonsense. Instead, use your wand to swipe gently. The spider silk that wrapped the horseman cracked with it, and the horseman inside is like a water balloon. The whole body was weakly paralyzed on the ground, and the spider larvae that were constantly moving under the skin could be faintly seen. This terrifying picture made everyone can't help but take a step back, and there was a chill behind them. The flames are roaring. With a fireball flying out, the horseman's body was like a leaky sack. Countless spider larvae scrambled to avoid this hot flame, but not long after crawling out of the skin, he was devoured by the tongue of fire. And Braun didn't stop. One spell after another was thrown out. The flames illuminate the entire cave as if it were daylight. In midair, those spider larvae that could not stand the heat crawled out of the cobwebs. But the end was the same as their partners. There are also those spider eggs that have not hatched, and before they can, leash and hatch into larvae, they are roasted by the hot flame. Let the whole cave exude a burnt smell of protein and a peculiar fragrance. Whew, it tastes good. Braun didn't care, picked up an egg on the ground and pulled the shell, revealing the flesh-like texture inside. With just a gentle inhalation, it was swallowed whole into his mouth. The people around me felt a chill. But Hermione was exceptionally brave to learn Braun's appearance and ate it. The egg of the 8-eyed giant spider, this one on the market can sell at least 1 galleon, and it also has the effect of enhancing physical fitness. As soon as these words came out, the people who were originally disgusted instantly changed their appearance. Let's not talk about the price of that galleon one. The mere fact that it can increase their physical fitness is enough to make their hearts move. Not to mention, it doesn't seem to taste bad. The flames gradually extinguished. The cave has also become much cleaner under the cleaning spell. Without those annoying cobwebs, the speed of several people is significantly faster. The originally damp ground also became dry due to the high temperature of the flame. Sure enough, as I expected, there are a lot of good things here. In front of him are beast bones and furs piled up like a hill. There are also a few gallons and wands that don't know what material they are. Anyone who looks at it will think it's a pile of garbage. But in the eyes of wizards like Braun, they are rare precious materials. Unicorn's unicorn? The skin of the invisible beast? There is also this god, a complete baby dragon skeleton, and even a dragon egg that has not hatched. Cedric's eyes almost turned red. The unicorn of the unicorn is needless to say. This is the most common material in magic potions and alchemy. Many high-grade magic potions use this precious material. Even in the market, it is sold by the gram. This one must have at least 100 gallons. And the skin of the invisible beast. This is the main material for making an invisibility cloak. Because of the rarity of invisible beasts, it is now in a semi-extinct state. The price is more expensive than unicorn's unicorn. Dragon bones and dragon eggs are equally precious. Compared to these bones, that small pile of gallons is nothing at all. 970. Come and see this. There are also a lot of wands here. Hermione pulled out 2 black wands from the large pile of trash. It looks like it's been some years old. The inner core of the wand died due to a long period of failure to be replenished by mana, and did not have the ability to use spells. But just by looking at the wear marks on the handle of the rod outside, you can tell it. The former user must have been a very powerful wizard. Blackthorn Plum Wood, a magic wand that is difficult to control, but tends to become more loyal after a life and death crisis. Combined with the unity and system of these wands, the owner of these wands is most likely someone from the Ministry of Magic. Braun looked at it a few times before making his own judgment. In order to ensure the strength of the aurors, the Ministry of Magic generally equips them with deputy wands. And after the run-in, the Blackthorn Plum Wood that is the least likely to betray the owner is undoubtedly the best choice. One is to make sure that the aurors don't affect their strength because of their wands. Even if the wand is snatched, the enemy will not be able to use the wand because of the characteristics of the Blackthorn Plum Wood. These 8-eyed giant spiders also killed people from the Ministry of Magic. Harry opened his mouth wide. After learning about aurors from Ron, his dream has always been to be a part of it. In his opinion, the aurors should be a group of powerful people, so they were dealt with by this group of 8-eyed giant spiders? It's not normal. Ordinary aurors are no match for these 8-eyed giant spiders. Besides, it wasn't necessarily the 8-eyed giant spider that killed them, and many people had died in the Forbidden Forest. How long has it been since the Dark Lord was raging? It was quite possible that some aurors died in the Forbidden Forest to defend Hogwarts. Cedric explained from the sidelines. This statement is undoubtedly shared by most people. These wands are of little value, but the style is interesting. If you like it, you can take it as a souvenir. Braun picked one and put it in his arms. But remember, don't try to fix them, it may cause some bad effects. Seeing that several other people were fiddling with their wands with joy, Braun had to remind him. The wizard's magic has a fantasy power that invisibly affects things around them, even if it is not used intentionally. It's like the stairs in Hogwarts Castle. Because of the long years of being immersed in magic for a long time, some wisdom has been born. Likes to play pranks with little wizards. As wizards, wands that have been in contact for a long time will naturally be affected in this way. Therefore, most wizards will bury their wands with them after death to avoid the wand's self-awareness due to constant contact with new magic. Hearing Braun's reminder, the careful thoughts in the hearts of several people who had thoughts at this moment were also extinguished. As a wizard, he naturally knows some taboos in the wizarding world, since Braun specially reminded. That certainly makes sense, since, BCAG, they wouldn't be so ignorant to try it themselves. Pack these precious materials. Everyone's faces showed a full load of joy. This is an altar. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. What? Harry didn't hear clearly. I said, this is an altar. Braun's expression became a lot more solemn. Altars have never been a good thing in the wizarding world. Most of them are used to perform some evil black magic and summon creatures from other worlds. Hearing this, everyone's joy converged a lot. Focus your attention at your feet. The joy generated just now because of those precious materials has also been diluted a lot. Only then did they realize that under their feet was actually a huge stone slab. The stone slabs are carved with distorted text. If you look closely, you can also find black and red traces. It was a sign of dried blood. Clean up. With Braun's spell, the layer of dust covered by the stone slabs on the ground was also cleaned up, revealing its original appearance. This is Runavan. Hermione lay on the ground curiously. Yes, but I thought wrong. This is not an altar, but a fresco. There is no trace of magic on it. Braun's words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. But the gaze was attracted again. The picture on the stone slab appears blurry, and the lines are relatively simple. But you can still generally understand the meaning, which is about an evil black dragon who once led his minions to rule here. They did all kinds of evil, killed wantonly, and were eventually joined by brave knights and wizards in a vast war. The story of the black dragon who was finally sealed. It can be seen that it has the narrative style of a 16th century knightly novel. It's just a pity that in the current era, it's not so popular. Maybe some muggle's masterpiece. Everyone just glanced at it casually and then stopped paying attention. But Braun's brow couldn't help but furrow. Although the story is cliched, he sees a somewhat familiar symbol on the black dragon flag in the picture. Braun, what's wrong? Seeing Hermione's worried look, Braun also reacted from the contemplation just now. We should go. What are you thinking? Just now I saw you standing here motionless, and we thought you had some kind of magic there. No, I just thought about something. Let's go. The spiders here are almost wiped out. It's time to go after Beauxbatons and Durmstrang's team. It's really okay to see Braun. Hermione finally relented. Left this dungeon with a full load of harvest. But what they didn't see was that in the corner of the cave, a praying mantis was clinging to the stone wall until everyone left. Only with a whoosh, he burrowed into the soil and disappeared. On the other side of the Forbidden Forest, the Durmstrangs were much more miserable. Not only the fur cloak on the body, but many have become tattered. Others, more seriously injured, were hanging from their arms with strips of cloth covered with herbs. Road, has that giant dragon left? Don't worry, Captain, we've smeared special herbs on our bodies. The taste is enough to hide from the big lizard. However, my advice is better to get out of here. Damn it. Krum scolded. He didn't have a smooth journey along the way. All kinds of magical creatures are like long eyes, constantly rushing towards them. If it weren't for their strength, it would be okay. Plus have a wealth of hunting experience. Several times they were narrowly snatched over. Now maybe it has been eliminated by the competition. The group hid in the bushes and allowed the dragon to leave before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Captain, where are we going next? I see that our scores are almost enough. There is no need to calculate interest anymore and head deep into the forest. Yes, Captain, it's too dangerous. The 2 team members said uneasily. The magical creatures around them can fully support them until the end of the game. There is simply no need to continue to spend here. Besides, this is only the first game, and there are 2 more games waiting for them after that, and it is completely worth the loss to continue to spend here. Crumb looked a little moved. Subconsciously want to agree. The medallion on the chest made a different sound. I saw that the score above slowly changed. What appears on the medal is a new task. Dumbledore, is it a bit too much for us to do this? Lead all the students deep into the forest, and the dangers along the way are beyond our control. Madame Maxime looked at the disbelieving expressions of the students in the crystal ball and said unbearably, "It's all about finding out the bugs hiding in the shadows." Karkaroff's gloomy voice sounded from the side. The eyes of the 2 men looked at Dumbledore in unison. "I think this is exactly what those Void Sects want, isn't it?" He looked at Rodin Durmstrang's team and said lightly, "Instead of letting them go out of their way to get close to the place of slumber, it is better that we take the initiative to send them over. As for security, trust me, these kids are stronger than you think." "What's wrong, Braun?" "We have a new mission," I said. "The competition will definitely not let us survive 3 days easily." Braun looked at the information on the medal with a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. "Mission? What task?" "Go deep in the forest in search of treasure chests. The first person to get it will win the game." Braun shoved the loot back into the tree hole again and explained lightly. "However, don't the rules of the game say that surviving in the Forbidden Forest for 7 days will determine the victory of the game according to the final score?" The sudden change in the rules made several people a little puzzled, but nothing refuted. I could only sigh and unwillingly stuff things back into the tree hole. "Let's all rest. Departure tomorrow morning." Braun glanced at the sky, but there was thought in his eyes. He knew very well that things would definitely not be as simple as they appeared. Whether it was at the beginning of the game, Durmstrang and Bosbaton's weird cooperation, or now this sudden task, let him smell a different smell from it. Thinking of the pattern I just saw, Void Sect, ask for flowers. A name appeared in his mind like lightning. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. The organization was like a ghost, constantly appearing in his life from the first contact. From Quirrell in first grade to the group of praying mantis men on the Eiffel Tower in Paris, to that giant bat in the Amazon River. He had already seen 3 organizations in this order. If nothing else, that black dragon must undoubtedly be the god that another organization believes in. Then the abnormalities of this competition must be related to those people from the Void Sect. And Dumbledore, they must know something. And these people are the bait to attract the attention of those people? The key was sorted out in an instant. Braun's heart couldn't help but feel annoyed. No one can like to be a bait. Not to mention, judging from his experience of contact with the Void Sect, this time must also be extremely dangerous. "Hermione, how about Braun?" See Braun shouting himself. Hermione didn't care, turned around and asked curiously, "Do you remember those praying mantis men we last met in the Paris Tower?" "What do you mean?" Hermione's expression was a little nervous, and she instantly understood what Braun meant. There will definitely be an internal traitor in the 3 teams. Stay vigilant and pay attention when the time comes, Braun said with a serious look. Early the next morning, after packing up, everyone once again headed towards the depths of the forest. This time, the speed of the crowd was obviously much faster. Then with the help of Braun's potion, the crowd moved fast. Because the smell on the body is eliminated, there are also fewer magical creatures on the road. It makes the process a lot easier. It's been a calm journey. Eating dry food, the group couldn't help but sigh. Yes, but there is something unexpected in the Forbidden Forest. Cedric looked at the tall trees around him and said with emotion. With the help of potions along the way, they did not encounter any harassment. It can be said that there is no danger to the depths of the forest. Unlike the periphery, the depths of the Forbidden Forest are not as vibrant as they imagined. On the contrary, it is bleak. The fallen boulder was covered with moss, and the surrounding area was unsheltered by trees, but it looked exceptionally empty. The ground seemed to be suppressed by a unique force, and the land took on a dark red color. It doesn't fit in with the black in other places. Looking at the familiar talisman 347 number, as well as the surrounding altar-like clearing, he could already determine that this was a sealed place. It was no different from what he had seen in the Rhine forests of Samba country. It's just that the seal is no longer a bat, and it is most likely a dragon? Thinking of this, his expression couldn't help but become much more solemn. Dragon? It has always been synonymous with powerful creatures. Dragon scales give them exaggerated magical resistance, and teeth and claws can easily rip open wizards' alchemical props. If it is not for the limitation of reproductive ability, maybe the other party is the master of this world. The walls are still carved with frescoes. The story is much the same as what they've ever seen. Do you say the chest will be here? Harry's gaze fell on the ancient temple in front of him. Let everyone's attention be attracted to it. Here. Everyone looked at the majestic temple in front of them, and their expressions were a little hesitant. The shape of this hall resembles the hideous mouth of a dragon. The darkness in the hall made people subconsciously fearful. Whether it's there or not, we'll know when we go in. Looking at the majestic hall in front of him, Braun waved his wand. Along with the spell, the fear that originally made everyone terrified suddenly disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. This made everyone's hearts chill, knowing that a shock spell had been cast here. But at the same time, the original nervousness also relaxed when he looked at Braun. With the other party around, at least you don't have to worry about your own safety. Follow behind Braun. Several people did not speak, but the wand lit up subconsciously. The fluorescent spell resembles a torch, but it is more stable than the light of the torch. Click. With a crisp sound, Braun's expression changed instantly. Armor talisman. Bang! With a muffled sound, a boulder fell from midair. The heavy force made several people jump. Sudden changes. The squad became noticeably more careful in the rest of the journey. Is that a treasure chest? Hearing Harry's voice, everyone's eyes couldn't help but be subconsciously attracted. I saw a box lying there not far away. It made everyone's hearts a little excited. I didn't expect to win the first game so easily. If it weren't for the wrong time, someone would already be celebrating. Even Braun felt that the journey was a little too smooth. I'll open the box. Harry volunteered. He was most curious about this treasure chest. I want to know what is inside. I saw him happily running forward. But not yet before he reached out. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. It was pulled back by Braun's spell. What's wrong, Braun? Harry was full of doubts, and before he could get an answer from Braun, he already knew what was going on. I saw that the box that was still leaning against the wall opened violently. But what was revealed in front of everyone was not a treasure, and it's an extremely huge, barbed tongue. The box was filled with mucus like snot. With the death of this monster after its death, a bone stained with mucus was spit out in its entirety. The fishy smell can be asked even from far away. This is the chest monster? Wizards' tombs are often used to seduce magical creations from tomb robbers. Thunderbolt explosion. The intense fire caused the ugly-looking creature to fly out. It fell to the ground, leaving behind a pool of fishy blood and debris from a wooden box. There is also a long tongue that is pulled on the ground. The body of the treasure chest monster is not much stronger. This is to deal with those tomb robbers from humans. The main thing is to win in unexpected attacks. Once discovered, even ordinary muggles can kill them with the weapons in their hands. Thank you, thank you. Harry looked at the chest monster that had fallen to the ground, his face pale. If it weren't for Braun's spell used in time, maybe now he will be swallowed into the stomach of the treasure chest monster like that white bone. It's nothing. I think instead of apologizing to me, you should think about how to deal with these things in front of you. Something in front of you? Without waiting for Harry to ask, he instantly understood what Braun meant. With the death of the chest monster, it seems that a signal is turned on. The stone statue that originally stood in the main hall seemed to have been negotiated. They all have 1.5 vitality. Tall giants, terrifying magic dragons, and piles of stone soldiers. The stone shells on their bodies shattered. The original body was revealed. Roar. Scarlet Eyes looked at Braun's group. Invaders, kill. Cedric Hermione is in charge of combining magic. Harry is in charge of support. Matthew, Anderson support. Braun quickly arranged everything. In the face of these giants, although he has the strength to solve them, but the trumpet for magic is no small. Once the mana consumption is too large, it is likely that it will not be able to face the next battle. Only by working together, with the help of the recovery potion, everyone can recover faster even if they are consumed.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.